player, his personality always bubbly, but he as a player, you know, he has some dark times as well, and he was going through a lot of difficulties. And I could also never imagine that I will have a face-off up against him at Worlds Finals. So very, very congratulations over to Peter. Really happy for you, and you know, I can feel how you're feeling right now. Very excited, can't wait, super
Oh my
hyped up, and
god.
that kind of emotions and memory will. I hope you can keep that inside of your heart throughout your professional career. It's gonna be very
Holy.
valuable to you as
Holy
well.
moly
And
나요.
losing at the first Worlds Finals is not a very hard thing, you know. It doesn't really hurt that much.
아,
The fact that you
어서오세요.
made it
Hi.
is what matters. So now that you made it once, you may be able to win in the future. Good luck.
Win in
I
the
love it.
future?
He's like,
Win
yeah, we're
today?
friends now, but you're not gonna win though.
Hi, Femi.
Yeah,
Hi.
yeah,
First
yeah,
English
yeah,
shot. Let's go. You're supplying
yeah,
boss.
yeah,
The
not
sass
losing
coming
at
out.
first
World's finals
yeah.
is fine.
But with this,
Oh,
it does
7.
bring us to a brand new installment of Draw My Life with Zaya.
Of course, Emily is
I
not the
also
only
say,
artist on the team.
There,
So I need to
there's
talk
like a bunch
about
of
the main
pre-show
event,
stuff.
the
Did you guys
moment
miss
you've all
it?
been waiting for. We need to talk
There's a
about
bunch of
the
pre-show
heart, the
stuff that
soul
happened.
of KT. Peter, the man who is going to take them to heights never
Roller coaster.
before seen.
Yeah.
This man had never taken a flight prior
Roller
to this year
coaster.
at Worlds. It's crazy. He had never even been out of the country. And now his first ever flight.
He's never been on a
swoops on
plane?
into
He's
China
never been on a
here,
plane.
Going up.
They didn't know what was coming.
They didn't know it was
Like,
coming,
look at
they
this,
thought they
look
did,
at
but
this
they did
drawing.
not, because Peter immediately proved himself as the greatest support of all time, made the
Holy.
World Finals, and he's about to take home the trophy. He's about to go head-to-head with Faker and take him down.
And you drew all this?
Wow.
I
this is
did
amazing.
MS Paint on a touchpad.
Wow.
I'm
Wow.
actually really impressed.
Thank you.
Sold.
I'm also
Thank you.
impressed, but you will be more
Absolute
impressed
cinema
because now
high.
for real, a
어서오세요.
new installment of Draw My Life
Mine
with
wasn't for
Emily
real.
about
Yours was for real. It was amazing. Time for Draw My Life BDD.
Yeah.
I would say.
Okay, but
the
here,
heart and
guys,
soul
have you
of
guys seen
this
this?
team. So
Have you seen this?
this is Draw My LCK Life BDD. Kwak BDD Bosung debuted mid-spring
Bro.
2016 on a struggling.
Her handwriting is so
CJ
good. Her handwriting is so good.
At that time,
No way.
BDD had already made a big name for himself in solo queue, and at Worlds 2015 Boot Camp Scrims, his debut was highly anticipated alongside
Oh my
his
gosh.
then teammate Ghost.
CJ.
Although BDD had
CJ
a strong
Antas.
individual debut match, BDD and CJ struggled mightily that year, and BDD was actually subbed out intermittently with Sky in 2016 summer.
Oh my
On
gosh.
Longzhu Gaming,
2016,
later Kingdom
9
Death
years ago,
X,
guys.
BDD then established himself as a top mid lane talent in
Longzhu Gaming.
This is
Longzhu.
BDD's 5th Worlds appearance, having gone in 2017, 2020, 2021, 2023, and now 2025 on Longzhu,
Unk.
Gen V, and KT. This is his
Yeah,
first
BDD was
ever
part of
finals
Nongshim too
appearance.
at one point,
Across
TBH.
6 different organizations, BDD has placed in all spots but 7, which is a reflection of his
Ja,
many
Panda!
ups and downs
Thank you so
throughout
much
his
for the
career.
50 months for the
Ultimately, BDD's story is definitely
Thank
one
you,
of
Dial.
perseverance. The LCK mid laner, young prodigy turned.
Wait, she
able
actually
to
drew this?
overcome
That's
myriad
crazy.
setbacks and is now
아니 그림
in
겁나 잘 그리시잖아. 뭐야?
His first ever
She's an
World Finals.
artist.
That was beautiful from
No
the
way.
both of you. I'm really happy to have
Woo!
two
Yo,
such
Flavor,
great
thanks for the
Beautiful
7 months
from
early.
both
Appreciate it.
of
Welcome back to the
Let's
big
go.
family.
Killed
Appreciate it
it.
as
It's
well.
also beautiful
Phantoms.
from BDD and so
Lim
interesting
Fire.
because earlier in Worlds, Betty, we had a discussion about who is the best player to never win Worlds. There's a few of them, but BDD is definitely at the top of the list.
I
He's
mean,
been, for as long as I can remember, people said he's one of the best, if not the best mid laner.
There's a
in
lot.
the
There's
LCK.
a
It
there's
just
a lot.
never works at Worlds.
Absolutely. It's crazy to me that his last
There's
domestic
a
title
lot.
was 7
Nice
years ago.
photo, thank you.
It's been so long since he was able to lift a trophy, and it goes to show the perseverance and dedication.
Oh
this
my
man has had,
gosh.
because for every
They're all
Faker
hyping up
story, there is a
KT.
BDD. There
They're
is
all
someone that
getting
will
excited for
overshadow your
KT,
career,
guys.
and to now see him.
And
in
here
this
is the
position
bingo
to
I
lead
made,
a team of
guys.
young
Bingo
players,
card for
it's
grand
just- it's
finals.
admirable and a joy.
그랜드
I'm glad you
파이널
brought
결승전
up
빙고
the
카드.
Faker story because I rewatched BDD's debut before this, and it's so interesting how they're
Carry
like,
a barn,
this is
carry a
BDD
barn.
waiting room. He's debuting
오늘
today
or
against
cause
Tommy
Mundo.
Monster. He just turned
We're gonna see
17
Mundo for
yesterday,
sure.
and
오늘
they were
Mundo
highlighting
무조건
all
나올
the
것
other
같은데.
debuts.
Mundo
And of course, Faker comes up.
가운데로
Lauren
해놓습니다.
comes up, and it's
Baby,
so
are you ready?
Because even back then, we had no idea what kind of player Faker would then become in the year 2025.
I don't know.
And the same with BDD.
I don't
It's
know,
the
I
story
don't know.
that goes for a lot of them, right?
15
If
minutes,
not
0
for
kills.
Faker,
KT
many
fans
of
getting
these players
excited.
might have had a world championship and had the
3-0
stories, but
storm,
he's just
Silver
standing on top
Scrapes.
of that. We'll talk about
Doran
it a little
owner
later.
failing a dive.
But how stalwart and how stable BDD has been for KT. I think I can find some similarities.
We can
in
actually
how
try
Owner
doing
has
this.
been performing
Now,
for
if you guys
T1
wanna
specifically,
do
right?
this,
Even when they weren't doing
bingo.
Absolutely.
All
I
you
think that is
watch.
what makes
Here
it so
it is.
impressive about him. People talk a lot
You guys wanna do
about
it?
these struggles that T1 has regionally, and some of the players are going up and down. Owner, I do not think, has had those ups and downs. This guy has been so stalwart for the team, always playing at an absolutely elite level throughout the
gosh,
LCK,
Owner.
showing up when it matters most in these international
Owner.
tournaments. And to me, that is why he is really making an argument for being the greatest jungler
Just
of
don't
all
play
time.
Mundo. I think we're good.
His perseverance over the last few years has been incredible.
Just don't play
Remember that
Mundo.
when he became the
Hold on.
starter for T1, World Semifinals. And ever since then, it's just been World Finals after World Finals after World Finals. And it does just feel that this man is recession-proof.
Invest in him.
Yeah.
He's never
Don't
going
dive
to
in
down,
better.
only up and to the right
Good
for
idea.
Owner.
Only up for Owner. I love
Good idea.
that. Emily, I mean, so impressive how he's been able to do it also here versus TES, but in general.
Good
for
morning.
T1,
Hi.
Yeah, I feel like Azil highlighted it really well,
안녕하세요.
where it felt like certain members of T1 were having ups and downs. Owner was always stable, but then he first-time Mundo on stage, which I think is like
오늘
just the
새벽 방송하시지
epitome of
않았냐고 피곤하냐고. 네,
how
피곤합니다 지금.
he's willing to slot in wherever his team needs him.
It's
심지어
really
잠을
a
잘
joy
못
to
잤어
see.
어저께.
I mean, it's terrifying
겨우
for T1
잤죠.
fans, don't get me wrong. But the fact that they have that much trust in him is phenomenal. And I think we should listen into
Yeah.
how much trust they really do have in Owner.
아니 그냥 근데 문도 씨발 의식 안 하는 게 맞는 것 같아. 그러니까 아 해야 될 것 같은데. 근데 뭘 하든 나올 수는 있어. 너 안 해봤는 거 아니야? 야 뭐가 빡세 문도 할 때?
내가 정글링
문도 빡센 거 없어.
정글링 봐놓긴 했거든 이 영상.
뱅게 니달리처럼 가야 되는 건가?
문도 그냥 해봐.
그러면은 바텀도 좀 툴이 많아지긴 해.
이 진짜 쉬워.
문도 하고 너무 안 박으면서 해봐. 그럼 안전하게 해도 되잖아.
그냥 너 파밍 잘하잖아.
W만
파밍하고
알려줘. 이기는 데미지 강하고. W가 좀 어려운데 이거 알아야 되는데.
정글링 알려줄게. 칼부 그 6마리 중에 25 1레벨에
감사합니다.
그 5마리.
And Faker explaining all of Mundo skills.
이거 들어가서 읽어봐야 돼 저거.
궁 그냥 적당히 간 보면서 쓰는 거야. 풀피해서 쓰면 안 되고.
반피 아래? 반피 조금 아래.
Absolutely
야발.
insane, because
야발.
I feel like this also speaks to
Oh
how
my
comfortable
gosh.
they are as a team because they've been in this
They should show
situation
Doran's
most of
face.
them,
They
right?
should have shown
Even
Doran's
if
face
it's
as well.
solo queue, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't let some jungler like
Doran sweating buckets.
taking Mundo for the first time, Azale.
I mean, he's not just some jungler, though. That's Owner. And, man, I just love seeing how relaxed
King
they
B,
are about
thank
how
you so
chill
much.
they are about it. Your
2,000원
world's life is
감사드립니다.
on the line. They're like, by the way, there's
Really
6
appreciate it.
Raptors.
King B,
This is
welcome
the
to the Meeple
back-to-back
family.
world
Appreciate the
champion
prime sub.
jungler, by the
I
way.
love that Faker's just like, oh, the W is a little complicated. Owner's in there like, are you guys serious? And everyone's like, yeah, man, we trust you. It's all good.
Have you seen those other edits where they just have like the push, and he's just
Oh,
walking through,
Yeah.
missing a suitcase, and then just walks
As
off.
great as it
menacingly.
was, I hope he doesn't play Mundo again.
I
It
hope he
wasn't for
does.
me. No, it was not a good showing.
I hope he does. And you know what? I also want Carrier to play Nico.
And I think that is a very reasonable desire because this guy is looking like by far the best Nico in the world. Last week we talked about this play he did against AL where he
Oh
had
my
this really
gosh.
cool clone trick.
He
to find a
turned
really
into
great
the
engage.
wolf
I want to talk about
and went
the
mid
amazing play
lane.
that he did against TES.
Absolutely broken,
let's
by the
hop
way.
in onto
Yo,
it.
please, Olive,
This is gonna
hi.
be the Nico right
Thanks
here.
for the read.
We can actually just
Appreciate it.
run this clip.
We're
You're
watching
gonna
Worlds
see
right
TES
now.
are retreating
We're watching
back through
Worlds.
mid lane. And now keep your eyes
Oh my gosh.
on Carrier here. So what he is going to do is play around a
이 장면
vision trick
제가
that Nico
라이브로
can
볼
use.
때는
So
못
he's gonna
봤거든요.
turn into a wolf right here.
I didn't
And
see
now,
this.
As he crosses through mid lane,
During the
we're gonna
live
pause
play,
this,
I
so
was too
we're gonna
focused
actually
on
look
the
at
other
minimap.
part of
So
the
you would
play.
think
I was
they have
focused on
full
Faker,
vision
but
of
I didn't
this,
notice
but there's
this.
nothing there. You do not see it because monsters don't show on the minimap. So TES has no idea
This
what
is
is coming.
broken
Now, this
mechanic,
gets
by the way.
even
Nico
better, as
should be
Carrier is gonna
absolutely
drop a
hard
ward
nerfs,
right
by the
here
way.
for Doran to be
페이커
able to
선수
TP
보느라
in,
이거
and
라이브에서는
then he's
이거
gonna throw his clone,
놓쳤거든.
and
그
watch
같이보기나
Jackie
이런
Love. Jackie
장면으로
Love is gonna get
하이라이트로
baited by this
봤습니다.
clone, thinking he's getting engaged on. He's actually going to Valk out, but the real Carrier is right here. He has no Valk. He has no way out. Carrier plays
Cinema.
this perfectly. He just utilizes every little detail of the champ to his
Carrier.
advantage. And
캐리어 니코 스킨 웨이팅 룸. 솔직히 니코 스킨 나와도 되지 않나 나는. 혹시라도 이긴다는 말이죠. If he wins, he definitely deserves a Nico skin.
Like, is this the best player in the world? Just because of the influence you can have on the games, if you're consistently getting the enemy carry down.
King, that's what I thought. Get this
It's
over
very
for
impressive because he also wasn't too hot at the beginning of the
Thank you so much
tournament.
for the 5.
I mean, even throughout the year, a lot of question marks were raised about his performance and would he be able to perform at the World Championship. But the conversation always happens with this roster of T1.
Sharks is doing the trophy cosplay. Yeah. Penguin. I'm not gonna lie. Other people were also talking about it too. 샥스
Yeah, it's just so fun to watch.
드레스가 살짝 그 트로피 느낌으로 나온 것 같은데.
I keep on hearing on socials and online that this finals feels like the one in 2022
dress is badass.
Finals. You were one of the favorite teams back then. Do you feel like this finals with KT Rolster has the same feeling?
Well, KT, of course, they
Asking about DRX.
The finals, but you know, I can also say that not many people expected them to be, you know, have this run. So I can see the similarities there. But I want to say back in 2022,
아팠던 기억을
this year as well, T1 was
물어보면
a challenger as
어떡하냐고.
well, so maybe there's also that. But also just looking back at 2022, I was so caught with the fact that I really want this win. I was so thirsty for it. I was obsessed with it. I think it kind of factored into the outcome as well. But this year, I'm different. I'm more like, this is just a part of me chasing my dream. You know, I'm not all about winning the Worlds Finals, the trophy. It's more about, it's one of the paths that I'm taking in order to reach my goal and my dream. So I think that there's a big difference.
한층 더 성장한
DRX
캐리어.
2022 was such a formative event for this T1 lineup, but on the other hand, I know that they asked some of the KT players about it, like Dioptum, and he said, I'm very flattered that you would say that there are similarities to DRX, but I don't think so. We are the first of KT who want to do this in this manner, and I think that's a great point. And for
You're
KT
hurting my
as a whole,
VT.
though,
Thank you so much,
they have
Fyro.
improved so much. We've said it a few times already, but this
Thank you for
wasn't
the
a
song.
team that we would have guessed would make it to the World Final at all.
No, especially, and I want to call out two specific players in Perfect and
maybe,
Peter,
thank you,
where
guys.
Azale and I are going to go bad play, good play, kind of, talking about some domestic plays. So as we look at the first clip, I specifically picked some quote-unquote bad plays that had to do with team communication overall, right? So here, KT is in kind of a tough spot. They're going to start off this Audicon, as you can already
아니
see.
근데 아직도 믿기지가 않아. I still can't believe Genji lost, bro. What happened?
The engage actually
젠지가
happened
졌다고.
before he even is able to complete
Everyone's
his
pick games
teleport,
is
right?
ruined.
So
Nobody
he's
has a
late
perfect
coming
pick
into
games
the
now.
back half of this fight, which allows
아니,
Genji
승부의
to
신 다
respond
망했다고
really,
여러분
really well to
들으셨나요?
it. And he only
Nobody
gets
has a
Lord
perfect pick
onto
games. Everybody got
one
everything
person
wrong.
in Keen, and then ends up getting owned by Canyon Skarner right here. So not exactly the front line you would want from your org.
You're just flaming him, Emily. Wow.
No, actually, Keen was flaming him. That was the rumble. But now we're going to get to see Perfect do some flaming with an incredible rumble here against Genji. Eyes on the rumble. So we can just run the clip. Duro is going to get found out, and that is going to cause a fight to break out. But the positioning from Perfect is incredible in this fight. So Duro is spotted. All of Genji are pushing up into this area. Look at the equalizer right down the entire Genji team. Then Ruler and Chovy try to push up to join.
퍼펙트 선수가 근데 럼블을 무조건 꺼낼 것 같은데 오늘 어떻게 안 되나? Can we like deny the rumble today? Because perfect rumble is too scary.
You couldn't have had a better
Your
team fight than
VTuber
Perfect
tracking
right
is
there.
amazing. Oh, thank you.
Perfect. I know you're trying to not say it. Yeah, you were trying to not say it, but I feel
I mean,
like
that's first on my bingo, by the way. But first on my bingo.
Yeah, we also like can't overstate how people
Perfect
how much
rumble.
they doubted
Perfect rumble.
him, right, in the top lane coming in here, but he really had a wonderful tournament. But you said you had two examples.
Perfect
Yeah,
rumble.
I feel like people also doubted Peter, and this is the second example. It is going to be Peter going up against Hanwha Life, and he ends up, as you see him at the bottom of your screen there, he's going to end up getting got by HLE, who are actually doing the Drake. He's also, again, as we roll through the clip, I tried to pick clips where it seems like it could also be a team decision where they weren't necessarily on the same page, because I think coordination, especially with Peter and Perfect, has been a massive, massive improvement at this tournament.
Now this play, I picked this Renata game because Renata's not that flashy. They had a lot of lane prio, and I want to talk about how Peter used it. We can roll the clip. This was them getting pushed in bot lane, and then he's able to flash onto Canyon, trading flashes here with the jungler, putting the pressure on. Then they go back to bot lane, they get the push once more. Immediately, they make a roam towards mid lane, and he's going to be able to force the flash out of Chovy as well. But that is not all. In the big team fight here that decides the game, Gen.G hard engages onto BDD, and then eyes on Peter in the pit, R flash over the wall, hostile takeover comes through, Doctum pulls him in, he peels perfectly, and I just felt like he played a beautiful game start to finish on the Renata.
And I love that you mentioned how they use that priority, because when we look at how Doctam and Peter played versus Gen.G, there was a lot of priority on getting them winning 2 versus 2s in their series. Every time they were able to
Casual, just cancel it. Casual Mazahar. Yeah, we might actually see Mazahar today. BDD did play it. BDD did play Mazahar.
Into this development that we've been seeing from KT.
Look at that guy.
He's so chilled out.
Everyone's talking about Peter.
The culmination of everything they've worked towards, right? And I think one moment
다들 뭔가 KT가 우승하는 것처럼 얘기를 하는데 지금 T1 팬으로서 좀 불편하네요.
Everyone looks at this and they're like, oh my gosh, the Yone play. This is what everyone is already calling this.
KT가 우승하는 서사가 근데 이쁘긴 해서 그런지.
EQ flash ult combo that's going to come across here. But the important things I do want to call out before we tee up this team fight is Perfect, who's going to get an equalizer through here. Peter, who's going to have a pop blossom that follows up.
캐리어 봐도 오늘 나오냐고.
How they play around Zhonya's with Doctam's
나올 가능성이 있다고
we'll
봅니다.
start it off. We see the BDD engage is just absolutely insane. You can tell that Gen.G are not expecting BDD
oh my
to
gosh,
go in
BDD.
here. And then the important part here is this, right? Chovy has blown Zhonya's, and this allows a Caitlyn trap to end up right here, which ends up
Chovy.
Chovy's
Never
undoing.
Zhonya's on
And then
top
he
of Caitlyn,
also dies on
bro.
the back half of this
차라리
fight.
존냐를 안 누르는 게 생존 확률이
Gen.G
높아지죠.
in
캐티
and
상대로는
set it up.
존냐를
And I
누르면은
thought
어차피
this
죽어서.
tenacity, the way that they
이거
played
아쉬운
through
부분이었고.
this team comp in such a clutch moment.
You can't
was
Zhonya's in
awesome
front
to
of
see from
Caitlyn.
It
She's just gonna
was,
trap you
and
and do
there were two of them, if I remember
1,500 damage
correctly, right?
headshot.
Also in the mid lane as well, just standing up saying, "You shall not pass."
Caitlyn is
into
such a
our
toxic
base."
champion,
You
yeah.
talked about BDD and Cuz there, and I think
100%.
we want to take a closer look at that because this has been a relationship, a player relationship, in terms of what they've experienced together that has been going for a very long time with ups and downs.
It certainly has. It was their debut back in 2017 where Cuz won his first title alongside BDD. And to see them start there and now here goes to show how long it's been
Cuz
since they've
BDD
been able to
combo.
work together and find this level of
It's already
success.
been
It's
like,
a beautiful
what, 7
relationship
years?
to see development. And as Emily mentioned
7.
earlier, when we saw it in their highlight moment of winning against Gen.G, it was those two immediately turning towards one another, reaching.
결국 돌고 돌아 같은
And as
팀에서
we see, they're kind of concurrent timelines, where they've overlapped as teammates, where they haven't. This is the core of this KT lineup. This is what KT Roaster wanted to rebuild around. And
odds
now
of
that's
T1 picking
finally
Mundo
paying
again,
dividends,
very
and
high,
they're
by
in
the way.
world
Especially because
final.
Cuz is a crazy Mundo player.
How could it
He
be
already
any
played Mundo
different?
into
Our
Gen.G
future
and
matchup
defeated Gen.G
presented
using
by
Mundo, by the way. He played it perfectly. He tanked perfectly. He was hitting all his briefcase. His understanding of Mundo was really high. Compared to Mr.
Years in the making.
Mr.
For the
Owner.
first time in the organization's history,
Mr.
BDD
Owner
will
was
take
a
KT
bit
Rolster
confused,
to the
not
World
gonna
Finals in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. As with so many before him, this road has led him to Faker.
Faker?
Since 2017, BDD
All
has
roads
been
lead
hailed
to
as a part of
Faker.
a new generation of great mid laners. Despite being an incredible player on the teams he has been a part of, the results have not met expectations. But now, at
와,
Worlds
야,
2025,
when
KT
BDD was
find
part of
themselves
Gen.G,
in the finals,
guys.
only dropping a single game so
태민이
far.
오늘도 이쁘네요.
Only
감사합니다.
one more series stands between BDD and lifting the Summoners Cup.
The jump in there, Jojo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a hot body.
Oh my! Oh no, Bardo dead. Carrying Bardo dead. 받은 사망.
BDD onto the back line. They'll look for Ruler. Keen flashes. Get down, Mr. Ruler. The damage of the perfect as well, but a petrified gaze. Once again.
Oh, passive peel from BDD was absolutely insane, by the way. 와, 이 장면은 계속 나오는구나. 결정적인 장면이긴 했어.
The question is it time to get excited?
That scene was crazy. I still can't believe that happened. But BDD,
That is
be
the
a
question
flaker.
indeed.
Of
We
course it
haven't.
is.
It is the time to get excited for either
Time to
person,
get
but also
excited.
to see Faker, to see if he can do it.
KT
if
fans
he
already
can add
excited.
another era to his many eras, and if he can win a 6th World Championship. So I thought it would be nice to take a little walk down memory lane. Faker's era story.
Faker!
All the finals right here. I want to start with the rookie
Mr.
era.
Faker.
아니죠. Era where we did not know what we were going to see.
Look at Faker hairstyle.
You saw he conquered. He won that first World Championship, and he never looked back.
Yo, Lias and Faye, thanks
This
for the
is
4
my
months from the
personal
person.
favorite Faker era, which is
Wingo,
the
Wingo.
2015, kind of going into 2016, right?
gosh.
This is where I
불태운경
really
era.
think he blossomed
Era where
into
Faker had
the
like
absolute
curly
best.
hair.
This is where
Yeah,
Matt
he
Play
did
came
the
in.
curly
This is where
hair.
he expanded his champion pool. He was
와,
constantly
저때
learning new
불태운경이
champions,
한창
to Lulu,
유행이어서
Vizier, to become
다들
the best.
불태운경밖에 안
And to
썼죠.
me, this is a sad era, but I think it's so important to telling Faker's story because you have to think back to these times where he was struggling. How long had it been since he won a world championship? After they lost to DRX in the finals, there was a lot of conversation about, is this the end for Faker? Will he ever get another opportunity like this? Will he get this close again?
When we lost to DRX in the finals, I was literally crying. I was literally crying. It felt like so desperate. Like it felt like we're never gonna make it into the finals and get this close again.
Can he do what no one has done before?
And then the year after, we actually won finals.
We are witnessing history. We are witnessing legacy right now.
진짜 DRX에서 결승전 패배한 다음에 진짜 저는 진짜 페이커 선수가 절대로 롤드컵 다시 우승할 수 있을까라는 생각을 하고 막 너무 절망적이었어. 이렇게 좋은 기회가 또 올까 이런 생각을 하고 바로 다음 년도 우승을 내가 한다는 걸 아예 예상을 못했습니다.
When you look at these two different eras of his career, how much success he has had, how much longevity he has
세상에
had. He now has the two most dominant kind of eras of League of Legends. They're both just him. It's two dynasties.
It's crazy. Of course, it's going to be an insane matchup in the mid lane and everywhere, really. But we are 5 minutes away from the opening ceremony.
Oh my gosh, opening ceremony starting soon,
Before we get
guys.
into the predictions, please note that the opening ceremony features flashing lights and other effects that may not be appropriate for photosensitive viewers. But with that, let's see what the fans think at home. They have voted once again at MasterCard GG on X. And usually when T1 is playing, they do call the game for T1. I don't think it's going to be any different, but let's take a look.
The real question is,
76%.
the real question is how many KT fans have also voted for T1? They want to keep that superstition going, and they want to keep
that
the
Jinx
faith,
cosplay
not
is
to get
so
excited
good.
for KT, but we are damn near excited for KT.
We are 3 minutes away from
진짜요?
seeing the culmination of all those weeks of the World
Ezreal.
Championship to see which story reigns supreme. So what do we think? What do you all think? And what are you looking forward to?
Well, as a KT fan on the desk, this is not a superstitious prediction.
짜오야
I do
스토리
think T1
봤다.
has the
유유
edge.
짜오야.
My big thing is that it's going to come from these bot lane picks that Vedius touched upon earlier. I think with the way that both of these teams are playing around pushing bot
Oh
lanes,
my. Chronicler saying T1 3-0 chat. What do we think of? What do we think about this?
And to me, KT have earned their right to be here. It is not a fluke. They have improved so much, and they are an incredible team. It's just unfortunate for them that sitting across for them is the core four to make up the greatest League of Legends dynasty I think we have ever seen. Keria, Owner, Faker, Guma. No one has ever won 3. They are about to here today.
And you'll see that prediction and you might think this must be a meme prediction, and my analyst brain would think so too. But I was in this position 3 years ago when I witnessed DRX versus T1 and I predicted T1 to my own detriment. Because the truth is that the World Championship magic is real. The run that KT have done is
지면은 좀
a
술
thing of beauty
땡기라고.
and a thing of excellence. And I truly do believe that today the pieces will come together
자,
and this
전
team will
세계가
shine
T1이
like
우승할
they have
거라고
before.
생각을
I do
하던데요.
believe that KT will take
일주일 동안 설레발 김 찍고 막 별의별 거 다 마시던데 사람들이. 아니 부두술 멈추라고. 멈춰. Everyone cursing T1 for a week, bro. Can we
Absolutely. You get to see the continuation of this dominance, the greatest dynasty ever in T1. Or you
Holy
get to
cinema,
see a
look at how
beautiful
shiny
underdog
this
story.
is.
No one thought they would be here.
와
They
겁나
have a chance to be the best in the
반짝거려.
world
겁나
today.
반짝거려.
We were there in 2022 when we saw that one Cinderella story
Holy
coming
moly,
to fruition,
cinema,
but it is
guys.
a lot. It is a tall order for anyone stepping onto the ref today. And legacy is earned. There's
It's
no shortcuts
huge.
or
Like
workarounds.
what?
There's only the sacrifice,
That's literally like 100 centimeters tall. At minimum, I think.
A rare honor
It was like
attained by
over
an
half as high.
exceptional few. For BDD, it is a decade-long obsession.
고현 100cm는 돼 보이는데? 나 이거 롤백 플러스 리메이크 이런 느낌인 것 같은데. 근데 저게 훨씬 이쁜 것 같아. The simplified trophy from like last year, like the new trophy, was kind of lame, I think. The design was a little bit too simple, too minimalistic. But I think the new trophy, like this year's trophy, is actually really nice. Back to the old style.
The villain, the unkillable Demon King, the greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time, the goat.
It's only poetic
Goat
then,
and a girl.
that for BDD to fulfill his lifelong goal, he
Opening
has to
ceremony
go
starting
through
soon,
the protagonist
chat.
of all of League of Legends. A crownless king versus the greatest to ever do it, looking for his 6th World Championship title, further solidifying a legacy that can never be doubted. Only one will lift the Summoner's Cup today. It's time for the opening ceremony, presented by Mastermind.
Here it is. Maybe we can increase the sound a little bit for the ceremony. 소리 어떤가요? 괜찮나? Let me know if the sound is okay actually. I don't want it to be too loud. Okay. Great. 14 13 12 11 10 8 7 Oh my gosh. Cyrus 3 2 Was that double lip? That was double lips. 1 Hello. Oh my gosh. Chrissy? Warrior? Holy goosebumps. A million voices in your head. Wait, stop now.
Another twist in the knife. It's turning the screws. It's on your mind and it's fighting you. I'm safe. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly like phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection.
Ooh, 샷.
Back to pull you down. When the world is
Oh my gosh!
out your brain,
why? OMG. Oh my, actually goosebumps, guys. Actually goosebumps. 아니, 닭살 소름 돋는데? 대박. Legend. Oh wow. Are those actually lights? OMG, there it is. There it is.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the arm around your chest.
LeBlanc? Oh my gosh. T1 and KT in the back. CFO Fnatic. There's G2. Koi and G2 also there. Gen G, 100 Thieves, IG, AL. Everyone. I really love these little shards on the ground.
Cut through the skin.
Bite marks.
I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in. Into the heart alone again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. And the bigger the blade, one seat on a throne, 1 foot in the grave. Louder the moth and the bigger the flame. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Louder the mark and
Holy. 안무가 진짜 좋다 근데. 분위기가 레전드인데?
don't tell me you bleed if it washes away.
The little shadow in the back. Is that Shinjao? It's Atakan! It's Atakan! Atakan 아니야? OMG! It's Atakan! Atakan! Oh my! LeBlanc E! LeBlanc E, by the way. 개 무서워. That's scary. Scary. 타인! 신다오 해줬구나. 짜오야. Mr. Shinjao. Oh my gosh, KTVS T1. That was amazing. What the hell, bro? 이건 무조건 다시 봐야겠는데. We have to rewatch this afterwards, like 10 times.
What's in your heart? What's left to give? When everything's broken,
Gia?
chasing the wind. Under those scars, there is a lion within.
Live singing, y'all.
History lies because you wrote it. Make your heart
마이크가 이상하다. 소리 밸런스가 살짝 오픈 것 같은데 가창력은 좋은데? 짜오 짜오야. 아니 짜오 볼 때마다 왜 이렇게 슬프냐 진짜. For Xinjiao. Sacrifice was about Xinjiao, by the way. Now we know what sacrifice means. It's talking about Xinjiao sacrifice. Hold up. Rest in pieces. 07. Did Xinjiao get a new lore? Oh, he doesn't know, guys. He doesn't. She doesn't know. They don't know. 정글러가 가만히 서 있어요? Oh my gosh. I love their outfits. I wish we could just wear these kind of outfits like every day. That'd be so cool. Imagine just wearing like armor and all that. Xinjiao is flying. Well, he's actually flying. I would be so scared. I would be so scared. 아니 개 무서운데 나 진짜 저런 거 못해요. Oh my gosh, imagine he fell. Please no. Be careful, be careful. 고소공포증 없으신가 이거? 개 무서워 보이는데? Holy. Look at Xinjiao going to the heavens. Hold up. No, Xinjiao. He's going to the heavens. No. Chain. It's like one of those like rain. 그러니까 EDM 콘서트 이런 느낌인데 진짜. Oh my gosh, like Zahin is so cool. Is he supposed to be like a god or something? I don't know. Maybe like a celestial being. Azir. No way. Azir은 보이고. Rise, rise. What is that? LeBlanc? Oh, he's a Darkin, yeah. 오, 쉣. 와, 현장에서 보면 얼마나 소름 돋냐고, 이거. No way! Look at the background, guys! Look at the background. Run! Cause an owner. Perfect. 오자룡 해줘! 오자룡 sacrifice 해줘! Owner Xinjiao, please. Owner Xinjiao. No way. Kuma Yushi and Doctor. The owner wink. Peter! Oh my gosh. Carry on! Wait, carry on! He looks a little bit teary. Was he tearing up for the opening ceremony? I don't know. 캐리어 선수가 살짝 그 눈물이 고인 것 같은 그런 모습이었는데. Oh my gosh, is BDD crying too? His eyes look a little bit teary too. Faker! BDD! Faker! 사랑해! 뭐야? 저 가수는 중국 가수라고. 네, 중국에서 되게 유명한 래퍼분이시라고 하네요. 중국에서 래퍼 하시는 되게 유명한 가수래요. 원래 가창력이랑 노래 부르는 거 아니고 래퍼 하는데 롤드컵 노래를 장담해가지고. 저 친구 언제 내려주냐? 아니, we're having more. The trailer.
得见天界分
女
野，
生
遂分28星宿，又归四象：东方青龙，
Dragon of the East.
南方朱雀，
Bird of the South.
西方白虎，
White Tiger of the West.
北方玄武，
Black Tortoise of the North.
四象环绕，紫薇其间。
Is this like Chinese actual lore or did they make it up? Could be the actual lore. No way. Mr. Faker.
T1
BDD.
KT 于此聚首，
It's Chinese lore. Actual Chinese lore, baby. That's so
只
cool.
为此刻。
No way.
그리고 이 기나긴 여정은 바로 여기서 시작되었습니다.
Look at the moves. Look at the clans. Faker. What was that?
2013년
my God.
롤 챔피언스
What
서머
was that?
결승전
No way.
운명을 가른 5세트 통신사 대전.
Oh my gosh.
3년도에 KT와 결승에서 플레이를 했을 때는 사실 그렇게까지 많은 사람들이 좋아해 줄 줄 몰랐는데 13년도에 그 KT 경기로부터 제 이야기가 시작됐던 것 같습니다.
SKT 대 KT 경기를 보고 당시에 서포터였는데 페이커 선수가 제대를 플레이하는 모습을
BDD
보고
support arc.
아 나도 미드라이너로 포지션 변경을 하고 싶다
No
라는
way.
생각을 했었던 것 같고
I didn't know this. I didn't know this. He turned into a millionaire after watching Faker's ads? That's crazy. 박보성, 미래 장래희망 프로게이머. 프로게이머. Dream. 성실하게 살자. Live modestly.
어렸을 때 제 꿈은 롤드컵으로 처음 비행기를 타보는 것이었고 롤드컵을 우승하는 거였습니다. 롤을 안 할 때에도 LCK 보는 것을 좋아했고 EDG전 울프
Oh my
선수가
gosh.
악한 이니시를 보고 와 나도 진짜 저렇게 한번
Faker
다 같이
shockwave.
팀게임에서 한번 해보고 싶다.
쇼크웨이브 발사돼.
했었던 것 같습니다.
Poor Wolf had this insane 5-man engage, but everybody just praised Faker. Oh my gosh.
되게 저에게 어떤
The ruler.
원딜을 하게 된 계기? 그런 생각을 많이 했던 것 같고요.
레거시는 언제나 승리로만 새겨지지는 않습니다. 비록 좌절됐던 월즈 3핏의 꿈도 새 시대를 깨우는 영감이 되죠.
페이커 선수가 눈물 흘리는 장면을 라이브로 봤었는데 게임하면서
Baby
저런
carry
감정도
on.
느낄 수가 있구나라는 거를 많이 생각해봤었고
No.
그래서 저도 프로게이머로서 그런 감정들을 항상 많이 느껴보고 싶었던 것 같아요.
유사는 때로는 별처럼 무겁습니다.
T1에 있을 때 당시에 외부에 관심이 너무 많다 보니까 그 무게를 견디지 못한 것 같은데 그때 시절이 너무 좀 아쉬운 것 같다라고 생각하고 있고요.
첫 데뷔하고 많은 사람들이 저를 평가할 때 두려움도 많이 느꼈고 자신감이 없었던 것 같습니다. T1에서의 저는 그때랑은 좀 많이 다르다고 생각하고
Doran.
이번 연도에
Come on, Doran.
지우고 하고
You gotta do it
있는
today.
수정이가 함께하자고 얘기해줘가지고 너무 기쁜 마음으로 함께
Griffin
했는데
07, Rocks 07.
같이 결승에 가니까 너무 자랑스럽고
Cause is gonna-
증명할 수 있는 기회가 생긴 것 같아서 너무 기쁩니다.
Man, Cause has been around such a long time as well.
게이머로 활동을 하다 보면 청춘 그리고 20대 다른 사람들이 하는 경험들 못한다고 생각을 하는데 희생이 있어야만 위대한 업적을 이룰 수 있다고 생각합니다.
문도 박사님?
롤 e스포츠의 수많은 유산들은 한 선수와 깊이 얽혀 있습니다.
It's a faker.
오늘 그는 누구도 이루지 못한 역사적인 월드 3핏에 도전합니다. 8년 만에 재도전이죠.
Faker.
하지만
Faker is like aura farming every scene.
영감을 받고 자라난 선수가 서 있습니다.
He's just aura farming. Oh my gosh, BDD is not gonna joke around there.
되게 많은 굴곡이 있었던 것 같아요.
Uh-oh. BDD is scary.
그렇지만 이제는 눈앞에 다가왔다는 게 느껴지는 것 같습니다.
(2013년에) 시작된 그들의 운명은 2025년 월드 챔피언십 결승 통신사 대전에서 결실을 맺습니다. 롤 e스포츠 15주년.
Look at the stars. 별자리들.
15 years of legacies.
Years of sacrifices. Tất cả cho một khoảnh khắc.
摘星之刻。
우리가
So else? Wait, you remember so else?
T1이 아직 이루지 못한 3핏 저희가 이루겠습니다.
우성이 형에게 빛나는 별을 선물하겠습니다.
별들은 오늘 저희 편입니다.
별들은 저희 편입니다. 아니 이렇게 이런 대사는 좀 Alpha move? Oh my gosh, the OGs were all there.
저에게서 쟁취해야 할 겁니다.
Final boss faker. 왜 아니 항상 왜 final boss냐고. Why is faker always the final boss? Earn it from me. 뭐 마왕이야? 진짜.
Everyone to the 2025 World Finals.
Oh my, here it is.
Faker and BDD.
I'm gonna turn on the sound a little
A
bit.
date with destiny, a chance for a trophy, or for 3. In the case of T1, welcome to the cast.
Okay.
We get ready.
We turn on the sound a little bit.
To be joined by none other than Chronicler and Kobe for what is going to be an absolutely amazing best of 5.
An amazing day ahead of us, and what better way to start it than what we just saw? I think the most important thing for everybody watching is their emotional attachment to League of Legends and League esports, and hearing every single player on the stage talk about how
Wait, what's
much
BDD
this
eating?
means to them.
Hold
Their
on.
whole lives poured into this moment really hits hard.
And it's the ties between the players individually. The ties
Chad, I'm
between
shaking.
these two
Someone hold
teams,
me.
right? There was so
No, we're good. We're good.
Cuz playing on T1,
We're good. We're good.
KT a
Breathe
couple
in,
of
breathe
years
out.
back. And I
Put your
can't
hands
wait
together.
To see what we're gonna get here
Close your
today.
eyes. Breathe in, breathe
I
out.
think we're all hoping for the same thing.
You
A
wait,
series that
put
goes
the
the distance
barn
and the
balance.
telecom war to rule them all.
All right, let's get into the
Carry
draft now. To me, Wukong and Rumble are super
Carry a
high
barn,
priority,
carry an
especially
eagle,
for KT,
ban.
So you need to get one early. They do
Go
that,
while
so
you
they
Nara,
get the jungle
ban.
part. I still think Perfect
Oh,
Rumble is like his
Rumble,
best
Rumble,
champion,
Rumble.
and they
Take
should
away
probably
Rumble.
still index in that pretty early
Oriana
on in the
잘해봐?
draft
No,
before there's a
Talia
chance for
being
T1
denied.
to ban
Interesting.
it out. But here you go.
Oriana's bound, by the way.
Immediately
Oriana's bound.
grabbing Faker's Talia, which has been point and click this tournament.
It feels like there is not a skill shot that this guy cannot connect with. He has been
Jarvan,
incredible thus far. I want to point
Xin
out as
Zhao,
we get deeper into Fearless, something to keep an eye on. Double support bans
Sacrifice,
targeted at
Pantheon,
Carrion, the Bard, then
Pantheon,
Nico, impressive
자르반,
stuff.
신자오.
KT, are they willing to keep leveraging
One of
these
these
bans as
three.
we go deeper in the series? Something that we'll need to track, something that the Deaths brought up. But the Talia as well as
Varus?
the Varus here in game 1. T1 are not pulling any
T1!
punches. These are picks that have been
T1 Varus!
Oh my
T1 Varus!
Doing
T1
great
Varus!
hits, right?
No
Triple
way.
bans going towards BDD, which I think, given his form this tournament, has been absolutely stellar.
Oh
Complete
no,
no-brainer.
perfect
But
Rumble,
there
guys.
is that
Bring out your
Rumble you
bingo, bring out your
mentioned.
bingo.
Perfect was struggling throughout this year. Rumble was a champion you could trust him on no matter what. And I love that it took away to Talia, not just because of Faker's pedigree in it, but also on what BDD has
Perfect
managed to do.
Rumble, perfect
Particularly
Rumble.
That
Hold
Wukong
up.
Talia combination, absolutely lethal. And it's going to be the pickup of the Rise here for BDD, a counter pick we've seen many times.
진짜!
Because owner gets his
Sacrifice
epic
it
matchup we have
all.
ahead of us. Watch out
따오야,
for BDD,
또 해주는구나.
looking for some flash
따오야.
plays, looking for some solo kills. As you mentioned, though, we are going down the tier list for both sides. So both sides
Why are we
are
picking
getting
Varus
a
into
ton of what they
Wukong?
want.
It's okay,
This is
it's
what you
okay, it's
expect in
okay.
game number 1.
I mean-
Alright, let's get into the bottom lanes, though, because the rest of the bottom lanes, for both these teams, the push has been
Let
incredibly
Gumayushi cook,
important.
okay?
So
He's gonna
already
steal the
banning out
Baron
some of
again
these
for
poke
us.
Answers to
It's
the
okay.
Varus. The Ezreal has definitely been one of those.
And we heard so much about how crucial the bot
Okay,
lane
what are we
two is.
banning here?
T1 securing the Varus early in the draft, banning away some of the potential comfort picks for Doc Dom, something that has to be respected because KT, yes, their
What
top
about
side is
Caitlyn?
incredible, but if it
If
costs
we're
them a
banning
strong
Doc Dom,
bot
then
lane,
he's also
it could
gonna
be
play
disastrous.
Caitlyn.
And I want to highlight as well, I think both teams drafting towards their
Should probably ban support though. Support's 밴해야 되지 않을까?
This tournament is also what they
No,
use to take down
super ban.
Gen.G way back in LCK playoffs. And T1 already have so much early skirmishing power, both the Varus as well as the Zinzao. and
Okay, like
specifically
the draft
Zinzao
is looking
Talia
cooked a
can
little
really
bit,
allow
chat.
you
I'm
to
not gonna
snowball
lie.
early, something that T1 has loved doing ever since this four-man core came together.
Eyes now on what the final ban will be here from the side of KT. Another support potentially.
I
being
guess
taken
Bar
away.
is gonna be
Sivir,
permabanned
Ezreal,
today, yes
the
or
two
no?
AD bans. Sivir, of course, fantastic at empowering a lot of these diving threats from the side of
They
KT.
banned the 4-0 champions from Carrier!
Not taken away. I like that. Heads up
Carry
play from the side
on.
of KT to limit the
No
counter engage
way.
options to make sure that their dive
That's
can be
crazy.
affected.
아, 캐리어 선수를 다 그냥 저격반에 너무 많이 하시는데 다들?
Oh, does make sense here.
There it is, the
Poppy
Poppy's
is
open!
I do want to.
Wait, Poppy's not banned, Poppy's not banned.
Also wanna highlight,
I
normally
mean, it's not too bad into the comp. You just have a good old day. Bonk.
Yeah, maybe like an Ashe
It's not
or
too bad
something
into
like
comp.
that. It has been
뽀삐
really
좋다,
good for
뽀삐
both of
좋다.
these AD carries. So if you pick Ashe early,
Okay,
then
chat.
the Fearless bans for later.
Here
and
it
that
is.
lends some
Poppy
more
is
engage
not
to this
banned.
team.
So we
Got
have the
a
first
lot
part
of
down.
options open down here.
Poppy
He's
not
also
banned.
really like the Caitlyn pretty early
And then
on
KT
some
has
of
to
the
win,
series.
so wait, hold up.
Nice, okay, so they do go for the Ashe option we were talking about. And you
Uh-oh.
just pair that with some sort of team fighting.
Ashe is so
support
strong.
here for Peter.
애쉬 진짜 개사기 챔프인데 저거 어떡하냐?
In some scenarios, and the double Freljord really
Okay,
rounds out their
Doran
team fight.
Kroglord playing Ambessa, it's not too bad.
This to me is the champion that he started kind of the turnaround on. Coming into T1, there was a lot of pressure on this player, and it wasn't until
애쉬랑 좀 무섭다. 아니 상대적으로 그냥 엑조디아 조합인데 이거 어떡하냐 진짜. How's Varus gonna ever live? Varus is gonna perma-die. Hold up.
It is again really
I do
good
not
into
like
the
T1
Wukong,
draft.
but it does mean that I think now Doggy and Peter in that pure 2v2 are going to be feeling great because Poppy,
I do not like
strong as she
T1's
is,
draft.
can struggle
Chat,
in the lane, particularly
hold
against a
me.
bully like Ashe.
And it is Carrier's Poppy, so he could just have a magical Poppy ultimate later. He could get some flash plays going off. You can just turn around entire team fights. You hit a couple people with that ulti. Let's get into it, though. I mean, Perfect as well. We talked about the Rumble priority early on for him. He has been one that is not afraid to play it into Ambessa, so this is going to tell a lot for the series. As far as the top lane does go, you know, throwing this down, if Doran is unable to actually punish Perfect up here in the top lane, I think that would bode very well for KT.
The draft it's
And for
not
both
like
of these
this.
teams, bringing out the best of the best, we call them haymakers.
I'm trying not to talk about the draft, but we have to talk about the draft. Prediction is going on in top of 2 chat. If you guys want to do your prediction, guys.
Because T1 undoubtedly comfortable even when they're down, but for KT,
야.
saw them tested against Gen.G. Need to see them
뱀픽 너무
keep that momentum
잘한다고? 아니
going
근데
forward.
오히려 좋아. 이거 첫 번째 판은 워밍업이라고 생각하죠. 지더라도 오히려 좋아. 상대팀 좋은 픽 다 뺐어. We're like using up all their champions in game 1.
Yeah, I'm looking at early skirmishes here for T1. I'm looking at what can the mid laners do in terms of global impact. Both Ryze and Talia have the ability to impact side lanes. That's been a strength for both of these players.
And there is also, again, the implications in Fearless, as we've highlighted, and I think that really puts even more pressure on, because BDD will not get to play Talia, Faker will not get to play Rise.
Fevy no ulting, Fevy no ulting, Fevy no ulting. Don't worry, I'm not ulting, I'm not ulting. I'm literally just sitting here not saying anything. Okay, I was gonna say something bad about the draft, but I did say something bad about the draft. I still think the draft is bad, but I'm not talking about it anymore. Because we're just cooked right now.
Referenced how important game number 1
It's so cooked, game 1. Okay,
their
well, I mean,
mentality,
it's okay.
for
I mean,
their
in game, if we
confidence
just
in
play good,
pulling
right?
off that upset. And they referenced that after game 1, they really thought they were just going to be able to do it. And so game 1 here on this huge stage.
Calm down,
World
calm down, calm
Grand
down, calm
Finals
down.
versus T1.
I also
This has
say, oh,
huge
hi.
implications because T1 are the more experienced on this big stage with all of this pressure. If KT can grab that game number 1 though, that might just give them the confidence to keep that KT roster coaster going up.
Absolutely. That's the spark that we need to see because we've seen it from T1 before. To dig deep, to make the impressive
아이,
runs happen, to
케이스님,
make
이제
it to
얼굴도
this final
감사합니다.
stage
어서오세요.
so many times, the 4th time consecutively.
And Amory, PX, thank you for the sub, and Raccoon HCX, I really appreciate it. And Ash like Snow, thank you for the sub as well. YSOP, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you so much, guys. 10만 원! 감사합니다, 검은대장님! T1 파이팅! 오야, 너무해다요. 아니, 잘 쓰겠습니다. 땡큐 바래 감사나요. 제가 또 이제 생일이 오고 있어가지고 생일날 맛있는 거 먹을 때 잘 먹도록 하겠습니다. 땡큐!
And as another reminder, perfect is Rumble,
T1
even
fighting,
Solid. For stretches in the LCK, just get banned. Just not give him the opportunity to play this champion. Make sure that he wasn't on.
픽 끝났는데 시작이 안 된다. 지금 뭔가 문제가 있는 것 같아요. Seems like there's a problem or delay happening right now, guys. So just have to be a little bit patient here. 비리 축하, 감사합니다.
I don't really expect that to change. The investor
gosh.
also says we're looking to just.
Can we just start already? Can we start already? Can we start already? Hold on.
Gets that 2 free item break point to really start dealing out that heavy damage in the side lane and in the fights.
Yeah, we'll see when Ambessa gets Eclipse, if she gets Eclipse.
I can't believe they keep target banning Carrier though. That's crazy. They ban his Bard, they ban the Nico, they ban the Alistar and the
The
Renata.
opening ceremony and the incredible video wasn't enough. We just have to keep building the tension.
Yeah, I mean, Jem singing about sacrifice. All
For
of the
support
players
bounce,
talking
yeah,
about,
it's crazy.
Sacrifice in the video.
Yeah, you were there. How much they have all poured into
퍼즐
this.
무엇이냐? 그러니까 지금 문제가 있는 것 같아요. So we don't actually know why there's a delay, but maybe they're gonna talk about it soon.
T1 members specifically.
The last team that did this lost. Yeah, because a lot of picks went through. A lot of picks were open for Faker.
That even chose to become a mid laner.
Because they were target banning
as well,
Carrier
some
too
of these
much.
legacy T1 players like Wolf as well, inspiring the next generation. And now KT, these players that were inspired, find themselves here on the stage, capable of inspiring others.
Yeah, and it's a reminder that competitive League of Legends is grueling. How many millions of players does it take to churn out 100 pros across the world, to break it down over constant domestic tournaments into international events, to bring us down to just the 10 players left standing? How many people have lost to Faker and Faker over the year?
What are we waiting for?
Just to lead to this moment where they can
빨리
play
시작하라고.
their absolute best on the
빨리
world final
시작하자고.
I'm still flabbergasted that we have a telecom war.
The crowd is
We've
like.
never had finals at worst. I don't know. We've had a week to kind of deal with this. I'm still not quite there. It's a lot.
It really is epic. I mean, the telecom wars spanning multiple decades of rivalry.
I pray for T1 3-0 ace up. Wait, why?
And now fighting over that.
You have something to do tonight?
We have made our
Fevy,
way
hi.
onto the rift. For
There
the
it
first
is! Game 1! We're starting! We're starting!
A brief moment.
Oh my gosh. There it is. Okay, nothing unusual. Runes looks normal.
But no surprise
Okay.
in any arena when the T1 fans are just that little bit louder. We've said it before, but it feels like every single arena we go to, no matter what region it is in,
룬이나 이런 스펠이
T1 are the
특별한 건
hometown
없고요.
heroes.
If anything we can talk about is a Varus with TP. So even in solo queue, everyone's going TP now on Varus now. 바루스는 그냥 텔포를 다들 들더라고요. 솔랭에서도 보이는데 되게 좋아요. 그 상대 원딜이랑 거의 한 1렙, 2렙 차이 벌리던데. With TP, you can actually get like a 1 level, 2 level lead on enemy ADC. Because you don't actually lose out on any waves when you reset.
We'll also see whether lane
You
swaps
skipped
might play a
work?
part in that as well, because teams have been very happy to swap for grubs.
I'm sure your
Meanwhile, on
boss
the
will
other side,
understand.
Guma won't have a cleanse if he does get hit by an Ash Arrow.
Yeah.
And so we'll see which bet ends up paying off.
And it's important to note, as thrilled, as excited we are at this matchup, the story of these two teams this
Oh
year
my gosh.
has been
T1
one-sided.
winning
The most
every
recent matchup
time.
we saw, KT were able to make the upset happen, but it's only because of the tournament form that we've seen from KT that there's faith that this telecom war isn't just going to be one-sided.
Yeah, there's a little interesting bit at the very end there.
That was
a
a 2-0.
One little bit of an upset, and we have been seeing this KT roller coaster
No!
keep going up.
이건
Gen.G had similar
애쉬가
dominance
진짜
over
빡셉니다.
this team.
진짜로.
KT were
Early
able to
heal
upset
use
them.
from both sides. That way your heal's up again.
We said Galaga, we were kind of joking, but it does feel apt. It's not a roller coaster anymore. It's a spaceship, but if there's one team that might bring them back down to earth, it is Faker himself. Of course, we did see in the meantime a bit of early trading on the
취소
bottom side,
개시요.
heal use from Peter for that additional movement speed to make sure some of that damage would stick, but Peter and Doctam, they're getting prio, but losing out a bit when in terms of overall HP. That said, Guma has already popped the pot, so still quite favorable for KT overall.
Still cookie for Doctam as well. As both junglers
I mean, the thing is, Jinzhao's patting bot, but I think he might have to go for top scorer. Look at the best of prio. 신짜오가 바텀 스캠프 먹은 다음에 이거 탑에서 바위기 먹으러 가야 될 것 같은데? 바텀에서 바위기 먹다가 이거 무조건 사고 터진다. Remember, the first Scuttle Crab doesn't even matter anymore. Riot nerfed it so much, it only gives 20 XP. Same XP as a caster minion. So it actually doesn't matter. You don't want to die or throw the game from it.
And the desk so beautifully highlighted his consistency, right? He feels like the rock for this team. That's been doubly true for T1 domestically. Of course, at Worlds, so many of the members of the team have stepped up, so it doesn't just feel like Owner running the show in the early game, but need to see where
No,
those
it's
early
not
games are going
doable,
to come from,
bro.
because
Ash
Zim,
Brawl
we know,
level
can have that early
3,
impact,
you don't want
even
to
while we
crisp
expect
this.
it will
I'm
come
scared.
from.
Yeah, and on the
Owner,
opposite side,
just
that
go
Wukong
top,
that
brother,
is really
please.
highly prioritized
Is he actually
right
gonna do
now,
this?
as
They're
far
actually
as the
doing it.
jungle pool
Okay.
is gonna find the first skirmish.
Okay.
Buzz kicking things off. Carrier waiting off to the side.
Okay,
TR,
Owner.
he flashed backwards
Owner.
because of low stacking.
Owner.
They got him! Manages to lock him down, and that's gonna be first blood. They're
I
donating
told
it to
you
BDD.
guys, it's not gonna work.
Here, Peter on the Braum again. He's able to roam
탈리아가 이거
early into the
내려와도
river.
그냥
That makes the
같이 죽는
difference. The
거라서
concussive
탈리아 would have had to
blows
flash and like run away
actually
as well.
makes the difference. They
Just doesn't
pop
work.
the blast cone, and it
이제
is
경험치인데
KT who
아쉽네.
strike first.
And let it be known
Like the Scuttle Crab
that
early
BDD
literally
is like,
doesn't
oh,
do
you're like
anything
the
by the
Scuttle
way.
anti-peeing straight to
초반
river.
그 첫
And it's
번째
that bot
그
lane
바위개가
prio we
너프를
talked
많이
about.
받았습니다.
Because they had the prio,
라이엇이
starting
너프를 많이
level
해가지고
one,
거의
Peter was able to
무슨
roam up, and
그
Owner gets
캐스터
caught off
미니언
Pushing
한 마리랑
are
동이랑 급의
everything for
경험치를
early jungle
먹거든요.
skirmishes. This is the first highlight that you ever talk about for jungling for objectives.
옛날이랑
BDD comes
달라졌다고.
over, he roams
좀
down,
아쉬운
Peter
부분이고.
roams up, and KT as a team are able to
두
collect
개
their
다
first blood.
줘도 돼요. 그
We did
정도로
warn against
너프를 많이 봤어.
the
마이너스
possibility of
80%라고 해야
BDD
되나?
also
So it's like
taking over, by the
80%
way. He
less
has been magnificent
valuable than
at
a
this
normal
tournament.
Scuttle
He has
Crab.
been such a
The only thing is
player
obviously
all
the
year
gold
long
you
for
get,
his-
but it's like
his
what,
KT
60
squad.
gold?
And what I love with BDD
It's okay
is
though.
it goes way further back, right? As a
Oh my
Forced to
goodness.
flash back, just a trade of flashes. Torrent struggling to survive now in this match. Peter
Bro.
does best to hold the wave. Carrier going for the knockback.
Oh
on
my
the road
gosh.
charge.
Guma's doing a lot of
bit
damage,
more
but he's out of
damage,
mana
clearly
now.
the lane's
He has to
getting
go
a little bit anxious,
home.
Trying to force these bigger
But he
plays.
has CP,
But
so
we're
it's fine.
seeing there is no hesitation from KT. Perfect with the confidence on the rumble to go in. But for BDD, as I wanted to, just as a small reminder, this man was one game away from making. And I
Wait.
would say dragging his team
Ash is going
to
aggressive.
finals
Poppy's still there
back in
though. 뽀삐 집 안 갔는데? 이거 잘하면은?
Dom going in. Hunter's volley not quite enough now.
Poppy's gonna 1v1 him. 뽀삐가 잡았다 이거. 와. No way. Oh my gosh, Doctam's healing too much. Q 이타가 안 맞았어. So Q2 didn't connect. He's passive.
And Doctam tries to get Guma, pays for it with his life,
아니
but
근데
he
이거
does get the
50
trade
와가지고
back.
이거 50 와서 안 되는데? 왜 구마 There's Wukong and Braum behind your ass. Oh he's sad.
Braum is there. Wukong is there.
Oh my gosh. 죽었다 이거.
Concussive blows finally hitting. Auto attack reset more than enough. Guma Yushi falls at the hands of Cuz.
And KT are not letting them breathe. That is already a kill going over to Cuz. Wukong accelerated, and it's a 1.2k gold lead at 6 minutes, Kobe!
And Cuz has done so much for this KT squad. He has been carrying really heavily himself. With early money onto Wukong, you get to your Triforce so accelerated.
It's literally not worth, by the way.
At Guma baiting down until the last auto, his health bar, so that his support can go for the kill.
Because Docdom was trying to just cancel the base, but didn't know
Oh, imagine Carry had Ignite instead of heal, man. 그냥 점화였으면 애초에 타워 밑으로 안 들어가고 잡았는데? 아, 너무 스트레스다 진짜로. So stressful, man. Wave is fucking bad too, because he died. Guma should probably just push the wave, TBH. He shouldn't try to push the wave in. No, he can't even push the wave in. Look at the wave, it's so fucked, guys.
They've been so synced up this game.
Carry on this Q, yeah.
This roam here, they come back out onto the map at the
It's a good carry on.
to punish the attempt.
Cause is a bit scary though, not gonna lie. 아니 그냥 바텀 바위게를 그러니까 거기에서 왜 그걸 싸우냐고. 탑에서 안 뺐어. 라인 주도권 있었는데 그냥 탑에서 바위게 먹으러 갔으면 됐는데 이걸 게임이 이렇게 된 판이 아닌데 아. 바텀 주도권 없으면 정글러분들 진짜 거기 바텀 바위게 싸우면 바텀까지 더 망한다니까. 가뜩이나 주도권 없는데. Jungle gap, yeah. I may be flaming the jungler a little bit, but if bot lane does not have prio, do not force the bot scuttle. It fucks your bot lane even harder. Like, it's already kind of annoying because you don't have prio, but you actually still have a chance. But then if you just like fight there and then you lose a 3v3, it's so doomed, by the way.
But KT on the bottom lane, now that Guma has this 6, potentially more angle here for T1 to play if they want to recoup.
이미 지나간 일인데 어쩌겠냐고.
For T1, there is still a lot of power in their team fight. I particularly like your ability to single out
얘기를
targets
하는
and
겁니다.
force unfair
그럼
fights.
뭐 아무 얘기도 못해. 모든 일이 다 지나갔어. 얘기할
Poppy
때쯤이면.
in particular can really turn any game around as long as you find high enough value targets. But we also need
Game 2 would be better. I mean, the game's still winnable. Game's still winnable.
By KT.
T1 recognize they cannot contest the grubs. Prio on the top side still in favor of Perfect. Mid lane relatively even, slightly in favor of the side of T1. Faker hovers into the darkness, threatens maybe a Weaver's Wall to the bottom lane, but Peter and Doctam pretty effortlessly holding for now. So difficult to dive this Ash Braum, but
I don't
Carrier
think
might
it's
go for it
diveable.
anyway. Forward, Doctam there.
Okay, Carrier doing a lot of damage. Okay, wait, hold on. Peter's taking a lot of damage too.
Flashing out instead,
Oh,
then using the W to escape, just to make sure the steadfast presence does not come through. However, they're zoned away from the tower, and they're going to be losing some plates.
Okay, so KT, they back off. That does mean with the half row mid from Faker, who is hovering to threaten the full commitment from T1. BDD
Okay,
is going
Faker
to sub
connecting
out
all
this
these.
mid-wave
Not bad.
first and see if there is any contest over red. It looks like Cuz, you know, early pings, he knows that may be an objective that Owner would try and go for, and so immediately goes out to protect it.
You really like.
I mean, we pretty much lost. I think at this point we lost the.
Arrow. Faker.
아니 방금 I was about to drink water and I almost like spit out my water.
It was about a 300 gold.
방금 물 마시려고 했는데 물 뿜을 뻔. Holy shit.
But there were free grubs for KT. We'll see if that's going to be worth or not, because it really
He
depends
didn't even cancel. He's just standing
But I want to
there.
remind people that this is fearless.
Oh, Uncle's just farming aura, guys. Faker's just farming
Had
aura.
an incredible arrow hit ratio. Shout out to our stats guy Hayden for manually tracking every arrow that hit. It's a similar story for Guma. So for Doctam to take this away from Guma and have a good game is crucial for KT's game plan.
Oh, good try.
Doesn't connect from Doran. That's crushing. Very likely would have been a sure thing on the initial kill, and now Perfect wants to go for the all and carry on the way up, but Perfect is completely overheated.
Carry not connecting the Qs, man.
Back into the wave. Damage coming in, and the rest of the
Oh my gosh, they're all dead. They're all dead. 아, T1 이상한데? T1 진짜 이상한데? 이거 플레이 진짜 아니었는데? 와. If the Ambassador ult connected, they can do it. But the moment Ambassador ult doesn't connect, you cannot force that play. What the hell? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit critical today, but like, I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. Why would you force the play? Your jungle's not even there. 정글이 온 것도 아니라서 이거 무조건 Ambassador 빗나가는 순간 절대 하면 안 되는 플레이였는데.
T1 tries to go for it, but once that ultimate misses, you can't keep forcing it.
I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing it.
Doesn't really take any meaningful damage, and his reinforcements ensure KT now up 5-1.
we were thinking there was so much talk about
Nice, Femi, keep it going, yeah. It's okay, I'm reverse ulting for KT, it's fine. Guma does have a CS lead, but that's because like Owner spent so much time bottom side trying to zone.
This game number one, like they're the most confident
캐리어가
I've ever
급하다고?
seen.
뽀삐가 지금 Q가 좀 적중률이 안 좋긴 해요. 그리고 별거 아닌 것 같긴 해도 그런 게 사소한 게 아까 애쉬 킬도 그렇고 타워 밑에까지 들어가야 되잖아. 그런 사소한 차이가 나오긴 하죠. 지금 부분이고. 첫 번째 판은 그냥 워밍업이라고 생각합시다. 어차피 근데 상대 좋은 챔프 다 빼긴 했어. We already got all their good champions. So even if we lose game 1, like they're using perfect as playing Rumble, like we have Ashe already used, and we're also denying the Talia from BDD, one of his best champions, and he's using Rise. Pretty much. And I think the Poppy, like, we're taking away the Poppy from enemy team as well. 이거 뒤집을 수 있나요? 솔직히 말해서 우리 조합이 그렇게 이니시가 좋은 건 아니라서 몇 빡센데. We don't have much CC and we don't have much hard engage, so it's a bit annoying. 상대가 오히려 더 판타가 무섭죠. Enemy has more CC and more engages.
They wait to have 3 members strong. They spot Carrier and they know that is their time to step up. Owner waiting. Gumayushi on the way in. Arrow connecting. No chance to use the crescent guard. It might be too late by the time Owner does it. Realm War behind and it's BDD right on top of him. Baker is there to cover. Instantly he's running out to safety.
Poppy just flashes out. Okay, that's huge. 와, 이거를 어떻게 아무도 안 잡고 잘 나왔는데. Okay. At least we didn't die there.
Arrow second Drake dropping for KT Rolser.
And T1 second smite this time cannot find the arrow. Second Drake goes over and it's again no hesitation from KT.
KT, I mean, they've just been so methodical in this game.
Holy moly, Dayo. I'm not gonna lie, Owner is getting completely gapped game 1, but maybe he's just he's channeling the sacrifice, guys. We gotta believe.
So I'm definitely looking at Doctum as well. This Ashe with no cleanse and no flash.
Poppy ulti.
River fight. That may be an area where T1
Carriers.
try and punish him.
He's playing a little bit, misplaying a little bit.
KT has been the one calling most of the shots. Really, even the kill that they
캐리어
got
컨디션이 안
from
좋다고.
was him going
좋지 않아
in.
보이긴
He did get
합니다.
punished for that. Traded.
워밍업.
It's really been KT on the forward. Even here, where they did not have Cryo, as you highlighted, Dracos, they were still able to use the engage power of that Ashe as well as the Wukong. And I shudder to think what would have happened if Perfect had joined that fight, because the Rumble with the equalizer
Baker could grieve for this spot. He's not greeting for the triple and gold. 타월도 아쉽긴 한데 지금 집 타이밍을 잡아야지. 이제 공호충도 이제 1분 남았거든요. 공호충이래. 전령. 1 minute to arrow, by the way, so Baker wants to make sure that he actually recalls on time.
Are able to create some pockets of vision that they can abuse and make some picks of their own. They do have Talia Wall as well as Mbessa Ultimate, very long-range abilities here to try and make some of those picks. Gumayushi as well, fairly good at this Varus and throwing out those
14 for feeding.
We'll see if they can actually punish the Ashe in mid. So far, I'd say Doctum is playing incredibly well. Look how safe he is being on the Ashe. Right now, when he had nobody near him,
we can still win. We can still win. We just need a really nice Poppy ulti and then we fight, and then we just win the game, guys. 한타 때 한 두 명만 날려도 이길 수 있을 것 같은데, 진짜로. 첫 세트는 갔다고? Oh my gosh, there it is! The run! The run! Okay, one.
BDD's not going to overpush here.
Nice force by Doran.
Okay, not too bad.
Gets his ult off and BDD forced to flash. A big win there because that does mean some of the engages of T1 a lot more scary.
Exactly. Plus, you know, maybe picking someone off in a side lane, not just looking at that mid lane here with another flash down.
Very important for T1 that in a deficit.
I don't know how Gumayushi always makes Varus look like such a broken shot.
Outplays, but now it's Doran's flash traded back. BDD came back to lane. Redemption coming down to heal him up. Major cooldown that will not be available.
I'm guessing he uses dashes to clear the wave. Like he's trying to clear the wave. Oh yeah, we can look at Xin Zhao's location. Like it's in the other side of the map. He's not even interested.
What is the counterplay for T1 even?
진짜 위치가 완전 반대편이라서 아예 그냥 주는 걸로 생각이 된 거죠.
Bottom side mid.
Oh my gosh, he's dead. What the hell is this TP?
That's 4 people. Concussive blows. The cyclone immediately comes out as well. Doran can't push a single button. KT merciless on the dive. Doran caught asleep at the wheel, overconfident T1.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
But it's KT.
It's okay. I mean, they already got all the booter. Yeah, exactly.
Early here, 2,000 now the gold lead. The dragon stacking continuing. KT in game number 1. The coaster does keep going up, Chronicler.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, what goes up eventually.
Okay, nice dodge, Guma.
Sidestep Peter there in time
Okay,
to
good
fight
R,
block if
good R.
necessary.
But I want to highlight what did this cost for T1.
구마이시 선수 폼 괜찮은 것 같은데? And Guma's actually dodging everything. He's actually connecting all his cues, by the way. I don't want to glaze Guma, but he's actually been playing really well for us. Like his Ashe and his Kaisa was so crucial for us to make it here.
From taking down the inner. So now
구마이시 선수는 나쁘지 않아 보이는데 지금 서포트 정글 탑이 조금 왔다 갔다 하는 것 같아요. Support jungle top for T1 has been a little bit question mark, a little bit, guys. Faker is just doing whatever. He's not really playing bad. And his seismic shells are connecting in lane, so we can maybe hope for seismic shells W, Talia W into like full combo.
By T1, one step ahead when it comes to this objective and the control they have over the area. KT might just give it. Only now are they getting control of mid lane.
Yeah, at the middle stage of the game,
Count
it seems like it's definitely still very winnable here.
KT's on fire. I don't even. Okay, KT's playing good. Don't get me wrong, but like we're also just playing bad.
In this one, you know, Cuz does not
You know what I
have
mean?
his full second item completed on the Wukong just yet, so it is still about positioning and execution as they look towards this Dragon Soul point. 4 seconds on the arrival of the Mountain Dragon.
Bard ulti. Okay, Talia ulti. Never mind. Yo. Nice Faker. Nice. 대상형. Okay, that's huge. That's huge. 미드 타워 지킨 거 너무 크다. 근데 mid tower is so important in this game, especially with so many engages from Ashe.
Can be crucial. Can deny
Wukong, so
KT access to the pit here.
that is so point for them, but I don't know if we can actually contest this.
on the flank. Arrow starting to rain. Peter getting chunked out.
천천히 해야 돼, 근데.
T1 chipping away at those
We
resources.
gotta do it slowly.
Eyes on the equalizer. Redemption now used. Cooldown up just in time. KT is going, but now they want to turn it
Oh
right
my
back.
gosh, what is going on, brother? Get out! Okay, well. There it is! Honor! Nice Toran! Oh my gosh, we got the double kill! Okay, what the hell just happened?
No matter the early deficit, T1, they still win.
Okay. No flash on BDD, right? No flash. No 풀을 잡았다. 와. Oh my gosh, how did we do that? How did we do that? Oh my gosh.
Just a little bit too juicy. But they will pay
다시 보자. Oh wow, that was so good from W. 캐리어 W랑 신자오 궁이 신자오 ult and carrier W pushed away their engages. The Wukong was flash engaging and Cause got absolutely destroyed there.
And they immediately steal the objective on top of it.
Frustration in the face of KT, not the end of the world, but the goal.
잘한다 T1, holy shit.
By Owner, a hero, Guma raining down arrows, but also
Look at Owner doing most damage that fight.
made a mistake keeping the top
Yeah,
side, bounced right back in that
fight.
fight to be critical for that T1 advantage.
Oh my god.
Zin in
진짜
the trailer,
신사오.
right?
모자력 믿고 있었다고. 살짝 초반이 불안하긴 했는데 역시 T1인가? 역시 T1, 역시 캐리어, 역시 Owner. Doran really played that well too, but I think most important was the Shinzal R and the Poppy W. Those two things saved that fight so hard. 진짜 방금 럼블궁이랑 50 플래시궁 연계했으면 그냥 그대로 한타 터지고 게임 졌을 것 같은데 진짜 기적이다. 와. 뽀삐 W가 너무 좋았다 진짜.
Yeah, and the reason we keep highlighting a lot of the setup players here for this team is because if you do have good setup for Talia, Faker's Talia, the combos are so deadly. And Faker this tournament as well has been able to do a lot of raw Talia W's to find picks and find burst damage. So let's see about the approach to
Poppy
the
also ulted Rumble away. Yeah, I mean at that point the fight was also lost at that point
the top
though.
tower at the moment, so that is going to be guaranteed gold here for T1.
And this is the struggle of playing against T1. Their movement around the map is so
Oh, 이거 KT. Oh, attack and throw away. Hold up my bingo. Attack and throw from KT. Hold up.
before he TPs into the fight if needed. Owner in the area. It might come down to just a
Go.
50-50, but Faker also has access to the Weaver's wall critically. No flash for
It could be a
Dogdom.
throw for T1 as
No
well.
flash for Cuz. KT luckily able to reset the objective, but I don't think they're going to get a chance to leave quite yet. T1 know they have an advantage in the fight if it comes down to the 5v5.
I could.
Flash
Oh, flashing on Doctor! No way! Dora! 해주는구나! Dora! Oh my gosh, he's completely fine. Just runs out. He runs out. He's fine. Oh my gosh. We were talking about lack of engage. No. Flash R from Ambessa. No flash from Ash. You just dance. 애쉬가 노플이라서 바로 그냥 풀공으로 들어가는. Giga chat.
Resetting resistance is shredded
I don't
by
know
the
if we should
Otacon.
do this though.
Carry
Okay,
a
we
ward
can.
over the wall, spots out Cuz. T1 know it's a 50-50 now. 5 seconds on Docdom, but he
Okay,
doesn't have
one
access to a
time.
TP to make it to the fight any faster. Perfect
No!
TP available.
No!
BDD.
It's okay, it's okay. If we can get Otacon. If we can get Otacon. Otacon 먹으면 괜찮고. Okay, I don't know if we can get Otacon. Come on, fucking run! Nice Faker with the seismic shot! Let's Faker! Oh my gosh, look at Faker, another seismic shot. Oh my gosh, perfect got slam into the wall. Faker! Faker!
KT
Oh my gosh, I told you.
not able to do so.
I told you, Kevin.
So many cooldowns used there as well. That's going to set up perfectly for T1. 3.5k gold lead.
Okay.
1 minute till the next
Carry us
Mountain
4-6 for some
Dragon. And now
reason.
G1, it feels like they're in full control.
아니 근데 이거 진짜 와 여기에서 아플래시로 되게 잘 노렸는데 BDD played that really well. Instead of realizing the Ambessa was caught out of position. So they ulti in onto Guma. Guma actually lives there. For quite a long time, Peter has to come and flash to get him. Oh, that seismic shot from Faker was so clean. 탈리아가 너무 잘했다. 와.
Could have been the difference maker, but not in time. And T1 now with the biggest lead we've seen in this game so far.
After that 4k gold lead on top of a discrepancy of 38 petals, 40-2.
Oh my god.
Nearly 8k in gold and an
Uncle
additional
being in his
effective
30s
stat for
and
XP
still
from
being
those
the final
petals.
boss.
Nearly unstoppable advantage. Luxury
And
item.
he's gonna be
coming
like,
through. The
he's
seeker is
literally
there
gonna be
for
like
Faker. Perfect's utilized the previous
30
fight.
this year? No, next
Things
year
are
is
getting
30, I
dark
think.
for the side of KT. They're going to fight back through the bottom lane to try to get vision of this area. They could not secure the third
선스캡
break.
얼굴 왜 이렇게 빨개
They
보이냐?
desperately
이거
want
아마
this whole point.
그
They spot Faker on the flank.
온도
One more fumbled fight might just
태도라고
take
해야
them out
되나?
of this game entirely.
그거 있는데, I mean, I think the camera makes the players look really red in the face. The lighting,
7k.
the temperature.
Cuz gonna have a hard time healing back up that chip damage. Does have access to
Oh my
Sundered
gosh.
Sky.
I don't know, KT's team fight really relies on Rumble ulti, blending really well.
Will be important as T1 already getting mid prio. Doran fishing for the flank once again. Ready to come over the wall with the public.
Guma's 2 levels ahead.
The wall, locking up Cuz. Instantaneous knockup. A flawless combo to keep it going. Duckdown finally escapes, but he just finds himself in a 1v1 versus Doran. Hope fading fast for the side of KT as Carrier is still standing. Perfect and BDD running for the hills. T1 grabbing their second Drake.
Oh, Peter's going down as well. 와, 이렇게 될 판이 아닌데 이거 KT도 되게 답답하겠다. 와. Like, I can't believe this game is turning out like this, bro. How frustrated the KT is gonna be, though, the players.
And he gets CC'd 100-0.
Carrier Poppy, my boy.
I told you though, TP Varus has 2-level lead on Ash. Like, it always happens like this.
Let's watch it again, guys.
As look at the combo here, and it's the
바루스가 텔포를 들어가지고 2렙 차이를 벌린다니까? 이거 진짜 텔포 히트죠? Guma does go down, but Ash is already done and they're completely split. Peter's over the wall, but there was a ward over the wall. Point and click from owner.
The confidence in each other is what really
Carrier
makes this
just
team elite
won
here for
behind that.
T1. You said it, no hesitation
Combine it with
from
Doran
them.
all
They
the
all go
Doran
in
engaged,
at the
like
same
they can't do
moment.
anything.
They all find the engage,
I mean,
they find the kills, and they find themselves almost 5,000
캐리아
gold
선수
in the
컨디션 안 좋다고 한 사람 나와. 저요.
Our owner is 2 levels up. BDD is kind of okay. Indeed, as you
I said in Korean earlier, I think Carrier condition not looking good.
Because of the Roa, and now as T1 does, they're gonna start up this Baron.
And it's a terrifying position for KT because they know if a single member of their team makes a misstep, the fight very likely ends. The Braum was supposed to be the tool that stopped this dive from Doran, that stopped the dive from Owner from coming through. But if T1 wants to pick it off, it just has not been enough.
Seen this one before.
You're welcome, Carrier.
Yeah, they don't dare to go for it.
Doing the reverse ulti, guys. Reverse ulti. Classic Fevi.
There's a flash if they try the arrow, could have made it out, but they don't want to go for it.
이런 상황이 나온 게 난 진짜 신기하다 근데. This is actually kind of crazy. Cause such a lead and a nice 2 levels on the rotor. 우자룡이 지금 2레벨 차이를 벌리고 있고요. And Perfect is actually down 1.2k gold right now. 2 level down as well. 저거 안베스가 안 죽을 것 같은데 이제는. Ampes is never gonna die anymore.
You highlighted it. That's the arrow. The sustained damage that Ashe can bring to the table is, of course, impactful, even on 2 items. But none of these fights have been long fights. He's been deleted at the start of every single one. So finding that advantage, finding that additional member in a fight, making sure it is a 5v4 in the favor of KT, crucial for the next fight. The combo
Faker does have Sonya's now too.
The equalizer. You can see how KT can find advantage, but it just has not been working out past the 15-minute mark.
I also love that
Varus supports and Carrier is playing ADC Poppy.
player in the entire game. Feels apt. Battle Poppy, baby.
5 kills. 아니 5킬 먹은 뽀삐가 어떡할 건데?
Redemption locket as they're gonna start it up.
He's got the TP, he's got the heal, he's ready to move across the map and make plays. Eyes on the keeper's verdict to see if they can force Cuz out of the pit. 7k, objective getting lower.
Faker getting choked by BDD! No way, 포켓몬. 이 도사는 소녀였어. 소녀가 있긴 해요.
Doctam starting to push forward, but he really doesn't have too much damage. Eyes on Perfect and Cuz, the equalizer, the Cyclone. T1 moving through the choke point, but KT don't have the vision they need. Finally, the ward drops.
Faker's TP, he'll TP back.
Mid, but happy to just trade a few cooldowns and back away.
And it was the resilience of KT that got them the win against Gen G. That game looked dire as well. TP comes in from Faker. Won't have his
oh wow, Owner stacked it on the... Oh, Owner!
Good response coming in from Perfect, but the
Owner! He's surviving for a long time, but I don't think he's gonna go down. Oh, okay, he does go down 1 for 1 though. Okay, Perfect is Sonya's in front of Faker. Faker does have Sonya's as well. Wow, nice! Carrier! Okay.
KT are effortlessly dismantled. Doran dropping Perfect as well.
And they're gonna
Baron,
at least get the
Baron.
shove. I was kind of wondering
Baron.
whether they wanted to play for the end, but not going to be the case. TP's toward the Baron.
바로
about to
바로
close
먹었는데
out this game.
이거 상대가 못 들어와.
T1 Baron, all right.
So Owner actually stack the Q auto time. 그러니까 오너 선수가 되게 많이 버텼죠 이거 공 때문에. 여기에서 1대1 교환이 나온 상황이지만 페이커 선수가 여기 진입을 굉장히 1v2 Faker's 1v2 positioning is possible because he does have Sonya's. 감사합니다. BDD already utilized flash already. 아까 플래시를 사용한 라이즈라서 저건 할 수가 없습니다. 뽀삐가 그냥 벽에다 막 보낸 건 onto the wall. 초반에 6대1, 1대 20만 사람 반성하세요. 저부터. 일단 나부터. 아니 근데 진짜 이상해. 초반 진짜 이상하긴 했어. 진짜 이상했어. 서포트 뽀삐가 막 애쉬랑 킬 교환하고 막 플래시 사용해서. It's okay.
Denied a bit by Peter and its owner now on the flank looking for Cuz. Not sure if he's
found Oh my gosh, she's flashing in! Ambessa ulti! Oh my gosh. Ambessa's just gonna 1v9 this. Carrier is alive. Carrier! Faker flashing over the wall! The little Legos are there! Doran booking well! Doran is on a rampage! 도란이 해주고 있어요! Doran is doing it. Doran is serious. Give it to Doran. Oh, perfect slap. Perfect. Didn't take the boss. 아이고 저런 승차를 하셨어야 했는데요. He needed to take the rise boss, but he didn't. Doran Rampage? Doran is actually just 1v9ing. 이게 얼마나 이게 오너 선수가 Q를 항상 스태킹한 상태에서 이 궁 Q 이렇게 해서 풀 콤보를 넣고 이제 죽어가지고 진입할 각을 또 만들어줬죠. 안베사가 진입할 각. So Owner actually every single time he's stacking his Q by the way. He stacks his Q on the ward and then he engages. R, so he doesn't die right away. Oh, perfect.
Well, the rest of the
Perfect! That's easily the circle's here and then he's standing outside
You
the
can see
circle.
there's so much damage from this KT top side, but I guarantee if we were to look at the healing, the
Oh my
Owner,
gosh,
that Thunder
damage
Sky
dealt
is
to
doing a
champions
ton
and
of work
best
with shielding
number
coming
one
in from
damage.
Doran, making it so impossible for KT, even when they spot that
Top
member
tie.
isolated, even when they think that someone like Owner has overstepped, they just cannot finish these crucial
Giga Chad
kills.
Doran,
On
4
top of
people
that, the
top side,
reliance on magic
TP's
damage
top,
to
dies
burst
on the
through health
tower.
bars, being
He's
very
inting for
heavily
fun, because he
mitigated
knows the
by
game's too
double
easy
maw
for
of
him. He just
Malmortius
like
for
ulties
Doran
in
and
every
Owner
single
respectively.
fight. 3 levels ahead now to Rumble.
The moment that Dogdom's taken out of the fight, Cuz alone can't really do enough AD damage. And
와,
guess what?
이러,
He's
이
been taken
판도
out every
이렇게
single
뒤집어서
time.
유리하게 가...
Against all
Okay, never
these
mind. I'm not gonna
dire
talk
threats,
anymore, guys.
T1, even
I
though the
almost
very
said
early
something,
scrimmage didn't
but I
go
think
their way, and
I'm
now
gonna be
marching
ulting
on
T1.
KT's
It's
base.
only game 1,
Final
guys.
wave
Game
of
1
this
and
Red
D.
Bull Baron power
No
play.
matter
Down to
how
mid lane
ahead
from
you are,
Faker.
like game 1,
Wall
doesn't
to
matter. Game
isolate
2
the
is gonna
tower. They
start
wanna
from
break out in the
scratch.
space, limit the options for KT. T1 outplaying in the fight.
두
Now
둘
that they have
금지!
the lead, they're not looking to give anything away.
I don't want to curse
3
T1
minutes
again.
on the next Baron, 3 minutes on
Wise
Soul
Fevi, I've
for
learned over
T1.
the years,
As
my
Faker's
words
still
are very
fishing for the
powerful,
flip
guys.
back for the seismic shove. But KT
We
running
won
out
game
of
1 in
options fast.
2022.
The damage has not been enough. The
2022
positioning, the
finals,
setups just have
call.
not been good enough, and T1 have been more
Game
than
1
happy
means
to
nothing.
punish
True.
and tear apart this KT team.
So telling that KT is still stuck at 2 pedals because ever since T1 has gone to control, they haven't been able to play the game. They've just been locked out of objective, locked out
They
of
haven't been able to
lanes.
play the game pretty
And
much.
now it's hard to imagine a world
Doran
where
almost
this
has a
game
3K
won't go
goal
their
lead.
way. T1
2.5
with
3K
the
after that wave, I
resilience,
think.
the experience of this roster again, 4 of which were 1 game away from making it 5 Worlds Finals in a row, which would have been even more silly. But their form is not bad either.
Definitely not too shabby. Let's take a look, though, because we're going to teleport up to the top side and look to get our ending push in for T1. Quite probably, as they rotate everybody over to this corner of the map. Bot side, BDD trying to buy some time since the inhibitor is down in this lane. He's pushing it out to try and, hopefully for KT, set up one of many defenses that they're going to need to fight their way back into this game.
Perfect, going to use the equalizer to clear the way, but it will not stop the tier 2 tower from falling. Does give a bit more time to BDD to get a tower back in response, securing a bounty, but it's still a 9,000 gold difference. I don't even care about the pedal math anymore. All you need to know is it is a lot. It is a lot of lead for the side of T1, and for KT, it will take a miracle
I mean,
or a misstep
pedal is like
from the side of
3K
T1
at
to bring them
least
back.
right now.
And you
the
already kind of
difference.
start to think about drafts for the rest of the
지금
series
꽃
as well.
얘기를
as
하고
we are in
계시는데요.
Fearless,
캐스터분이
and we're
꽃이
seeing
지금
why some of the
47개?
teams ban Poppy
47개면 한
versus
3,000
Area.
골드 차이인가?
But then you're thinking, okay, yeah,
47
Area had
pedals.
amazing Poppy ultimates this game.
That's
He
like
had
3K
amazing
gold at
engages,
least.
But are you going to give him Nico? No. Are you going to give him Bard? No. Are you going to give him Renata? It's so hard.
No.
This player is
No.
just so good.
No.
We got 4 bans in our first draft. Alistair,
Yeah,
Renata,
they're
you
banning
highlighted
on
the
carry,
Bards and
like,
Nico as well. Obviously,
look
the
at his
first two a bit more
Poppy.
contextual,
He
but
ran it down in the
when his
beginning.
5th pick
Now
is
he's
winning
5 to win
games in
13.
teamfights, it's a reminder to why this player
아니
is held in such high
케리아
regard.
선수가
And a
지금
reminder
타겟
to
팬을
what
계속
Victoria's
당하고
had. Domestic
있는데
area was solid,
아,
right?
이
Still a
뽀삐
good
가지고도
support.
갑자기
But this version of
초반에
Victoria
좀
was
던지나 싶어서 좀 불안했는데요.
Faker also has 100%
5 and 2 and 13?
the Talia, by the way. Full 20 for 20
한타
there.
때마다 대박 이니시를 하면서
Just kidding. That's why you don't
KT가 유리할 때 그 용에서 뽀삐 W가 너무 중요했다.
That carry a double kill didn't count. We don't give that one. We don't. That one. Those two just
It
didn't
happens
count.
to the best of us.
I felt like
Don't
we
worry
needed a
about it.
comedic break.
Yeah, because barring a KT steal of this next dragon, the game will end on maybe Baron, definitely Mountain.
Oh, they're
Soul.
looking. They're
We do see a
looking.
Vamp Scepter for Doc Dom. Some grievous wounds as well. Maybe help him heal back up. But of course, the range discrepancy is big. But more importantly, 3rd item coming in for Cuz. 4th item for BDD. That death cap.
방패를
Maybe
던지니까
now if they
원딜이다.
catch someone out from T1, they'll be able to finish those crucial kills. However, you have the pressure point on the top side from Faker. In the bottom lane, super minions are barreling
If you just look
in.
at
KT, if they
KDA,
make a
Carrier
single
definitely does
wrong
look like a
choice, they're likely
carry,
to
like
lose
a
something,
ADC.
regardless of the outcome.
And this is just going to be gone if they don't make a play. It's going to be a big realm warp. But you're realm warping possibly straight into the chance.
Cuz taken out of the equation, 6K getting lower. KT.
They should have banned this Poppy too.
They decide it's not worth it. They decide they don't want it.
They
So
should
they're
have banned
gonna
this
turn
Poppy
their sights to the
too.
Drake, spawning in 4
Oh
seconds. T1
my.
already
아니
secured the
뽀삐가
Baron on the
그때
back of a
저게
keeper's verdict
진짜.
from Carrier. Now they might just
We
look
all
to end it
remember
here.
him to be.
Flash forward.
Oh my gosh, I'm best. Oh, Dokdom just dead. man. 와. 도란 미친. He connects flash R every single time, by the way.
Doran,
이거는 그냥 게임이 끝났는데요? 게임 just ended. Rise can't do anything. 와, KT 진짜 아무것도 못 해보고 지네. KT couldn't do anything.
And seal the deal in game one. T1.
Oh my gosh, Perfect is running, but I don't think he can run away from this.
Running for the hills. I don't think his survival is gonna matter as Doran and Keria show a masterclass in this game one. The lane for both, I think, looked a little precarious, but those team fights, man. That's a smile on the face of T1's top laner.
Doran was a heat-seeking missile in this game. He found
Oh, Doran is actually the POG for me for this one. 1세트 POG는 무조건 도란 선수라고 생각이 들 정도로 와, Doran is actually earning his place. He's earning his legacy. Earn your legacy.
Wow, you really had to do me like that.
He's carrying
She did tell me
T1.
before this
He's carrying
she had
T1
surprise
like
'cause I was like,
holy.
just come to me first. And
Every
I
single
feel
fight,
like
by the
this is
way.
looking a lot
The surprise
like
is pain.
regular season.
POG's Keria? Keria played well too, but
To this
I think Doran was
feeling.
key.
Thank you for making me feel at home.
His
okay.
ult,
Are you
like
used
his
to the
ult
feeling, though, that
engages were
KT
all
have
on
such a
point.
great early game, but then drop the ball?
That's a little different, but you know, sometimes they have it in them. I did really think that KT's early game started off very well.
We might
I
see a
was
stomp this
expecting
today.
the
I don't
bot
know,
lane to
guys.
be huge, right?
I don't want to
actually
curse
did
it, but
think
I don't
the
want to be
way
game
they
one
played
ending. But
specifically around
after game one, I'm
Peter's
like,
Braum,
wait, hold a second.
linking up with
This
Cuz,
could be a
as you can
speed
see
run.
Cuz's
I don't
early
know.
stats there. Yeah, exactly. I knew you'd agree with me because I'm also talking about your GOAT, but then it all went wrong, Azale.
It did, or it all went right for T1, and every second counts thanks to reliable Cisco network owner.
I mean, it kind of
turns the
reminds me of
tide at Dragon, so I
WBG. Do
wanna
you guys remember
rewatch
Weibo
this team
Gaming
fight.
in the finals?
A couple crazy
Kinda
things
reminds me of
happened
that.
in this moment. As we'll pull this up, and I'll do a telestrator for it. So
이것이 바로
it is
서커스의
2.5K gold
최종
lead
진화
up the top
뉴
of the
네오
screen.
하이퍼
It's
서커스
2 dragons
개무슨
in a row.
버전이라고.
KT, the early game really could not
아,
have gone
여기에서 이
better.
한타를 지면 안
They're gonna find
됐다니까?
what looks to
Cuz
be a brilliant
flashed
engage
in.
on the T1 members here. You know, right snap engage. They go in.
브라미치가 너무 뒤에
Equalizer
있었나라는
is across so many
생각이
members.
드는데.
Like, look at the health bars here. You were thinking this is a one fight pretty much for sure from KT from this point, but gonna draw your eyes to Doran on the flanking position, and then also Owner right here. So as Owner goes in, watch this crescent guard. The positioning right now looks like there's no way you can actually get through to Dokdom, right? Dokdom is right here, and Doran is trying to come up from the bottom. But watch, as the ulti comes through, they both get knocked back.
아,
Opens up the perfect
진짜
pathway
이게
for Doran right
POG가
in
도란이
on the
아니라고?
Are you kidding
Oh
me?
my
Like,
god,
this
are you
is
saying POG's not Doran?
How do you pull that
What the hell, guys?
World Championship final.
POG가 도란이 아닐 수가 없다니까.
That
와.
is just insane, man. That is like Shaq and Kobe off the backboard.
He's
KT's head.
crazy,
It's so
man.
It's
impressive
crazy.
how clean their team fighting is, and I want to bring up something that we touched upon
Player
earlier.
of the
because
game, y'all.
Your boy Doran, he is showing the heck up in his first game
Bold
here,
casual,
where
bold
we
casual
we
soon.
talked so much about
It's gonna be
how
casual
at
soon, guys.
internationals he's had some pretty big flubs.
Bold,
He
very
himself
bold.
talked about how much his T1 teammates, the T1 support
캐드럴님
staff
지금
were helping him
도란
feel the
선수
T1
우승하면은
magic.
삭발한다고
His
공약
defense was feeling the
걸었거든.
T1 magic he won.
Casual said if Doran wins Worlds, he's gonna be shaving his head. He's gonna be shaving his head.
Point and click. He's finding the perfect member in every single team fight. They were so low on engage in this comp. He needed to have a big game, and he delivered.
He absolutely did. Also around the Arakan, right? And right now, I was looking at him at this point, saying, is he gonna do it again? Because it could have gotten dicey for T1.
Okay,
but it
Meepos.
It absolutely could have.
Post me the
again, it was
memes in
Doran
Discord,
showing up in
okay?
this moment.
Post me the
KT
memes.
were the
Guys
ones that tried to
ready?
pull it. He sneaks the ult past the Braum onto Dokdom, gets into the back line again, and that just lights out. That's your only chance of the fight.
Okay, yo, Coyote is cooking. Hold up. This one's funny.
Oh my gosh, it was slipping through their fingers, Emily. I want to hear you craft what we have to expect now, right? KT on the back foot. What are the priorities they have to make? Because I think coming into this draft, we thought they probably had the better draft.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they had a really strong draft for them. I really loved how they used the Braum. I did really love the Cuz-Peter synergy. I think that is a great thing that I want to see KT continue to have. The big thing for me, though, is, again, you have to find a way to be able to stand up to the massive amounts of coordination that are coming out of these T1 team fights. And I will say, I did like how they played around bot lane, so I would take that into game 2 as well.
And you have to find a way to not allow a game like that to shake you. Everything went right. You walked into that dragon fight, the pivotal one, with a massive advantage, and you still lost. And T1 will do that to you, so they have to stay poised. They have to stay confident. Everything they did in the early minutes was fantastic. They should look to repeat it.
Yeah, Gen G wasn't able to take more than one game off of them, so hopefully they hope that it goes the same way versus T1 today for KT. They are on the back foot, but they'll come back stronger in game 2, I'm sure of it. And let's also check out what's coming up next in Teamfight Tactics.
Teamfight Tactics? Wait, hold up. Okay. Thanks for the meme, Koyore. Okay. This was actually funny. 뭐야 이거 롤토체스 광고 뭐야? 펭구 no! 킹곤! Who's this little rat? It's like a fox rat thing. Oh, MF! 미포! 오션! Gangplank! Bridgewater, Zion, Azure, Shurima. 로토체스 안 한 지 좀 됐는데 오, 레넥톤 뭐야, 뭐 많이 바뀌나 보네요. Look at these little guys just stuck in the League universe. So many things are happening and then there's little Pengu. Oh, look at Galio! That Korean's cooked. Yeah, he's absolutely caught. 고래 싸움에 새우등 터진다는 그런 느낌인가? There's a saying in Korean where two whales are fighting, huge whales, like blue whales, and then you have little shrimps caught in between. That's pretty much what's going on here. Oh my gosh, Renekton Press R is huge! I forget how big Nasus is! Nasus is a fucking god, no? Oh shit. 굉장해지는데? 감사합니다. Oh, I mean, that's a pretty nice ad. Galio passive is a little bit stronger than I thought, guys. Not gonna lie. 갈리오 패시브가 저렇게 무서운 거였다고? 그냥 빌딩 하나는 박살나겠는걸? Thank you, Benny. 감자. We are the warriors of this star. Crazy. Here it is, guys. Here's the meme. Lore and Legends Teamfight Tactics. December 3rd! For Christmas. 12월 3일? 해볼만 하겠다, 이거.
안녕하세요.
뭔가 많이 바뀌는 것 같은데요.
오늘 이렇게 촬영장에 좀 와봤는데
다음 시즌,
결승 촬영장에 와봤는데요.
이 촬영장이 약간 결승을 향해 가는 길을 대리석처럼 표현해놔가지고 좀 이쁘게 나올 것 같고 기대가 됩니다.
Behind the scenes for the finals. Oh damn. Now here's a meme, by the way, if you guys want to see the meme. Game 1 in a nutshell, lose draft, win game.
An update is required.
이거를 같이, 원래 이거 하나 누르는 그런 밈이거든요? 근데 이렇게 해가지고 같이 누르기. Do it like this and then press both. Thumbs up.
System updated. We will dance together. Money.
Excuse me.
Feels good.
So slow. I
Thank you, Koyore, for the meme. Oh, hilarious. I think a lot of people are gonna love it. It's gonna be great.
Your setup wants Opera GX.
Bless you, thank you.
Holding it back.
No, don't bless me. Bless T1, bless T1. 저 무슨 만화냐고? 모릅니다. 그냥 밈에서 많이 활용되는 이미지.
Opera GX. Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't even know how we made Varys work with that comp. It's insane.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9! You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Blessing both? Okay.
They are just going to ace them!
스킨의 주인이잖아요. 그러긴 해. 근데 진짜 오늘 1세트부터 이게 너무 좀 초반에 불안했는데 이게 이렇게 된다고요? 페이커가 무지하게 버텨줘서 따라잡을 수 있었네요? 그것도 맞긴 해. 근데 미드가 너무 잘해줬어. 라인전부터 너무 잘해줬고. Faker actually played last game perfectly. I don't think he misplayed a single time. Even blocking the Herald with his ulti. And then his TP and then seismic shelves again and again. That was so key too. We could have lost Outcome there if we didn't win that fight. Oh, some good stuff happening from everybody. Not a single person started. Like, I think we only made mistakes in the beginning. After that, we pretty much stomped every fight. 초반 실수 빼고는 솔직히 모든 선수 다 완벽한 플레이를 구성한 것 같은데, 진짜로. 캐리어 선수부터 해가지고 everybody was playing good. So I think they were just nervous at the start. Yeah, 100%. I think so.
Every moment of your journey,
it happened.
Crystal clear.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they have a lot of experience in the finals, like playing in the finals, but
sharp and full of vibe. Group shots
doesn't mean it doesn't get any more less
on one face, still flawless.
I think KT might have to cook up some crazy drafts, like
every smile, unforgettable.
Like a Mundo or something. Like I expect like a Mundo game too, guys. We might get a Mundo game too.
Zoom into detail.
I got this old thing.
Okay, guys. Did anything else happen here? 15 minutes, 0 kills. Did that happen?
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
You got seasons.
Not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Did anything else happen here? Lane swap didn't happen. Gumaishi didn't steal an objective. We just secured it. Did T1 rush Baron on spawn? I don't know. I don't remember. 실버 스크랩스 나올 수도 있다는 거지. 빙고 제가 만든 거라서 이 중에 어떤 게 과연? KT fans definitely got excited. I mean, I don't blame them. They were like 3k gold ahead. They were 2.5k, 3k gold ahead. 10 minutes. Atakan throw? Yeah, this one definitely happened already, but we put a triangle. 그러니까 이거 아타칸 스로우는 아직 근데 완벽한 스로우는 아닌데. Beat Italia? Okay, yeah, this doesn't happen. KT wins a set? No, KT didn't win. I think this is pretty accurate. Okay. First vote before minion spawn! No! No, that didn't happen. Yeah, that only happens when there's like a level 1 like Fiesta, like an invade or something, and then some crazy shit happens. What minute did Owner die? It was at Scuttle Crab, so that was like level 3. Minions already spawned for quite a while now. I don't think we'll have that. You never know. In the finals, they might actually try to cheese something, like cheese bush or something. 3-0 stomp in the same row as Silver Scrapes. Okay, multiple people pointed out, it's randomized! It's randomized! I use like this site that makes a bingo and then it randomizes like all the squares. I just put in the different stuff. 3-0 stomp yet. That might actually happen here. T1 might 3-0, but we'll see. Maybe Super Scrapes happens instead. So that row cannot have a bingo no matter what. True. But we could have a bingo on the other side. 바드 필벤이냐고? 아, 캐리어 선수가 이게 저격 밴이 되는데 다음 판은 좀 바꿀 수도 있긴 해. I don't know if KT's gonna keep banning carrier. At this point, maybe they should ban someone else.
They still win the team fight. They still get the dragon, and they're looking for BDD. On the hunt for BDD, but there's just nowhere for him to go. KT's lead disappeared.
그 정도 아니라니까 밴 안 해도 될 듯. 그러니까요. 한 번만 풀어보면은. KT might ban carrier himself. I still think KT had a better draft. I still think so. KT가 그냥 조합이 훨씬 좋았는데. 그러니까 이게 물론 T1이 승리하긴 했어도 그냥 KT 조합이 더 좋았어요.
Both teams looking at the draft, knowing that it is fearless, seeing what options are available to them.
And a lot has been expanded here.
바드 제발 풀어줘. 바드님은 석방해라. 바드를 풀어줘. Let us play border.
The BDD for Talia,
Carrier
which I think
bar.
has been his best champion this tournament. And I really want to hone in on what for me went wrong, and I think it was not the early game where the set plays really
250만 원이라고
broken
티켓
out,
값.
but it's as soon as the map
감사합니다.
opened up, and I think that is something
250만 원
that to me
아니지만
is really
2,000원
hard to fix
감사드립니다.
from game to game, because if you end up with a bad drop, your lanes
아니,
don't feel good.
250만
That's
원은
easy
에바냐?
to pinpoint. You know,
너무
you drop
비싼데?
something else and you're feeling better.
Chronicler!
But getting out macroed and getting
His
out
final
team
cast
fight
is gonna be the
is a little
finals.
harder to
That's
fix.
crazy.
Especially when
Chronicler is
the
leaving, by the way,
KT
esports.
players have all really emphasized specifically team
He's leaving
fighting in a lot of
esports,
their
lol
interviews
esports.
afterwards. You know, Perfect gave one, Peter gave one as well, where they specifically
Final
talked about
cast.
this being such a big strength and them wanting to focus on those mid and late game team fights. That is where they're going to have to bring it together. So,
Okay,
when
here
we're
it
thinking
is.
of team fights and how to
Drafts
construct those,
for game 2.
I'm thinking of Trundle and tanks, and we already see a Trundle ban. So KT being on blue side, the priority for Sion just goes through the roof. If there is no Trundle,
Why is Carrier looking
Sion
sad?
has just
He's
been gone.
concentrated.
Certainly has been. So as we get into the first round of picks, the final
Bard
round of
ban,
picks
Bard
is
ban.
phase 1 in champs like powered by Omen and HyperX.
Bard ban, Bard ban.
The Nico.
바드는 그냥 뭐 얼굴 볼 수도 없네요. 그냥.
Banned against Carrier in game 1, and T1 have a
No.
choice. Do they want to risk giving this up? The answer is yes, but as you
Azure
highlighted,
banned
the
again.
Sion
Azure
is
banned again.
available in a world without Trundle.
So there is Sion available. I think this is a B1 Nico. To me, feels like a no-brainer. It was Peter
Nico!
who, for a period of this year, was
No
genuinely
way,
the
though.
best Nico in the LCK.
니코 개 무서운데?
Engages
니코
on it,
진짜
but it's also
무섭다.
the Yone
Nico's
this
so
time around
scary.
open for BDD. Now that is obviously something matchup dependent.
Yeah,
Last time
lock
they
in,
banned because
lock
they
in,
played the Talia,
What's open?
which can really struggle post-6. We'll see if the Sion to me does feel inevitable.
Ash
as
Seraphine? No,
highlighted,
Ash is
but
gone,
what
Ash is
else
gone.
T1 going to pick up here?
And then you have to worry about how
Karma?
effective do you feel like the Rek'Sai counter into Sion is? Because we have seen varying levels of success
Rakan?
or failures of players using it. I
Jarvan?
think that Perfect definitely
Sion?
can use that very effectively.
Sion!
And, you know, get some early CS
Sion,
lead,
Sion.
get some early
And
turret
Sion's like
plates
one of the
if they do
biggest
it.
win
So,
rate champions.
as expected, the Sion goes down
픽률이
because of
굉장히
the Trundle ban, and
높은데
then I'm already
승률도
thinking
굉장히
of
높은
KT,
챔프.
possible Rek'Sai
There it
there
is!
for Perfect in answer.
Owner
to his
Jarvan!
own kind of lane counter.
Wait, hold on, guys.
Jarvan to me really goes
Bingo's
up and
going
down.
bad.
Poppy and Talia are out.
빙고
Both of those are not
망했는데요.
available, so that does mean that it's a lot harder to immediately and easily punish.
Bingo boom, bingo boom, guys, bingo boom. Hold up, hold up.
Potential of a swap. Looking at that bot lane 2v2, knowing how effective Sion can be in those swaps, that
Just wrap it up,
pressure.
honestly.
But KT debating how they want to respond
빙고의
to this
상대가.
J4 by a champion who pro players have loved for so long, but a champion that often has struggled to find impact on the world stage. You can see 4 wins, 12 losses.
And you want to get a kill combo with that Vi for your mid laner here for BDD. Are they gonna
KT's
drop
drafting
BDD's
like
pick, or are
T1?
they gonna
Yeah,
drop,
they're doing like a
the
dive
top
comp
lane
here.
answer and design here? I guess you could say perfect. Just play a tank or something, and you don't necessarily have to go the Rek'Sai answer into it.
I wonder if they're gonna
until
take
they could
Galio
invest
here.
in the other
Galio
lane.
나오나?
I do like relying on BDD's champion.
Rek'Sai for Sion. That's a great pick. 렉사이가 사이언 상대로 아예 그냥 사이언을 무시하고 타워를 때리거든요. 그 정도로 일방적인 라인전이 나옵니다. He can literally just ignore Sion and hit tower. That's how crazy the matchup is. Sion can't do anything into that.
Sion and Jarvan early game actually do bring out a surprising amount of damage.
구이사?
Jarvan is fine
저 조합
going later
상대로
into the game.
카이사 하면
But
큰일
when you
납니다.
have
진짜 안 돼.
enough dive to guarantee that one of the team
Silver's not
members will
bad.
be taken out, you might struggle.
Kai'Sa's
That's why I
impossible to
like the
play into
Sivir
Nico,
pick
by
up.
the
Sivir
way.
is one of
You
those
literally
carries
can't
that
play
is
the game
very hard
into Nico.
to lock down. One of the picks that's good into is already alongside him with that Jarvan that can actually reliably lock it down.
요네 반! 나이스! 요네 반.
Of course, securing that Rek'Sai, as you highlighted, does cost at least one champion from BDD with the Yone
BDD Yone was a little bit crazy to Genji. You guys remember that?
We mentioned it in game one, and we should say it again. Bot lane 2v2, incredibly important for both these teams. We saw in game one, KT
They're
with
banning
Bot
out
Cryo,
carry, yeah.
able to run the map.
Did they ban
for the
Rakan
first
as well?
15 minutes. The question is, can they set that same thing up again?
And there's also the fact that one of the best champions we've seen with Nico, one of the most impressive.
11일 라칸 나올 것 같긴 한데? 라칸까지 배나나.
Which frees up a ban for T1, which most likely. Okay, I actually was. I thought that they were going to throw all of it on BDD. Instead, going to take away the Kai'Sa here for Dokdam with Vi, with Rek'Sai, and with Nico. Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it's just too good of a Kai'Sa angle there for KT. The dive, so.
Renatan sounds really good. Galio bans is Galio bans.
Faker Galio as well gets taken
Galio!
off the board. The protection not going to be there.
And the question is,
Are we gonna pick Renata
how
or
much
Rakan?
emphasis do they want to put on giving full information to Keria before he
Renata
goes
sounds
for
really
a
annoying to play into that
Obviously,
combo.
you know what support you're playing against, but a 2v2 a lot
Oh,
more
the
complicated
Lulu
than
might be
that.
better.
Going to opt, it
Nico
looks like, to
상대로
give that
유틸
counter pick
서포트
to Faker
나쁘지
to make
않다.
sure that he is really set up for success, and to use this Lulu
Because
to
Nico
try
gonna be
Keria to do
bullying,
whatever
but
he wants
the
to play.
utility
With the
support,
Lulu,
like
you
an
have
enchanter
extra
support
safety
like
for one of the
Lulu,
two
can
carries that you're gonna
shield
get, right?
and keep
It
up.
also is a lane that can actually be quite oppressive, particularly when paired with something that
Rakan's
shoves
free,
well.
Lulu free, y'all.
Looking kind of at
I
the
was thinking more in the lines of Rakan. But I guess we don't have lack of engage or anything, so a little bit more helpful.
That said, I am looking at the
Sivir.
T1 lineup waiting for a big source of damage. Sivir takes a lot of time
Yeah,
to
it's gonna
scale
be
up. There's a
Ezreal
lot of
Nico. That lane
amazing
phase.
front-to-back
We
tools
might
for
see a
T1,
swap,
but
guys.
with the
We
Zero
might
and
see a lane
Orianna
swap.
band away, where does
Nico
Faker want to
Ezreal?
go
Yo,
with his
Sivir's gonna
counter?
die so
Yeah,
many
maybe
times
the
if you don't be
Victor,
careful.
maybe the Mel that he has liked. Mel, maybe save that one actually later for later in Fearless.
이제
But
니코면은
some sort of
라인전
control mage
최강
that does output a
아닌가?
lot of damage like you talked
라인전
about,
한정
like the
최강인 것
Victor.
같은데?
Only problem
덕담
would
Ezreal
be then
bingo,
that
yo!
you would
Great
be
point.
very vulnerable to the
아니,
dive
많은
that
카메라
KT
지나니.
are showing.
And this is this is what I'm wondering about is
감사합니다,
what are
요.
you going to pick here?
Oh, they
my
steal it
God.
away!
It
No,
actually is so-
no,
that's
he's
crazy
taking
to
it
me
away.
because
My
I was looking at
bingo's
something that
absolute.
pairs
Oh
well
my
with
gosh,
Vi, and I think
Faker
the
locking
issue
him
here
out.
is
Okay,
that
my
a lot of
my
champions
my
who would wanna
bingo's
go
doomed,
with
guys.
Vi are
Wrap
faced
it
with
up.
divers over. Like, think about the
어?
Akali, for example, but you can't
빙고
really
망했어요,
blind
여러분.
those at the risk of getting counterpicked. And instead, BDD
Okay,
says,
Faker
"Give me
with the
Mel,
Victor.
pick
Faker
that
with the
has been
Victor.
rising in
Over.
prio this tournament, and I like Victor
사연
when
뚫을 수
it comes to
있냐고.
a two-carry composition. But you do need to get to your items because the
사연을
early
뚫을
game
수
for
있는
this comp
챔프가
is
많이
not
없어요,
looking
근데
too hot.
실제로.
And I think that we
사연은
have to
그냥
hope,
뭐.
or at the very least, the
Oh
KT
my
fans
gosh,
have to hope
0-4
that BDD's
Silas.
first game on
But then
Mel
again,
isn't
it
his
is
first
Faker
ever
Silas.
game,
페이커
but
선수의
just his
사일러스라는
first
거?
competitive
근데
game.
영승 4패
We
지금
did see with
0%.
Owner and Mundo early on, and now
Zero.
you're against Faker's Silas.
Zero.
Front page of Reddit, we've watched the play
0% win rate, 0-4. 영승 4패, 승률 0%. 괜찮냐 이거? 페일러스? He does own a Sion skin. Sion? Silas. T1 Silas, Prestige
And I'm
Silas.
definitely looking at the Nico ultimate for sure.
Into
too.
BLG finals
if he
last
can
year.
Find Peter,
We
if
saw
he can
it.
steal the Nico ultimate, the engage there
Good job.
would be huge.
덕담 Ezreal.
I do
덕담
think though,
easier.
with the Silas, it really does help you with the early game issue that you otherwise might struggle with. Obviously,
Faker
Silas
locks in
also
Mel?
once you're able to
Nope.
get on top of the
I mean,
Mel,
this
the Mel
role's
doesn't
fucked
have the ability
anyways,
like she does
but-
with many others to kind of create space
빙고,
for the W.
빙고 아직 가능성 있습니다. We still have a bingo here, guys. There's a like Doran needs to play Gragas though.
Now you have a
And there's
composition
a there's a
that on one end
bingo
wants to play for the Sivir
bingo
and
here,
really try
right?
to play that classic front to back, keep
So we have
safe,
to- we have
absorb
to
the
look
initial
out on-
dive that comes through. But Silas kind of does the opposite. So we'll see how
빙고는
T1
이미
is able
갔다.
to navigate that. Because I do think if they will go for the
망했나요,
like
여러분?
the first
망했나요?
item spike or two really doesn't feel that impressive to me.
And I feel like KT in the later stages
캐리어
of
봐도 안
the
될 것
draft
같다고?
actually drafted
에이.
themselves some versatility here since they indexed very heavily
탐사트
into range
딱 풀릴 수
with both
있다니까,
Ezreal
진짜.
and Mel having very long range. They can try and go for some poke damage early as well and try and force the shorter range T1 squad to do the engaging on them and look for a possible counter.
As we get into game
Okay,
two here,
okay,
remember to log
wait.
into
Level
your
one?
Riot account on lolesports.com,
Level 1
watch
Fiesta.
Worlds
First
live,
blood,
earn
first blood.
exclusive world emotes, icons, and
오,
capsules.
잠시만. 와, 저거 맞췄으면은
Ooh, you
큰일
might
날
not have time.
뻔했는데.
You might want to wait until after whatever is happening here continues
Bro,
to
if
happen
that's
because
connected, like, Carry had to
running
flash.
for his life. Faker there to body block any potential follow-up
Okay,
damage.
one.
Standard comes down.
Holy Fiesta for
Enough
level
information
1.
to know that KT is backed away, but KT making an aggressive level 1
까비,
play to
빙고,
seize
까비,
control of
까비.
this early
아니,
jungle.
빙고가 문제가 T1은 T1.
going for a very aggressive invade.
Guys, bingo doesn't matter. We have to focus on winning, guys. Come on. Feviknight lock in.
So to try to leverage that again, not really going to lean to anything meaningful this time around. Carry didn't have anything forced. He will be there with the main wave. So
하나, 둘, 셋.
unfortunately
T1
for KT,
파이팅!
no
좋은
big
파이팅.
advantage found as Perfect doing a little bit of scouting here, but they are on the ward, so I don't think either Faker or Owner is going to fall for anything. And no swaps.
Yo,
come
Master Stream,
through,
thanks for the raid.
and
Really
we do
appreciate
have
it.
both
Hope you had a
junglers
good stream.
again
And Child
moving
Lotus, thanks for the
from
2
that
months.
top
Really
side
appreciate it.
towards bot.
And reminder for anyone who
Comes to
didn't
me
keep
family.
up with KT, who has just been here for this
Two
fever
months or 2
dream of a
months?
run to finals, that while
And
everyone
K-Dine,
stepped up with
thank
this
you for
lineup at World,
thank
it
you
was
for the
the
sub 30
mid-jungle
minutes ago,
that really
K-Dine.
brought this
And
team
Raccoon
together,
HCS
that
and
got
Amari,
them
thank you
across the
guys.
finish line. And when you look at Cuz and BDD, right, these are guys who have played together for so damn long, and now anytime KT's backs are against the wall, these are the players that we look at to really make the difference
오,
and
니코
stand up.
아파요.
Certainly so.
good
Such
heal.
a long history playing together, multiple teams, multiple years.
Oh, Faker and I
and they
tried.
really do trust each other and have talked about how much it means to them to be here on this stage.
And it's also recently a story of almost, right? As we're going in
Story of
again.
level
Oh
two
my
on the bottom
gosh.
side as
Oh
well. Doc Dom
my.
and Peter getting aggressive. Ezreal before that
야,
first
이즈리얼
sack,
저거
has to
스택
invest money
쌓는
in gear,
이즈리얼
but he's so
신이라니까.
lethal
5
as
stack
long as those
Ezreal is
mystic shots
so
are connected.
disgusting.
They are there. And this time it's
라인
Dom
섭을 안
that
하는 게
actually wins the
오히려
arm race, right? He's the one
오히려
with
좋아.
teleport. And
They could've
Gumayusi
lanes off
doesn't
the
because
pitch,
as
but I
Ezreal
think it's
you
fine.
are given the liberty of doing
Yeah,
so.
obviously
because
Nico
the
Ezreal
kit
comes
has a
on top of
built-in
this.
Escape. It's something that I think T1, even though there wasn't necessarily that flash, he did actually end up using very well. We saw them out macro KT once they got control, really applying a ton of pressure to the lanes. As right now, both junglers, I think towards that bot side, and Guma not having flash available.
빅토랑 퍼펙트 잘하냐고, KT.
Very strong
첫판 얘기하는 거예요. 첫 판은 잘하다가 갑자기 막 이상해진 그런 느낌.
Really need to continue to keep our eyes on the bottom lane. The flash, of course, expended. The heal expended. So
초반
potential
10분은 되게
vulnerable
좋았는데.
point. Meanwhile, on the top side, perfect. A lot of sustain, but really hasn't been able to wrest control of the
I
lane.
mean,
in
this
terms of
matchup, like, the
overall
Rek'Sai's
priority.
supposed to win
Constantly,
into
however, threatening the
Sion.
knockup just to stop Doran
Interesting.
from forcing this wave all the way in.
Yeah, the sustain on a Rek'Sai, so nice. And these tank matchups will eventually start to whittle him down and look for the extra pressure there. Meanwhile, speaking of pressure,
Owner
Oh,
wrapping around BDD.
메리 이거 취약하거든요, 자르반한테. Oh no.
Nice initial sidestep, flash backwards on the Faker. The
Oh.
root connects. Good damage
그래서
from
Faker
BDD, but
포켓몬.
he can't quite finish the kill. And the flash expended means
다시
advantage to
오면
the side
돼.
of T1.
Okay, he just
I'll
goes
take
on
that.
in vision,
If you're
walks
owner,
back
that
in,
means
and
that
ganks
once you hit
again, right?
6, that is a Mel without an escape. If you do find your ultimate, BDD will be able to maintain his pressure on this lane, but he does have to pay for it heavily.
and the
Okay,
critical part is that
Faker
T1,
recalls
they
on
don't
TP
overextend
bus.
the play because Cousin
No!
Peter were all the way there, and now they're looking at
룰루
Guma.
뜨고 죽었다 이거.
KT getting aggressive, just knocking down Gumayusi, taking
This cannon thing is so disgusting. By the way, the cannon thing is so oh my gosh. 대포를 변신해가지고 탱킹하는 거 저 높지 말라고 라요. 라요, please nerf that.
Nico
yo.
turning into the cannon so you can get that massive.
It's so disgusting. They can tank like 20 tower shots at level 3. Like how does that even happen? Level 2.
This one wasn't too egregious because
저 1회 니코가 지금 타워를 몇 대를 쳐맞은 거야. 대포 노답이야. 저거는 진짜 있으면 안 되는 그런 메커니즘인 것 같아. 옛날에 판테온 2가 타워를 탱킹할 수 있었던 시절에서 판테온 서폿이 나왔었거든? 그런 느낌입니다. 그때 베리 선수가 판테온 서폿을 해가지고 롤드컵 우승했었죠. 2020년도. Because remember the Pantheon support E was able to tank towers back in the days. So Pantheon would just E and then tank up like 50 tower shots. Okay, not 50, but
trying to get some more resources in Gumayushi's pocket, trying to give him time to stack the coal so that he can be relevant in the fights to come.
And KT,
Okay, Faker's not down that much
yet.
CS. He doesn't have TPs. Probably has to stay. Jarvan's looking, but there is a ward, so he's seen on the ward
there
now.
went well. We're able to generate a lot of leads across the board. Early dragon stacking plus the grubs.
Yo, Toki, thank you for the 76 view rate. Really appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. We're watching co-streaming Worlds Finals, Grand Finals live.
A bit of damage on the door, but he's silent in a 1v2, so he'll be fine. So
they're swapping pretty early, by the way.
But can they actually
okay,
keep that pressure up?
And this is one of the advantages of the Scion, right?
I mean,
no real hard CC to interrupt the decimating smash here in that bottom lanes means Perfect can be more at risk when he steps forward to clear. Luckily for him, however, Gumayusi is behind. There's not a lot of damage threat there. And it's Peter playing with fire, roaming into T1 jungles, giving perfect information to Cuz. Owner might have a false sense of security here. Doesn't have information on Cuz. Peter now committing a little bit more. Q over the wall. The ball for immediate route to follow, but Owner gonna flash.
Okay, he got it. He smited, and then he got it. Ivo, yo, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it.
Because again, we keep on highlighting.
Welcome to Lumi for family.
Because he got Grom. Yeah, come on, Kobe. You're a jungler.
And
I'm gonna go. Yeah, sure.
I love La. Yo, thank you. I love La.
Flash for Grom.
Thank you for gifting us all to
honestly, highlighting Peter and Cuz once again.
Now you can use Fevi roads and not have to watch ads. This is amazing.
Can they actually punish?
And actually, yeah, I love this from T1 because last time it was KT that were set up early in River where they were able to generate some big leads. This time the trap is the opposite.
Gumayusi,
made his way onto Guma, but just doesn't have the damage yet. Not enough items yet to actually friend this Sivir, but does get the barrier.
Crucially does get that summoner. It is a small advantage, but it could matter in the next few minutes. T1, as you highlighted, though, get the initial setup, get the initial vision down, so know that they're safe here to take the first Drake of the game. KT with a small gold lead, but T1 balancing it out with this Drake.
We're the one getting early dragons now, unlike game 1.
T1 doing a better job of not giving away too much control in this game.
그래. 첫 판에서 용이 다 나가가지고 큰일 날 뻔했네. 사명 타이밍이 한타 이겨서 다행이죠.
So we'll see if they can actually apply that pressure to the mid lane. They did burn BDD's flash, but look at it. It's almost back up here, a quarter of the way to go for BDD, and Cuz is doing the work to get him some extra vision around mid lane. Try and bridge that.
Is that Wild or did he take Nico? 왜 바이를 변신한 니코한테 궁을 쓰니까 사일러스가 바이금을 가져가는데? Wait, what? I didn't know that was how the interaction worked, guys. That's Nico, and then Faker R took his R, and it turned out to be Wild. No way. That's crazy, I didn't know that. Oh wait, it's Nico! So it is Nico! It is Nico! I was gonna say, that's actually kind of bad for Faker to take that. 페이커 선수가 근데 바이공이 아니라 니코공을 가져가려고 했는데 지금 사일러스 궁 하나하나가 진짜 중요하거든. T1 조합이. Okay, I was gonna say it's true. Oh, boom, 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 boom. 와, 진짜 까비. 와, no flash there. That's huge. 이러면은 한타 때 이제 니코 플래시 없다? I don't know. I think Cuz is just gonna take one and then run away. I don't know if he wants to commit.
Is gonna mean that KT will start up these grubs.
No, Jarvan's actually not interested.
And Faker
Jarvan's not interested at all.
So that might be the reason why
오너 선수가 그냥 안 하고 싶어 하네요.
And also this
이게 맞나 근데? It's not too bad, I guess.
In the previous game, I think that they had so much power there.
야, 미래로 priority. Oh no. Okay, wrong.
The golden clips is there. Wants to reflect a bit of the damage back onto Faker, but not quite in kill range yet. Crucially though, Faker no flash as the previous play. Cuz still does have access to that ulti as we hear the farm alarm on the top side. Doran there just in time to clear out the wave.
사이언 라인 클리어 잘하고 있고.
Some of these early
okay, all lanes are down gold a little bit. Not gonna lie. Faker is down like 20 CS right now. 미드에서 CS 차이는 20개.
I'm glad you guys are appreciating it with me. That's very nice. But we are seeing
less a war, more of like a telecom skirmish.
He's learning from boss.
Telecom scouting.
I mean, there's no objective on the map, nothing to ult for.
Discussion between. Oh, you will take dragon? You will take grubs. That's very nice. Thank you very much.
Deal.
솔직히 근데 deal.
Honestly though, I think we might be in for a long stretch.
I mean, like what? We have 3 losing lanes. It is what it is.
Here does need
세 라인이 다 지기 때문에
to really have that extra pressure, and the team is built around a Sivir Lulu comp here.
당연히 골드가 다
차이가
오히려 죽을 수 있는데 오늘 오 나이스 ulti for the Vine ulti. Bro. No. Okay, Faker nice. taking some more time to challenge.
To take him down!
And it's the subterfuge from KT. Cuz actually spotted that owner was there. So BDD says, let's go for the play. He's ready to make sure that the owner and
아니
Faker
멜
don't
저거
get on top of
사기
him.
점프
And once
맞다니까.
they do,
I think
they're too
Mel is
close to
actually
the
such a
turret,
broken
and it's a
champion. I
big
don't
win
know.
for KT.
Yeah, nicely done by BDD, flashing under, and then roots Faker under the tower.
Mel
so
is
that
such a
they
broken
can get
champion.
The 2-for-1.
저 볼 때마다 그 솔랭에서 진짜 자주 나오거든요 요즘. So in solo queue we see Mel quite a lot
With the
now.
beginning of the play is actually quite nice from Owner because he uses his unstoppable from Jarvan ultimate
Oh,
to avoid
that ult was
the
so
CC
nice from
Cuz
Owner.
as he comes back in. But
And he
then
just presses
Faker
R.
into the tower range,
Oh,
and
the
BDD
X
is
keep
able
coming
to
through.
at least root him before he goes down.
And it's BDD starts it up with a two-man route.
저
and then also
패시브가
is the one that
진짜
secures it. And for
뚜지
me,
같아요.
nothing tells the story of these two players
그러니까
together.
이게
because, like,
대처가 잘 안
BDD,
된다고
"Oh,
해야 되나?
it's fine, I'm gonna
카사스
set
궁이
you up for
계속
that
있잖아.
kill.
저
I'm gonna
열심히
make sure you
치려면서.
get your execute, and I'm gonna make sure that we win this play.
And while earlier on we had about 1,000 gold lead for KT, it hadn't resulted
네,
in
렉사이는
any
원래
major
사이언
item
상대로
completion,
이기는 게
so the game still
정상이라서.
felt close. But now it's
그냥
because
이번에도
the Thunder
조합이
Sky
그냥
ahead of schedule,
KT가 잘
ahead of the
찍었다.
next
KT
Drake
has a
in
better
1
comp
minute, and that
again.
is a massive
They
early
have
game
3
spike.
winning
Cuz
lanes.
again, I mean, he started
Like
last
bot
game
lane,
with a
Ezreal,
really
Nico
early spike
wins,
as well. The
right?
Wukong,
Silver
lots of
Lulu has
early
no
money,
priority
got
there.
to the Trinity
And then
Force
Rek'Sai
very
is a
early
counter
on,
to Sion.
and it just came down to
It's
the
a direct
dragon
counter, by the
fights,
way.
where
I think
T1
Perfect could have
were
actually
able to
played it
turn
even
around.
more
This time around,
punishing
though, since
for
they're running
Doran.
the Sivir, and we do
Doran
kind
could have been on the
project
tower
a
from the
longer
start.
term, for T1
And then we have
kind
like
of
what?
attempts at the turnaround.
Mel into
This
Silas? Like
probably
Mel's just
should
chilling.
be
Like
KT
she's not in
with
danger
some
at all.
really comfortable setups. Look at how deep their vision is on the bomb side
한타
of
때
the
잘해야
map.
된다.
And
오,
attempting
한타
another
때
dive.
어떻게 가능한가?
He's low, but reinforcements I think will
사이언이
be on the way,
앞라인
and it
쳐주고
looks like the
뭔가
wave isn't in position for them to
룰루
actually
버프
make
받은
it
11일가
happen
뭔가 가능할까?
as perfect.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. 이거 봐, 저렇게 한다니까. 그냥 아예 그냥 렉사이가 사이언을 무시하고 타워를 그냥 뚝뚝 패요. So top tower is gonna go down eventually.
Still advancing forward, knowing
Like
he
that
has
matchup
Peter
is so
behind him to
disgusting.
cover.
Sion can't do anything there.
Will now retreat. Tension starts to fade. Top side, the TP coming back from Doran. Checking in on the
유지력
subs.
때문에 이제 그 만화가 없는 챔프잖아요. 사이언의 만화 때문에 집 가야 되고 그렇게 된다.
Completed items for both
So
sides, jungle mid.
sad.
Oh, this is
Maybe we
big
can
though,
try to
because
like
Doran
rush
at the TP top. He
dragons.
can use his ultimate to join the fight, but Perfect
doing really
actually
well top,
finishes the
though.
Titanic Hydra, and thanks to the proxy, will be trying to arrive as soon as possible, even without TP available.
No vision control of the pit. Finally a ward is dropped, but it might not matter. Peter with flash available.
There's the ult.
Baker giving the
Cuz off to
jellies.
the side.
Okay, cause is out of the pit. Maybe we can actually just rush it, even if Doran dies. If Doran dies, it's whatever. But it's okay. It's tanky. It's tanky. 좋다 좋다. 아니 이용 진짜 좋은데. 이용 진짜 좋다. Two dragons to shoot. Two dragons to shoot.
Content trading that ulti of Doran for the
Okay,
Drake.
okay. Winnable,
We'll see if they're
winnable.
able to get
Win
anything
Colin is
out
a
of
dragon
it,
soul, guys.
or
Win
if
Colin
that
is a
is
dragon
just
soul.
going to be it. KT don't expend any major cooldowns. I think BDD and Doctor we're going to have to TP regardless. We'll get Doran's ult, but that's not really enough. The prio will continue, but 2 Drakes early for T1. Definitely a big win.
Yeah, nice setup, and then, as you say, Doran coming down. Good ultimate from him to zone them off, secure it.
Ulti to cancel carry is reset. Doctor, I'm gonna push one more
그러니까
wave.
이게 초반에 전 라인이 다 지는 구도라서 골드가 다 차이가 나고 있고요. 지금 CS도 밀리고 타워 골드도 다 밀리고 있어. So we're losing out on turret lane gold across all the map, and we're also down CS across all lanes. If you check, like mid lane is down like 30 CS. Dokdam is ahead like a little bit, like 8 CS. Actually, not even 4 CS. Skuma's been farming pretty well. But look at Doran. Doran's actually down like 20 CS as well, right? Even in the jungle, Cause is a bit ahead, but that's because Cause had like all winning lanes and he's been very proactive in using his winning lanes.
Need to fight this, but knowing them, I think it's fairly likely that they will.
Would be fun to watch for sure. Trinity Force spike for Doctum, definitely very big here.
It was timing out, guys.
Expect KT to go set
Faker
up
ult
towards
was
that
timing
side of
out.
the map, fairly quickly here.
-1.
Only 45 seconds left on the clock, so they're going to transition their extra resources
화공
over
영어,
this way.
화공 영어 겁나 세지.
Doctor
좋아요.
Peter here.
화공 영어.
First control the mid wave,
머포.
and then wait for Cuz to rotate.
Keeping good pressure, of course, that Trinity Force completed is big. Hard for Guma to step up, even with the shielding that Keria can provide. Luckily for them, at least, Guma has the red buff, a bit of extra sustain. The battle over mid-prio has begun. Remember in game 1, it was Guma on the lethality bars.
Man, I'm scared of BDD's Mel, by the way. I feel like Mel is in a position to 1v9 fights.
This time
야,
it's
근데
Dokdam that can do it
BDD
in 1v2.
내일 너무
Being Ezreal
무섭잖아요.
being really hard to punish. I also want to echo, last game it was the Poppy. This time for Keria on the Lulu. Offensively,
Faker
he
practicing
doesn't
for
get
the
to have
perfect
nearly as
timing with
much
Nico Sol.
agency, but he can kind of fulfill the same role. And Cuz is currently sitting on the biggest individual lead we have in the game. If he goes in too aggressively and he gets hit
BDD
by out
smell?
of the
No,
W, he
BDD
gets ulted on,
smell.
and,
Wait,
you know,
wait,
gets
does
knocked
that-
in the air by a wild grove. He needs to
No,
be
no,
very
no,
careful
like
about how he
Mel.
picks his fights because, again, T1,
Wait, hold up.
there's only 2 big carries, but this
Oh.
early on, the damage is still there. It's BDD.
BDD potentially caught
Okay.
out, layering into CC a little bit off.
Oh my
BDD
gosh,
unstoppable
please.
for a brief moment,
Get
ready
him.
to use the ulti, but Faker has stolen one
No.
away. The goal in the close with the follow-up is there from Peter. Makes it a 1-for-1. Ball breaker
네.
coming in. Faker just
다 왔어.
CC
Everyone's
for an eternity.
here.
The Kingslayer healing
No.
not available in time as Cuz is on a killing spree.
So T1's idea was to make the quick play before the Rift Herald fight, but KT, they close the trap, they get 2 back for themselves, and the teleport from Doran does signal they want something.
I need to be
Doran here.
careful.
Tower going to fall. Likely not enough damage
No.
to kill Doran, but at least zoning him away as they set
Feed
their
of
sights
strength
on the
again
objective.
goes over to
Herald
KT.
already
KT
started.
again has a 3k
Will
lead.
secure it
What the
uncontested.
hell?
I did get tricked by Peter being Mel there. I'm like, oh, 11, good amount of... No, they don't have damage. The play still works out, though, very nicely for KT. They get Doran's TP, they're able to get topside turret, and
큰일
Herald
났다,
this time
큰일
is
났어.
not
아니,
too late in the
1세트랑
game.
똑같아,
That mid
진짜.
lane
어떡해.
turret
Oh my gosh.
feels like it's sure to fall. And
Draft gap
whereas
into-
last time KT wasn't able to actually break the game. It feels like this time they're closer.
Just a little
than,
bit of
they
force
were
coming
able
through
to in
from
game one.
T1.
Is This turnaround and the reinforcements for KT were beautiful.
Again, T1, they want to go
Lulu's like so
after
far,
BDD.
but like even if she
They
was
wanna
there,
take down the
there's
star
no way
player
Lulu
there
can do
for
anything here.
KT.
Rexa shows up.
But it is
then.
the rest of the team that assembles and they
It
get
is what
there
it
in
is.
time. T1 knew that KT were trying to do vision setup work over by the Rift Herald, so they knew they had to make that play really quickly. But being unable to do so means that not only do they lose the extra kill, but they also lost the objective. So now Rift Herald Eyeball in Cuz's inventory will allow KT to really press this lead. That thing basically is going to guarantee you another tower, and they can truly open up this gold lead.
Owner doing what he can with the standard to regain control of vision. And I gotta say, BDD has been really solid on the Mel. The use of the rebuttal to buy time has made what should be an easy
어떡하냐,
kill
진짜.
combo of this
I don't want to
paired
start
with the
doubting,
Sylas.
but like, you
Really
know,
just take
maybe I
far
should
too
doubt,
long to
because I
finish off
doubted
what should
game
be a
1 and then we
very
won,
vulnerable
so.
control mage.
And when Faker and Owner are
솔직히
trying to
1세트
attack him and they
때
dive
그냥
these
막
towers, he's
의심을
getting
해가지고
loose
이긴
off
거
on them
아닌가. 그래서 지금
under
의심해야 되는 게
tower
아닌가라는
aggro.
생각이에요.
Of course, Cuz is
Yeah,
the
I
big
don't know how
beneficiary
T1's
when it
gonna
comes to
come
those
back from
kills.
this
So
deficit,
1.2k
guys.
individual lead, BDD from the assists. And a bit
Looking
of a farm
doomed.
advantage, holding on to a decent lead of his own, has opted for a bit of healing reduction. Gonna make things that much harder for Owner and Faker as the
No,
charge comes
just
through.
one-shotted.
And last time, this was the point where T1 turned the game. The lead this time is bigger for KT.
4k lead for 4k.
Want to let them get this dragon. Want to get soul point
4,000
themselves.
Faker's ulti available. Needs to hijack the ulti of Peter. Chip really starting to hurt onto Doran. Catch over the wall.
Oh, nice to Cuz. Just one-shotted. Cuz is dead. Shut down. 거의가 잡았어. 그러면 이러면은 용상이들 like Dragon Soul Point is ours then. Dragon Soul Point is ours.
Spots them in the darkness. The tremor sense
Dragon Soul
showing him
Point,
what he
Dragon Soul
needs to see, but they've stopped
Okay,
moving.
fake on a bush.
Or have moved
Had a
out of
bush.
range. He can't be certain
Nice,
now. The Q from
Mel.
Doran. Peter still gets the ulti.
No.
It's a gold and a
No.
clip from BDD.
Oh my gosh,
A new
BDD's gonna
dawn
go
for
in the.
KT
Oh my
in
gosh.
game 2, but
Oh,
T1
Mel is a
are
broken
unconcerned.
champion. Bell is a
Kuma,
broken
Keria,
champion.
standing.
Mel
The
is a
bot lane
broken
will
champion.
be enough.
Dokdam is missing everything. Dokdam is missing everything. He's dead. Kuma, there it is. There it is. The shield, the barriers, the polymorph, the auto attacks. Keria, Kuma Yushi. Kuma Yushi가 해준다고.
He gets the extra kills.
Oh my gosh, AD gap. Ezreal missed everything there. 아니 이지가 근데 너무 스킬을 못 맞추긴 했어. 근데 방금은. 와 여기서 진짜 잘 들어갔다.
The follow-up is immediate.
What the hell, Mr. Faker? He didn't have vision there. He just predicted. And landed on.
We will take a look
So it's actually
here as they
45, but
attempt
watch
to
here.
turn onto Peter.
Oh, got
And
baited
even
by
though
Peter.
it doesn't
Oh
quite recover, I think Doran
my.
was looking for the
I think
flash
they were
out.
thinking like it was
Peter gets the
Mel.
ult
진짜
off,
내린
which
줄
allows
알은 것
BDD to dish
같겠네.
damage. But
방금.
watch here. Owner's low. Imperfect can't use his ult. If he stays alive,
Look at
if he's
BDD
able
doing
to
so
get
much
the
damage.
execute,
Oh,
maybe that could have
these
been
skill shots are
enough.
not connected from
Close.
Dokdam.
And then The glitter lance slows Doctum.
Another fight breaking out in the
follow.
meantime. Guma potentially caught out.
룰루.
Looking for a bit of revenge.
룰루 개 좋은데 이거 진짜. Oh my gosh,
Lulu
Lulu is so nice.
And Gumayushi does not care. Look at that record at the bottom of your screen. He might have faltered in the early game. He might have been behind in game 1 and game 2. But this man is a team fighting demon. The dragon starting to fall.
Faker! There's the flash! It's going in! Oh my gosh, he does it! Oh my gosh, Faker, how do you do it every single time? But this fight, looking hard! Oh no, Lulu does go down. No, Guma's the flash. He might be. Oh, nice E from Guma! Oh, but Perfect is gonna be on. Oh my gosh, absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. 아니, 이즈리얼을 잡았는데 이게 이즈가 문제가 아니죠? 메리 문제다. Like we killed Ezreal, but Ezreal is actually a support right now. 이즈가 거의 서폿 느낌이라서 우리가 이즈한테 스킬을 쓰면 안 될 것 같아 다음부터. True, I think we should stop like using spells onto Ezreal. It's not even worth it. But this is amazing from Faker. Just one-shot him.
Clutches it back up, and it's after a huge play from Faker, but BDD is able to use the ultimate to snipe him at the end.
BDD 노플. BDD had to flash out, so no flash.
But they're not actually.
Hey, Martin, thank you for the diamonds.
Over the pit, and then Peter ensures that Perfect can get on top of Guma, and all the while BDD just stacking up the passive, getting the damage down, and this is a really crucial team fight win here for KT.
The funniest part to me is that while BDD was chasing down the last of those kills, Cuz was actually just doing blue buff.
Okay,
you guys got this. He's gonna
nice game,
you got it, buddy.
Nice game.
They also grab the dragon in the aftermath. Nice game, KT retaking this team
Guma can carry, but
really is meaningful. They put a
yo,
stop
Mr.
to the
Lowcat,
T1
thank you so much.
dragon
Melon's
stack.
broken, but you know what's stronger? Fevi ult.
Team fights go wrong for T1. Even though Gumayushi's been allowed to live for so long in these
Thank you
fights,
so much for the
Doran
50.
and Owner don't quite have the
I don't know
damage to finish these
currency
kills.
that is, though.
It's really hard for Guma to get in position to follow up, to chase down here. He has so many members of this
Mel
team to
has
work through.
8 kills. 2.2k
Have been
goalie.
fighting very well, but KT clearly upping their game in this draft.
와, 이거 메리 진짜 개사기구나. 와.
And that's one of the issues that we did see with the Silas, right? Because you have this hyper carry in Gumayushi, who has the backup of the Lulu as well. But Faker, he is very cooldown gated, and he has been falling behind thus far, has been going for a lot of plays, and as we all know, Faker ain't no coward. He's going to keep going for those plays. But he does need to line up with the rest of his team, and I think that his role, particularly as we get deeper into the game, needs to be one of a little bit more restrained, because the damage from Doran and Owner is going to become less and less relevant as the game goes on.
메리 이렇게 사기였나요? 메리 겁나 사기입니다, 진짜. 진짜 사기예요. 솔랭에서 매일 만나보신 적 있나? 최근에 솔랭에서 진짜 자주 나오던데. Like we see so many Mels in solo queue as well. Hamkin is just busted. 딜이 막 없는 것 같으면서도 갑자기 막 폭딜로 그냥 사람 녹여버리고 막 진짜 이상해요.
Individual gold lead and trying to create his death cap right now. As soon as BDD gets death cap, this Mel is
what the fuck is this tunnel
people. It is just going to delete.
It's like look at all these tunnels here.
Already has that XP advantage
Holy moly.
And this is something that it's just going to make the game
like Hollow Knight.
So difficult for T1 because, yes, diving on the Mel is good, but if you make one mistake, we've seen he's already able to turn these fights with his damage, and that number's only going to be going up.
We're also seeing the lack of mid lane turret actually being really rough for T1, right? You need to play so much safer, especially because
we're not even close to getting any tower from KT, guys.
Just go in and face check.
KT 타워 한 개도 못 부시고 있어 지금.
Need someone to make sure.
All the towers are so healthy as well, so we have 3 losing lanes.
We've seen, as we highlighted coming in, Rek'Sai has
한 세 라인이 다 지면 원래 근데 이래. 초반에 골드 차이가 이렇게 나오는 거를 그 수단 한타를 본다는 그런 조합을 뽑은 것 같은데 전체적으로 KT가 그냥 뱀픽을 잘한다. 이 세트도 그렇고. Game 1 and now Game 2, KT's just drafting better. KT's just drafting better.
Or that Dragon, second Drake for them. Coming up at about 2 minutes.
Neither side at soul point quite yet, although T1 certainly would love to be set up for it, especially with that Sivir just continuing to scale. How durable those team members can become, but Baron, more important, 43 seconds, Perfect trying to push in this wave. A lot of damage to finish that tower up, and now makes it pretty easy. It's just such a goofy chant.
It is.
You want a fist fight, he just tunnels away.
I just hope that Jungle
Okay.
Rek'Sai doesn't get nerfs for all
Baron
this
Steel
Rek'Sai.
coming through.
This is what you have to
That was
accept.
days from the pros.
It's collateral damage, Kobe.
Be happy that
Kobe.
she's playing, okay?
Baron
That's a
spawning in
great
20
time.
seconds, by the way.
Tunneling away, getting the
25분 이제
turrets.
바론이죠.
That's how Kobe felt about Volibear. And then look what
바론
they
스틸
did to
해주나.
Oh, you want to talk about it?
오너야.
I do not.
That's the owner.
What I want to talk
No
about
pressure.
is what you guys
You have to steal
brought
this
up
shit.
earlier, and it is the supporting cast for
Oh, that thing
BDD
hurts,
on this
man.
team, because it is so heartwarming hearing the interviews from all of the KT members talking about how they want to perform well for BDD so that he can shine the brightest. Peter especially talking about he really wants it for BDD because BDD deserves it, and so we've seen a lot of the Nico play, him still just getting off Nico ultimate as he's about
J4
to
is a
die,
bait pick.
trying to
It's
get
good
these
on
setup
paper, but it's
plays.
bad against
Those
loss in
double
matchups,
roots
and its
between
win
him
rate
and
so far is
BDD
very bad.
have been very
No.
critical. Now though,
J4
Doran is
actually has a
looking at
positive
Dr.
win rate now.
Dr.
He went
Dom.
0-9, and then he
Unwipe
won
the Sion,
11
but
games in a
knows
row.
that he has
He's
relative
11-9
safety.
now.
Has to be careful about walking forward towards that brush.
Oh, there it is! Doran! The guys! The Doran's the goat! Doran's the goat! Doran's the goat! Oh my gosh, Doran's actually just carrying T1 game 1 and now game 2. That is such an important pick, by the way.
Walks into the charge
Oh,
sub Q.
진짜 도란 선수가 이거 해주나 진짜로.
Wow.
Wow.
But
No way, we have zero vision on the other side.
Quiet.
Okay, we do have blue trinket from
sneak.
Guma.
Quiet.
Guma, please blue trinket the
There you
Baron.
go, they're aware.
Okay, they saw it,
but how quickly are they taking it? It's a Mel with a death cap.
We don't know. Look at where owner
Now
is.
ready to turn back.
Carry up,
But still,
Pokemon.
Cuz continues to hit the target. BDD ready to clear the way.
We're just giving it. We're gonna
not
give
afraid
it.
to walk up. He
주나
knows they don't
본데?
really have the
Doran,
damage to finish the
Doran
kill.
smells it.
Oh, Doran's gonna try to stop it
9K, but he is
alone.
determined to take this
오,
objective.
근데
The
되게
blast
느리게
shield
한다.
keeping him
They're kinda
relatively
slow at
healthy.
it.
BDD poking off to the side.
Okay,
Gooey
owner's here
for
now too.
uncontested.
Okay.
Rebuttal already used. 4 seconds till Dog Time is up and available. And he has the TP.
이러면 용 쪽으로
I
뛰나?
actually love this stall from
Okay,
KT. They're able to deny the soul point.
Pulling away T1 from that dragon for now. Doran is going to go back for his recall. He was the one with the watchful eye staring at them at the Baron. KT, though, as you say, they're going to teleport right down to that dragon.
BDD uses W,
And I
why?
think it makes sense that T1 gives it up because looking at the spikes, Guma didn't have
He's
his eye,
flexing
he
it.
just now finishes it, and BDD did have his death cap. So fighting just before, really your main hyper carry has that crucial throw item break point.
Death cap
Definitely
for
not the
Mel?
right call, but it's
Okay.
really the confidence of KT to say, hey, you killed
Difficulty
Dom, that's
level
fine, we're gonna
increased
put some
again
pressures. He
for T1.
finishes
Okay,
the
if Faker can
Serpent's
actually
Fang,
get the tower
which
here
against
though,
Lulu
that's huge.
and Sion
How
doing it
밀었다,
to
나이스.
value.
And now we get to see the critical point. Can the Sivir with 3 items outplay this KT
Insane play from
dive
KT,
plus
y'all.
Mel damage? Because
KT
Mel has
denied
very
the
long
dragon
range.
and secured.
Sivir, while she does do well
Because
in
they
teamfights
just
later
threatened
on
the Baron
can
and
ricochet
the
and make
Unas
use
to run
of
there.
Lulu very well. Sometimes it is hard to play around longer range
It
champions
is what it is.
like Mel poke damage.
Guys, my stomach
and
hurts.
Ezreal poke
I think it's
damage
because I'm
here.
too
So
nervous or
have
what.
to be cognizant both of the engagements
배가 아파요,
from
여러분.
the Nico as well as dodging a lot of skill shots.
And
너무
again,
긴장했나
we're
봐.
looking at Guma to be the difference. Doctum has really been kind of silenced by the attention that T1 have paid to him, by his own misstep in the mid lane. At 3 items, matching Sivir isn't really where you want to be on the Ezreal. Has gone for the Serpent's Fang, but in the face of
And
crit
we get
itemization,
another
it's
tower.
gonna be
That's
so
actually
hard
huge
to
for me.
match the
타워를
damage
이거
that Sivir is bringing to the
2개나
table.
밀었는데?
Everyone holding
getting
their
some
breath
gold back?
for the next
Nice.
team fight to see if KT
Rek'Sai's
can
level
turn this
17.
gold
Doran's
lead
2 levels down.
into a team fight victory
Okay,
for one of these
he's a level
critical
down now.
objectives. Baron is on the
He's
map.
catching up.
Scuttle Crabs have transformed. They can pop this and then immediately clear out the rest of the vision and then try and draw T1 over.
I love it when, you know, we talk about these players, we're like, oh man, they're doing so, and then you look at the demo charts, and like, yeah, that tracks. This to me is a breaking point for the world's title. If KT are unable to actually take this game, you're going down 0-2 against
Oh,
the
nice.
most
This
successful
vision
orc
plan
of
is so
all
crucial,
time.
by the way.
That's perfect. Will get spotted, but is Rek'Sai, so should be okay for now. But for KT, they haven't been able to really break the game. This gold lead has, I think it was the highest, like maybe 4.5K. It's kind of been stymied, and it will all just come down to do you kill Guma, yes or no? And with both sums up, with a Sion, with a maybe defensive ult from Faker, if he can get that Nico ult, and Keria, it's going to be easier said than done.
Okay, we should never dive 덕담 again. Like, don't get baited.
As you said,
자, 이즈리얼 포커싱보다는 뭔가 메일 포커싱 아니면은 들어가면 안 될 것 같고.
T1 have not played
And
flawlessly.
honestly,
Faker
we should
and
just
Owner
kill
over-pushing a bit. It's
Guma
what's
in a
given
fight,
BDD
but
this
then I do
massive
think
lead on
Mel
top
can
of,
just 1v9 a
being
fight
able to play
if you
those
don't
side
dive
lanes
her.
so well. But now
It's a
level
tricky one.
16
It's a
for
tricky
BDD.
one.
He has the tools. He has the
We don't really
damage
need to
carry
fight
these
right now,
fights.
actually.
But
Just
can
wait
all of
until
KT
we catch up in
execute together?
levels and
Because
farm.
T1 thus far in the series have just been playing the team fights better.
메리 자르면 무조건 이기는데 그게
It
쉽지가
all
않아요.
comes down to
메리
this.
플래시가 있고 W가 있고
The final series of
잘못하면
the
역으로 그냥
year
터져,
for League of
들어가다가.
Legends. Can KT make their stand? They've got vision on Baron.
그래도
Currently, I
자르반이니까
believe we're just
어떻게
awaiting the
가능한가?
Guardian
자르반
Angel
사용?
completions. It should be very similar for both owner
Bite
as
Mel.
well as Cuz, but it's
I
just such
like
a
it
huge
when the
breakpoint for
bite
junglers.
marks.
Both of them being the
I like
heavy
it when the
engage.
bite mark
So then we'll get to
cut through
see
the skin.
at the next dragon the confrontation here, or if someone is able to maneuver some vision around the Baron. He's got a lot
Do
of
not
tunnels
get baited.
available to
Do
him.
not get baited on like
Gonna
literally
happen
not
for
even
now.
worth hitting
And
Rek'Sai
maybe
right
both
now.
teams don't want to run
It's a
the
waste
risk
of
of
time.
starting Baron, right? With the amount of damage available on either side. KT though.
Look at all
definitely
this
going to
vision
play for
fight.
Vision
It's
here. No damage.
crazy.
If BDD is there with the W from Cuz, definitely can do a lot of denting to that Baron.
TP up towards the mid lane. Coming in
Okay,
from
we're
Doran.
trying to fight here. Gumai should hit
T1
16.
Ready
Gumai
and
should
willing
hit
to force
16.
the fight here. They have bot push in their favor. They know Perfect must respond, so they have a brief window of opportunity to take control of the pit.
Interesting breakpoint too, because Cuz finished his Guardian Angel, but Owner did not. So they have one extra life here for KT for the moment. Doesn't look like T1.
Why did Doran TP? What the hell?
Because of the lack of soul point, both teams can actually just go for Baron.
아니,
if the
그럼
other
대포를 왜 탄 거야?
overinvest onto a Camtech soul.
I mean,
do
Silence
think
is
this
just
one of
farming
those
top,
games
so I feel like that
particularly
Silent TP
T1
was
will
a
get
little bit of a
crazy
mistake,
amount of value
communication
out of it.
mistake.
Both the shielding and the amount of help that's available, the healing as Cuz walks in. We'll just steal away that buff.
Takes the blue buff. Bot wave pushed in favor of KT. Top wave pushed in favor of T1. Docdom.
I feel like that blue buff was worth using Smifer from Owner, but he doesn't want to commit. Because that blue buff on Mel sounds really fucking annoying.
Area of healing up.
아니 메리
He does
블루를
get
먹은
sniped
거라서
by
이제
it.
메리
Chronicler.
방금은 스마 쓰지
And this is the
썼으면
point of
좋았을
the
거긴
game where, as
한데
much as I would love to tell you that the center of your screen matters, this is really just about the mini-map. It's about the pushing waves. It's about who can find these little advantages. Good news for KT, getting that TP out of Doran, holding on to Perfect's TP for themselves, but they need to get more if they want to be favored in this fight.
GA's done. The third item for Faker.
both
also
teams
has a
all have
stopwatch
summoners up.
BDD.
Nothing
Not a
has
full
been happening.
completion
Like
quite yet.
nothing's
as
been
there
happening,
is
guys.
perfect vision set up and the waves are pushed, so KT should be feeling good about setting up this dragon.
Ooh, the Lord Doms just got completed by Guma as well. Big power boost here. 4-item Sivir.
Sneaking it.
Keep
Oh, they
Sivir
found the
alive,
buff.
can win.
They know.
Full committing. T1
Oh,
now turning to
we're
Baron.
rushing
They don't
Baron.
wanna risk
We're
the
rushing
contest.
Baron.
Owner's starting
T1
the
rushing
objective.
Baron.
As you get into
Hold
the
up
fight,
the
keep your
bingo
eyes on
card.
the key carries,
Bingo.
Guma and BDD.
Bingo,
If either one
bingo.
falls, their team very likely to win the fight.
Doran, you're
They're
not
up there.
tanky.
The
Doran,
Baron not
just
very
run.
quick. Chemtech
Fucking
Drake down.
run.
Soul point there. Might just come down to the
That's a
50.
lead.
Fucking
T1 tried to make the counterplay, but
도망가야 돼,
walk away
도망가야 돼.
empty-handed.
어, 안 돼, 안
Advantage
돼, 안
is really
돼.
good from KT.
너무 아파요,
the
너무
double range
아파.
advantage we talk about with Ezreal, with the Mel here, finding a lot of
Like
success.
he even has
So
Force of
well.
Nature for Mel,
KT
but
just
he
called their
still
bluff.
takes like
They're
1
like,
billion damage.
Normal teams, they see T1 start
Disgusting.
Baron, like, okay, we have to, because you know they'll commit. But KT, cognizant of the amount of damage that T1 has, and it's simply not enough.
We're just bleeding out on the map,
sole
guys.
point of this Camtech Soul now secured for KT.
And really double value out of that, because not only do they call T1's bluff, Perfect also able to get some pressure down on the opposite side of the map. And this is the map play that we saw from KT in the early game of Game 1, but was sorely lacking in the later stages. That said, T1 constantly on the hunt, waiting, looking for these angles. If KT make one tiny mistake, they're looking to pounce.
T1 now looking to pounce. Docdom in the river, but he is Ezreal.
Docdom. Pass over the wall. Peter looking to
Sure.
make a play. Lockdown onto Faker, looking to turn it back. Root is connected as well. Faker's been caught. Buys a brief moment with the Seekers. The rest of T1 retreating. Perfect buying
Perfect
visual
out!
space and the tunnel over the wall. It's a heist. He buys the time to take Faker down. Doran with a decimating smash.
Peter.
On the chase. They'll only connect onto one, but it's enough to start the fight in their favor. Gumayushi untouched, but he's now also not able to do any damage. Cuz keeping it going. KT pushing into the jungle of T1, zoning them away from the Baron as they set their sights on that Red Bull Baron power play.
They win the critical fight. They find Faker. They get the advantage. And Perfect is able to escape. Wait a second.
BDD flash. Doran
No,
forced to flash back over
no.
the wall. Sidestep on the decimating smash. Peter there to cover. Guma can't push for anything else. Doran getting
No,
choked down.
that's such a
That's the
stupid
ulti to seal
champion.
it. BDD
와
going
진짜 메일
godlike.
저거 진짜
Guma
너무
alone in
바보다
the mid lane.
챔프가.
Objective slowly
Honor.
falling.
아니 상대하는 사람이 진짜 바보가 돼버리는 그런 느낌인데. Mel just makes him look like such a stupid person. Like.
In the last game, KT went for a
와
couple of team
진짜
fights.
개사기다
They
Mel.
didn't go their way, and they didn't get to play
Mel
the
is not
video
okay,
game.
by the way. Mel
this
is not
time
okay.
it's restraint. They're waiting patiently, find the opportunity.
I don't even know what we're trying to do
as
here.
It is the catch onto Faker that sets it all up.
Exactly, the route into Vi combination gets his Zhonya's early, and then here, perfect at the
Perfect just
back.
W's
This is one of
away.
the
와
best
렉사이
changes they
개사기다
made to
진짜.
Rek'Sai. After using
Rek'Sai
your ult,
busted.
your W just goes on a 1-second cooldown, so you can then use Tunnel to escape. It adds so much more survivability to the champion.
와,
Being
look at
able
that.
to escape, and on the world stage, they show it.
Look at
then
that
the rest of
route.
KT, after they took down Faker, they could push through for the chase.
I love as well there because maybe I think the rest of T1 could have gone for a play to try and save Faker if it wasn't for Peter also holding the angle there. You can't
I think this one might be Jover.
because Peter held his ult, and now the Red Bull Baron power play for KT.
This one might be a little bit
9K
nicer
gold
game.
lead here.
KT's
45
cooking.
minutes in.
Kuma,
It might be a
incredibly
bit
far,
cooked,
had 4
guys.
items, has a bit of lifesteal, can clear the waves, but the range,
9.3K gold behind.
with the Ezreal, with Mel from BDD, 11, 3, and 3. 3,000 individual gold lead. His first competitive game looking damn good. Faker going gold. The second the chains miss, he doesn't want to push for anything else. Ball break over the wall from Kaz, ready to go, but he's not going to overextend because the mid lane's already falling. KT taking their sweet time with this one, knowing that T1 have one shot to turn this back in their favor.
It's just Kuma. He's just a sitter
man.
trying his best, but KT doesn't give him the opportunity to do any damage.
Perfect continuing to push, has access to the tunnel to escape. He's just been a thorn in the side of this T1 lineup. So many Rek'Sais
7 minutes before
haven't been
game
able
to
to find
start,
this
he
level of
won my
performance,
stomp.
but Perfect has been a nightmare
Come on,
for T1
I gotta
manage.
keep things interesting.
Waiting now off on the side. Takes out the control ward. A single empowered cannon minion pushing
I knew
another
this shit was
wave,
gonna happen.
stands
I knew
behind
this shit was gonna
KT,
happen. I
ready
knew
to
this
keep
was
the
gonna
siege
happen.
going.
He was gonna
The siege
absolutely
is
full
unrelenting
draft.
from KT. The Baron buff still
Getting
buffing up
rolled.
the cannon. The poke damage
Game
still
2.
coming through.
Owner faking the engagement, throws down the flag, misses with the Q to ensure that he doesn't go too far forward. KT don't quite break open that bot lane inhibitor.
Looks like instead they're going to base. They still have perfect timing here on the Baron. That sets up for the Chemtech Soul. That's what they're going to play towards. Mid lane inhibit, not the best one. Faker might actually get his
BDD,
death
look at
cap,
that.
which would be a colossal
Almost
spike
a
for him
3K
to
gold
get.
lead
I
for
just don't know if
BDD.
they're going to have an opportunity to actually
그냥
contest this.
영승 4패 사일러스는
Again,
그냥 꺼내면 안
Perfect to me has
됐다.
been
0-4
playing on
Silas
the edge
shouldn't
of
just
these
not play that.
engages so nicely this
Absolutely
entire game.
And the other thing
disgusting
to remember is
champion.
that Faker had taken away
Got nerfed too much.
Peter's ultimate in the
Champion's
previous
really
fight.
bad.
Now, of course, has access to the cease and desist. Now wants to make the play onto Perfect.
Perfect
Perfect able to get the
takes
blast
0
cone out. That
damage.
mega blast cone keeping him healthy.
아니 렉사이가
KT
너무
standing
단단한데?
strong,
말이 돼?
poking T1 as they walk into this choke
Just
point.
give,
BDD
like,
waiting for some of those
I
major
mean,
cooldowns to be used before
we
he
can't
takes a
give
step
this.
forward. Mega Blast Cone getting 2 members of T1 over the wall. KT retreating back down to the bottom lane as Cuz starts the objective. Flag there, spots the objective play. Faker on the flank. Perfect, not going to give him the angle. KT starting to
제발
retreat.
기적을.
Starting to get forced backwards.
BDD.
Doran to kick things off. Peter to
Boom.
look for the interrupt. Faker using an ulti of his own to be stolen
Oh
away.
my gosh,
BDD
Guma
taking
can't
the fight.
live.
Push
This is
down.
Pharmacy C.
Goes Guma.
Okay, we got the Mel, but at what cost?
But PD's
Everything.
owned away by Carrier.
Carrier,
Now collapsing on the T1 support. At the end of the day, he's the only owner, and he cannot stop the soul.
KT get the soul, and they want the
We got the
Nexus
Mel,
2.
guys.
Perfect continues to push
Aha.
down. They've learned, they've
What did it
adapted,
cost?
they've stayed strong in the face of the game 1 loss. KT firing back against T1, but do they have the power to end the game? Another TP, Doctum on the way. Doran giving everything to clear the waves. Owner and Carrier here. Surely the Ezreal is enough, but the creeps are falling back.
진짜.
Doran
Oh my gosh,
remains
please.
standing. T1 are not out of it
This
yet.
Rek'Sai just
Doctum
ignoring our
needs more,
damage.
and he cannot get it.
Guma's up in 10 seconds.
괜찮아, 안
The
끝났다.
reinforcements from T1 will arrive.
The T1 will cling on to this game. No Baron up minions.
The crazy thing
means
is
that
BDD
KT,
has flash. That's the
even
crazy
with
part.
the damage dealers dead,
BDD
does not
선수가
get the
플래시가 있는 게
opportunity
진짜
to actually end.
너무 무서운데?
And T1 battered, but
He
they'll
didn't
get
even use
one
flash
more
last time.
shot
He
to
died.
try and deny KT
Oh my
a
gosh, how
chance to are
are we
the
even
series.
gonna kill Mel again?
The roller coaster.
See, he didn't
keeps
have
going
flash
up.
here.
So look at BDD trying to kite Owner and Doran on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Peter had the massive engage, which allowed Cuz and Perfect to go kill off the Sivir.
And with Sivir taken out of the fight, really the only one is Faker, and he was caught by the counter engage. And with even BDD going down, doesn't matter if you don't have your own damage dealers. As in about a minute, the Baron will come up, 2 inhibs are down, and KT looking to equalize the series here as Dokdam hits full items.
Full build there, full build for Guma, now has the lifesteal, 100% crit chance. If he has the space to work, he can do the necessary damage. Death Cap's still a little bit of a ways away for Faker. Likely, he recalls and finishes
I mean,
it
the
here,
thing
but in
is,
the
he doesn't
previous
have the
fight,
space,
did have
by
the
the
Pop
way.
Blossom, but couldn't find that big angle, couldn't find that big moment to shift the fight in the favor of T1.
And the timer is great for KT because it's the bot lane inhib that is still down for another 3.5 minutes. Mid lane not that valuable, especially against the Sivir, but that bot lane needs to be answered or it can just straight up end the game.
Patience, the name of the game for KT. They don't need to take any risks. We've seen the players, they've gotten over-eager in game 1. They've made some of those fumbles. Dokdam getting caught in the mid lane just earlier this game. But the push is in their favor. The map is in their favor. They don't need to risk anything. And still, they'll take their time walking into the jungle. This time around, Doran won't be able to find the blind decimating smash. But the ulti to kick things off, he connects onto the wall. Perfect waiting on the back line. Dokdam untouched. BDD untouched. Doran straying way too far forward in a moment of miscommunication. Down goes the top laner of T1.
He ulted the wall.
start the Baron.
That face plant.
Doran ulted 2 centimeters ahead and hit the
It
wall.
was always going to be a Hail Mary from T1 if they wanted to get back in this game, but that one does not hit the mark. That's Baron, the second one for KT.
Fucking run! Come on!
T1 hitting a wall. I didn't expect it to be so literal. As KT now push on the top side.
Got him good there.
18 out of 20 for that one.
Perfect score, some would say. Perfect himself, of course, has the random wins available, or doesn't have it available, but has the slow. The crit damage reduction makes him such a nightmare for Guma to deal with, even with the armor
Just
penetration
wait until
from the more
Sun's back
dominant
up.
KT
Don't
again
die.
in this position where they keep that long range
Just
siege
don't die for
going.
him.
BDD not showing on vision yet. The last inhib tower falling down. Inhibitors
3 inhib down, no problem, guys.
T1, a last desperate hold here in game 2. If they can turn it back, it takes them to match point. But
Suki,
KT
turn off
even
the
up
stream
series
right
in
now.
the 2025
I think it's
World
just 14
Finals.
months though. But turn off the
Doran
stream.
isolating Cuz. Peter
No,
going forward.
Peter! Oh my gosh. No, Peter's dead, but look at Guma. Stop! Oh my gosh, please save Guma, someone! Please help him, okay? Please! Oh my gosh, Dokdam lives how? How is the, oh my gosh, please. Oh my gosh, Faker nice Sunyos.
Holding on for dear life. Dokdam.
Oh my gosh, how is Dokdam alive? Oh my, Dokdam looked in! Oh, that's GG, damn. 와, 이즈리얼이 살아가지고 딜을 너무 많이 넣었어.
It's going to end the game. Guma dies, and so does T1. KT even up the series.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but perfect, reliable as all hell in this game. Doesn't go down, deals the damage, and with the alpaca thumbs up, brings KT to 1-1.
KT resilient on this stage. They bounce back in game number 2. They create such a lead, but it still seems so difficult, you know. Brick by
that
brick,
fight was
piece
so
of gold
close,
by
guys.
piece
We
of
could have
gold.
actually sworn there.
They
저기서
have
이즈가
defeated
없는
T1 in
세계선을
the
보고
second
싶은데.
game to even
I want to
up
see,
the
like, imagine
series.
Ezreal would actually went down there.
Incredible stuff, but before we talk about
That's
that game,
crazy how
what's
much
ahead
damage
in the
Ezreal
series,
did
we saw
just
him in the
because he
opening
lived 10
ceremony.
HP.
Now let's check out the world debut of Zahan. Take a look.
Oh, so sad. We were so close, by the way. Cinema. Holy. 근데 생긴 게 조금 다르게 생겼는데요. Support by the way. Support. Supporting by killing everyone on the enemy team. Got it. 저게 서폿이냐고 말이 돼요? You guys know it's gonna be used. It's gonna be used as a fucking top laner. We all know this. 탑 라이너로 나온다니까 이거 무조건. He has a little bit of a cool thing. Death from above? Yeah, I'm permabanning this shit. I am permabanning this champion. 아니 이건 무조건 밴해야 될 것 같은데. 아니 무슨 뭐 신을 만들어놨는데요? They made a fucking god. 오, 아트록스. He has a revive? So basically Zillion 2.0.
Incredible!
No
Debuts
fucking way.
just made his mark on the League of Legends universe, and joining
아니
me right now
잠시만.
is Paul
저
Beres,
뭐야?
executive
내가 방금
producer
뭘
for
본
League of
거야?
Legends.
What's up?
Welcome.
Thank you.
I feel like it's or you
What
need
is
to
that?
catch up.
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
Best
it's our
Universe
one-on-one
Finals.
here.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah,
That match was incredible.
I know.
They're both in it. We're
한
having a
달 동안
series. It's gonna be
필벤이라고.
great.
I'm sorry you had to witness what a KT
진짜
fan is
미쳤는데?
live. But talking about what we've seen so
죽으면
far, the stage
부활이라고.
looks sick, the finals is sick. What did you think
Aatrox
about
but better. The old
I thought
Aatrox
it was
ulti maybe.
incredible. I mean, like there was just
Unkillable
everything kind of came
million
together,
zillion.
right? And then
It has
the
a
music
dash,
and just the
a
storytelling
pull.
that we've been building up all year is fucking cool.
AOE
All right,
CC.
Paul, tell me what was the vision behind the newest
Damage?
champion that you just
So, you know, as you can kind of see, right, this whole team's been building
그리고
towards
이번에 칼날비
sacrifice and
버프라서
this kind of
칼날비
doing the
근거리
right
칼날비가
thing, this kind of
버프됐거든.
moment where you have to be
칼날비
brave. And
들고
so
나올
it's
것
very
같은데?
much a human moment.
mean-
I think Zehen and Zin kind of coming together for that is all about this transformation.
Oh yeah, this is the sound,
and
by the way.
we really wanted to create something that was awe-inspiring and just kind of get you in the feels, and we're just humbled to be able to debut that to everybody here.
I love hearing this. One of the big questions
페빈님
though,
빙고
whenever
업데이트
a
하자고.
champion is going to be released is the speculations online. Where is
The game
it
to
going to be
meme,
played?
guys.
What
Game
is
to
the goal
meme.
for this champion? Tell
Yeah.
me more about the kid.
So this guy's a top laner. He's a fighter. He's a bruiser, and he's really all about auto-attacking. So the more he's auto-attacking, the more that damage is going to increase, the more he's going to be able to sustain. And that's very much of a Darkin. He's a kind of good guy, Darkin. So
I'm
he's
asking
still
my meepos
is
to make the
dangerous,
meme for me.
and the more
Thank you.
he gets up and close to you, the more he has chances to stay alive. He has a revive. So we're really excited about
KT
that.
fans,
I
like
think
something
he's gonna
about
be a
something
lot of
about
fun and just
KT
bring
fans
something
excited.
new to the space.
When is it dropping live?
PBE tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we're going to
Go,
have
go,
him out
go.
on 25-23. 25.23.
Exciting. Now, Paul, thank you for
Oh my
joining
gosh,
us.
Laura
I
said
know
that
you have
exciting.
any
Okay, we win now.
closing thoughts
She
for
cursed
the fans
KT.
here in the arena, and
She
also
said that
maybe
you were.
venturing a prediction. 1-1 right now. What do you expect?
I want 5 games.
All right.
I want 5 games. I want to see KT stay hungry, right? Keep it calm, keep it cool, and then do what they got to do. But, you know, if T1 does what they do, we'll be fine with that too. But, you know, it's always nice to see some fresh faces do good.
I mean, there is
closing
nothing.
thoughts for the
No
fans
Baron
here
steal.
or watching
T1 did
This has
not
been
rush
such an
Baron
incredible world.
on
I've met so
spawn.
many players here in
Azir
China.
banned
They're
every
so
game, yo. This
passionate
is
and
happening
lovely,
right now.
And just like we're all bonded by this League of Legends experience. It's been humbling. I love it.
Paul, was
3-0
amazing catching up
stomp
with you
for
again.
either team.
Enjoy
That
this
didn't
Telecom
happen.
War,
It's
and
1-1.
thank you so much. And that's all for us here for now. We will be right back for Game 3 in just a couple minutes. The Telecom War is on. Let's see what happens.
3대0 갔고. We could still get a 7th grade.
Back from Baker as he catches out Doc Dom. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late.
Bingo's looking rough.
Cataclysm across the top side. Perfectly cancelled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumiushi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1.
BDD was first time Mel?
Perfect.
Hold up.
Tears right through.
That was BDD's first time out. That's disgusting.
KT fighting for their lives. BDD still standing crucially. The extra
와,
damage.
매일 첫 판이었다고?
Set to fall. A double kill for the KT mid laner. And BDD
Berguma,
stands supreme
he tried to
on the
1v9 but he couldn't. Honestly, someone first time's a champion? Yeah. So this could happen, guys. If Owner cosplays Mundo and then Doran plays Gragas, like this could happen. Oh, 진짜 근데 이거 되겠는데? The diagonal bingo could happen. Hold up, let me cook. Zahin abilities are out. Holy shit.
Demacia, now and forever.
Congrats. Wild Rift just has better champion models. 근데 와일드 리프트가 폰 게임인데 오히려 PC 롤 게임보다 챔피언 모델이나 이런 게 더 신규라서 더 이쁘죠.
If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, this one's good. Guys. Is this cooking or no? Hold on, let me show you guys. look. Tell me BTD. Like actually, I thought Faker was gonna play Mel. I thought Faker was gonna lock him Mel. I can't believe we gave them Mel like that. And of all champions, we picked Silas, 0% win rate. Omega, oh my gosh. W PTT, ruining my bingo and giving us an L? Oh my. Absolute mid-gap as well. Hard counter. Honey. Bingo is not looking good. You just want one Faker Azure. Azure's gonna be permabound every single game, that's for sure. Yeah, KT early game is just better. They're also drafting all the early game champions too. 초반 좀 라인전 좀 이기는 거 좀 픽하자 제발. 짜증나 죽겠어. 아니 세 라인이 다 지는 그런 조합을 계속하면 어떡하냐고. 문도 크 선택? 문도 괜찮은데 숙련도가 어떻게 됐는지 모르겠는걸? Yo, Inori's meme is actually better. Wait, hold up, let him cook.
KT fight and get one back. 1-1 between T1 and KT in our grand final, meaning we get at least 4 games. I'm so incredibly happy. KT, they had honestly good starts to both games, but I want to take a look at this following HyperX Reflex replay where Peter just gets the 3-man route after he ults.
The patience that was demonstrated by Peter first to hold on to the E to make sure that he could lock down Faker to find that initial pick, but then keep track of this man as we follow up in the ensuing team fight, because he's going to utilize Doran to punish the backline of T1. Doran desperately trying to help his team escape, acting as that front line, and there the root gets the extended range, connects onto
I mean,
2,
I don't even want to
which
watch
sets
the
up
replay.
for KT to run T1 down and win the
I don't want to watch the
deciding team fight of this game.
replay.
Yeah, and I really want to call out
No,
as
no,
we
no,
take
no.
a look at Peter's Pop Blossom step back extension again. Also perfect at the beginning of the fight to kind of set it up, ending up zoning off 4 people. I actually thought he very quietly had a pretty strong game on this Rek'Sai.
Quietly? Did you see the end of that game?
I did.
If it wasn't for perfect, perhaps we'd be telling a
Thank you,
different
and no
story. And I think
perfect.
it's so cool that it is Peter
First
and
rule about
perfect. Of course,
KT,
we're
do
gonna
not get
highlight
excited
more,
about
right? But
KT.
these were some of the question marks.
KT
They've had
fans
an
after game
amazing
2
Worlds
having a
run.
meeting.
Can they replicate that in
이
the grand
세트 후에
final?
KT
Emily,
팬들이
so far,
만나서
yes.
얘기하는 거야
The
지금.
biggest thing is we talked after game 1 about where do KT need to step it up. They need to step up their coordination in these team fights. We just saw from that play that we ran
KT
how
fans,
their coordination
they're
is working.
100%
And I also
excited
want to point
though.
out KT's early
We already
games
crossed it
have
up in the
been
bingo.
really,
빙고에서
really
이미
strong,
근데
and it
했죠? KT
begins
fans
and
getting
ends
excited?
with Cuz.
I mean, the whole
We
early
circled
game,
it.
the
We
way in
circled
which
it.
they're gaining control.
What else happened?
through
Azir's getting
making
banned every
proactive
game. I think we
plays
can
on the
just
map.
circle
The
this at this
fact that
point.
Cuz is
We'll
punishing
take out the
everywhere
circle
across the
after
board
Azir doesn't
is
get
really
banned.
exciting to see, and it comes
If
back
Azir's ever
to
picked.
those players as well. We're
아직은
seeing
계속
resources being
팬인데
given to Perfect in
일단은
the top
동그라미
lane.
쳐도 될
We're
것
seeing
같고.
those ganks working
다른 스틸 아직
alongside
안
Peter
나왔죠. We
to
haven't seen
make early game
Baron's
action happen.
Super
And the fact
scrapes
that
could
these
happen.
players are
We
stepping
don't
up
know.
on the biggest stage, there's always the question of nerves in an environment like this, especially
과연 문도가 나올
playing against
것인가?
a team
그게
that's
진짜
so
핵심이다.
experienced, that's so familiar
Are we
with
gonna
the
see the
stage.
mundo?
But again,
That's
it
the
just feels
question.
like these players are as comfortable as they can be.
They're super comfortable, and I've loved their early game plans too, right? From level 1, you can see how they're trying to play super aggressively. I've really loved how they've played around the bot lane, and I also love the way that
Oh my
both
gosh,
Cuz
Zahin is
and Peter are
broken.
working
What the hell?
together to set up
Zahin
these
is
early games.
broken.
We talked so much about Cuz and BDD coming in to this World's Finals side by side, and Vetti, you have a lot of good things to say about this jungler.
Absolutely I do, because you're completely right that the two together are really kind of the foundation of what keeps this engine moving. Cuz provides that early game impact, and then BDD, we saw him at the end of that game running with 12 kills on the Mel, providing the damage that his team needs to win out on these team fights. But especially Cuz for me was a big surprise, because we talked about how Owner is this staple, this stalwart for T1. To go up against him and have these type of early game performances very much surprised me.
Absolutely stellar, and I feel for the KT story, right?
Was
If you go
Owner
down here
AFK?
2-0,
What do you
reverse sweep is
mean?
incredibly
He had
difficult, but they kept
he had
pushing,
3
and I feel
losing
like that is
lanes.
one
I don't
of
want
the
to flame
hardest
Owner
things
too
to do,
much.
Emily, versus T1
He has 3 losing
specifically
lanes.
at Worlds,
Yeah,
not to
Guma does a lot of
mention
damage in
in
the
World
end,
Finals.
but Guma
Yeah, exactly.
and
The
Keria was
resiliency
getting
of
destroyed
this
2v2.
team,
You
not
don't win
just today,
2v2
but
into
especially
Ezreal
in the Gen
Nico.
G series,
The
has
comp
really,
just
really impressed
sets
me,
up for a
especially
failure
after watching them
for every
kind
lane.
of biff it domestically
전 라인이 다
sometimes when the
진다니까?
pressure
정글
was
차이라고
on, right?
외치기에는
So I think
여러분이
the big
정글
thing
한번
that I
해보세요.
really
탑,
love to
미드,
see out of
바텀
these
다
two
쳐먹고
games,
있는데
like
어떻게
Betty
하냐고
already said,
게임을.
it's
갈
Cuz,
데가
the way
없어.
he's setting up these
그나마
early
미드를
games,
좀
the
가지고
way that Cuz and
있는데
Peter are working together,
구도가 바뀐
and
건
also
아니죠.
Peter and
미드
Perfect really
구도가.
stepping up in fights.
Now T1 will have their
Keria
first
was killing
opportunity
everyone
on
else
the
before
blue
Via.
side. That
Put
does
him on
mean they get
Pike,
a little bit
honestly.
more agency and
Put him
control
on Pike.
when it comes to deciding
Yo,
the draft
MTV, thanks for the
itself.
silver
But I
edition.
love that
Welcome to
KT's
me,
already
family.
taken away the
Going,
Miko.
going.
We talked about how for Keria this was going to be an absolutely
And Hyde on
massive hit,
Yam, thank
and
you for the
answer
prime
was the
sub. Oh my
Silas,
gosh,
which,
Yam, I
for those
love
that didn't watch
Yam.
last year's Worlds,
Is that
was
the
a
Yam I'm talking about?
crazy pick for Faker. He was the
It's
sole
very yummy.
decider in that game.
Thank you so much.
So to
Welcome to me,
remove
family.
that
And Eva,
from
thank you for the
pool
prime sub as well.
I
Welcome to me,
love
family.
KT's
Sonu
approach
B
to draft
and
and
Suki
how they've
Tengu,
been
thank you
handling
guys.
T1.
By
But now with
Solstice
T1
in
in the
Discord,
driver's
thank
seat
you.
on this blue side,
There's
I'm
a way
excited
for
to
all of you
see
guys.
if KT has a response.
Oh yeah,
And a
at
little bit.
least 4 games. Who's gonna get to match point first? Casters, who do you have?
I mean, honestly, it's an incredible question. But I will say this. For T1,
Crying more T1
I don't
fans, they
ever
glaze
feel
anybody
comfortable
who
doubting
just
them,
won.
Because even though KT won that game, some of the ways that they were able to hold, that they were able
What
to
are you
delay,
fucking talking about?
reminds me
Are
that
you good,
this is
Kyle?
a team that wins titles for a reason, and it's something that KT are going to have to keep contending with. They've won the early
What do
games
you
back-to-back.
mean?
Will they do it again? I think I like what Vetti said. It's going to come down to draft. It's going to come down to a lot of these key picks.
Yeah, they have been really methodical, and I like like what I've seen so far from KT on stage. They were really controlled, and they had to be for
Game 2 is
so
Faker's
long
fault, I think.
in that previous game. You know, standing the
I
test
think
of time
it's
there,
kind of setting up for
against a
failure,
team
though.
like
What is
T1
Silas
and
even
being
supposed
able
to do
finish
into
off that
Mel?
game was
Can someone
critical.
explain to
And
me?
coming into the series, there were a couple
Yeah,
of
I do
questions
agree
for
he
me.
did misplay
One was,
multiple
will
times,
Peter
but
and Perfect
it was just a
be
hard
able to
game
maintain their
everywhere.
level? I think we can confidently say after
It was
watching,
just
yes,
not a
they
good
very
Silas
much
game.
can.
They should have
And
just given the
secondly,
mage.
for
Like,
T1,
Victor would have been
the
so much
things that have
better. Like,
made
imagine
this
it's a fucking
team
Victor. He
dominant
could have
as
created so
worlds
much space
are
every
still
fight.
there. I think
그냥 진짜 빅토르 같은 거 했었으면 달랐는데 사일러스가 이게 좀 애매합니다. 방금 조합이. Like we already had enough engage with Owner and Sion. Owner and Doran had enough engage. We lost in draft, yeah. We just needed something in the mid lane where you can push back into Mel and have a winning matchup. 미드에서 빅토르가 찔가지고 주도권을 딱 잡아주면 좋았는데 여러 가지로 꼬였네요. 한타 때도 들어가는 것보다는 구말씨 옆에서 지켜주는 역할 같이 이렇게 딜러주는 역할로 해가지고 front to back with 구말씨 would have been a win. Not gonna lie.
Is a little bit as far as the reduction of champions for jungle pool, but he still has some pretty high priority
I
ones.
still think,
the Trundle here is still a very
I'm
big
not saying he didn't.
piece as far as affecting both jungle
못한 것도
and top
맞고
lane
조합이
champion
구린
choices.
것도 맞고
And he has been
사일러스
really good on
맛없는
that.
것도 맞아요.
Meanwhile,
Like
for
all
Owner,
three
you've got
things
some
are
of the
same.
specialty picks like
All
the
things
Nocturne,
are all
as
things I
well,
say
and you can get some of
are
these
true
engaged
at the same
picks with
time,
the cover of
which is
darkness with
possible.
Nocturne, and
You don't
having,
relate.
full send
It's not the one or
compositions.
the other thing.
So very
Like,
interesting that T1
all of them
picked
at
blue
once.
side. As we get deeper and deeper into Fearless, usually like games
And yeah,
like 4 and
BDD played
5,
good, don't get me
teams
wrong.
might
BDD
start to
played
pick
good.
red side because the power picks have dropped
Okay,
out due
looking
to
for game
Fearless.
3.
But
We're
still,
loading
in
into
game
draft.
3, they feel
We're
very
loading into
comfortable
draft.
with what is up to
괜찮아,
go blue
3세트
for the
잘하면
first
돼.
pick.
Yone remains banned. T1 will ban the Trundle just as
Bard
KT did
banned
on the blue
again.
side. Of course, Bard, not something you want to give to carry.
Azir banned. 아니 노란 애들 두 명. They're just banned.
Not one though. The KT won a second.
Bard Azir, Bard Azir, Bard Azir, Bard Azir. 노란 뚱땡이. 노란 비둘기. Pantheon ban.
Orianna first pick.
Cole's getting
potentially on
banned
the table.
off, so what are we picking then?
I'm looking at Renekton as well. Both these top laners are known for it, not necessarily as a B1, but definitely as a high prio pick. Doesn't have a lot
대상역
of
저격 ban.
bad matchups.
We're getting target ban.
We've seen thus far. Yunara open and we'll
Kuma
just get
Yushi
hit straight up.
Kuma
Champion that obviously we
Yushi
see more often than not banned. A champion that a lot of players don't have a ton of competitive games on.
분하라
It is so
나오나?
frequently banned, but now the Mundo
가슴
in the right draft against the right competition.
아니 잠시만 빙고 one lap Dorian Gragas 아니 잠시만 이거 진짜 we could do it diagonally this way or the other way too. Hold up, let me cook. 문도 개 좋은데? Push.
But it's not the carrier champion you want to see. For Khan, a very different story.
Yeah, that's definitely a carrier champion you do want to see right there. That bot lane
So
priority
we're
41
gonna struggle
has
into the
resulted
Mundo,
in
by the
some
way.
very,
Cause
very
was
powerful
absolutely
picks for them.
disgusting Mundo into
I'm
Gen
very
G.
interested to see
I don't know if
where
you guys
KT
watched that
go
game.
from the
He
super
was
tanky
actually
frontline,
just
though.
tanking
You know,
onto
Mundo's
his
been
penny HP
such
every
a
single
funny
time.
story
Had perfect
at this
flashes to
World,
live and then come back from
and
full
all
HP
the
again.
success that champion has had. We'll see about possible counters for jungle later on.
진짜 커즈 선수의 문도는 젠지전에서 진짜 말이 안 되는 수준의 문도가 나왔어가지고 너무 무섭고.
Well, I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to give Perfect the Ornn, which is one of the counters we've seen into Renekton, where obviously early lane you don't really have a lot to say, but with Croc you can actually trade pretty reliably, and you obviously outscale by a pretty insane degree. This is a prio pick. For the Corki, so we're really playing for lane dominance. Level 1, obviously, in Ali Alistair lane is going to be very lackluster, but the laning pressure should be good. I also like getting Dokdam something with safety.
What are we cooking in the jungle into Mundo? Are we pulling Sejuani? Please no. Sejuani 이런 거 문도한테 그냥 뜯깁니다, 진짜. Sejuani gonna get absolutely destroyed. Are we bringing up a middle lane? Sounds really bad into Mundo. What do you even play into Mundo jungle? What is a champion that you can play?
Yeah, and Corki not the most contested AD, but the one that we see the most often in the context of this tournament, and it is a really night and day difference between the great Corkis and the fine Corkis. How you
문도 정글 카운터가 뭔가요, 근데? 진짜 궁금하다. Is there a champion that like
the second ban phase, we see the Lilia taken away.
Gwen jungle?
Owner.
Really? I feel like Gwen
Obviously,
is
really
really
just
bad
kinda
right
dance
now.
around the Mundo. If you don't hit a
Got
cleaver,
nerfed too much.
she's just gonna run you down.
Lee Sin? You think Lee Sin's good? I feel like Lee Sin's completely useless into Alistair Mundo.
Not just the OP picks, we're getting to
Ivern? Yo, I think maybe Ivern could be
has
cooking.
to be awake.
It's getting
But we need a hyper carry in the mid lane.
We're really going into the target bans here.
Zoe ban. Zoe ban. Zoe ban 좋은데? Zoe ban 좋은데? BDD's just too good on Zoe. He's just absolutely insane. They need percent damage. Vayne jungle.
Okay, never mind. Yone was one of the first bans, so they can't do any more of those AP options.
Bane jungle.
Galio ban here for Faker because that Rakan,
We need frontline for
Galio
Yunara.
combo,
It's okay,
even if you're
Yunara
quirky,
has
that's gonna be hard
Rakan
to play.
and
Also
Renekton.
the Galio early to mid, right? The semi-global presence, but just the taunt
We need
is
damage.
so much
I think
value
we
for
need
protecting
damage.
an AD carry. It means any
Right now we don't have damage to kill Mundo.
Go to, even if the Yone is taken away.
Vayne
really
mid?
struggles against a champion like the Galio. Now the Casio as
Vayne
well.
mid,
You
hold
highlighted
up.
the
Let him
market
cook,
bans.
let him cook.
BDD, you said it. It's getting personal.
Oh, dude.
And it makes sense as well with Rakan, Renekton
Lilia's
already
bound,
both locked in. Even though the
Lilia
mid
would have been
jungle
great,
TPT of
actually.
Mundo Casio doesn't necessarily inspire that much confidence. It is
At least
something
destroys
that can
Mundo,
be
you think so?
quite devastating if you can get
At least
through
has
the
been
early
played
game,
as
which
support.
thus
We
far
haven't really
KT
seen
have
at least
definitely
jungle at
been
all.
solid on. As perfect.
Pain
Looking for
jungle.
another tank.
그건 아닌 것
BDD is
같긴
gonna
한데.
need
크산트,
serious
크산트
damage
알리스타
because I know
문도는
we
근데
didn't
베인이
get
겁나
the
맛있는
damage
거 아니야?
threat, but early on you're gonna be really relying on Duckdom and whatever
Yo,
BDD
Vayne
will end
top,
up
Vayne
picking.
top, Vayne top.
Taking his time.
Quite like, look at
Luxury of red side,
Cassante,
of course,
Mundo,
you
and
might lose out
Alistar
on
Vayne
some
is
early
actually
trial
really
picks
yummy.
Like the Yunara, but you ensure
Green
that
suit.
last pick, counter pick.
Oh, I like the
Faker in the
Victor. I
previous
like the
game did not
Victor.
for the Victor.
빅토리가 제일
This time
무난하다.
around, seems like he just wants something safe, something
Don't
solid
like the
in the mid lane.
Leandry's build where you do
Knows that this is
percent
kind
health
of set up to
damage.
really be,
리안드레를 가서
When you have a champion like
퍼센트
Yunara, even
체력을
though all time is
깎는
1
길드를
and 2
가는
on
게
it, there's a
좋겠죠?
reason it's
아무래도.
so high priority. It really can take over games.
And we definitely need extra damage in the mid lane. Like, we can't have Faker playing like an engaged like Silas melee champion
on the
no.
side lane. Another
Akali
champ that we're
no.
looking towards by
We need something
virtue
that
of
sustains
T1 outside of the
damage.
Victor being short range. Is that Anivia, which has been kind of slowly coming up as a pick this tournament.
Yeah, T1 kind of rounding out a lot of damage on their team.
Okay.
And they add even more damage on top of it.
Please.
I think this is what we need actually. I
Syndra
think
potentially
so
come through
because
now.
Viego
Of course,
can do
Viego,
very well
normally we see
building
it paired
Kraken
with champions
and
with this amount
Board.
of burst damage, like the Syndra, that is
Kraken
being
and
covered.
Board and
The champion that
Viego can
find
actually
resets in these
slice
fights
through
and
Mundo,
really take
especially
over
early
against
game.
something like an Alistar
초반
or
싸움에서
Cassante,
그냥 문도
obviously,
그냥
the
찍게
possession
했거든요.
can do a lot of work.
Obviously,
There's
like
layers
later
to
on
this
when
because
Mundo has
Cuz
like
is
5
one of
items,
the
like
best Viegos we've
Viego
had in
can't do
the
anything.
LCK. BDD earlier this
It's
year had
actually
the
not too
best Syndra play that I've ever seen. Hit a 4-man
Syndra
scatter,
is
and he
BDD's
will be
signature champion, by the way. BDD 선수의 시그니처 픽이죠.
BDD Syndra. Now, this is
Oh,
also
man.
a scaling champion nowadays, stacking up the
Oh,
splinters.
man.
So Mundo will be scaling, Syndra will be scaling as well. This one is going to be such an
We
impressive
have to
class
snowball
of
the
team
Viego,
fights.
guys.
Team comps
초반에
are
비에고가 해줘야
explosive as
된다,
well.
진짜.
Both the
Oh my
burst of the
gosh.
Syndra, the Viego
Everyone start
resets
praying.
with that
Everyone.
Renekton. It's gonna be fireworks.
Everyone has to start
Absolutely
playing.
is. T1 and KT 1-1. Match point on the
No
line
way.
for both sides, and a lot of new champions being brought into the fold, courtesy of the Fearless Draft, the Viego. I'm looking at the Mundo, the Syndra. So much to keep our eyes on in this game.
This is going to be a
And there
hard
was a
game
lot
just
of
from draft.
content
I mean, it was a
around
hard game
Owner's
just when they
first
pick
Mundo
Alistar
pick,
Mundo.
but
It's already
remember
doomed.
that the Mundo that Cuz played in this tournament was also his first professional game of it as well.
Okay, guys,
You know,
predictions
all the
going on
junglers
top of
really
Twitch.
being
If you
forced
guys want
to pick up
bet your
that
channel points
champion,
or chimes, go
and
into
now
that.
we'll get to see it in the grand finals.
For both teams, this is the reset. A best of 3, all
Timer
that
is
stands
ticking
in
down.
front of you. KT, both early games have taken control. Dominating
Timer
the map,
is ticking
finding
down.
advantages, punishing where T1 have overstepped. But in the mid to late game, it always felt like T1 might just find the angle to fight it back, regardless of what happened in the early game. Will this finally be the game to buck the trend? Will T1 pull ahead for the first time this series, or KT set to run away with yet another early game?
I wanted Owner to go Kindred TBH,
Feels
good
like
into
this
the
is the
window.
draft to do it for T1.
Bro,
There's Renekton,
honestly,
there's
I would
Viego,
understand, but they banned
and there is that
Galio, and like,
Rakan.
I don't know.
Victor and Yunara
Kindred right
need,
now is so
normally a little bit of time,
weird.
but
Like,
this
the
is,
champion does
basically
no
opposite of
damage.
the last game. That was 2 carries. This time they basically have 4, especially when it comes
하나,
to
둘,
those early game
셋, 티오
fights. And we're
파이팅!
gonna have to see how
Go.
KT deal with,
Let me,
I think,
like,
having the weaker
change
early
my
game
overlay.
comp.
There we go.
And one of those carries is Yunara, super power pick on the patch that has not been given over very frequently. Faker on the run from the early move here from KT
BDD
though.
Syndra, Faker Victor.
Backing away. And as we have a moment to reset, right? A moment to breathe before I'm sure inevitably fist fightings happens. I want to remind people that both of these lineups have made swaps this year. Despite the fact that they are in the World Finals, it has not been smooth sailing for either team. Guma, of course, subbed out. Doran coming in for Zeus this year. And when you look at this lineup for KT, players swapped in and out
KT
Peter multiple
way
times.
was
Perfect on the
something.
top side, doubted. And it's such a testament to the tenacity of these players that they have come all
Who
the
wins
way
this?
to the World Finals.
Because there was a lot of hype behind Wei coming in
T1.
after basically
Trust.
doing the
Trust
challengers
the Viego
equivalent
guy.
of golden roading, and And it, in the end,
Trust the
ends
Viagra.
up being Peter that is here at the World's Finals, and I
야,
already
문도
talked about
정글
it in
그냥
game
찢어
number 2.
버리면 되는
It
거야.
has to be said because this
Let him
man
cook.
was the most often talked about weak point on this roster, and thus far he's had a frankly incredible tournament, particularly those isolated deaths. I can't really overstate how big of an improvement that is and how reliable he's become. And KT have clearly been leaning on him.
And even in the game that they lost, you know, his Rumble very good as well. So perfect, really showing up here for KT as the entire team has. Guma pushing up on the Yunara with the Q charged, looking to use that priority.
Heal coming in for Keria, of course. Level 1 for Peter on this Alistar, notoriously very weak. For Keria and Guma, also the access to the Gleaming Quill on the Rakan means they'll be able to keep their
I
health
trust
relatively
Guma more than the
topped
Viego
up.
here.
See how long they're
See,
able to
honestly
secure
though,
pressure
but
as
you
we
have
take
to
a
get
look at
like the thing is
entire
Viego
map.
has
Doran
to
push on the top
carry.
side.
Like
Mid
Guma's
lane
not the
relatively
win con.
even. BDD, of course,
If Guma
can
becomes
do a
a
lot
win
of
con,
damage
then the
in
game
those
is already
short
fucked.
trades. Very easy to land those dark spheres when
We
no
have
one
to
has
get
boots, but
Viego
has
to
be
do
careful
shit in the
about
early
taking
game,
return damage.
or else we're gonna lose the game.
Multiple
So
pushing
we don't
lanes here
have
for T1
like
with
Viego's gonna
top
be so
side and
useless.
bottom side. And then Owner has Viego into Mundo at the moment. So definitely looking to see if he can actually make use of these pushing lanes
Okay,
and go try
Faker,
and
nice,
punish.
good laning.
'Cause
See, this is what I
probably
want to
gonna
see
bounce
last
back
game.
to the
Like
other
what?
side and go for the
다,
safer
전반도
auto
진짜
grab.
사일러스 말고
Faker's
막
actually
이런
been
거
doing a really good job in lane
미드에서
Peter.
저렇게 해주면 얼마나
It's gonna be a
좋았냐고.
trade.
Okay, good
Shaka, but
W, good trade.
Potentially a bit
Bad trade for
over-eager
Peter,
for
good
Peter.
trade for
Again, Alistar
T1.
passive a decent amount of healing, and they are up a sum, but have to be careful about trading his life like that.
Still have the heal. Owner does look for a dive.
Yeah,
see.
I think
Ward
see, like
should
Cuz
spot
is
him out
just
if he actually
resetting
makes
and then
the play,
going
but I
top
think he's just
scuttle.
gonna go for Crab.
He realizes that his bot lane has no
Yep, hug
priority.
the side,
We
and
have
then
3
the
winning
play here
lanes this
from
time.
Cuz
우리가
that
이제
he
세 라인을
recalled
다
immediately
주도권을
after
가져가는
his clear
상태고요.
is gonna pay off. We'll
Finally,
get back for that
T1
double
is
grab
drafting
trade that
3
you're looking
winning
for on
lanes
Mundo.
instead of drafting 3
And
losing lanes.
Owner
for
down
once.
here
Thank goodness.
will be known, so they're gonna surmise that it's just normal clears for both.
And I want to draw attention to actually the early laning phase for Faker has been really, really solid. Actually able to dodge most of these spheres. BDD with the phase rush. Still able to CS well, but has been pushed in for most of it.
And T1, since Owner got bottom side Scuttle Crab, communicating, all right, Doran, go in, get your ward time in
They're
here
actually
for
pushing
the
BDD
respawn of
to
these Krugs, the
resets.
second clear.
But
BDD also at some point
he's actually
forced to
ahead
burn
in
flash.
CS right now, so.
Didn't catch it at the time, but that
BDD
is a
선수가
massive move out to lose out on against
라인전에서
Syndra. One of the
뭔가
biggest
밀려나는
weaknesses of this
모습이긴
champion
하지만
across
텔포로 다시
countless times
복구해서
we've seen
라인
on
먹으면
Pro
되는
is that,
거고
yeah, it's
그 다음에
easy to
이제
stay ahead, it's
CS를
easy to
오히려
stay
잘
at arm's length,
먹었거든요.
but once you
So
lose that
BDD
flash,
actually got
you're
more
incredibly
CS than
vulnerable to
Faker,
these early games.
despite getting pushed out of lane faster.
In the Viego versus
And in the
Mundo
end, like,
matchup,
that-
something we also should talk about is that as Mundo,
it
you always want to
means
try and
Syndra's
activate your ult
gonna
as
be
low as
pretty
possible, right?
comfortable
That's when
here.
you get the most value.
But Faker's also
But
laning pretty
that
well.
is
Like,
something
it's
that's
not
very scary.
bad.
There's obviously also the percentage health damage that Viego does, but just the threat of that execute with the setup that's there from the Rakan, from the Renekton, it means that Cuz is going to have to play very respectful as we do have both mid laners now TPing back to lane and BDD again.
Or both junglers are
This
just
track
full
of Owner
clearing.
should be feeling fine, but otherwise needs to be very careful.
Yeah, Mundo oftentimes looking for farms.
We better grab the
Sometimes
dragon
that can
then.
be hard if you have
Dragon's
multiple
up
lanes
now.
getting pushed in, but on the reset here from supports, both junglers will meet up with their supports and combining for some mid lane push.
And for now in the early game, T1 holding on to a relatively small gold lead. Again, it's mostly Doran on the top side. Although some of that can be mitigated as that wave is caught. And Gumayushi with
Nice,
a small
good
lead
pink
over
word.
Dogdom on top of
I think we can
getting
try
the
to get the
pole.
dragon done.
Again,
뭐 그리고
forcing
이러면은
that
용
first
우리
time,
거
always
같은데?
quite terrifying. So slowing
There's
that
no
down,
TP from
big
Syndra.
defeat
Syndra
for
actually
T1.
recalls.
In the
신드라가
context of
집을
early game
가가지고
plays, Owner with the bot lane
우리
prio
용
will
먹을
be
수
starting
있습니다.
with Drake.
And this is a big
Yup.
big upgrade
Huge,
for T1. They were able to
huge.
get early Drakes last game, but it's about the lanes, right?
They had
'Cause
no
even though
priority
they got
last
those
game.
Drakes, it did feel like KT was able to again settle these.
So
early
we were
gold leads.
giving up so much in the
Cuz doing some
jungle,
poking,
trying to
but I
like
don't think an
force
actual
dragon.
contest is in the works here.
You watched last game.
As long as he has his passive up,
Peter is.
he's not too worried. Hex Drake
Peter's
down.
gonna
B,
W2
waiting in
flash.
the darkness,
Okay, there it is.
multi-man. The CC layering is there. Dogdom on the way in, but he's only level 4. Owner now running for his life. Forced to flash away. Ulti comes out from Faker. He doesn't have a lot of mana left. The
Come
dark spear
on!
hitting.
Faker
slowing
might have to
Faker
flash,
down.
but
The
Peter doesn't
chase
have anything, so
coming
it
through,
should
but
be
they
okay.
really don't have what they need.
No!
Ulti there, his power unleashed. The weak scattered, and first blood for KT.
BDD Syndra finds it, and they do get the first blood. Dogdom
No!
does take the actual kill and
Faker
gets the
could could have flashed the scatter the weak, but I think he would have just gotten flashed
and the
on.
Syndra is a BDD classic for a reason. He's been known for mastery on this champion for a very long
저거를
time.
플래시로 피했으면
And
살았을
I'm kind
거라는
of shocked. I really
그
did not
의문이
think
있긴
that
한데.
KT necessarily had the angle there.
이미
but it's the
피가
confidence
없는
they've shown so
상태에서
far in a T1.
신드라가 플래시로
Not
따라가지
going to
않았을까요?
be too
그런 느낌.
Too
스펠이
bothered
지금
by this.
없었나?
We do have
I
Doran
don't know.
immediately trying to apply
It's
pressure. They were
debatable
able
if
to
Faker
get
should
the
have
Drake as
flashed or
well,
not,
so
and if he
Drake
lives,
for
or
a
if it's
kill.
actually worth it
Not
even
the end of the
flashing
world.
there. 저기서 애초에 플래시를 써서 사는 것 자체가 이득이 아닐 수도 있는 게 옵젝티브를 이미 챙겼고 한타는 이미 패배를 해가지고 빅토르가 산다고 해서 뭐 많이 바뀐 건 아니죠.
Dragon over to T1 so they can look to keep
He's trying to pop his
stacking.
barrier so he can actually keep recalling, but his barrier timing was wrong.
Panic
So
barrier
he had to
in
like
that moment.
reset.
I think he tried to cancel the base cancel with barrier.
But
so
of course,
if you don't take damage, then but he was a
No,
little bit
exactly.
too late.
Like they already
Also
got the
the Fury
objective.
from
The
Renekton
team
eats the
fight is
shield.
already lost. They're all running out. They got to
awkward,
flash out.
situation for Dr.
So
Tom.
Faker
Holding
flashing
down
there, it
barrier,
doesn't
of course,
actually
not the
change
most
anything.
important summoner spell, but
Other
does
than
mean he
giving
needs to
over
be a bit more
300
careful
gold,
when he
that's
does
it.
reset to this top
Compared to
side.
like losing a dragon, losing a team fight,
Get control of this lane.
No.
Recall for
it doesn't
Dr. Tom,
accomplish
only giving
anything
him that
other than
phase.
like him getting ganked and probably dying next
Ideal
fight.
is Faker and BDD continue to
다음
trade.
한타 때
The
이제
siphon
전령
power of
한타를 아예
Faker is
못하죠.
such a
플래시가
strong
없으면.
early game trading tool.
Now
Just to
that
make
he
sure
has
BDD
flash,
really can't run
maybe
away
he
with the
can
gold.
look again.
Doran
What's that
going for
crocodile doing?
Going for the proxy here. You want to get your extra 30 seconds? Well, move up and catch
What
the
the
wave
hell?
before it joins up with the
Bossy, what are you
opponents.
doing?
It's going to mean
Bossy.
Cuz has an inside route and access to the alligator, though.
That's a Mundo with red buff.
Yeah,
Doran.
and Syndra's coming.
Doran.
He's just dead.
You only have one piece of
He's
CC.
cornered.
Yeah, that doesn't work on him. He's going where he pleases. Doran, I think this might not have been what you wanted.
그냥
BDD
오히려
on the way,
문동한테
hoping to get
죽는
this
게 나을 것
donated. Doran, I
같고.
think
Well, he's stalling.
Barnot might be in the game, but this is certainly a magical journey for Doran as
Magical journey. Bardo?
Trying for the execute. It's all he can do, but not going to happen.
well.
It's important to choose your timings when you go to proxy.
And also a reminder that
It's
no
okay,
matter what
we
you
got
see in a
Void
world
Grubs
final,
for that. This
it's
is
not
actually the
always
bossy
gonna work in
tactics,
solo.
by the way.
Hey, they got
No,
grubs.
this is literally what Lucifer Donuts does every single time. So yeah, the proxy forces the Mundo to go there. 그러니까 저걸 잡으려면 근데 정글이 깊게 들어가야 되잖아? 시간을 많이 쓴단 말이야. 그러면 이제 반대편에서 저거를 챙기거든요. 공호충이나 이런 옵젝티브 챙길 수 있기 때문에.
You can decide. We'll go with you.
캐드로님의 팀 로스라토네스 경기를 많이 보면서 그 탑에서 저렇게 플레이를 하거든요. 그래서 데스를 막 10개씩 박아도 결국 게임을 이기는 그런 장면들이 계속 나와서 물론 그거랑 여기는 롤드컵 결승전이랑 수준 차이가 많이 나긴 하지만 결론은 뭐다? 나쁘진 않다. 문도킬? 그래, 그럴 수 있어.
But the second one,
그러니까 오버파밍 저 신지는 잡으러 가는 거랑 비슷하게 정글 시간 okay, yo, perfect. The problem is that Viego is completely invisible, but that's bad news for
Will at least be
us.
some more poke damage back onto Faker as Peter TPing in bot lane, headbutts back Guma.
Dodges the Slurkle, and
Is Guma gonna commit the ulti? No, he's not.
Perfect. Make his way towards the top lane.
Or the slowing circle,
Yeah.
I assume. Okay.
Even if
got
he
it.
did, like,
Max
he's just gonna
lives
heal
on.
and
Yeah,
run
he does.
away with
I don't
no
love
speed.
it, but you know, we're an LCK versus
He's
LCK
decided.
match.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's good.
As oh, perfect. Actually going for the 4-0 first. There is a lot of healing on the enemy team. We'll get a decent amount of value of that.
Yeah, and we just saw Perfect had to respect the possibility of an owner execute play, you know, down there on the bottom side, trying to get an extra summoner spell or something out of the skirmish, but because of the arrival of Guma, had to respect it and back off from the extra possible damage there. So we remain very calm here. And you can kind of look at it as T1 have paid for each objective with 1 kill worth of gold for their dragon and for their 3 grubs to get to this point.
Pathmaker, Q3, but of course Perfect already used his own ulti.
Oh!
Dominus means ult advantage
No
inside
flash.
of Doran. Forces the flash out, happy to have that small advantage. You
감사합니다.
highlighted it well, Kobe. They
Thank
did
you,
concede 2
buddy.
kills, but when you have the gold lead in both
Yo, Needle,
objectives,
thanks for
I don't think
$10
you're too
for the
bothered.
fish
BDD
Can't sleep.
taking a bit of damage,
Oh,
but it looks
perfect,
like T1
because
are
you can
just
watch
here to
World
help
Star.
Faker get that push
Huge.
out, likely completing a major item.
Ooh, that is the ultimate gone for Faker. So we'll see.
궁극기 없는 그 상태라서 그냥 플래시를 빨리 뺀 느낌?
Because there's not prio in either lane. It feels like
왜냐면은
T1 should have
저 맞은 다음에
because he's
플래시를
there and
뺐으면은
Mundo
이제 피가 없으니까
unbothered.
집을 가야 되는데 지금은 아예 그냥
Continuing to do
That's a
decent
lot of
damage.
damage.
Infernal, good damage as well. Lock up there, but Owner going is unstoppable. Peter caught out for a brief moment, immediately going to be forced to ult. That's the unbreakable. The flash, that doesn't connect. The Q doing absolutely nothing means T1 are able to walk away. A bit of a fumble from Peter, but it doesn't cost KT much yet. Guma Yushi standing on the
Guma's
backside,
here, but
ready to
guess short
extend if
chance
he
from
needs
the
to.
owner
Doctam
Doctam.
going all in to try to stop him from getting his fight. Owner on the way in, looking for the reset to keep the fights going. BDD going over, wants to kill Owner.
오케이 flashing in! Yes! Turn into Sindra! 신드라를 펼쳐나가는 덕담한테 EQ 나이스! 오케이 Peter's flashing against Peter! Oh my god, Kuma nice lane! Oh my gosh, Carrier well played! Rakan saved that fight so hard! 라칸이 너무 잘했다. 와, holy shit. Holy. Okay. Oh, Cole's got it. Oh. No. No, cousin, Mundo, push. Window's gonna kill everybody. 큰일 났다. 진짜 큰일 났다. 와. Oh my gosh, good dodge from Faker, but he can't dodge everything, bro. He dodged the Q. Oh my god. He dodged the E, but he couldn't.
He steals the objective. He chases down the kill.
QE까지는 피했는데 W는 못 피하지 저거는.
At first, this
Cause
play
right
looks
here,
dire
oh my
for
gosh,
KT.
Mundo's
They
a
waste a
broken
lot.
champion.
BDD there tries to get the
와,
execute,
오너
but
선수가 저기
just doesn't have the
owner
damage.
following over the
Syndra's
W flash
down,
was so
flash is gone.
close.
And then, as Peter goes down, I
What the
want you to
hell
watch
happened
what
here?
Doctam is able to do here, because he keeps hovering over, firing these rockets. The poke just keeps
아니
connecting.
여기에서
and
Q3을
Perfect goes in, and
맞으시면
all
안
he needs to
되는데요,
do is buy
형님.
time
아이고.
and buy space for his
Owner got hit by
Corki
Q3
to
from
get Ling on
Cassante
his
because he
way
was
to
really
T1.
range hitting the thingy.
Huge moment there. Corki doing
Everybody was
work,
so low
does
though.
hit
It's just
the
really
cleaver,
uncomfortable situation.
flashes in
근데
to
용을
finish
누가
off the
쳐야
kill
되긴
as well,
하는데
and
이게 진짜
BDD
오너 선수밖에
comes back
없었어.
in time
Wow,
to
that was so
claim
cute.
the
It was
kill
actually
on
not a
Faker
W there. It
himself.
was actually cute. Later away.
In the back for
그냥
KT.
신드라의
erupting with
신.
joy. It looks like T1 had taken
Syndra
the steal.
gone, holy
Started to
shit.
feel like it was going to balance out, but in the overall extended fight, KT just keep on doubling down. And folks, I'm starting to
Owner
think
had to
the Mundo
smite
might be a problem.
3,615 damage.
That's almost 10 times as much
Tank,
damage.
by the way. Oh yeah, no, my bad. The Rhino, no, it's not a tank.
game.
According to Ryan, he
Yeah,
is a
on track, looking
dog.
good. And I gotta say, Owner, he gets the Kraken Slayer. Uh-oh, Gumayushi.
Builds full HP,
Al's not
full
decided to
armor.
ult. Doctam might be in trouble here. Knockup
Does
does not
1
connect.
billion
Peter trying
damage?
to get a bit more space, and
Okay.
Cuz is on the way in. All of T1 forced to retreat. Maximum dosage popped. Just to get him in range is BDD, then now start collapsing on the side lane. Multiple pieces of CC stun. Initial lock up into Owner is decent. BDD trying to turn back. Sidestep does not work. Owner taking the kill.
One of the hardest
그래,
parts about these
이거거든요.
control
대본은
mage changes
이거거든.
is
Kraken
trades
already
is when you
completed.
try and play the side lanes. You are very vulnerable here, and so T1 able to pounce on the flashless Syndra.
Really nice play there from T1. Also, no, right? Because shows mid ult obviously felt like it wasn't going to do too much. Just wanted to get to the fight as soon as possible. And I think shouldn't line up too poorly when it comes to
3-0 Mundo
Level
on
two
my
that
screen.
almost available, but knowing that there is no one and that BDD doesn't have flash, Doran and Owner can fully commit onto the Syndra and take down BDD.
And it's going to be BDD and Doctam who have these targets on their back. Cuz very far ahead, incredibly difficult to kill. But BDD who's flashless, Doctam who's flashless, really vulnerable to the potential engage threat that can come out from Owner or Carrier if T1 can find these angles. For now, a battle of vision. We're looking ahead to the next objective. 20 seconds till that Rift Herald spawns. Both teams gold, nearly neck and neck, but a completed item for Faker is going to make a big difference.
T1, if they can get backline access with Owner, Carrier, or Doran, the fight is going to be really hard to play out for KT. BDD's position is going to be
문도가
paramount in
문제네.
these
문도가
fights.
그냥 뱀픽부터 문제였는데 상키를 먹어가지고 그냥 태산이 돼버렸는데.
It was the rest of the team that kind of bailed him out.
Mundo is a problem,
and got
guys.
picked there
With a capital
because
P.
walks forward with no fear.
Yeah, he has to let his front line do the work that they are built to do. Peter, Cuz, and Perfect. Let's see if they can actually bring it together. The teleport is
bro,
ready
don't use your
for
knight
Perfect
like
as
that,
well, and he is now
Carrier. That
proxying
Grievous wound is so
Doran,
important for Mundo.
But he knows that there's nobody else that's going to come and gank him.
There's no Mundo on the enemy team.
한타 때 딱 저 말을
Well, just to
그
confirm
치감을
that
바르는
fact,
용도로
pressure in
사용해도
mid lane in
괜찮았는데
favor of KT
아쉬운 부분이고요.
means that they're gonna
So I
get
guess he
first
prefers the
setup
heal
on the Herald. Now
for
there
the
is still
infinity,
vision here from T1 if they do opt to contest.
Oh, there's the TP, there's the flank!
Be from behind, flashing
Oh,
forward.
there it is! Carrier's going in!
Beautifully
Oh my
stopping
gosh,
the initial
Doctam
engage.
is so
Doran
dash.
no more than enough to knock
There it
down
is! Carrier doing it again!
TP
Doros,
flank,
TP,
what?
good job. Oh my gosh, there it is as well!
Unstoppable for a
Owner
moment. Owner's setting
flashing!
up for the angle, but he's not going to overcommit.
Owner
Reset on the
flashing, owner
ulti.
flashing. Okay,
Taking him
huge,
out as
huge.
T1
와, T1이
start
또
the
이걸
objective.
And a
Miracle
big
team fight
mistake
again from
there
T1.
from the KT support. Doctam getting caught, that's just a good play. Nice flank there from T1, but then Peter stepping forward and cousin BDD trying to look for a kill on the opposite end.
와,
But with any
티오나
of these Diego
진짜로
compositions, if you get the
감동이다.
first kill,
캐리어,
they just feel
look at
so
that.
good as Carrier sets up the play here. And Dr.
그냥
has nowhere to go.
서폿이
And man, that deep war
너무
value that
잘해준다.
allows Doran to
Peter just made a
teleport in
mistake
for
by
the
walking
flank,
forward here.
incredible.
와,
And Peter, that
이거는
counts as a
일반적으로
long
알리스타의
area.
Definitely
실수다요.
was. You could see how he
He
had
must
a
be
bit of hope,
nervous.
a
He
glimmer
must
of
be
hope.
nervous.
He peeled two people.
Peter's
But when the
nervous.
third comes in, when it's Doran on that flank,
Guys
to
gotta
seal the
remember,
deal on the kill,
he's
to make
first
sure they
timing,
get more out of that
more or
play.
less.
And gentlemen,
롤드컵 처음
Who
왔는데
the one who's getting
결승까지
so much of this money,
와버린
he's the one who's
피토나서.
starting to get scary. And
His
unlike
Nico
the
last
Sivir,
game was really clean.
this is a champion that
But
I think
Alistair this game
has the
definitely not as
mobility,
clean.
the tools to really start taking over. You can see
경험의
he's
차이가
already
확실히
getting the
나는 것
confidence
같긴
to
하고.
just step
근데
right
그렇게
up into Dogdown's
말하기에는
face,
근데 이
even in
세트
the
니코
face
너무
of that
좋았어.
And Dragon is
이
going to be
세트
picked up
니코
here
너무
by
좋았어.
KT. Camtech definitely high value, but you do give up the
Dogdown
top
getting
side
the
turret.
Jackie
This
Love
gold lead for
PTSD.
T1. Getting larger and
Can we actually do
larger
something
as
about this?
Carrier not sitting on
Peter,
Smite.
Hex Flash.
Okay, Peter's going?
Knocks Carrier back over the wall.
Carrier just dead! Peter
bonus
기가
kill on top of the Drake, certainly nice to have.
I literally
Don't
talk
know
about
why
Peter
he
being
does
nervous
that
and being
Smite.
rookie, and look
His
at that
team is playing on the
absolute
cross map, not really a reason
crazy
to
play
try
there.
and fish
I don't even know what
Spotted,
Colin's trying to do there. 방금 라칸이 저기서 뭘 한 거지?
Certainly hitting like a
킬할 수
truck.
있는 것도 아니었는데.
Dorn very likely to just have
It's
to
not like we could
concede
look
this
for a
tower.
fight either.
So KT get the
Because
Drake,
Viego
they get
wasn't
a
even
kill. The
there.
redemption now used as well, and it's on Dorn to instantly delete this wave. It's
Good
working
old
out well
Fevy?
so far.
Always.
But can he keep his life? TP's coming in from the side of T1, but it's just Faker and Guma off to the side. They don't have the tools to keep the fight going. KT going to respond. All of T1 now retreating. KT still winning out, still coming out on top, but in the mid lane, it's the Herald that's been used. T1 going to try to transition into breaking down that mid lane tier 1, and it's yet another TP in the sequence of play. BDD wants to deny it, scatter to clear out the rest of the wave. It'll be a chunk of damage, but the tier 1 will not drop.
We are greeting.
Nicely done by KT to parlay that pick.
It's okay, we already go top tower.
They've got
Top tower 이미 밀었고. Compared to last game, this game is actually winnable though. We're actually getting towers and all that. We're actually making plays.
We do see the gold lead has
Last game we couldn't even get close to getting down mid tower. Remember? 전판은 미드 타워 밀지도 못했잖아.
Just a little bit
지금
ago,
봐봐. 훨씬
I
상황이
don't want to
괜찮아요.
see a Mundo and Cassante with Camtech Soul. That's too much, man.
That truly will be too tanky to take down. Honestly, though, Carrier, like you were talking about, sniffing around the dragon, and KT actually turned that pick onto him.
Oh, nice. 2 flowers.
Into a lot of value here. And
3
nice little bit
flowers.
of, ballooning
꽃 되게
of the
중요한데
gold.
꽃을 다 먹고
See if
있죠.
they can actually push it forward, though. Faker in the side lane, trying
Very
to keep
important to
pressure
grab
up.
all the flowers.
And
Very
it's
important.
really interesting me looking at scaling in this game because I think the Yunara, the Victor, obviously
Faker is
still
going
great,
Landry's huge.
but when you look at the role,
요즘
fighting by
빅토르가
power of particularly
여는
that
빅토르를 안
Mundo,
갑니다.
that Syndra, that Alistair combo,
저거
I think we're
횃불
seeing
빅토르를
T1
하고요.
really
We're getting 2 more
hard-forced
flowers
plays
there. We got
because
so
they
many
don't
flowers. That's
necessarily feel confident.
huge.
I think this comp can always win fights,
이거
right?
진짜
If you
근데
ever get the pick,
저거 꽃
if you can
하나당
ever start picking this build
100원어치의
from owner,
스탯을
get that
팀원들한테
early
주기
execute,
때문에
because
저거
he has
굉장히
so much
중요하죠.
damage available,
You not only get
but
XP, but you also get
front to
adaptive
back,
wars.
trying to
Around
get
100
these
gold
big,
worth
beefy
per flower
targets
petal.
down the line might become a problem, especially if they keep stacking dragons.
I mean, definitely could be, right? You're waiting for Guma to get more
T1
damage.
also
under his
does have
belt.
the
You're
feed
waiting
strength
for
this
Owner
game,
to
so
be able
that's
to do
also
work with these
positive
double
for
Kraken
us.
Slayers, but they're
A lot of
so
positives so
reliant
far.
on these major cooldowns. And if Perfect and Cuz are still standing when those ultimates are gone, that team fight is not going to go in your favor. It's 6 seconds now to the Otacon. We're looking at the bottom side of the map. The push in bot lane for now is in favor of KT. T1 holding on, doing well. 2 items on their carry. Guma holding on to a small lead despite the catastrophic earlier fight. But it's KT
Okay, someone kill
looking to
Mundo.
potentially start the major objective.
Carrier to me has to be the difference maker. He's
Look
the
at
one that
Owner.
is the initiation tool.
Owner 선수
This
치감
time
간
there
거
is no
봐봐.
flank ward, so
Owner
Dorn
already
can't
has
quite find an
the
angle as easily as he did in the last
healing
one.
reduction
So Carrier has
completed.
to do a lot of heavy lifting. Has the sums available, but so do the carries of
And
KT.
look at the lane allocation here, because BDD, no teleport up in top wave, was actually catching it. So T1 trying to take advantage of that information, knowing it's going to take BDD a while to walk to this
They're
area.
playing. What are they playing? They're Mundo. They're playing Mundo dodgeball in the base. What the hell?
From it here. So KT
아니
feel
Mundo
like they are fine.
shooter.
KT.
Gary missing his
We'll have
cues
to
and Mundo
respect
hitting
Dorn.
his
You
cues.
highlighted it well. Perfect needs a bit more time
Mundo
for
피고
his
하고
TP
있어
to come back
지금.
off cooldown. So KT might just try
Not
to
the
draw
Otacon
this
throw,
out, try to
please. Not the
delay
Otacon
T1
throw.
a bit, threaten the objective to give themselves the time they need. And I think the good news for KT is Peter, Cuz, these frontliners really
Carrier's
hard
gonna
to
go
catch
home,
out.
grab an
Massive
item,
from
and then
Mundo makes
TP
it so
back.
impossible for T1 to land a single
He's
piece
also
of
gonna
CC.
refill his
And the
wards, I
Unbreakable
guess.
from Peter also means that even if they see one of these
Carry is
isolated
tweaking?
members, it
What
might
do you
not be the
mean,
right choice to
bro?
go
He's
in.
just
As
playing
Perfect
some
and
Mundo
Doran continue
dodgeball
to this fight.
minigame.
Perfect, of course,
It's
doesn't
fine.
have TP and wants to make sure that Doran can't get out of here. Going all out in the middle, Pathmaker hitting the Q3 does not connect, crucially. So Doran will walk away.
Oh my
but he
gosh,
walks
this
away
Renekton is getting
He actually got the
absolutely
W
sliced.
there on the Renekton Ruthless Predator, I'm pretty sure. So didn't get stunned. Wins that trade. Henley also presses tab most likely. And is like, I have a Thorn Mail and a Jack shows. Good luck, buddy. Starrick's now done for Doran, though. That is a big cooldown that will give this Renekton a lot of power, but not having
Lock
the
in,
ultimate,
T1,
the
come
dominance
on.
available might prove for T1 to not
Why does Carrier hold on to
too
TP?
big of a
He has to
hindrance.
use
We'll
this
have to
shit.
see is Carrier, again, trying to set up some vision here.
Carrier has made countless plays to bring T1 to this point. Rakan, a champion with so much agency, but again, it's hard in the face of a Mundo, a champion who gets to
Mundo just get heartsteal stack from that.
was so much
아니 왜 문도랑 그 대치를 하는 거 자체가 안 좋다니까? 문도가 체력이 늘어요. 강철신장이 저건 사기야 진짜. 잡을 거 아니면은 아예 딜교환을 피하게 되잖아. 딜교환은 체력이 계속
Now
늘어서.
T1 continue to poke their head in, but they really don't have control of the waves. They're waiting for Guma to push out mid lane, but they really need to respect the engage threat range of BDD. The Dark Sphere Scatter the Weak combo can be
130
devastating.
stacks for heartsteal.
Gumayushi without a cleanse effect to his name.
The rewards for this team fight are so huge because Otacon and the Dragon both on this side.
Baker continuing to poke.
Can we actually get vision control,
Win
or
this
is it
fight,
like
you might not just get Dragon, you might
Karma's
get
out of
Otacon as well.
words?
We'll see T1 might give up the Drake and then play for the objective instead. Perfect.
Yo, perfect.
Darkness, perfect, unstoppable for a brief moment. T1 happy to have the poke, chipping away at that health bar.
Oh, they're pincering them.
KT losing control of that Tri-Brush is big. Scatter going wide, also massive. It's a huge cooldown at this point in the game. Perfect over the wall with the Blast Cone. Knocks back Guma. Redemption going down. Cuz holding on to the maximum dosage as long as he can, but it's Faker off to the side. Not too isolated. 5K on the Drake. Getting lower. Eyes on Peter.
Oh
the
my gosh.
Alistair
Oh
to
my
make
gosh.
the play as Faker tries to
Oh
zone away
my
KT.
goodness.
In the clutch.
Doran's
Scatter
going
the
in
ball.
though.
Damage is not
Oh my
there.
gosh, Doran's going in
Faker
and Carrier. Oh, Carrier, you missed your
But he's
W.
all by his lonesome.
Okay, we got the dragon. We got the
Doran cannot
dragon.
get into the back line.
Okay. Oh, Kairo.
managed
Oh
to
my
find the initial
gosh,
kills,
that
but
is a
Guma
Cassante. That is a
Guma missing
Cassante.
completely. They
Oh,
get
the scatter the
Drake,
weak
but it might
connected
cost
onto
T1 everything.
Guma.
He flashes into the wall! And that might be the Otacon going over to KT!
Cuz continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1 forced back. The tier 1 tower starting to fall. Otacon already getting started by the remaining members of T1. Peter waiting as well.
A critical team fight for KT. They don't care about losing that Dragon because they get the gold and they get the Otacon in the aftermath. I think that was critical that T1 made split calls here. Look, they don't have Viego damage with their dive, so Owner finishes the Dragon.
At least we got the
but look at
dragon on
Carrier.
the bright
He goes
side.
with Doran, so Carrier and Doran.
Carrier missing W is so crucial there. That had to connect up to Duckdown.
Doran,
I guess Doran didn't have anything left to kill Duckdown. This
They
Viego,
felt
I'm telling you, this
necessitated
Viego is so
because
useless if you
Faker
don't
got
do his stuff
engaged
in the
on.
early
So
game.
you have to pull
초반에
the
잘했어야
trigger.
했는데 이거
Doran
비에고가 너무
tries to
맛없다
salvage
이렇게
the play. I
되면.
think in the moment that's the right call. But
Yeah, that
without
flash from Guma was
or
fucking
Owner, you
terrible.
just don't have the damage to
그냥
kill that
플래시를
core
쓰지
team.
말고 죽는 게 좋았는데 그거를.
Huge once again on the
근데
Cassante,
저 마음을
and he
알죠. I
even
mean, it's like we all know,
survives the
like the
play.
fight is already lost, but then you just
Feels, again, like a
flash because you
breakout
don't want to
performance.
die.
No
But
doubt.
if you think
The
like
highest level we've ever
logically
seen
and
him at. The big thing is
the
here,
cold
by
brain,
winning that
you're like,
Otacon,
wait,
you
I
get
should probably
more
just not
XP.
flash
You
here
get
and
those
just
flowers,
die.
which is
'cause
so crucial
it's
for
already
this
doomed
Syndrome
anyways,
who's
right?
crossed
Your whole
the
team is
100
dead.
mark threshold on those
Or
splinters,
driven out.
getting closer to 120. You get some every time you level up.
'Cause
so
now
that
he doesn't
level
have flash
advantage
for next
BDD
fight either.
just pays double.
For T1 though, look at the cooldowns that you got. I'm looking at Dokdam's flash. Any fight that T1 can
지금
start,
유나랑
with the
코르키
burst that they
밸류를
have, they can
논하기에는
single out any
문도가
target. That
40인데요.
isn't perfect. I think you have a good opportunity.
지금 문도가 4킬 0데스 문도가 돼버렸는데 비에고는 지금 어떡하냐. 비에고 is so useless now.
You need to start the fight with an
25
early
minutes.
For that, you need to be the aggressor. And I think, I mean, that
We have to pull off a miracle and one-shot somebody.
The Viego
But how are we gonna
punch
one-shot
doesn't
fucking
hold up.
Alistair Cassante Mundo?
You called
That's
it right
not gonna
before it
happen, is
happened,
it?
but Peter, the engage.
We can still
set up
win, we
onto
just need a
Faker,
good
followed
engage
by
from
the
the
scatter the weak.
No
Nice
pressure,
little
Carrier.
opening for them. You have to be
It's always
on the same
Carrier
page
has to do
in these
it.
team fights. Both of these teams.
캐리어가 또 해줘야 된다고?
So much success
근데 진짜 캐리어가 해줘야
of their
된다.
team fighting.
Carrier really has
And
to
I think
understand
pressure
this.
just continues to be on Guma, right? Had the Sivir game, they couldn't quite get it over the line. On Yunar, the strongest AD on the patch. Dokdam again. Learn from the previous game. Will not wander into the fog of war, whether it's Renekton or Sion. The lesson has been learned. His Cuz has been caught out.
There it is! There it is! 문도! 아, 진짜. 와, 플래시.
Peter trying to zone away.
Oh, it's okay. Mundo has a flash now.
Means they want to keep this fight going. Good scatter, but it
Oh,
doesn't quite connect on Gumiushi.
아파.
He's able to
Holy
get free fire. KT forced backwards, but Faker
Holy
now
moly,
half
though.
HP.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Peter, what a psychopath!
He does
went
negative
in
damage right now.
instead. A lot of damage
유나라가
to come
딜이 안
down, and
들어가는데?
KT, they're looking for the chase.
Push,
Cleaver still has access to the maximum dosage, zoning all of T1 away. Faker just barely able to make it out. TP is his. He can get back to this fight if KT try to force the Baron.
Flip it. Faker can TP back in. A lot of cooldowns are gone, though. Look at the ultimates that aren't available for T1.
They have to be careful of the choke, and they know what Owner trying to approach from another
Someone
side.
help.
The potential for BDD to line up a
Fucking
multi-man scatter for it to end the fight in a blink
Duran,
of an eye.
you
Is
are
massive, but once
an
again, it's the fight
Inter.
that they're looking for. But it's
Oh
Doran
my
caught
gosh.
out. BDD unleashing his power.
What the hell
Cuz
going
using the maximum
on?
dosage as KT start to push into Gumiushi. He's
Almost
always.
done. Look at this. Push.
Pushing further and further into T1's back line.
KT are doing it! The stun from BDD right onto Renekton as he's trying to go through the wall.
Oh
BDD
my
stuns him
gosh.
as he dashes, and the reward might be Baron.
There is still the opportunity for Steel. Owner's there. He doesn't have his ultimate, though. Flash about to come up. If they don't steal this, KT might set up for a soul point as well.
Teleport.
Coming in from BDD, well called. Potential
BDD's
50,
absolutely smurfing this game.
Mundo damage.
Owner.
The auto carrier trying to zone. Peter on the way and wants to knock him out of the fight.
Oh, they can't reach him. Oh my gosh.
Deleted! In the blink of an eye, KT take everything!
And the scatter from BDD will not let them pass. Dugdom lives. And that's Baron.
Listen to
KT,
that crowd.
KT, look at the crowd, look at the crowd.
They are riding the
Chinese,
roller coaster.
China is here for KT. God damn.
With the advantage.
And when we look back at this fight again, Doran
Corky
caught
isn't
out
even
the
worth
scatter
it.
to deny his path over the wall.
I mean,
And
this
it's,
reminds me of
Peter
when
even there on
Faker was
the
getting
flank,
caught out on
keep
silence at
flying
the end
Faker
as
on
well.
this Victor, trying to make the
And
flank
look at
work
this
as they just
Cons
don't have
Mundo
the
champion,
tools
man. Look at
to
this
deal with
Mundo
this
champion.
He's just
Someone,
not taking
oh
any
my god.
damage.
And then they know to start up the Baron, draw T1 to them. The desperate play from T1. They flash in, they try and burst down Doctam, but the peel is there. Doctam does not fall. And KT, they've got Baron, they've got a 4,000 gold lead. They also have the Otacon buff still in their favor.
And almost the entire year, T1 have dominated this KT lineup. But for what feels like the first time in countless years, it is KT who have T1 on the back foot. KT who once again have a gold lead. This time not from snowballing early, but fighting incredibly in the mid to late game.
And for this roster, with Doctam, Peter, and Perfect all being subbed out at various different times of the year.
Why didn't they
for them
bounce
to
Indra?
work
I mean, the
back
thing
to
is,
this
there's
point.
no space to bounce Indra.
Inspirational stuff. KT, can they
If anything,
do
the
it?
question is like, why didn't we pick Mundo?
T1 was almost able to find their way back.
I feel like Mundo was actually first pickable. Like, I'm not even joking. There's no fucking
And
answer
trying
to
play
this
a
Mundo
pick-up
pick.
from behind is known to be an exercise in futility.
신드라가 문제가 아니라 문도를 우리가 그냥 가져갔어야 됐는데 커즈 선수가 문도를 너무 잘해요
And it
그냥.
all could fall apart.
Cuz is just so good at this Mundo champion.
Here on the Mundo as well. That rank 3
그냥 챔프 체급 자체가 굉장히 높은 것 같아 볼 때마다.
Hunter's almost maxed out as well. That AP steroid and additional
Get
50% as if BDD wasn't doing enough
Star
already.
walking. Star
Only 3 away
walking.
now. Level 16
Vayne
for both
jungle,
mid
yeah,
laners.
Vayne jungle would have been even
Carrier
more.
with a good combo, Faker with a good ulti. You can see the path to T1 turning it, but it's just so
Classic.
hard to imagine Cuz dying to anything at this point in the game.
Oh my gosh,
BDD,
Cuz is
3 items
literally
done.
unkillable.
10-stack Dark Seal, slow and
와
steady.
진짜 비에고 정글이 초반에 뭐 해줘야 됐다고 생각했는데 이게 이렇게 되네
They're
와.
accepting it.
Like Viego jungle had to do something early game, like it's impossible otherwise. And Renekton, 그러니까 레넥톤도 유통기한이 심한데 비에고도 저렇게 탱조합 나오면은 할 게 없어요. Like, you're not playing the squishy, so Viego doesn't really have anything to do. That's the fucking problem. Like, Viego's a great champion, especially when they're squishy. So you can keep like changing and using your passive, but they have Alistar, they have Cassante, they have Mundo. There's just way too much tankiness on the enemy comp to actually proc your passive there.
Not a big deal, but T1 have to be careful.
He'll use there by Peter. Doesn't want to go down, and T1, if they had a flank ward, if they had the bot lane turret taken down, maybe there's an opportunity, but that one is still standing 31 minutes in.
And during their defense, T1 are able to get
bald cage rolling coming. What do you mean? I thought cage was going bald if T1.
Plus this outer tower as well.
If T1 wins, I thought he said Doran has to win.
Back in their favor, but
KT's winning right now.
They stand just 2 minutes away from a Dragon Soul arrival. That fight will be critical.
Yeah, that's Cuz level 16, and that's a Cassante. That's
You didn't want to add anything?
too much
You didn't want to add
power.
anything?
No.
Just Cassante?
No. I didn't need to add more. You guys both know.
Yeah, refer to Showmaker.
Yeah.
For the rest of the description of that champion. And honestly, that is the immense tanky front line that KT have to their advantage. Those two champions that you mentioned, plus Peter's possible engages here with the Alistar that KT are going to try and use once they draw T1 over to the Dragon Soul fight.
And we keep repeating it because I think it's the only way, barring a colossal mistake from KT, that they win. They need to find a pick on BDD or Dokdom. These are your two main targets.
Oh my gosh,
BDD's flash
I'm annoyed right now.
BDD
역전 가능성이 있을까요, 여러분?
Getting to choose. They can just play.
What are the chances of coming back from this? I feel like it's in the negatives right now. It feels impossible. You press top, you see a level 16 505 Mundo with 300 Heartsteel stacks, with the plated steel count and the spear passage.
JDG looked like they had them on the ropes and they found the comeback as the TP comes in.
TP from behind, they want to catch out Perfect.
Okay, maybe.
Perfect can try and use Doran as an
2
escape
TPs.
route. Carrier has to be careful, but Pathmaker already used means that Perfect is in trouble. Q3 back through, using Carrier now to escape. Perfect on his way out. It's not the Rek'Sai, but once again, it feels like he's going to escape. All of KT looking to collapse. Eyes on Faker and Doran. His perfect flash is out to safety. That's the ulti used by Guma. KT pulling back.
I feel like Guma should have ulted that.
Doran
okay, wait, BDD! Guys! There we go! Oh my god, please poke your pass! No! You got flashed in! Oh my gosh! It's okay! Dokdom! Dokdom! Faker! Faker! Oh my gosh. No way. Okay, there's a Faker flashed in! Faker! Okay, Faker is very healthy. maybe. Calls. 제발. 문도. 제발, 문도! 어떻게 해봐! Do something about Mundo! Why is he gaining HP? Mundo is a totally balanced champion, by the way. Mundo is a totally balanced champion. Mundo is a fucking totally balanced champion, by the way. That is totally balanced. What did they say about Mundo? Yeah.
7-0 and 6. A back and forth fight. It felt like that. T1 magic was coming through.
All right. So they get the flash stun to get the burst damage on it. But this fight gets so scrappy.
아니 근데 진짜 문도 저거 샘플 저거 어떡하냐.
Off of Doran, but then Faker is able to get the shutdown.
But it's the deficit that they're in that makes that close. In a normal situation, that
Mundo is a very balanced. Mundo is a very balanced champion.
In the eyes of KT on the precipice of match point.
No one ever.
To that low of health bars. Now with a
like Ryan, are you
sure? To finish off kills this time around. Let's see it.
Freaking kidding me?
Though BDD throws the scuttle crab away. He knows it's a little bit dangerous at the moment.
Oh my gosh!
Not a single flash available on the Rift. Any
I'm losing it, chat. I'm losing it.
T1 the game. KT on the precipice of match point. But we've seen T1 not
I'm
out of this
losing
yet,
it.
no matter how strong Cuz looks.
I'm crashing out.
All of T1 though, forced to retreat. Again, the power of this Chemtech with a Cassante and a Mundo is a terrifying prospect for T1 to contend with.
T1, I think they need the Infinity Edge on Gumayusi. It's going to be really difficult for them to buy the time for him to actually get that because KT can just threaten this Baron. You keep the map dark, you threaten T1 constantly, don't allow Gumayusi any time to farm, to catch up.
They spot it now. Baron getting lower. T1 can't afford to let this get away from them. Peter just using the Hex Flash as all of T1 start to move in. Double Randuins to slow the approach of T1 if they need. It might come down to the 50-50. Peter trying to spot Owner to force him out of the pit. No smite for either support, even with the Spellbook, as T1 getting forced backwards. Maximum dosage still there for Cuz, crucially. Picks up the canister. Guma really starting to hurt, but it's not enough damage.
Sterix is there. T1 taking a little bit too much poke. We'll see if KT actually want to pull the trigger on this or set up a bait. Eventually, T1's going to run out of the resources, but they do know with that ward.
Bot wave pushing in the favor of KT. Crucially, if T1 take a fight and lose, KT will immediately end the game. T1, the pressure point is on them. KT have baited them into the trap. Peter from the darkness, finding Doran, but not the ideal carry as Guma and Faker are still untouched for now. Gravity field to lock them up. Maximum dosage. Cuz getting lower, but still living. The Mundo refusing to die, and Guma Yuchi drops. KT taking it across the finish line. Faker forced back. The bot lane open. The TP there for BDD. KT moving to match point.
The KT roller coaster keeps going up and up. We're still not done. KT about to go up match point in the telecom war in the world's final.
A story at this tournament of dominance when it started.
와 진짜 캐릭터 말이 안 된다 진짜. Oh my gosh. Mundo doesn't fucking make sense, man. Like he's balanced as a top laner, but as a jungler, that is an abomination. Because you don't have a lane phase. At least as a top laner, you can actually win against Mundo. Because Mundo has the lane. And in lane, Mundo gets absolute shit on. Mundo gets absolute shit in lane. You don't have to lane as a jungler. You don't have to lane. So there is no weak point with Mundo as a jungle.
In these small moments where it's usually T1 that are
jungle role removes a weak early game.
Came down to a couple of small moments, mistakes.
Like Viego needed to like hard pressure onto Mundo in order to win this, but he was just trading, like he was full clearing. Uno was full clearing his own jungle camps.
To shine. And for KT to perform like they are today is what we love to see at the World Championship. What a phenomenal performance.
I don't feel so good, Chad. I don't feel so good.
I want to listen to Emily first. How are you doing?
I think the most, how am I doing? We'll leave that for later.
Okay.
I think the most important thing to me, though, is that it's not like KT have been flawless, right? They have made mistakes. It's more about how they then deal with it. How, like, especially, like, Peter makes a mistake on the Owlstar, then he ends up being super clutch in a later fight. I feel like every single person on KT has kind of taken turns really stepping up in a lot of places, and that has made a difference.
Yeah, their early games have been great overall, and we got to talk about this Mundo. We have to talk about it, right? I think it's become one of the most contentious and important picks in all of the World Championship.
I absolutely agree. I think it was a great pick in this game. Cuz played it excellently. You could see in the later stages, they just had no answer for it.
Yeah, they had no answer for it, and one thing I did want to point out, despite the fact that T1 did have the early lead in this specific game, we'd previously covered KT's early games, KT has been scrapping a lot early. That was the 100% warfare stat was the feat of warfare, and I love to see this coming out of KT, just that kind of aggression.
I do as well, and Azale, we were talking about it before, but this is the World Championship final. This is when people make the mistakes they usually wouldn't, and this is where people step up where you usually wouldn't expect it, and I gotta say, this last fight we're
guys,
gonna
let me cook a
where
meme.
T1 could turn the
Let
game.
me cook, guys. I'm cooking a meme right now. You can like talk in the chat. What the fuck are we gonna do? We're down match point. Someone help, bro. Someone help.
Eyes on Guma Yushi in
Guma ulted very early here.
And they
I feel like Guma shouldn't have ulted here.
Doran decides, you know what, we're gonna go for it. He flashes over the wall.
And then we pull off a miracle, but we didn't have owner's passive pause. Cause is just unkillable. 그러니까 여기에서 페이커 선수가 뒷라인 타겟팅하는 게 맞아. 저기에서 빅토리를 치는 게 빅토리가 문도를 칠 수가 없습니다.
Probably take the dragon and delay the soul.
The beauty of this fight is it showcases not only the resilience of T1, the fact that in these environments they still constantly look for opportunities, constantly look for ways to flip the game.
Faker targeting Mundo from the start isn't gonna do anything. Oh my god, look at that champion, did the most damage in the game. 27.1k damage.
The fact that KT is able to find these opportunities and punish the mistakes is a testament to how well they've been playing.
It absolutely is, and teams haven't been able to do it for 3 years. How is it KT that's doing it, Emily?
I don't know. I mean, they haven't won yet. I'll just say KT's MO is to kind of bring you up to the point where you're like, okay, maybe they can do it, and then they just you know.
That's
they
what you
let
told me for the
down.
semis. That's what you told me for the quarters.
And it's what I'm telling you right now.
And they are getting closer and closer. You have to give them the credit. They're playing incredible.
I believe there's a lot of stats so that we have to look at, because Emily is saying that because there is such a long history of it not going the way it was in those telecom wars specifically, right? And not
gosh,
just
we're
losses,
actually
often like
having
a
to-
reverse sweep or pushing you out of world's contention. They all hurt so much.
Oh,
Speaking of
MJ.
resiliency, I
Thanks
don't
for the
think there
follows,
is
guys.
a team that's more resilient than SK
Korea, thanks for
Telecom,
gifting us
now
all the-
T1
and
over
Chippy and
the
Hyde
years
on the
as
thank
we
you,
kind of
guys.
see this
감사합니다. Thank you,
Telecom War finals history, because it's only the fourth time
They look
they've actually
T1
managed
작년
to
월드
say somebody
결승을
look rattled.
기억해서
It doesn't
지금이라고.
feel the way it did last year.
I mean, so, well, this is the thing,
아니
because
진짜
I
근데
just
큰일 났다
can
이거. 근데
never count
어떡하냐.
T1 out in
와.
these positions. Because, as you rightly said, they've been in this position many times before. Even at this World Championship,
There you go.
against AL, they've been pushed to the brink, but T1 are 6-1 when down 1-2 at
Yeah,
Worlds.
but Mundo was up.
I mean,
Mundo is
no
gone.
secret Mundo for Ona this time around. But for me, like, Cuz has been such a superstar in this series, and I can't do anything more
Yeah,
than
Cuz
sing his
has been
praises for
gapping
how
owner.
spectacular he's
Not
been.
gonna
I mean, no one can argue
아니 근데
that
커즈
history
선수가 진짜 말이 안
obviously
되긴
is
해
in T1's
근데.
favor. They have
Cuz
won
is
so
actually
many
just
times
crazy
in
though.
telecom wars. They've showed up in these big
Cuz
games
is crazy.
so many times, but it just feels different because KT
4세트
does
이겼다고
feel like
3세트
they
지고
have the
그러긴
magic
해.
on their side this time around.
It's okay.
It only
We've
has
done
to
this
happen
before,
once.
guys. Last year
The
we
history
literally
doesn't
did this in
matter.
PLG. We were
No,
down.
you take them all.
Down
you
to
don't
match
care
point,
if
and
you
then we
win the
won
World
game 4,
Championship
game
here,
5.
Specifically for these players, right, Emily? And that's how
And
I
Cuz
want to
is
kind of
1v9ing
go
today.
into this break and go into the next match for a player like Perfect, who everybody
커즈 문도
counted
잘하는
out.
거
A player
봤는데 그걸
like
그냥
Peter,
주는
who
게
had a
너무
bad
이해가 안
start
가다.
and then
매를
completely
뺏긴
turned
것도
it around.
그렇고
They're
문도 뺏긴 것도
rising to
그렇고
the
아니
occasion.
근데 진짜로
Yeah, I think
억울해
the
뒤지겠네.
tag of like Band
진짜로.
of Misfits is
What do you
very
mean?
appropriate for this team, right? Like, no one expected them to do particularly well at Worlds. Like, I didn't think they were going to be incredibly bad, but I also definitely did not expect them to make it this far. And a lot of that was because of so many players we did not expect to be performing as well as they are. Perfect. I want to shout out Peter as well. Those two stepping up in this game. Also to get here has been fantastic.
They have it in the
I'm telling my
palm of their
meeples
hand,
to
but
make
we
my
saw
meme for
someone
me.
on screen a second ago.
Taking out the
who's
whip.
heard that phrase before.
Make a
uttered
meme,
about
make a
his
meme.
Enemies,
gave the
his
idea.
nemesis on the other side. It is 1 and 2
제발.
down for
아니, 근데
T1,
진짜
but you can
뱀픽을
never ever count
그나마
Faker
라인전이
out.
조금
Going to
이기는
game 5,
픽들을 했나라고
maybe
생각했는데
KT
역시나
just do.
문도가
They'll
문제였고
have to earn it.
유나라 픽 너무 맛이 없었습니다. 탱커들이 너무 많고 문도를 못 잡아. 베인이었다면 어땠을까? Imagine Guma used Vayne. 툭툭툭툭툭툭툭 Queen's Vayne. And then Owner. I mean Guma's flash here was so bad, but then Owner is just completely useless.
That might be the Otacon going over to KT. Cuz continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1.
Chronicle Chronicle is losing it. Bro,
Hey players, I know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer? And isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
Okay, guys, this one's good. This one's good.
You are going to see them like you've never
Trust,
seen
trust.
them before.
Let me cook it, guys.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
EWC winners.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped
Okay,
by
okay, okay,
you,
guys. I have the meme. I am making the meme
and
myself.
our
Okay,
mission
I'm
is
making
to
the meme
elevate
myself.
that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever.
I need the Riot
That's
logo
why
though.
we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
잠시만요. Add image.
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Generate. Okay, this one's good, guys. Trust, trust. This one's good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Here it is, guys. Doing the work myself because a meme maker is slacking. Hello. Take out the whip. I'm kidding. Okay, this one's good. Riot, when someone suggests Mundo is broken as folk and need nerfs. Okay, what balance changes should we do? Riot Games. Nerf Mumu. Nerf Singe. Mundo's broken, nerf Mundo. Boom. 아 근데 진짜 이거라니까? 진짜 이거야. 아니 문도가 계속 사기였는데 이거를 그냥 가만히 놔뒀다가 롤드컵 결승에서 이게 7킬 0데스 그냥 문도가 체력이 아니 때려도 체력이 그냥 불어난다니까? 무슨 뭐야. Like you're hitting the Mundo but the Mundo is gaining 1000 HP per second. Like how are you fucking supposed to kill the champion, bro? 번역은 좀 안 좋네. 아무튼 간에. Anyways, you guys can share this as well. So finally Riot actually does something about the champion, by the way. Nice champion, Riot. Totally balanced, by the way. 도란 우승컵 드는 거 보고 싶은데 아니 근데 진짜 뱀픽을 KT가 준비를 너무 많이 잘해왔다. KT is actually denying our picks while also drafting, like making us like draft very badly into them. So it's actually us drafting bad, yes, but also KT's preparing a lot. Like they're taking our mount. They're literally drafting so well because they bait us into picking Yunara for Gumayushi Yunara, and then they take the Mundo. So Yunara cannot do anything into Mundo, by the way. And it's not like we can actually trust to draft Vayne top. Doran doesn't play Vayne top. 그러니까 진짜 베인 같은 게 필요한 판이었는데 유나라 선픽을 하니까 오히려 상대가 다 그러니까 KT가 이걸 준비를 한 거죠. KT가 준비하고 유나라 상대로 크산테, 문도, 알리스타면은 유나라가 아무것도 못해요 진짜로. 저거 뚫으려면은 아이템 진짜 6개 다 띄워서 겨우겨우 뜨는 느낌.
Welcome back
Oh
to
my
Worlds
gosh,
2025,
absolute
where
tragedy.
You see the League of Legends Carnival taking place here in Chengdu, where 1.8 million fans have passed through over the course of the weekend and are watching now as KT, against a lot of expectations, almost all of them, I think it's safe to say, take us into match point.
They have been playing so incredibly well this tournament. They have still only lost 2 games the entire tournament.
I'm
one to Gen Z and one to T1.
Oh
KT
my gosh, bro. 와, 젠지가
so well. It's inspiring.
Like, no wonder Genji was fucking struggling. KT is no joke, guys. 젠지가 힘들어했던 이유를 알겠구만 진짜. 와, KT 잘해요 정말. 뱀픽부터 너무 잘해. Like they do well from draft. That's the crazy part. They're set up to win the game from draft. So you gotta give credit to Score and the rest of the coaching staff for preparing so well. 캐리어 선수 파이크 지금 근데 파이크가 너무 구려서 나올 수가 없는 상태입니다. Like the thing is, Pyke is so trash. I don't know if it's playable.
Team just go through a rotating door of we had Potter come in, we had Wei at the beginning of the year, we had casting.
그냥 제발 바드 한 판만. Please, just one game of Bard.
The greatest League of Legends organization.
Like Carrier Bard is actually not even that strong. Like, surely he's gonna lose on it. Surely.
Complete an arduous
캐리어 선수 바드 한 번만 진짜 풀면 안 되나? 와 진짜로 한 번만.
So with this roster, can KT
oh my gosh, Baron ban, zero ban.
T1 are notoriously
바드 밴,
hard
아즈르 밴.
to
Oh
eliminate
my.
from Worlds. They have been there before with their backs against the wall in must-win games.
I had a dream where Carrier actually played Bard in the finals, but I guess that dream was a fake dream.
Side here for game number 4 of Fearless Draft.
Pantheon Ziggs taken off the table. As you said, T1 on blue side, mid lane prio picks also off the board alongside Carrier's Bard.
So Galio, Nocturne combinations.
Hit the mic.
Maybe a Camille in there as well. Some of these T1 champions
I hate your fucking
that you have
face
seen
in game.
them use create dive comps. That could be a tool that they use very aggressively. Okay, they're going to start out with bot lane.
And now we
아니
have
진짜
for the
아니
second game
나
in a row,
진짜
despite the struggle that Nara in the previous
Okay
game,
guys,
T1
I'm gonna crash out
on
on stream if that's okay with you
being the
guys.
center of their
We're
early
first picking
draft
Kalista.
strategy.
We are first
Nara did
picking
not work out for them. It was not
Kalista.
enough. The Kalista, an incredibly oppressive champion at early stages of the game. An explosive bot lane matchup, but the Trundle is there for Cuz.
We are first picking Kalista.
I'm known
예?
known Trundle
칼리스타
blind.
버프가 있었던 것도 아닌데? 트런들이 기둥만 세워도 칼리스타 게임 못하는 거 아니야?
I don't love it.
Like,
We'll see
doesn't
though,
Trundle
Cuz
press
thus
E
far
and then
has
Kalista
earned
can't play the
the
game
confidence
anymore?
in this tournament, and is really good into Kalista. being
Finally
able
drafting a
to
winning bot. We
slow her
had a
down
winning bot last game. What are you talking
make
about?
sure that she doesn't
Rakan
get the
Yunara
space
one
that she
lane.
so desperately needs in fights.
The fault?
This is also, again, there's a layer to this, right? There is the fact that Dokdom
Oh my
had a great
gosh.
Kalista game against
Oh, Dokdom is a
Gen G,
Kate one
but
trick.
he might now be picking up the Caitlyn here to try and fight for that bot lane prio.
And this is a very powerful siege combination.
I mean, we have to play Renata here, right?
Early,
What are we playing?
Assuming that Peter is actually going
Blitzcrank?
to play a bully support.
I guess we could try to
Sometimes
pick
they
it
have
later,
actually, for
but
KT, they
Renata
did like
could be
Caitlyn
banned.
Braum. They didn't necessarily fully index into a Caitlyn Lux or Morgana or Karma type lane. And so they definitely have some options still open to them. But I do really like siege comps. And an extra range there with Trundle because you can make use of that
마지막
pillar.
판까지
But here's the
그냥.
Nocturne that we were talking about earlier
Oh
does get locked
my.
in for T1. And I really do think those combination comps are going to come through for them with the heavy dive. You get Carrier's Renata here, he's going to have a big one.
And for lane, that feels good. But Renata, blind can get punished. Obviously, the 2v2 is absolutely devastating. And that's why T1, I think, have really struggled in this
그래
series.
레나타 해야
It
돼.
feels like
그래
KT's
칼리
early game has
레나타
been
하는 게
better.
맞아. 칼리
Almost all
레나타
the
I
time
guess
is BDD
makes sense.
going to be
Okay, if we
blind
win here
Cassio,
and we
playing Cassio
win
into
Worlds,
what
like
is already such a
T1
short-range
Renata.
competition is gonna be
Finally,
feeling
Carrier
impeccable.
finally gives
And it
Renata
was
skin.
this pick that
Question
got
mark?
KT over the line against Gen.G.
It
아,
was, and
진짜
now against the mobile
어떡하냐.
support,
카시피아?
like the
What the
Renata,
fuck,
luckily has
man.
the Callista to bail her out.
What
but
the
Pillar
뽕이다요.
is a massive threat to any immobile champion, something that has to be respected. With the Caitlyn,
Oh
with the
my
Cassio,
gosh.
getting grounded by that miasma, having a pillar placed behind you.
We are
means
living
there's
in a
no
world where
chance for
KT
escape.
is about to
T1
beat
bringing out a lot
T1
of
and
comfort,
win
bringing out a lot
worlds,
of power
guys.
here in the first phase.
And you can protection ban the Galio because you third pick this Cassio
Match
on
point
red
for
side.
KT.
There you go. And you can whittle down on even the few options that Faker does have left. Those combinations that we're talking about
They
for the
beat
Camille,
Gen.G.
Galio, Nocturne
They are on the
just
verge
will
of
not
beating
be there.
T1.
I like the Ornn though, as far as the ban, because you know that KT have very strong scaling and are building towards that big team fight.
And
Holy shit.
It feels kind of awkward because normally what you'd want to do into Cassio is outrange her, right? Go for something like the Hui, which we've seen a decent amount of. And I think it's okay, but it doesn't really synergize that well with the Nocturne, right? You'd rather play something that can actually dive deep, that can go in aggressively, but trying to play any dive into Cassio, into Trundle, into Caitlyn just doesn't feel great. And there you go. KT, they say we're not even going to take that gamble. We don't care about the comp mismatch. We want to protect BDD with shield bans towards
선수들이 잘하기를 볼
in
수밖에 없다.
total here, setting BDD up for success.
And we knew in a
선수들이
world of
잘해야죠.
fearless,
결국 근데
depth of
뱀픽이라고
champions
해도
was gonna be
선수들이 인게임
incredibly
플레이가 깔끔하지 않은 모습들이 계속
because
나와서
getting that
쥐고
win
있는 게
on Viego, not
맞고요.
able to find that win on his Viego. Now
근데
with
그만큼
KT,
뱀픽이 그지
Warren,
같은 것도 맞아.
taken off the board.
아니 근데 진짜 선수들 개개인의 탓을 막 장면을 보여줄 수 있긴 한데 뱀픽이 안 좋은 것도 맞다고. 둘 다 안 좋을 수 있다는 거야. 그러니까 둘 다 안 좋으니까 지고 있는 거야 지금. 둘 다 안 좋아.
The organization.
Oh, there's Peter Nautilus! Peter Nautilus! Wait! Oh my gosh, Peter, please, just play Nautilus. Please.
Oh my goodness, is it going to be the
My bingo, my bingo, my bingo.
Blitz. I don't like the Nautilus matchup
Duro
into Renata.
Blitzcrank, Duro
Feels high
Blitzcrank.
unplayable, but Blitz is a
Now
different
Peter
story
Blitzcrank.
altogether. Peter!
Oh! 탐켄치를 what the hell? Into Nocturne, I guess it's not too bad.
Exactly. He knows that they're going to
까비.
round
피터
out the
노틸러스
rest of
딱
his comp
나왔으면
with
빙고
more
딱
dive,
하는 건데.
so preemptively grabbing the Tom Kench.
First
Doran
Kench that we've
Gragas,
seen this
Doran
tournament as
Gragas.
well, and it's perfect that
Gragas
he's going
is
to get
fucking
the
down
counter
for that
pick.
comp though.
What is Doran going to go towards?
Gragas, Doran Gragas!
Classic certified.
Doran Gragas!
Was one
그래
of
도란이
the
해줘야 돼요. 아.
Pivotal points as I was thinking about this.
Yanivia locked in. Obviously a champion against champions like Trundle and the Tom Kench, the power of that ulti to really slow you down
Yanivia?
the walls against a Cassio.
Please, I hope
can
he
be
picks
devastating.
properly though.
Who's it going to be for Doran? Ornn is on, Yorick gone. Often we see these blind picked.
And
I
gentlemen,
think you have to pick Gragas here. Okay, it is Gragas.
Yeah, it's still
It's
gotta be
Gragas,
Gragas.
it's Gragas.
They
Doran,
rounded
Doran,
out okay.
bingo,
It is
bingo,
a
bingo,
bit
bingo!
versatile. Honestly, though,
Bingo!
I favor the KT side
Bingo,
at the moment,
bingo,
and they get
bingo.
counter.
Okay, let's all take a breath.
That's for Nasus! That's for Nasus! That's for Nasus!
Mordekaiser.
What is he going to lock in here?
Interesting.
Perfect. What's the R5?
It is interesting because Mordekaiser is a champion that can still split push even when faced with Nocturne comps.
No
So I
way.
do like it even
Mordekaiser.
when T1
Okay,
has
Mordekaiser
ways
makes more
to attack
sense,
side
TBH.
lanes, with Nocturne and other people joining.
Oh my
It
gosh.
is something that can still always have threat there due to the Mordekaiser ultimate.
I will also just say, in terms of ease of execution,
Oh,
there's
홀리
almost
몰리다요.
no
홀리
reliable
몰리다요.
RCC on the entirety of this KT lineup. They're really going to need to have full map control, be better on the setup, because on the opposite side, you have these walls that can catch people out that matches the one piece of
Okay,
CC
guys,
that
I gotta
could
post the
do something
bingo.
for KT, which is the pillar. You've got the stuns, you've got the Renata, the Gragas to potentially set up these plays.
We have to
Huge,
keep
I think,
doing the
burden
bingo though.
on Doran to be the guy who can
아니
make this happen.
빙고가 중요한 게 아니잖아요,
And it was
선생님.
a 2023
I mean, like trolling.
spring
I mean, like
finals where
trolling.
Doran
Okay, it's
had
okay.
a
T1's gonna lock in, I think. I think the comp is actually not too bad.
On the Gragas.
We can win as long as Kalista
That was
Renata
back
does
down
not
into
misplay the
T1.
2v2. No pressure.
To which this day in the LCK, there is a discussion as to whether or not he was robbed from MVP for how good his Gragas was, and that is with match point for KT, what T1 decides to trust him with.
KT on the cusp of winning their first trophy in their first finals after their first semi-finals. An unprecedented run, but they are going up against T1, the greatest to ever do it. A team hungry to find redemption for Faker. 2015, 2016, denied in 2017. This roster
숙련도가
wants to be the
문제라고.
first
애니비아가
to
좀
make
많이
the
불안하긴
three-peat
한데.
happen.
Bingo, yo!
The ever elusive 3D.
This guy got bingo
and
too.
As you say it, Keria flashes the Faker emotes. See if they can actually do it this time. T1, of course,
하나,
둘, one
셋.
game at a
T1
time. Every single game must win for them to extend the series.
T1 fighting!
Every play critical,
Holy moly, bro.
including
Level
the
1
ones.
Fiesta already.
Faker trying to move away.
Please.
Good damage going down on Owner, forcing that early flash out.
Oh,
You have to be
큰일
terrified now
났다.
because Cuz is going to start to take over in the jungle.
Yeah, Trundle definitely can go for invades and look to punish flashes.
Go.
Yeah, BJ Trundle with a flashless Nocturne, definitely big, as we can see. A little bit of a trip down memory lane. It's T1, as we keep saying, in case you know, maybe you just tune in. Maybe you're like, what's all the ruckus about? Have had so many ups and downs, and in this modern era, it's been the four-man core of Owner, Faker, Guma, and Keria. We've had Kana originally in 2021. We've had Zeus in 23, 22, 23, and 24. And now Doran, as they find their backs against the wall.
And how fitting is it that it's KT Rolster that stands in front of T1 now, when it was T1 in 2013 that went over
킬도 안
them.
나오고 몸빵도 안 되는데 이기겠냐고. 아니 근데 1세트도 근데 조합이 막 오 했는데 이겼잖아요. 충분히 가능하다고 봅니다. 일단은 좋지 않은 시작이긴 해도. I mean it's the bad fight, but bad start.
Can beat the jungle camp.
But we gotta trust Guma and
Shikaria.
Renata Kalista.
Flash will be up in no time. That's how you.
레나타 칼리스타가 해줘야 되는 조합이긴 해. 근데
Definitely a good luck.
칼리스타를 선픽했기 때문에.
To get to level 2. Neither one wants to be too aggressive with their cooldowns. Obviously, if a single noxious blast connects, potential for BDD.
And we gotta remember, Doran is playing his cult for. Oh my gosh, that's so huge, by the way. Oh, and he got the E as well after the barrier expired. 방어막이 없어진 타이밍에 E를 막 해가지고 진규한테 일방적으로 성공했고요.
And I do think you kind of
저런
know
거
that when
모습
the camp
좋아요.
gets locked in, you're just not going to have the laning pressure. This is really a pick that is expected to have
Yeah, and
pressure
Doran
as
just
you
on his
go
comfort,
deeper into
guys.
the series, right? As you grow into the game,
크라가스의 신이거든요, 도란
when
선수가.
the dive will inevitably follow.
레넥톤 이런 거보다 크라가스가 진짜 한타 임팩트도 되게 잘
Nivea
할
and
수 있을 것
Gragas
같고
really doesn't
괜찮아.
feel quite as good. I think the
No, Distant Feelings really pushes us over.
all in
Welcome to
for
the main
Guma and
panel.
Keria feels good to play into, but Nivea really makes it hard for you to
Push it in
actually
a lot.
reliably protect your carry.
오늘
The
줬으면
buildings
flash
off
though,
Gragas
그래서
kind
watch
of
out.
self-explanatory.
If
His
we do
ability
fight for the
to
bot scuttle.
create space. Keria!
와, 캐리아 선수가 진짜 와 도끼를 품었다 진짜. 캐리아 really wants to win, guys. He's locked in, guys.
Owner is flashless.
Bomba.
May still be in a position come level
Trust
6
the bomba,
to really
guys.
force this dive before Peter has access to that ultimate.
Big for this T1 bottom lane that T1 want to play through their bottom lane here with this comp, this Kalista, Renata, Nocturne trifecta that they've been able to get for themselves. And it is going to mean guaranteed bot side Scuttle Crab with the early push there, and the ward as well from Doran, who took his time from top lane to go ward the second one. So they'll know that this time around, Cuz has done the same thing he did last time, where he did the
바텀 좋고
clear
바텀
into
주도권
recall
좋고.
and then look for the crab.
Good bot lane, good bot lane. Kalista pick. Oof, it's turning out to be good so far. I don't want to jinx it though. And I should stop talking. Let me saying Bomba was not on my bingo. Bomba. I say Bomba all the time. Every time I play with Gragas, I always hear the voice, the Bomba in my head.
So often is incredibly impressive. Now though on the top side, Doran may have to be careful. Good awareness though.
They should
and
know.
See the potential gank coming, knowing that there's really no play on the bottom side to be had for KT.
Early stages of Mordekaiser versus Gragas, not too big. Plenty of sustain on the Gragas, no problem. So just a farm fest up there as both junglers will go into their second re-clears. It's going to be a little bit quicker, of course, for Owner because of Cuz's little altered path where he goes for the quick recall.
Or ult the venue.
We'll see once again when the Nocturne does
just
end
remake
up
the
towards
whole
bottom
series,
side of the
guys.
map.
Just start over.
Currently, though, Keria and Guma at least hovering into the fog of war, then going for pretty deep recalls.
Are seeing Faker taking not the best of trades, but not really botted. Has his egg still available. We'll see if Cuz can make something happen. Might look here. Has his Raptors just now
Carrier's
done.
gonna try to hold away,
Making
but
his way
has still
over.
shots.
Even getting a summoner or getting the egg would be big.
Faker grounded, Cuz on the way in. Good wall to force the disengage. But BDD full committing even though he has
nice
no mana.
flash.
They do manage to get the passive out of
Oh
Baker.
my gosh,
Cuz
please.
full
Oh
committing.
my
Peter on the way.
gosh.
The tongue lash there. They want to give the kill to BDD, but it'll go to Cuz in the end.
And what could be the deciding game, KT
So Kerio was holding the bot wave
again towards mid lane.
and receiving the bot wave, and meanwhile Peter went for the roam. So Tom Kinch was there.
The kill again. Now we
So
saw
even
how
if
benefited
Nocturne
them.
turned around and tried to kill
wanting to look for the
Cassiopeia,
punish
problem
here.
is that
Carry and Guma are powerful. They move in with the heal. A pillar to immediately block them out.
nice!
The 50-50
Oh no!
goes
Okay. We don't mind
Peter
this anymore.
barely
Then we
able to make it
don't
out
mind
alive.
this.
Good
Okay, not too
recovery
bad.
from T1.
And he
이러면은 나쁘지 않아요,
Trust me,
진짜.
I got this. Takes the wheel. And
If
finds
he
the
didn't get the
50-50
smite there,
steal.
that would have
Sometimes
been
you need
absolutely game
inspiration
losing.
when your team are backs against the walls and you just
Okay,
lost out.
Faker
first
still
blood
doesn't know
mid,
the W
you
could
have
combo.
to come up with some really
It's a hard
big
combo to do
plays.
though.
And throwing it there, throwing the flash for the flip, getting it for owner.
Talon? Question mark?
T1 get the objective, and now they've set up Doc Dom in the mid lane. But
Steal
Peter,
bingo?
a little bit
No,
late.
the
You can
steal
see
bingo
how,
was,
while BDD was comfortable in that 1v1,
Baron
it's so
steal.
difficult
Baron
for Doc
steal.
Dom. If a wall had
Wait, Guma didn't get it. It was owner actually who got
he
it
very
right.
likely would have died, like the one we're seeing here. Luckily, Peter is there to cover. Knockup will not connect. Nice initial stun from Faker.
okay.
Procs the phase rush, will back away.
Not.
Doesn't have any damage under his belt yet, or that could have been a lot more concerning for the side
Like,
of KT.
like Faker can tank a death like that. I mean, the thing is, I'm not even joking. If Peter wasn't there, it would have been a 1-for-1 trade. Like, no mana Cassiopeia flash forward, right? Owner could just turn on the Cassiopeia and kill Cassiopeia, but the moment Pumpkin shows up, you can't do that anymore.
Big flash away. Doesn't want to risk going into the
Boom.
death realm just to come out a few seconds later. On
He's
the
using
wrong side
Hilly
of the
Bailey
wall.
Gragas like
Faker.
a Giga Chad. The best Gragas skin.
And I do really love when people play goofy skins in very high stakes matchups.
저 그라가스 스킨이 실제로 장인들이 많이 사용하는 스킨이죠.
So much riding on this game.
도란 선수의 그라가스는 뭐 장인급이잖아.
And KT opting
Nice
to
flash
send
burn,
Caitlyn up to
yeah.
the top side
Really
of the
good,
map,
really
whereas
good.
Guma and Keria have full priority here, trying to push in on BDD's Cassio.
And looking at how the early game setups are going to go, it feels like who gets to the objective first, right? If you're able to use the priority in your lanes, use the priority of this Guma Keria lane with the Kalista Renata, you're able to turn that into vision, and you're able to pick off members from KT as they rotate over. Because the pick potential is amazing. Turn off the lights, displace them either with the wall or with the Gragas. And there's a lot of damage available early on to take down these targets. For KT, again, it feels like it's going to come down to what can we find in the team fight.
Yeah, an excellent lane assignment from T1. Again, Faker easily able to wave clear, even in the face of the Caitlyn Tom Kench. Good lane, mid lane control from Keria and Gumayushi, and now Owner walks his way up top side. Immediate 3 grubs secure.
T1 continuing to stack the objectives that they need in this game. Using Guma and Keria, their priority.
They're denying
nicely.
Caitlyn
They
plate
rotate
still.
over
Those
from
things
mid
are
lane
important
to the grubs,
100%.
up to top lane and want to keep that
KT
pressure
fans.
on.
KT fans are getting excited in the chat.
You know, the way in which they did it was
You gotta calm down.
high risk, but then
Series is not over yet,
Owner
KT.
knew, you know, otherwise you're a Nocturne that uses
KT
his flash for
fans.
no reason, but he trusted his smite button.
And they
Doing
know
the
that
E
they
word.
are going to need to continue to stack those objectives. So we'll see if the emphasis on the earlier Dragon Soul for
상대가
them
뚜벅이가 많아서
does
애니비아가
come
좋은
to
픽이긴
fruition.
해요, 근데.
Kalista, of course, looking
Enemy
to
team
be a
has a lot of like
Ooh, and I do love
stationary
that it's Doc Dom
champions,
playing
like all of their
that
champs.
Caitlyn
So
skin
Nivea
from
wall
DRX.
and the R is actually
The
so
last
nice.
time that T1 lost in the finals, it was against that team as Faker. Should be fine here, but his prio is continuously maintained, and look at the top side. T1 keeping these waves shoved in, and plates will be their
Okay,
rewards.
2 plates coming
This
over
feels
to
like the first game
Gumayushi.
where T1
That's
are
great.
able to build such a clear advantage in the early
칼리스타로
stages. Yes, BDD has a
너무
small
근데
hold
청
lead,
성장
but
잘하고
Gumayushi
있어서.
essentially, no one can stop this man from pushing in, from building a greater advantage. And you already talked
No
about
pressure,
Drake
but you have to
stacking,
carry,
right?
okay?
Kalista, a champion who very effortlessly can contest the big smites of the game, and when Owner and Guma are working together, it feels pretty impossible for KT to stop an objective that T1 have started.
Guma on a lot of champions is pretty good at contesting dragons as well.
Has been known for that, yeah.
Yeah, he has stolen, even at this tournament, multiple dragons on different AD carry champions. This time around, though, we continue
괜찮아,
the
지금
farm fetch,
나쁘지 않아요,
my
분위기.
friends.
Nice.
Sorts bad.
Love it. You know, it's
Bringing
game
the LCK to the
It
world
wouldn't be
stage.
your final
World's
cast if we didn't
finals.
get a little, the appropriate pace for an
Obviously,
LCK matchup.
the main issue is that normally we go completely off topic.
Sure.
We're not going to do that here.
No. Professionalism.
Yeah, obviously. There's a Hex plate now done here for Owner. We'll have that available going into the first fight. Looks like double Roa to come through here for T1 as well. Obviously,
20 seconds.
Ooh, BDD close to his.
At this stage, however, it feels like T1 just ahead in terms of overall prio. Yes, BDD has mid lane push, but really has to be careful about wandering into Fog of War when Owner has access to that ultimate. Cuz has finished the Sundered Sky, not opting for a Trinity Force, knowing he might need a bit more sustain. Carry a bit of poke onto Peter, and T1 with this bot lane push, very likely set up to be first to the Drake.
Owner's there, trying to, I think, scout out, and this time T1, if they can set up again, trying to regain control into Renata, into Anivia, kind of a nightmare. We haven't really talked about it too
녹턴공
much,
박을
but the
각이 거의 없다.
engage from KT is
녹턴이
just
지금
not the best. It's really looking like a full commit or bust.
Cuz ready for the 50-50, Faker off to the side, decent damage
오,
on the BDD.
녹턴공
Owner
얘기하자마자
going all
녹턴공을
in.
박는
Fast
상황이고요.
Coming out
Okay,
from
nice
Cuz,
pass.
wall there as well.
They push him out, that's our dragon then.
But the objective
Yeah,
set
don't
up
let them
now
don't let them
for
move
the
forward
side
like
of T1.
that.
Double
Yes.
TPs. KT want to claim it for a bit more. Ulti
Nice
coming out
Renata
the side of Keria.
ulti! Nice
Drake
Renata 공,
down the
Renata
back
공
line of
괜찮은데?
KT berserk as they look if they can turn it back.
Just
But
back up,
again,
back up,
they
back
don't
up,
have
back
the
up.
tools to keep the fight going, unless Peter wants to flash tongue lash. But that's all their CC. Perfect fighting off to the side, dragging Faker into the death zone.
Faker! Nice ball for Faker! Faker 선수! The ball! No, Doran! No! BDD is crazy! 와, 게임 끝났다. 큰일 났다. Oh my god, the game is so
Gumayusi will
doomed.
not be able to make the bailout work. The Drake to T1, the fight to KT.
Oh, Doran's gonna want that one back. The big whiff on the Gragas engage there.
Peter, knock up a bit too far. The thick skin, yeah, it's not gonna save you. Caught up in the hype, caught up in the moment. Faker.
아, 이거는 좀 맛있는데? I mean, like,
a bit of a bumpy ride.
we got the
But
dragon,
as we
guys.
highlighted, it's
용은
BDD
넣었어.
that takes this fight into his own hands.
Bro, I mean, initially it didn't look that bad, but let's watch this one again. Faker actually has such a nice role here. 모데카이저 공을 받았는데 모데카이저 ulted, but Faker actually R'd really nice. Oh, Doran bomba! Oh my gosh, like a 3-man ulti from BDD. 카시가 너무 잘했다, 진짜.
And T1 get chased out.
And Perfect, while that was happening, took out one of the big DPS sources for T1. Even though he doesn't actually take out Faker.
트런드 기둥 한 방에 다. 아니 근데 진짜 칼리스타가 너무 구린데요? 아니 트런드를 이 한 번 딸깍 누르니까 칼리스타가 이게 딜각이 잘 안 나오네. 슬로우 걸려가지고 점프를 하면서 딜을 넣는 챔프라서 슬로우에 취약합니다. 진짜.
now with the Roa fully stacked, even as Faker struggles to complete his, is in an excellent position in the fights to come. Again, a minute and 30 seconds now until that Herald is available.
감사합니다.
Top side still close. Mid lane
You
still
need to
very
take
much
another
dominated by
turn
Puma.
session.
Would really like to have that prio advantage ahead of this next objective.
Yeah.
Anivia, the Ice
Clearly
Bird.
they made the call.
Let's go.
Just try and go for Doctum.
Please.
You know, Doran getting in there for the knockback, but they didn't have the damage to follow it back up. And so the extra kills here for KT, but T1 preemptively got the Dragon. So that plan of stacking the Drakes is still there.
Ooh, and this is a game where I think Oceans are actually going to get a ton of value. It makes your side laning so oppressive. There are a ton of champions on either side that have a good amount of sustain. Going to become even more annoying when you become basically an immovable object in that side. And a lot of champions that, even with the Roas, even with the Seraphs, are going to chew through a ton of mana. As right now, KT feeling like, despite everything that's happened, game basically that even, right? If anything, it's in favor of T1, given that we've seen the Grubs go their way, given that they're currently up a whole whopping 2 plants as well.
And remember the context
Maybe
of all
knocking
of
BDD
KT's
away is
skills.
a part,
It is a lot of
and that could
flashes,
work too.
it is a
That
lot
could
of
work.
full committals with very long cooldown sums and abilities. T1 still have a much
I mean, game
easier
isn't like
time setting up
gone or
fights, setting up
anything.
picks, and
It
because they've
definitely
secured those
looked a
Drakes,
little bit
they will
doomed, but
inevitably
let's
be
be
allowed
calm
to
here.
force at
Like
least
we have
one
2
fight on their own
dragons.
terms.
T1
Even
has
now,
2
we see
dragons,
both teams
and
setting up for the Herald.
And I think that will be necessary
we
for
also
T1
have.
because KT,
What
they've
do we
used
have?
this Caitlyn so effectively from the very beginning of the tournament. And they've constantly looked towards the late game with this champion for Doctum and the siege
Grubs.
power, the extra
True.
range. KT
Grubs.
right now, speaking of siege,
Peter's
with the
strength
4-1,
still attainable.
but T1 are able to take control of it. they've got control.
We have a
and
Kalista
access to
for
the Rift Growth
objectives.
as well, so they can continue
Guma
to
issue with
stack
the
these
run.
neutral objectives. And that's the way that they're going to apply this pressure to KT.
And we can use this for first tower top maybe.
A lot of extra time
Feeder
in the
strengths
game.
must be super
Early
nice.
objective stacking going the way of T1 convincingly and fully. As a possible
탑에 그냥
play
풀어서
onto Doran here,
탑
dive
밀어도 되긴
with about
했는데
50
이러면
seconds
그라나스가 위험한데?
left on the clock
Maybe we can
would
try to
be
ult
big.
the wave.
on the way.
Is that Doran dancing?
Ulti.
Doran dancing.
TP
No!
available.
생다이브야.
Commit now going down.
Okay, they don't have much
Turning
CC
off the
though.
lights. All of KT
Nice.
immediately pulling
Okay,
back.
wait.
Peter isolated,
Wait.
caught out.
Okay,
Trying to
not
stay standing
bad,
with
not
the
bad.
thick skin.
좋다, 좋아.
This will die
Oh my gosh,
away
look at
as Faker takes
Faker.
down
He's
the top
denying all
lane
that
tier 1. And again,
minions
this
to
is
the
the
tower.
struggle of the KT
타워를 빨리 안
composition.
밀고
It's so hard
미니언을
to
다 태우면서
force
밀어서
anything.
오히려 더
T1
골드를
continue
벌리는
to trade up.
상황이고.
And T1
And the
read them like a
feeder
book.
strength
The
is
5
so
man
nice for
rotation
us because
gets
look at the
punished
boots we
heavily.
have,
They're ready
guys.
to keep Doran
쿨다운
safe.
boots
This time
upgrade
around,
is
that
one of the
Gragas will
best
not
ones,
be
by the way.
taken
쿨다운
down.
신
And then on
업그레이드
the
진짜
cross map, the
개
top side
좋거든요.
turret falls.
And now they're in a perfect position to contest this next Drake. The good
Winnable
news for the side
and
of
winnable.
KT is at least Dokdom finally has that
Can win,
collector.
can win.
He's
Copium and a
able to chip
copium.
away at Gumayushi's health bar, but with the Blade of the Rune King and a red buff, Guma forced to be reckoned with. KT poking their heads, and they don't really have the vision, but they do have a ward on the flank if Perfect can find his way in. We'll just take the more conventional path through the mid lane, however.
And look at
Okay.
the flank from Doran here, trying to hide
Herald,
there
good Herald.
on the Ocean Rift, looking for a big
Good Herald.
displacement.
Herald summoned in the mid lane. 5v5.
We have
at
2
the
dragons
pit.
already. We don't have a
Flash
throw
ulti
here.
available for BDD if he wants to try and find
Just
it.
go
Perfect
for slow
isolated
play.
off the side. Hostile takeover stops Peter from going any further. Dokdam completely isolated. Cooking the barrel for just a little bit longer.
덕담! Nice flash onto 덕담! Gumayushi, nice! And Cons, please! Pioguma! Oh my gosh. Oh, the bail was so nice. Good try. 안 된다.
Even as T1 begin to fall, Faker and Carry are ready to turn it. But have they overcommitted the wall?
Carry
They're
up,
trying to
fucking
disengage Carry.
run.
Faker running into the pinch. Obliterate
Come
connecting for full
on!
damage.
Heal!
Cons
Nice
on
heal,
the
nice
chase,
heal.
waiting a
Okay.
few seconds for the pillar,
That Q
but
was
the
so
stun
important.
clutch.
Cause was gonna pillar him.
Disengage for the side of T1.
Okay, we got the dragon, and we're almost getting mid tower, guys. It's winnable. Just calm down, breathe in.
It is tense. I mean, T1, I think it's still good.
Just have to calm down. 나쁘지 않은 게 이게 우리가 용을 먹었고요. 그 다음에 이제
because of the double steal that comes through, right? Because
위에서
they're unable to get this dragon.
Upside takeover is really good, but look at Doran on top of Dokdam. Gumayushi immediately flashing over. 와, 이게 진짜 BDD 선수가 if BDD didn't land this, I think he would have actually gotten nailed down. 구마이시 선수가 만약에 궁을 스턴이 안 된 상황이었으면은 레나타 W를 달고 살아나왔을 것 같은데? I think he would have lived because he would have had more spears onto Cause and then Cause would have actually gone down with the bailout. Okay. It's okay though. It's fine.
Peter flashes in to try to devour Dokdam.
got mid tower as well. 미드 타워 밀었습니다.
And those moments of miscoordination are effortless for T1 to punish. And this is something they cannot afford because they're already falling behind in terms of map pressure. Even if they have a kill advantage, they're behind in gold.
Please.
Single mistakes like that could cost them everything.
And I'm looking at Owner's smite button. Oh yeah. Inspect that thing. This guy is cold as hell, man. Keeps on getting these dragons. Started out the game with a flash to go steal it. Can he do one more? Does he have one more in him?
And started off the game without a flash to speak of. When it comes off cooldown, he flashes to steal it. And again, this is the member that we've heralded on this T1 lineup as the most consistent point. Being clutch around these objectives is crucial because now you see the runway,
I don't like this anymore,
NGL.
NGL.
The Otacons of Seoul stand in
It's
front of
fine,
T1.
it's fine.
2013 OGN Summer.
I mean,
those
game was gonna be hard no
telecom
matter what, because we had Kalista, Renata, and Kalista was honestly not that good right now, but we first picked it, so a lot of pressure onto Kalista to carry this one.
I'm down. It's a throwback. Let's get double.
네, 애니비아가 유럽에서 굉장히 유행하는데 빌드가 저렇게 가면 안 된다고 계속 전문가분들이 얘기를 하더라고요. 해외 전문가분들이 애니비아가 좋은 이유가 그 쿠반을 바라보지 않아도 딜이 나오는 빌드를 개발해서 그런 건데 지금 T1 페이커 선수가 계속 하고 이제 투비 선수도 딜을 빌드를 저렇게 가더라고. 근데 저게 원래 정석 빌드긴 해요. 어차피 후반을 바라봐야 되는 판이고 저런 빌드 가도 된다고 생각하는데 또 이제 해외에서 많이 나오겠지.
at least to get
해외
the TP
상승
out
많이
of the door.
나와요.
Understand
애니비아
the game
이거
of the KT
한국
already
선수들이
because T1 are
빌드를 잘못
collapsing,
가고
and in the
있다고.
meantime, waves are being deleted.
Good
It's
pink from
costing
Keria.
KT hundreds of gold just
Get
to be
control
here.
slowly. Doran's here
The
now.
T1
No
take
need
the
to be
fight, it might just
no need to
cost
be
them the
impatient.
game.
We can just try to go for steal as well.
KT sticking around, ready to
Doran,
get them away. The ulti not
Doran,
stacked
getting
up.
completely
Perfect going forward just a little
chomped.
bit longer. The death realm to
Suffers.
come out. Owner going to respond with an ulti of his own, turning off the lights on this team fight between both
Okay.
lineups.
Okay, perfect is that. Perfect is that.
And Guma takes though.
아니 근데 모데카이저가 칼리스타한테 절대 공사하면 안 되는데. 모데카이저 can never ult Kalista, by the way. That just doesn't work. Okay, 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 okay. Guma got it. Guma got it. Guma got it. Guma secure objective. Okay, wait. Bingo, 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 bingo.
For T1 strikes again.
Bingo, bingo, bingo.
Oh man,
빙고다,
that was a
빙고다.
tense one.
빙고야,
You can tell the
빙고야.
call from KT, I think at the beginning is have Mordekaiser just run at Owner and try and ult Owner. But look at Perfect getting kited in. Nivea does so much work keeping him at bay. Keria as well, trying to help, trying to delay. And then as the ult goes down there, they kite it back out. Otacon resetting. They put so many spears into this Otacon.
And I cannot think of a worse champion to pull into Death Realm 1v1 than a Kalista that has been accelerated. Unfortunate from the side of KT. You see that they have the damage, that they have the items, they just cannot put it where it counts, and ultimately that just means that T1 are even further ahead. 23
I don't know if it's steal, but he did secure it.
1,000 gold advantage and 20 seconds until T1 are set up to take the soul.
It's going to have to be a miraculous team fight here from KT, as they are second to the objective. And if this soul goes over, barring an Elder flip, T1's got to be feeling real good.
Doran isolated for a moment, the Maya's just a little bit
Okay,
late.
Faker kiting out with phase rush, huge. Okay, okay.
Cuz still eating a bit of damage. The poke from T1, a bit tough to deal with. You can see the pierce that lands onto Dokdom, taking that chunk of health.
Oh my gosh, what the hell? Faker has flash though. It's fine.
To isolate Owner, redemption to heal.
Okay, this is not too bad. No, no, this is great. This is great. 괜찮아 보인다. 구도 괜찮아 보여.
T1 coming from multiple sides.
Nice Q from Faker is doing so much from that. Faker's actually doing so much from the wall there.
Absolutely dukes him.
Oh my gosh, what is going on? Faker! Oh my gosh, Faker would have done so much more damage with the European build. That's okay, he's doing a lot, he's doing a lot.
Faker's gonna teleport back, they're recalling Mordekaiser and Nivea.
The fight just continues to go. 6K getting lower. Dokdom trying to get a bit
Oh my gosh, Dokdom is finished me, he has to run, Owner's finished me as well, get him, no, Doran taking for him. Oh my gosh, BDD is going to run him down. No, get him. We got the soul, and Dokdom got the soul.
KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members of T1.
Oh my gosh, T1, Gumayushi double kill, that's a triple kill for Gumayushi, please. Okay. We're alive, okay. But this is actually, it's like, oh my god, that's so important for us, by the way. That zone is so important for us. No way. 아니 방금 진짜 너무 아니 애니비아가 근데 너무 잘해줬다. The aura from Keria was so amazing, but Dokdom was actually baiting it. I don't know, Dokdom's been having a kind of an iffy series so far. Although his team is ahead, I think he's been making a lot more mistakes than he really should.
BDD was running straight at them.
와, 구마유시 선수가 그냥 막 날래요. 이거 봐. Look at Guma.
Even though BDD got his ultimate, hit him with the stun, so he didn't actually get to do the damage that he needed to.
Faker's smiling because oh my god, like his Anivia is so clean though. Who doubted his Anivia? Who didn't trust Anivia? Look at Faker damage, 8,568. 유럽 사람들이 빌드 뭐라고 못할걸? I mean, Europeans can't say anything about his build. Look at the damage from this. I mean, yeah, maybe he could have done 10k damage with a different build, but we don't talk about that. What we focus about is how much greater his Anivia gameplay is compared to his other game.
Good tools to force picks. So T1 get to stay in these fights.
Okay, yeah, the guys, Nexus hasn't exploded yet, but
no way anyone else is getting
things are looking good. Not gonna lie.
Soul in their favor, flowers in their favor.
카시궁만 조심하자고. 카시궁 조심하자고.
To take the first Baron of the game.
변수가 카시궁 정도밖에 없지 않나 이제. There's only Cassiopeia old stats.
Call the T1
bit of a problem.
Gold leads there. Ocean Soul is theirs, and KT. We'll see if they can make something happen.
Owner and T1 have secured every single objective
these cues from Faker, man.
Cuz moving in, but zoned away.
Oh, Coles can't move! Coles can't move! Coles can't move!
Owner using an ulti of zone just to try and disengage.
Oh,
Dorn
he's
meanwhile
fully
in the
free
mid lane,
now.
happy. Just continue fighting. Perfect going
Faker
into the
just,
back line.
Faker's just
Looking to take
sidestepping
down,
it.
but
Look
Faker's
at
in the
Faker
net.
just
Faker's happy
sidestepping
with the
everything.
1v1.
Wow.
Just in time he gets out. And
See,
Dorn
the
is there to
Seraph's
seal
Embrace
the deal on the
shield was
kill.
actually
KT
important,
desperate
guys.
to get
He
anything.
would've
They've
died.
already lost their top laner. The game rapidly slipping away.
They're trying their
You're
best
trying to tell
to
KR
not
how to
let
play.
this game go to 5. Dorn still searching.
Just kidding.
No flash.
DK,
for
G2's the
BDD.
best.
That crucial piece of CC and exhaust there. But Faker just waiting in the darkness.
Full 7.
Guma stacking up the spears. The wall to zone KT away. Flash not there for Cuz either. BDD off on the side is going to
It's
use
so
the
tanky.
ultimate.
Look at this,
W in
look
from
at this
Peter does
arm from
absolutely
Faker.
nothing.
just
T1,
아니 커지
they
선수가
see
진입을
a
못해.
horrible opponent.
커지
They
선수가
know what
진입을
they
못해.
can do.
Oh my gosh, look at Guma Yushi shredding them. Killing spree for Faker. Bomba. Hello.
Why they are here.
Hello.
What they can do in a world final.
T1!
T1, We're hanging on. We're hanging on to fucking dear life. Let's go. Okay.
The gap to
We get
T1's
Baron
back
here
line.
and then push
Return
mid.
off of
Push
Baron
mid,
to
push
grab
top.
the kills.
이들랑
And
탑
now
밀고
they
바로
will
먹고.
secure the objective.
Reset
Here's
and
another
then
look
try
at
to
it. So
siege again.
Doran had just body
Only
slammed
like
at
4
BDD,
what?
and BDD used Cassiopeia ultimate. The rest of them can then chase through the river here. As you see, even with the Tomcats trying to eat him up, Doctam still has nowhere to go.
Just
The KT feel forced
absolutely
into trying to
disgusting
contest, know that
Kalista gameplay.
If
Ooh,
Baron
what the
goes
hell.
down,
Okay,
it
who
is good as
doubted
well.
the
So
Kalista
Peter,
pick? Who doubted?
It's not an
Me.
enviable job. You're trying to
doubted
play
the
engage
Nivea?
Kench, and I've seen a
Me.
single man do that well.
Me.
And he's on the opposite
Me,
side
me.
of the rift.
저요,
He knew it
저요.
was a gamble. And that, plus the blind Cassio, I think really
Baby
getting
doubting,
punished so
baby
nicely
doubting
by
equals
T1 in
win.
this game.
Baby
and the
doubt
top lane difference
win.
as well. The Mordekaiser has not found a lot
제가
of value.
의심을
He's
하니까
getting
게임을
traded a
이기잖아.
lot.
1세트도 뭐야 뱀픽 개
And hasn't
조졌는데?
had very high
승리.
value ultimates either. So we'll see as we progress in this series.
Very cool.
If we progress,
Very
because
cool.
T1 still have not
Very
done
me
it yet.
too.
They've
I'm
got
not
the
even joking.
Dragon
I think the
Soul
whole
and now
chat
they're
was
going
dooming.
lead
Like
down.
we were all
They
being
definitely
doomers.
should be able to.
Maybe we should be doomers more often,
20
guys.
pet
I'm gonna
lead.
lie.
They have Krubs. We haven't
Breathe in,
taken
breathe out, breathe
the
in, breathe
turret
out.
yet,
3
Kobe.
level
They
gap
got
for
more
Guma
items,
Yushi.
they got more
Faker,
money.
2 level ahead. Doran is
Yeah.
3 levels
Yeah.
It's a
ahead.
hard road for the
Don't
lineup
know.
KT. And
But
now
it's good news for us.
when a comeback happens,
Super
if KT
Scrape
can make it
is
happen, then
happening.
it's something to be considered. Maybe a miracle flash, but it will take that miracle. And for KT, it's so important not to lose sight of the bigger picture. This is a game you could afford to lose because of what you won earlier. It might come down to a best of 1, but you need to be at your
페비님 저
best
손에서
form for that
땀나요.
matchup because this game is looking done and dusted. Owner pushing in the mid lane. KT
저는
can't really
손보다는
afford
뭔가
to split
지금
as that
막
tower falls. The threat
되게
of
더워.
T1 diving
뭔지
into their
알지?
backline. A very real
심지어
threat.
반팔 입고 있어.
BDD
I'm wearing
found a
carrier
big
T1
play
uniform right now. I'm
on
wearing
his
carrier
UNA
so
in
T1
game 1
uniform
against
right now.
Gen G.
And,
To
it's
find
it's
a miraculous
it's
comeback,
hot,
but
like,
this game
what?
feels so much
It's
more
cold in
dire.
Korea, but
About 35 seconds
even wearing like sleeves.
till
so
we see that
short
Elder
sleeves.
come up. I don't even know if T1 really wants to wait for it. With 2 inhibitors, they can just decide to back
My
off.
heart rate must be very
No
high.
pressure on
Body
them.
temperature too high.
Owner waiting, hoping to catch out a member of KT.
Make sure we don't
overeager,
throw,
knowing
guys.
how
We can
important
still
it is
lose the
for them to
game.
Stop the soul from going down. 20
Oh,
seconds to TP into the
what
mid
is
lane.
this? What is
Maybe going
this?
to catch out Gumi
이거 뭐야?
Yushi here. But it's perfect. Again, this is the problem.
Perfect
No matter
cannot
who TP's
ulti the
in,
Mordekaiser.
it's so effortless for T1 to just walk away.
Yeah, perfect. Guma is 2 levels up on the top laner.
Cuz caught out, isolated.
Oh my gosh, Cuz just has to flash out.
Flashback.
Oh my gosh, BDD, what the hell? Oh my gosh, please, someone help! 살려줘! Okay, Guma Yushi, 카이린, they don't have anything, Double kill for Guma, triple kill, penta.
Face of this T1 lineup. The triple, the quadra. T1
또 오너야?
bringing us to Silver Scrape.
오늘 taking Guma's pentakill again?
T1's hopes live in the grand
괜찮아!
finals.
이겼잖아요! We won, it's okay! We won! Who cares about the pentakill? We care about the Nexus! Kill the Nexus!
World's finals.
Oh my gosh, Silver Scrapes it is! Silver Scrapes it is! Silver Scrapes it is! Holy moly, bro! I am breathing too. Oh my. Heart rate
Absolute
is...
dominance in game 4, though. The story for T1 as we get ready for
Oh
game
my
5.
gosh,
Let's send
Guma
it
Yushi
back
and
over
Faker,
to the analyst
both of
desk.
them are so crazy good.
They're on
Carry
it
amazing,
again,
Doran
Dragos.
Bomba.
That's what's happening.
Owner
I cannot
doing
believe
everything.
what's happening in front of my eyes. The fact that at every single objective they looked like they could lose the game, but somehow they secured and some somehow they stay ahead despite everything KT threw at them.
I can absolutely believe it because I've seen this happen
Okay,
at
Silver
Worlds several
Scrape, Silver
times. I've
Scrape.
seen it happen to my team so many times back in the LCK and in OGN Champions. I don't think
진짜
it was
미치겠네
louder
진짜.
in
아니
this
서커스는
building
진짜
than when
뭐냐고.
Faker
First
absolutely
pick
popped
Kalista?
off on Anivia and they
Oh
showed the
my.
damage numbers at 8,568. This
I
entire
doubted
place
your first pick
was
Kalista
cheering
story in
just for
Guma. I
that
think we all have to write an
graphic
We
apology
see
letter.
Koma there. He's deep in thought. He, of course, has said before
Apology
that
letter
2017 is
being
something
written
I regret,
right now.
right? Let's look at this.
I mean, the players have got to stay locked in. We see them reviewing in that moment, and here is one of those critical plays. Keria pops out of the brush, catches Docdom, and even with Peter there to save him initially, that is kind of the fight it felt like decided in a lot of ways.
I can't believe it.
It was so many tense fights that T1 just
아니 근데
kept
진짜
getting
구마
the better
와
of
구마 you should
KT
topping that
in.
wall
So many of these
so
moments, if they
beautiful.
just
Look
swung
at him just
slightly
kite it
the
out.
way of KT,
와
maybe things
칼리스타
could have been
봐봐.
different.
칼리스타 보세요.
But
와
under this situation,
BDD
to be
really tried to
down
carry.
against KT, who's at match point, T1 are just too good.
It's crazy.
At playing from this pressure.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me that happened in this early game is that whenever T1 looked like they were in a bad spot, even when KT was coming out ahead in the fight, T1 had all of the objectives.
Space Faker made all match was disgusting. Yeah,
just
like
comes online and destroys
just
absolutely
like,
everyone.
what the
And
hell?
again, I cannot
His Anivia was so on point
how
this game.
strong of a pick Anivia was for Faker in this
Anivia
draft
너무
against
좋았다
what KT
진짜.
had drafted.
와.
It was very, very good. I asked for like a super
Anivia pick이
cut of
너무
all the
좋았다.
objectives just
And Mordekazu
because
could
we
never
talked so
ult
much
the
about
Kalista
Boomer making
because you
kind
just
of
get caught
mistakes
and
in the
die
game
in the
before
round.
that, right? And how
And
at
then
this
you
level
can't
that
ult
does
Anivia either.
happen.
Anivia just
But
cuts it too.
How does this happen every single time? Is that plot armor?
I mean, it's
아,
kind of crazy. It just
오늘
feels
honestly
like
this
they're
skill
able
was
to
so
step up in
important,
these
I
big
think.
moments. I think Cuz maybe
그러니까
just
진짜
barely didn't have the smite,
영혼을
didn't quite get it off. It was at 619.
먹는 게
Owner
진짜
flashes in,
중요했어가지고
auto
저게
smite, steals
너무
away.
중요했다.
They
초반에
had
분위기가 되게 안
so many
좋았죠.
opportunities where you think,
And
okay,
here,
they're
the
finally
flash
gonna
over.
get it. Owner gets in again and steals it. The Soul fight was actually Dorian securing it, where Dorian went off in this next fight, Vetty.
It was really important for certain players to step up, and given that this series has been the Cuz show,
와 여기 봐봐. Look at Faker by the way.
to show up in this series.
Look at Faker.
Fantastic play around
아니
the
페이커
objectives,
선수가
and
지금
Doran,
이거
as you were saying,
이거를
Giselle,
와
his
like
scoreline
Cuz
was
can't
not
do
impressive,
anything.
but the
트런들을
impact
아무것도
that
못해.
he had in so many of these
Look at
team
this
fights,
damage.
like,
Guma
it
you should
was truly
31.3k.
It was. And
Faker
I have to
27
shout
points
out
out,
BDD as
6k.
well, right? Because he gets, just like on the Syndra, right? He gets a lot
Europeans
of four-man
of this build
stuns. He
works.
gets
I
in
mean,
there with the
yeah,
Casio,
he has a
can
pretty easy
turn the
matchup
fight, but you just see at some
into
point that
melee
with all the
range
objectives
champions.
that T1 had, and the fact that they were up on the forefront, right? And they have the confidence makes that they just run this one home.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think they're going to be regretting giving that
It's
man
really funny to
Anivia,
watch.
because Faker, it
T1
seemed
got all
like he
objectives,
played way
yep.
better than he did last time.
And
on
he's
the pick,
eating
but
a
also,
banana.
we
It's
were talking
over,
about it in
guys.
draft. Benny and I were talking
Carrier
through,
looks
hey, if
upset.
you're going to blind Casio,
Carrier
you
looks
really
like a
do need to
banana.
ban the Anivia.
Oh my
Instead,
gosh.
they elected to take away the Galio and the Way, which
Carrier
are
has
comfort
that
picks
like
for Faker.
super locked in
With
loop.
Faker, there's always going to be something up, but man, Anivia was crazy in this game.
And while we look at the faces of T1, focused,
And
calm,
Luri.
getting ready for the next game,
Oh,
we know
sorry,
that this is a
감사합니다.
situation
Thank you.
where
진짜
they've
못하는
been in
네,
multiple
그만해,
times
감사해요.
before, even just last year against
Oh, yeah.
BLG. For KT,
Banana buff.
I
Yeah,
can't
banana gives you
imagine the pressure
potassium.
that
It
they
gives
must
you the
feel,
sugar.
stress, given that you
and energy.
could be a single game away
Lots
from
of
lifting
fiber.
a World's Trophy, or it could
Huge,
be
guys,
done and
huge.
dusted just
What
like
else does
that.
it
I
give
mean, it's
you?
basically going to be the best
Antioxidants.
moment of your life or the worst moment of your life, right? And it's coming in 30 minutes. And we heard interviews from
못
both
믿어서
of the
죄송합니다.
bot
아니야,
laners
못
from
믿어야지
T1, where
이긴다니까.
they're talking about
진짜
the
그런
things
거
that they
같아.
have is the experience. They
Yeah.
have been
불신,
here before.
불신
Carrier said,
equals
I
승리.
wanted it too much. I was dying to get it. I think KT is going to be as well.
Yes, they are absolutely dying
Now I
to
want
get it.
banana
We'll get
too.
some time to talk on the other end of the break.
바나나
about
먹으면
this
챌린저
man,
가는
Emily,
거예요.
but also
If we have
about the
banana, can we go
chances
challenge?
of KT. We'll be right
Run it
back
down, run it
before
down,
game
chat.
5.
Run it down.
The fight just continues to go.
바나나를
6K getting lower. Doctor
먹자.
trying to get a bit of poke. Hops will take over connecting. They don't have a cleanse. Devour from Peter is good, but it might not matter. Cuz continuing to move in. BDD waiting over
Oh
the
my
wall.
gosh, this fight, I was getting a heart attack here.
They don't need to face
와,
him yet. The turn on to Faker
와.
isn't enough. 3K. Cuz in the pit. At the end of the
와, 여기에서 페이커 선수가 진짜 막 무빙으로 자.
KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members
와 벽이 진짜 이 벽 때문에 도란 선수가 야 안 죽었어. Doran didn't die because of the wall. So 모르카즈 cannot apply his W passive. W를 이렇게 막 그 딜을 넣으면서 가까이 붙어야 되는데 벽 때문에 계속 트런들도 그렇고 모데카이저도 그렇고 애들이 아무것도 못하네. 진짜. 오케스트라. Superscript Orchestra. Where's the drop? Dun, da-da, da. Absolute cinema, this is so peak, bro. 와, 이걸 결국은 5세트까지 이걸 끌고 간다고 양 팀 다 진짜. Both teams are crazy. Making it to game 5. 문제야. Game 5 scripted? Cinema. Oh my gosh. I love this orchestra, it makes it so much better. No offense to the OG. Music? Yeah. 이거 되게 잘 만든 것 같아. 전의 음악은 좀 가벼운 것 같기도 한 그런 느낌이 있거든요. 근데 이거 되게 웅장하게 되게 잘 만들었는데. They made it very like very just formal and like crazy hype. Bring out the Guma Zaya, Guma Kaisa, yeah. Honestly, just give everything. Honestly, give everything. I don't know about Kaisa. Kaisa, the problem is laning. I'm a little bit worried about. If you don't pair it with a Nico, I feel like Kaisa's lane phase is so bad. We need to win lane. I think we found out the answer. We have to give Guma Yushi a champion, carry a champion to win bot lane very hard. So like the Kalista first pick worked out because of that reason. Zaya is great, Jin is great. Yeah, I'm not even joking.
How could it end any other way?
We can't pick Kaisa because of that
in
reason.
This telecom war for the ages between KT and T1 with their eyes set on the Summoners Cup. We have been blessed with the series so far, but now comes, Azael, the most important game of KT's career.
Absolutely. I mean, you can really say for a lot of these players, their entire life has built to this one moment. There's so much pressure on being able to perform in this moment. This is one of those things where you are going to be thinking about this as I said before, the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life.
Today.
And it all comes down to how you perform in this next game.
And that's why I really did like what BDD said to Cuz, right? Where he was like, it's just one more match. That's what it has to be for them. They have to be able to shrug off the pressure and play like it's just one more match, as we see their friendship going back all the way to 2017 Longzhu Gaming when they first started playing together. And the other person who's been here is Score. I don't know if that was necessarily the worst day of his life. Maybe it was the 2 HP Baron fiasco against Rocks Tigers. But as the coach of this KT roster, I think they should also be looking to him, who was on the 2018 team.
I mean, he's quoted this moment personally versus IG, who would go on to win the cup, as where they left it all on the Rift and they didn't do enough. And that's what we saw that he tried to instill into this roster. But again, this is when all the floodlights are on, right? This is when you've had time to think about it. And you know it's only one game. Only the best survive that.
And if you want to look at some history, across the 9 full 5 games that these two organizations have had, it's 6 to T1 in Game 5s and 3 to KT. The odds favor T1, as has been their history. But again,
no, stop it.
That it is the
no,
of Worlds
odds do
that
not
we
favor
love
T1.
To watch. And on this day,
stop it
history
right now.
will be made,
stop
whether
it.
it is the 3-peat for T1 or whether it is
당장
KT
멈춰!
who is
아니
able to
T1이
upset the dominant giant.
좋다고 뭐 얘기를 해버리면 어떡하냐고.
Matchup today versus Faker. How could he not be? And we started off the show
Toss
by
the
talking
cursing
about
in real time,
the
bro.
eras from Faker, right? And we have here his rookie era. I also want to say we have the actual final. But the two that are most important currently are these two, Azael and Fetty. Why?
Yeah, I mean, it's the question of, is it that heartbreaking moment for Faker,
Get him, guys,
being
get him.
distraught after having lost the finals, he thought he was going to be able to take down. To me, this defined him because it showed how much of a competitor he is. Even though he had won so many world championships, you still got this kind of a reaction from him when he finally fell.
No.
But the beauty of modern-day Faker is that not only has he found a way to...
No.
I mean,
T1 fighting T1 title, come on. We're like actually just making a miracle right now.
This feels like T1's prime, the era of T1, and today we could witness him doing what he couldn't do in the past with these
trying to
players,
tilt. Like
marking
actually
his mark
though.
on history once again.
Stop talking. 당장 입을 다물지.
6 stars on the bottom
못할까?
if it does come true. And let's just stand still with this for a second, right? When you talk about KT being almost at the top of the mountain and just needing to bring it home, Faker is on the other side. And often when we talk about Faker, we're not mentioning all the rest, but it's also so important for them, and they've done it 2 times before. But who hasn't, Azael?
Doran has not done it. He is not a world champion. As I said at the start of the day, I feel like his legacy is the most impacted out of anyone on T1 by far. If he wins here, he can push aside all this narratives about him being an international choker, about him not being able to rise to the moment. And if he loses, I think people are still going to be casting aspersions on just how good he has been.
Yeah, because he has been fantastic in this series. We talked about it in the Gragas game. We've talked about it in this series, how much of an impact that he has consistently tried to have.
아니. 멈춰! 기세가 좋긴 한데, 물론 방금 이긴 팀이 기세가 좋은 건 당연하지만 진짜 뱀픽 잘해야 된다. 아니 진짜.
Yeah, as we see everyone
gosh,
walking
guys.
back on stage,
I posted a meme.
pretty relaxed. That's good,
It's
right?
great.
Good sign. But that man, Doran, I think
feviknight should posting again.
encapsulates what has made both of these teams has brought them here, right? Because it's not that they haven't made mistakes. Doran,
My
I feel
heart
like,
is
has
not
even
okay.
made mistakes in this series, but then has overcome
Normal
them
heartbeat.
to have fantastic plays, helping bring this to a
This is
game
heartbeat.
5.
And I mean, we talk so much about T1 and rising to the
T1 is
occasion,
KT.
but we also have to give that credit to KT in this series, because I think so many teams would fall apart with the amount of pressure that has been put on them when things have gone wrong. But KT has consistently played towards their rain conditions, played confidently, even down 12K in a soul. You see BDD flashing over the wall on Casio, looking for that moment. And they have not shied away from the bright lights of the World Finals. I think we're going to be in for an incredible game.
Okay, what is in that book? What is in that book?
Almost men of the LCK.
저 공책에 뭐가 들어있는 건지 정말 궁금한 부분이고요.
Been the best team in the world, but they've never
Carrier
been
took his
able
jacket
to
off?
prove it. Today, they've demonstrated that they, at the very
It's
least,
over, chat.
stand
It's
shoulder
over.
to shoulder with the greatest that we have in our esport. But they can
한
do
걸음 남았다,
what KT
진짜.
have
Just
never been
one
able
more
to do
step,
before.
one more
And to do
game.
it against T1 would be incredible.
Would be incredible, and is also the most difficult task that can be laid upon your shoulders if you are KT. Not just for the fans that maybe have become a fan of them during this tournament because of what they've shown, but so many, like the one here next to me and the one I can see there, Lore, who have followed this team for so long, for so many years,
Distant
for
feelings.
so
Thank
many
you for the soul.
heartbreaks, for
Welcome to the
reverse
Maple Family.
sweeps. You cannot do it all for all of those fans. But on the other side stands T1 and stands
They're making
Faker.
lobby. They're
This
in the
isn't
lobby.
their
They're in the
first
lobby.
rodeo. They've done this a couple of times already, and in game 5s, they know exactly what it takes to win that Summoners Cup. Will it be BDD
와,
win
너무
his first
반짝인다,
after a
진짜.
life
Look at how
of
shiny it
longing
is.
for the Summoners Cup, or will it be
Look at
Faker's
it.
6th trophy? Back to you.
A damn good question, and it's important to remember that this World Final is unique. It is the first World Final with Fearless.
다들 아재를 가자? 절대 안 풀릴 것 같은데요. 이 정도 되면 풀어줘라 제발. 아재르는 모르겠고 바드라도. Are they gonna open bar? That's the question. And then maybe try to counter it with Blitzcrank? 바드 풀고 불치나 파이크로 카운터하는 거 아니야? 그것도 무서운데? 바드 때문에 지는 그런 상상은 정말 싫다고. Imagine we pick bars and then they counter it.
Take big gambles. We've seen teams try to throw off with KT picking blue side despite being in game 5 of Fearless. Maybe this is the game where we leave open things like the Azir, which have basically
Don't
been
do
turned
that.
on.
Do not.
I mean, I think KT should. They're on blue side.
Chronicler, stop! Stop!
No,
Chronicler,
things
stop.
still have to be
Okay. Game 5, here it is, final game. Winner is gonna be decided now. Do or die?
No surprise to follow.
Draven
40
ban?
champions off the board, 6 more in this first phase.
But I love the discussion, the topic of Fearless, because we have seen people, owner,
9시 드레이븐이 나올만 했어 근데. Like winning lane, Draven is the first ADC to come to mind when you think about
what
winning
is the
lane.
clear? What do the abilities do?
Absolutely
on the
disgusting
champion?
jump, by the way.
So game 5 here, World Grand Finals, elimination
Azir's
obviously
bound every
on
game.
the line for each.
There it is.
And so often in domestic
No carry
leagues,
a border.
Game 5 of Fearless has meant scaling. Champions like
No carry a border.
rising to the forefront, knowing that it can come
Carry a
down
border?
to that backline hyper carry, making all the difference. So KT wisely eliminated. A third ban targeted at BDD. He's not allowed to play a single one of these champions. But what else does he have left in the pool?
Akali, Aurora, LeBlanc.
Oh my gosh, they're putting
Ziggs
aiming
is
on
flexible.
Ziggs.
That could be a flex
Oh
pick, but
no.
we assume it's Doc Dumps.
Most likely
남아있는
going
원딜이
to Duck
진인가?
Down here. Makes me
진?
wonder whether we're going to see some Maokai
MF?
80 or
Jin?
Ivern 80 mid shenanigans here from KT. Because normally what I'd be thinking about is
I think the Yone ban is
BDD's
great.
Zoe
Yone ban 되게 잘한 것 같고.
has been one of his most iconic
ban is
picks.
really
Again,
great.
he almost dragged his team to a World Finals 4 years ago. Couldn't make it
Did I say
then.
aiming? Oh, I
And
meant
now
top
finds
down.
himself on the
Top
precipice
down. My
of winning it all.
And
I'm
pairing it with
confused,
the
guys.
Ziggs,
I'm
the classic
confused.
for them,
Okay.
the sleepy bomb bubble.
Did I say aiming?
Was that fun
Oopsies.
to play into?
Gwen
As
가자.
the
판테온
champion gonna
좋다.
get picked up
판테온 is
there.
great. All the
For
other
owner,
strong
we're
junglers
looking
are
at things
gone.
like
Like
what
8 of the
because I do think if you
80
go
junglers
Ziggs,
are
you need a
gone,
big
so.
80 threat.
Jin?
Diana could be another.
Zed even?
Yeah. I mean,
Telecom more Zed.
판테온 갈려! 판테온 갈려! Stop it! 판테온 갈려 is not bad. Oh my gosh, there it is. Faker Galio. Faker! It could be Doran Galio too. 도란 선수의 갈리오일 수도 있는데 high chance is actually
they overstay
Faker
for one
Galio.
wave, they will be dismantled by T1.
Oh, Peter
Now
Nautilus.
they'll be off on the
Okay.
opposite side. KT
Bring out the
taking their
bingo
time.
chat. Okay, never mind. Okay.
The Yorick, a powerful blind, dropped in
Oh
final,
my
lost the
gosh!
tournament compared to his regional playoff dominance, but here in Game 5, it gives an angle for Perfect to really make the story about him.
Neither! T100 with the 100
decided
is really
Ziggs and Yorick
presenting.
picked up together. And there is a
Thank you,
fade
early
being
birthday
put
present? Oh my
in
gosh,
Cuz and
next week is my
BDD, their
birthday.
champion pool as most likely top and bot lane are
And
secured.
준호님도
Cuz and
감사드립니다.
BDD
Thank
keep
you.
hitting what they'll be playing.
So he could
Anyways,
do
let's
the
go back.
Cho'Gath
And Peter Nautilus.
into the
Okay,
Yorick
guys,
and
bingo,
chop
bingo, bingo,
the
bingo.
maiden,
bingo.
or they could
No,
drop
피터
Doran's
노틸,
pick
피터
if they
노틸,
don't
여기.
feel
Peter
that invested
Nautilus.
in that particular counter.
So we were almost correct with a lot of
Heavy
these
debate.
bingo picks.
Every choice could be the one that costs you.
카밀 갈리오!
Game
Oh
5 finals,
my.
it's the Camille for Doran.
The Camille
카밀 조합
Galio we were
좋다.
looking for in the previous game.
We have to ban
finds
Zaya.
itself
Oh no,
in
they can't play
game
Zaya unless they play Ziggs mid.
5.
I don't know if
The
BDD is gonna play
crazy
Ziggs
pick
mid.
potential
Insta.com.
that T1 have
So we don't have to
drafted here.
worry about Zaya. We could
I
actually
can
play
only
Zaya
imagine
ourselves.
that.
우리가
Top down
자야하면
was like,
되는 거
why
아닌가?
did we have Kench for this moment.
We could also play Kaisa. 우리가 카이사를 해도 괜찮을 것 같은데. Wait, I think we won
And again, I'm looking
in
at
game.
Cuz, I'm looking at BDD. I'm
Okay,
looking
okay,
towards
feviknight.
things
Shut
like
up.
Zoe,
Shut the fuck up,
like
feviknight.
Veigar,
What are you
which is a
talking about?
classic pick.
We
BDD has
definitely
pulled
lost
up
for sure.
many a
100%
time.
we lost.
Not in recent times, but there is a lot
Okay,
of
but like,
short range
just
on
look at
T1.
the
They're
comp,
basically
guys.
committed. I'm wondering
We
if
go
T1
in.
wanna go
Ziggs has
towards
no
Jinx. That has
choice.
been
She ulted.
something
Okay.
that in Game 5 Fearless we've seen. It's the
Okay,
range.
but we're drafting really well here.
Gets down to
Despite
Only
the
ban Kaisa,
skepticism
okay.
of Guma Yushi's
Yeah, if we
ability,
could play Kaisa,
KT
that
will
was
ban it
actually-
because they recognize the
Guma
potential
can't
for
play
that
Kaisa
champion to wreak havoc
Guma
with
Kaisa?
this incredible dive frontline.
Yeah, full dive comp makes sense here.
Who was Guma gonna be
Now taking
picking
away tanky
otherwise?
options in the jungle.
We could even play Jin, I
So the
think.
segment
But I don't
shut it
even
down.
think
If
Jin
they
is that
still
good.
wanted to tank in the
Could also
jungle,
have
it would be
MF.
Sejuani.
MF ult on top of
Kind
it.
of forcing them in that direction if
We
they
could do
wanted
Zaya.
it.
I think Zaya's the best.
I'm
Guma
still looking
Zaya's
at that
clean as
Neferi
hell.
or Cuz on something that can have early
Jinx,
impact.
no.
Jin
Tompkins
actually gonna be the
Tompkins is
giveaway.
not there.
But
No,
the ban
I was
runner,
thinking
not the
Jin, so
Jinx.
can actually win the lane.
T1
Genius은
have had some
라인전까지
incredible success on Jin
좋아가지고
comps.
괜찮았는데. There it is. I told you MF for Jin,
MF.
and it is MF. Okay.
That's a gamble.
미포가 근데 궁궁궁 콤보가 괜찮거든요. So in theory, when Camille ulti somebody, MF could be like
Exactly. They have a lot
and
of
it's
CC.
actually like
So
the person
lots
that
up and
ulted
down
like Camille
for the
has to
bullet
tank
time.
everything. The only way you don't is
And
like
you can transition them into mid-wave so that you can make use of your split push and your globals here as well. So
I mean, MF is actually not too bad.
The bloodthirsty
I
spike.
actually like
Put
that
her
MF
over
pick.
towards mid. Rotate
미포
those
괜찮아요 진짜로.
Camille and Galio side lane pressures out to the other sides, and there's the Sejuani.
And
as I mentioned,
Sejuani, one of Cuz, his all-time favorites. In 2023, KT, a team that had so
I knew it.
much
I knew it. I
dominance.
knew it.
I mean, I
They're
love
playing
it.
it. They're
Galio
playing
especially.
it. It's Galio
So
mid.
much
They have to
dominance.
play it.
And
갈리오
it wasn't
미드에다
on Diego
원딜이
and it wasn't
AP
Sejuani's
직스라서
BDD. I wanna
AP
highlight,
Ziggs
Tristana's able to
with
buffer away from the
Galio
Camille
mid.
taunt, or from the
Tristana
Galio taunt.
completely
We're able to
shits
also
on
shoot
Galio.
Camille
You
out.
could also play Smoke. Oh my gosh, they're pulling a Genji. They're pulling a Genji. They are pulling a generation gaming.
Seems to be the
comp.
answer for the side of KT.
겐지 조합 뭐냐고. This is actually comp that Genji plays all the time.
But this is a bold bet.
Smolder mid for Chovy, and then they would always put Ziggs as AD, and then they put the tank jungle to match with the AD mid, because you don't want to tank, you don't want to carry jungle when you have a carry in the mid lane as well,
you just
right?
need more engaged with
You
this
want to balance it out. Oh, Leon is actually a great
Grab the
champion.
ultimate here, and the question is, Smolder can
Okay,
be a good
I think
lane
we
into
won
the
draft.
Galio,
I
but
think we
can
won
you
draft.
survive
On
later?
paper we won
With
draft.
all of this
근데
T1
요즘 스몰더
dive
미드가
looking
안
for
나오는
you.
이유가 있거든요. 이제
Game
이번
five
판에
Baker
제발
Galio.
그 이유가 보여지기를 바라는
I
수밖에
do really
없습니다.
like it
진짜
when,
기도를
you
해야 돼
know,
이제는.
there are two
This is like
extremely clear
this is
game plans
completely
here.
out
On
of our
one hand,
hands now.
We have a comp that can split push, that can endlessly wave clear.
Because
and
like
it's
at this
playing
point,
to the big spikes on Ziggs
Smolder
and
is
Smolder.
actually not
The
very
pressure
strong.
coming
There's a
from
reason
Sejuani,
why
from
Genji
York,
doesn't play Smolder mid, and
early.
like other teams
And
don't
then
play
on the
Smolder
other
mid
end,
anymore.
It's a
It's just
wombo
not
combo
very
comp.
good,
You're just
and hopefully
pressing your
we're able to
buttons.
see
Everyone goes
why
in.
it's not being
You
played
layer
anymore.
that MF
Game
ult on
thought.
top.
Hopefully
and
you can see the reason
problem
why
that you have
Smolder
will
fed off that up.
disappear in seconds.
Copium.
Remember that the performance
Faker will have a
also
hard time
crucial.
laning. That's the thing. Smolder
A
doesn't
single
even bully
member
lane as
on
hard as
KT
like
or
something like
T1
Tristana.
misstep.
Tristana mid would have
Despite
been
the confidence
a lot
we've
more
earned in
scarier,
both
but
teams
it
over
is definitely
T1's
risky
countless
for
victories over KT's
risky to bring it
performance in
out
dire
compared to like a
situations.
Smolder who scales.
Underestimated.
So you can make a mistake
Every
with
single
Smolder and
player
just
needs
still
to be
scale,
on
but
point
if
in
you make a
this
mistake
game
on
five,
Tristana,
or
you're
either of
pretty
these
much out of the
crafted
game.
game plans could
Right.
fall apart in the blink of an eye.
It all comes down to one final game of League of Legends in 2025 here in Chengdu.
Please
BDD
stop
was
jinxing it.
asked in
I'm
the
just trying to
interview
explain
after
some
they
things
upset
that I know.
Gen.G, what would
I
you
could be
tell
wrong, though.
future BDD 1 week from now?
You can always
And I
just
thought
watch the
his
main
answer
broadcast if you don't
was
want me yapping.
So eloquent. He said,
I'm
just
not,
do
guys,
what
I'm not
you
a
normally
witch.
do.
I'm just a human being. My words have
And
no
now he
meaning
just has
and
to
no
do it for
power.
one more game.
I know I know you
Set
guys
up
are
in the
memeing,
mid
but
lane
I'm also
matchup,
memeing.
range
I
versus
feel like at this
melee.
point people are taking it
So much
seriously.
time for Smolder to
Stuff
scale
it curse is
for
real.
free.
Who curses harder, K-Drill or me, guys? K-Drill ulties all the time too.
Chengdu erupting in cheers in the final game.
Cosmic Insect. I feel like
Level
Doran
one
could have gone
setups,
Cosmic
keeping an eye
Insect too,
out
but I guess he
for
really
any
wants to
creative
survive
options, but
lane.
both sides just drawing lines
So you
of
want
scrimmage,
cookies.
respecting each other's sides of the jungle.
That's something a
Neither
witch
side
would say.
wants to be the team to give up a
Aloha
first
mo.
blood or offer any early mistakes to the opposition.
Wingardium Leviosa. Okay, let's
One
focus.
thing I do want to highlight for KT specifically is the value of Mercs. Looking at the CC that's available on T1. Taunt, Leona, even Owner's W. Definitely going to get good amount of value from
Send
that
them
as we
all
do
the luck,
have
all the
a little bit of
energy,
pressure being put
all
out
the good
here
luck,
by
everything.
Thomas. He makes
The
his way down.
prayers.
Low auto, but nothing too crazy here in the level
Hey.
1.
And of course, for a lot of this series, it's been about bot priority, and it's been about
15분까지
the
아무 킬 안 나온
junglers.
건 아니겠지?
We
Like
take a
15
look
minute
at
no
how
kills,
Cuz and
perhaps?
Owner have performed. Last game,
This
no
could be
doubt,
one
a
of those games.
masterclass from Owner, but here, comfort for Cuz. Comes to Juani, a proactive option for Owner. We know what he can do with those semi-globals. Eyes are on them to make these early game plays, even as we see the laning phase begin.
Can we add Smite's hit to that list of stats as well?
I don't
우주의 기운을
I think one
모아서
person might be a little bit more favored, although credit to Cuz and the Mundo Cleaver.
like the Dragon Ball Z meme.
Perfect and Doran just trading blows.
Camille, one of those
Send them all the
champions
power
that
through the core.
I think has a really funny power curve. Where like level 1, level 2, level 3, you're feeling great. First base,
Hey,
not too
Doran.
bad, and then you're basically just praying until you hit your Triforce. As
Okay, Carrie is a bit deep.
Tower shot. Just trying to zone
방금
away.
W 평타
Close to that level
맞았으면
2 power
좀 많이
spike.
큰일 날 뻔했는데.
Dom and Peter
I feel
waiting
like
to
if
catch the wave.
Norris was able to pull off his passive,
BDD is going to be trying his
would've been very
best to
bad.
both
Carrie was
farm
taking
as many
power.
stacks as possible possible and keep this Galio lane locked. If Galio isn't able to make impact inside,
huge.
especially in the early game, it's going to
Not
make
huge.
it a lot harder for T1 to find places. Oh, look at Owner. He's diverted his
early gank. That is an early gank. Perfect is not going to be expecting this at all.
Needs to back up level 3.
Oh, he's so dead.
Lower and lower. Last right's offering a bit of healing.
이거는 플래시도 안 쓰겠는 거야. I don't think he's going to even
Owner.
flash.
All but certain to make this one come through.
Wow.
First blood.
I mean, the thing is, like, I know, and maybe there's some top players in the chat. You cannot. Yeah, exactly. 3 camp into that is crazy.
And since Faker is
now Cuz is going to invade, and it's going to cost so much for Pantheon.
It does allow Cuz to exact that price.
Early top camp, 야. 3캠프 탑갱은 이건 솔직히 탑라이너는 다들 아실 거지만 이건 당할 수밖에 없어요. 저걸 안 당하려면 뭐 그냥 라인 그냥 안 만지고 뒤에서 뭐 게임을 안 할 수는 없잖아. 게임을 해야 되니까.
But when the criticism towards him was the heaviest was when he fell behind early. It's been a big test for him to try and not
loses spawn blue? Yeah, not even a big deal.
down the hole once it started. Many an LCK team in playoffs throughout the last 2 years
Camille ult is so
have made
important
that their goal.
It's
And this is his
really
biggest
nice combo with
test
Galio and
in the final game here at Worlds.
And it's a very worthwhile investment from Owner
to
do the top side 3 camp into gank, sacrifice his blue buff, because if you look at the comps overall, getting the Camille ahead is essential for this team, for the ability to play your side lanes later, for the ability for Doran to dive in on his Camille, Hextech ultimatum into Galio ultimate lockdown. The possibilities here are critical for T1 and Owner back on the war path.
Owner recognizes what he needs to do. It's snowball backstep good from BDD.
Faker was trying to catch him with the
The
E.
flash, the Justice Punch, hoping it would carry him back just far enough to instantly connect the knockup.
저게 콤보인데, because like the E actually has a little bit of a like a backward thing, so Faker actually loves using that to dodge things and also trying to catch people out.
Is the shortest. But BDD
W부터 아직 그런가. 플래시 W도 괜찮긴 했는데 지금 P 상태가 되게 안 좋아서 W를 그러니까 W를 계속 눌러야 돼요. 그러는 동안 스몰더가 겁나 때려놓으면은 그냥 갈리오가 일방적으로 당하거든요. 그러니까 잡는다고 해도 뭔 느낌인지 알아. E를 먼저 맞춘 다음에 하는 거죠. Oh my gosh, no way. BDD absolutely crazy 1v1. I mean, it was good from BDD, but I think Faker also played that perfectly. 저거를 완벽하게 근데 1대1을 한다면 갈리오가 기분이 좋은 부분인가? 스몰도 기분 나쁘진 않았지. I think Smolder's not going to be that unhappy though. 그래서 Wave actually crashed. Wave가 다 박혔어 근데. 결국 스몰더가 이득이죠.
No slow early game in this game 5.
And BDD,
it wasn't good for BDD for sure.
He does invest his flash, so that is
because now he doesn't have flash. He could probably die.
And ganking again.
Perfect needs to get out.
Perfect has flash, but he's not channeling it. No way, the E's gonna channel on the Q2. Oh, he really tried to fight back. 탑에서 계속 플레이하는 거 근데 이거 대처를 못한다 상대가. Bro, like T1 keeps playing around top. This is something that I think KT hasn't really prepared for.
Securing the kill.
Perfect dies yet again. This one, I feel like maybe he should have flashed early.
We've seen
he could have tried to live.
KT struggle with. We've seen Perfect struggle
he held
with
his flash for
Yorick.
too long.
He just goes for the call, and his team at least will be able to find on the cross map
good shots here.
The ability to get this dragon. He needs to stem the bleeding, because if Doran gets out of control, this game becomes nigh unplayable for KT.
That it does. Especially for BDD, the strongest point on the team currently.
Doran, we're investing a lot on Doran. No pressure, Doran. Don't buckle. You got this. You're about to be a fucking world champion.
You highlighted it
You're
so
about to earn your legacy.
One of the few things that we haven't seen from him yet this tournament is now the hookshot wall dive is there. Dom flashing away, but Owner's on the way
he's 6 now!
Ulti there. That's the Hextech ultimatum. Dom likely to escape, but it looks like Peter will be sacrificed in return. The hookshot, making it out.
Listen! Okay, Carrier's down. Carrier's down. Carrier lives! Carrier lives! The potion! 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 This is the importance of popping a potion, guys. This is why you have to buy potion. 포션을 사야 되는 이유가 나오죠. 한 번씩 이제 포션을 안 사고 돈을 아끼려고. 결국 다 살아서 끝장내고 저렇게 죽으면 어떡하려는 거야. 우리 왜 페이스를 마사지 왜 그래 이렇게 마사지 왜. No, what is the point of living? Might as well just die earlier so you recall faster.
As T1 were building the gold lead,
no old things, guys.
He chops it back down a little bit.
And it's again the power of
I mean, I was trying to talk about the importance of potion, but of course the fucking carrier dies right after it.
100-0.
Area.
No way.
They spelled this out. Owner waiting off to the side. Cuz level 6. Critically, Spike comes through. Cuz immediately going to retreat. Red buff steal, a nice little advantage for the side of KT.
And they have to be careful there because there is obviously the possibility of Faker going for an ultimate there, so he can't really commit to the fight. BDD can damage him, but he cannot stop that ult.
That he totally isn't a witch, guys? Kappa?
And we do see
Don't burn me,
gold lead
guys.
for Doran still there. Gold lead
Burn the
Owner
witch
as well,
in game,
and
of
the
course.
resilience of KT.
Ignite.
As we have seen these early games swing in the last 2 games.
Don't
First
ignite
couple
me,
of games
guys.
it was in their favor. This time around it's T1.
Don't ignite the board though.
Owner's been on a mission, creating so much with this Pantheon. Cuz though, has level 6 on the Sejuani, so the possibilities of your plays become that much greater. He starts out the grubs with the confidence.
Bad grubs?
BDD
I think
does
Case
have
Close is
priority
trying to
of
get
mid,
one and then you
it's just
probably
going to be
back
the
out.
one for now.
we
KT
fight this?
have to be so respectful of
I
the
think we
sheer
can. I think
quantity
they're just
of
gonna
CC
give
on
it.
the
They
side
have a
of
smaller
T1.
comp, they don't want
Also,
to
all of their
contest
burst damage so
comps for
heavily
no reason.
telegraphed makes it very easy for Doran with
저도
the ultimate, for
저기에서
Owner with the
KT도
Aegis
급한
Assault to
이유가
just
없기 때문에
mitigate all of that
천천히
burst
하는
and
거죠.
turn a fight right back around.
There's no mercs yet for KT. What I do love
okay.
is that often in
Calm
a
down,
game
calm
fight
down.
in Fearless,
Everything is
we end up
fine.
with
Breathe in,
comps that
breathe
don't
out.
have engaged.
Breathe in,
This is
breathe
kind of the opposite. Both teams have amazing hard engage. We have Nautilus on one side with Sejuani to back it up. Then the Camille Galio,
Baker.
Leona combo is
Moving down, that's the combo, locks him in the ultimatum.
Perfect is
finds
dead
the
again.
damage, the taunt
Oh
is
my
there,
gosh,
Doran
perfect.
takes another.
Baker
Wow.
Galio in Game 5 World Finals here does make the move for the guaranteed play.
진짜
These
요릭
two
인생
ultimates, when they
망했다.
are
진짜로
available, you
어떡하냐.
know
Yorik's life
for
is
it.
over,
It
guys.
does
In
allow,
game, of
of course,
course.
the push in. You see the mini map.
What is he supposed to do
BDD
this
shoved
game?
in the wave.
Just getting
But they're
perma
not gonna
camped
get
in
much out of
the
it.
It's just
Camille
not
has
gonna
so
compare, right?
much.
Look at perfect state. I'm
Once
really
Camille
surprised
has to
Doran
try
with that
first, he's
is
gonna be
gonna
even
At
harder.
least close to his Triforce.
Oh, no.
Sitting on a 1k gold lead, and that is such an
0-3-0
insane
buff,
spike,
please. Yeah,
particularly
I
when you're
think
playing
Yurik
like a Triforce versus
was a
Triforce
pick a
matchup,
mistake,
right?
I don't know.
Doesn't quite have it yet.
Maybe a tank
The
top would have been better.
perfect,
Because
he
even if you die,
needs
if you're
to
tank, you
find
can
a way
tank
to
for his
make an
smolder,
impact
but they wanted
because
some
he is
side lane
currently
pressure.
just fodder for
Into
T1.
Camille, they wanted side
That
lane
he is.
pressure.
Luckily
I
for him,
understand that.
Trinity Force completion does not come
Because if you
through
just have a
for Doran
tank, then
because
Camille's gonna
very
scale for
rapidly
free
Doran is gonna
and
be a
have so
problem
much
not
pressure on
just
the
for
side
Perfect
lane.
in the
And you're
isolated
never gonna
1v1,
able to
but
do
for
anything
BDD,
other than like
for Dokdom,
trying to
as we
peel
get
for
ready for these bigger
smolder.
fights,
That's it.
and that is really going to be the break point. The KT
But
are
I feel like maybe
terrified.
like a Jax.
The
What is a
game
good
looks
pick into
so
Camille?
hard
Like
to play
Aatrox?
for those KT carries
Maybe
that
something
you
else
mentioned.
might have been better.
So many forms of dive from T1 will be looking.
I mean,
to
honestly,
take
it's not
them
even the
out.
champion. Like,
And it's the
Perfect
entirety
is getting
of T1 for
camped.
playing,
Let's
right?
be
This
real.
isn't Perfect
Paul
getting
Drew-
1v1.
Paul-
It's
K-Dro going
one
bolt
gang from
soon.
Owner, 2 gang from Owner, gang from Faker as well. You see Perfect,
K-Dro
this
about to be
lane
the
stage
Broly
just
Knight
kind of
soon.
disastrous. Not really going to be able to make anything happen there, and instead,
It's gonna be
just
great.
half top. But that means that this
Almost
gold lead
there,
is going
guys.
to remain
Almost
the way
there.
it is for Doran.
Is he gonna shave?
Triforce
Is
in
he
the
gonna
pocket.
shave his head on stream? That's gonna be so fun. Imagine he shaves his head
As well.
immediately after
Incredible
finals.
power spikes for the coming
That
objectives.
would be
30
hilarious.
seconds until Chemtech Drake spawns. It won't be a soul of Mountain or Chemtech. Very likely to be critical for
아니
either
10개월 구독
team to deny
감사합니다.
this soul.
감사해요. Welcome to the Maple family.
At
Thanks
this
for the
point,
10 months for the push-up.
Getting harder and harder for KT to find angles. They have to give up a little bit of space, but at least they have their
Minus
first
one,
items
it's okay.
completed. Heartsteel for Cuz, the Essence
I didn't
Reaver,
notice.
the Luden's Companion.
Trinity Force for Doran, though. That is very painful. The Q2 is really going to hurt. Let's see if they can make a play, though.
Peter.
Away from the top lane is not that bad for KT.
Peter, ready to input buffer on the hook.
Look at
He
Doran.
says
now.
he's gonna do
moving
it after
down.
League
If Doran
Awards.
comes, that's
So
the
he's already
over
assuming.
1,000 gold lead coming over.
Shutdowns on
there.
Doran and Owner, just showing us where all of the money is for the side of T1. 1,000 individual gold lead over Perfect. BDD zoning, poking while he
Dual
can,
routes.
dodges out on the tactical sweep, but uses the flap, so needs to be careful for at least a few more seconds.
Okay, we got
Just
Dragon.
gone.
Yeah, KT.
Got the first one.
Doran goes back
Not
top.
the second one. As T1 picks this one up. And the one item spike for T1 is frankly disgusting. Also want to highlight, Faker is one of the few Gallios that we've seen, at least in the SK, consistently do this. He just builds full damage, right? We've seen him both go for like a more hybrid build where you go for Zhonya's and remain
Full
utility.
damage.
But he is
Rabadon's
not
death
afraid
cap
to
Galio.
just full send it, and it does make the itemization harder, right? If he goes for tank, then you can stack a lot of armor, can make actually finding the angles onto this KT backline a little bit more tough as it's Cloud Soul, which feels apt.
갈리오가 근데
for
저렇게
a
AP를 가는 게
LCK
맞는 게
final game
그라가스랑
five.
비쌉니다.
I don't think we've
그러니까 물론
got
탱을
one yet
가도
this
되긴
series.
하는데 이제 임팩트 레벨이 다르다.
Doran Lauren again.
So it's like kind of similar to
finding these
Gragas.
angles. The good news for Perfect is
if you
Yorik's
go
power in the 1v1 means
tank,
you can
yeah,
at
it's
least
nice.
survive a
Tank
little bit
Reyes is
here
nice.
in what should
But
be
then
a
if you go
very
AP,
one-sided
your
matchup. But
impact
obviously with Owner
is
poking his
huge.
head around on the top side of the map,
If
he's
you
still
now
very
should
vulnerable.
have an
Yeah, you
engage.
have to be cognizant
So
of
if
this Pantheon
Faker can get
ultimate
any
at
space
all times.
at all and get
Thankfully
on top
for
of
KT,
Smolder
they
or
still have their
Ziggs,
tower standing
he
for
can
now,
and will one-shot you.
but for how
So they
much
always have
longer
to
will that be true?
respect the
T1 make a
Galio.
pretty heavy
Compared to
movement
when
into
he's a
the jungle.
tank,
Look at the river
then enemy
pings.
team's just gonna be like, eh.
Nobody actually goes for the
Whatever,
engage though, and the crab will
You just
be
kind of hit him a
secured
little bit,
by
then,
KT.
you know, auto attack,
Good
stack your
shadow
Smolder
from Owner, looking
Qs.
for a potential angle of attack there on the top side, looking to put Perfect even further behind, but Doc Dom, of course, with access to that Mega Inferno Bomb, can immediately clear the wave and make that a lot
갈리오는 AP가
more of a
후방
tricky
캐리가 된다.
proposition.
그라가스도 근데 마찬가지로 탱을 가는 것보다는 AP를 가는 추세죠 요즘은. 옛날에야 탱 그라가스가 좀 나왔고 너프가 돼가지고
You know there's a Leon in your back, and there's Pantheon with ult as well. So unless KT sends someone up and
탱커 할 거면은 사이언 같은 진짜 극탱커, 문도 사이언 이런 걸 해야 돼. 그러니까 애매하게 탱킹도 그닥 그렇게 잘 안 되는 그런 느낌의 탱커들은 차라리 그냥 극딜을 가는 추세입니다. So it's like Mundo is like a full tank, like Sion and Mundo are just unkillable tanks. Those tanks are fine.
T1, I don't think
Obviously like
Orin
Orin
them
as
get to that
well.
point. You're gonna have to fight 2-0.
But like
And I foresee a future where the
100%
Valley
on
of
champion
York gets
stats.
given over in
Like
gold
Galio,
to
Gragas,
T1
these
if
champions
he's
are
out there
not
in the
as
side
good
lane.
as tanks. They're not
They
even
very
that
well could
tanky,
just
even
pick
if you
it
do build
up.
tank.
Again, the real interesting thing is going to see when these side
그러니까
lane
이게
turrets do end
진짜
up going down.
교전이 그냥
if
한
they
번에
can still remain
빵
safe
쾅
then, if they can
떠뜨리는
actually
그런
still
교전이 많이
play
나오니까
the map
요즘.
then. Because currently
옛날에는
we have
코고모
plenty of
같은 것도
defenses to
나왔었죠.
work with,
요즘
so we can
코고모 나올
continue to
그 각이
farm
안
here,
나와.
trading farm back and forth, and it's gonna be
애들이
about
바로
the
코고모
engage.
물어서 코고모
But as you
터져가지고.
open up the map, that's when the
맞아,
true
맞아.
plays begin.
Looking for the ultimate. Gumiushi
Good
forced the
too.
backstab,
Oh,
flashing
good
away
flash
from
from
Peter's
Doma.
hook. Small advantage to the side of KT. But ultimately, KT doing what they can with the Ziggs to hold control of the mid lane. Do not want to concede that priority as Carrier just continues to lay down vision for Doran on the top side.
BDD currently at 116 stacks. Want to get to that break point of 225 as soon as humanly possible. Currently looking to be slightly behind the curve.
Oh, there it is. Oh, the flash red. Oh, immediate flash from Dokdam.
And the cancel there as well.
The Q didn't connect
Peter has his
from
buddies
Carrier
back.
there.
Gets
He just
the ult onto
challenges
Kuma,
his
but
flash
this
right
might
away.
still be
플래시를
his
막
herald.
연타를 했나봐 저거는. He was like like smashing the flash button by the way.
Doran though, he's
Oh,
got
wow,
backup.
Perfect is just
Owner
one
on
shot.
the way
He's sad.
in, locked once again to the ultimate of Doran, but Perfect living for an extra second. The Q2.
Okay. I almost. Guys,
they're a little bit too late.
guys, I was almost thinking Doran owner gonna fail a dive and the bingo.
Kuma's got to get out of there though. He has his
방금
strut,
설마 빙고가
even though he
이
doesn't
빙고가
have his flash,
되는
he
걸
can
아니겠지라고
walk
해서
away.
the dive fail.
Again,
Oh
it is
my.
just so hard to play side lanes
Holy,
even with
almost
towers
heart attack
there.
there.
T1 can still force it and
Goal.
still find a pick. KT, the consolation prize will be the Rift Herald though.
불댐불다. 아니 근데 진짜 투포 나온 카밀 아니었으면 방금 절대 저거 죽이는 각이 안 나온 게 말이 돼? 와 생각보다 이게 요리기 힐이 장난 아니구만.
Pushing on that
If it wasn't for Camille having
with the
like
power
2 kills
of the
there,
extra 2 Void Grubs,
right?
A little bit of extra damage, a few more minions.
He wouldn't have been able to kill the Yorick. They wouldn't have been able to take down the Yorick there.
Gotten a dragon. That is often what can be the decider
대체
between
빙고판에
Smolder
얼마나 오버를
hitting
사?
the 225, which thus far Split 3 in Worlds has been at
진짜 빙고였고
22
어떡할 건데.
minutes, 34 seconds on average.
Yep, well ahead of schedule. BDD still comfortably farming despite kind of the struggles of the team overall.
요릭 누나 마주치면 또 죽는다 카밀이랑. 지금은 요릭이 그냥 뭐 자기가 할 수 있는 역할이 거의 없어진 상황이야 거의. So they have to play 4v5 at this point because KT's Yorick is gonna take such a long time to come back in the game, but Camille's gonna keep scaling. It's not like Camille's gonna stop scaling.
With your Ziggs
So it's a big headache for
as
KT.
your Smolder once you get to your rapid fire.
탑은 진짜 저렇게 갱을 많이 나가면 답이 없긴 해서. 오, nice flash from Owner. He does still have ulti to go. No, he doesn't have ulti yet. Okay. So maybe they should give
in
it.
favor of T1, and we talked about Ziggs destroying towers, but Doran with this trendy force also will just eat through that objective. KT splitting their focus.
Oh, Doran just like slicing through the tower like butter.
Second Drake is big.
Access to the ulti. T1 might just be a little bit late here. Cuz desperately needs to smite. Doesn't quite connect. Crucially, Dr. able to get out for a brief moment. BDD now trying to turn and fire back, but Faker is on the way.
Oh my gosh, absolute disaster.
BDD still standing. The exhaust managing to take him a little bit lower, but Gumayushi sits on the back line.
Oh, this does
completely
not look good.
untouched.
I don't know why
BDD
Guma ulted so
finally able to
early.
start opening
Okay,
up the
Owner,
door.
please, kill his free. Okay, Owner's dead though. Oh my gosh, Owner, can you do it? Oh my gosh.
KT find an angle to keep it
아니
close.
근데 이렇게 될 한타가 아닌데 아까부터 비포가 궁을 너무 일찍 쓰고 있는데요? Guma's ulting too early. 구마시 선수가 이게 궁을 좀 기다려야 돼. He has to wait for the Camille ult to come through and then ulting. Like that fight wasn't even close. Ziggs would have just got fucking one shot in there. Ziggs가 그냥 카밀공 안에서 그 미포공을 다 땡킹하는 그런 각이 나와야 돼요. 진짜. Don't ever use it first. 레오나공이랑 콤보를 하는 게 아니라 카밀 갈리오랑 콤보로 해야 돼. He has to combo. He has to combo it.
CC's the MF and the damage isn't quite there.
And then when the
이렇게 해도 그 유릭이랑 카밀 구도가 바뀌는 건 아닌데 한타를 이렇게 못하면은 카밀이 잘 컸는데 너무 맛이 없죠. BDD scary now? Yeah.
Herald also dropped
I mean,
over the wall.
Smolder was always
going to
be annoying,
exit
but
if needed. KT again, the gold lead was starting to feel insurmountable, but they brought it closer. PDD, unfortunately for him, the reality after that fight is as well as he played, there is now a target on his head.
But yeah, I mean, fortunately for him, now he's also going to be way richer. So there's a target on your head. There's a wanted poster up for you. But you are rich. 2 items, and that rapid fire is what we were looking for. The poke breakpoint here for KT. They actually hit it fairly early. Being able to poke now with rapid fire, with the Ziggs, it puts even more pressure on T1 to engage. Normally, the counter to poke damage is hard engage.
What?
But you can't mess
okay.
it up.
Stop it didn't hit anybody.
Disengage goes really,
Holy
or even able to. I think that's what Doctam tried to go for. You can interrupt the Pantheon like
방금
mid-jump,
떠올리고 근데
right?
왜
You
아무도
get
안
the timing
맞았는지
right.
난 모르 진짜.
No defensive or no offensive satchels I do hope from Doctam because both him and BDD are going to be prime targets. Perfect. Just going to have his try his best to just have an impact in any way he can. As we do see, KT desperately want to hold on. With Otacon spawning, you want to hold on to his bot lane turret. Don't want to give that one up. And with the wave clear of BDD and Doctam, they should be good to go.
Galio's roaming, be careful. This is 2-item Camille, 2-item Doran.
Guma as well.
Tension builds on both sides. The Otacon, the crucial objective. T1 hold on to a 2.5.
Okay, no Otacon throws, please. We already saw too many of those. Otacon throwing은 진짜 안 됩니다. 그렇게 해서 지면 난 진짜 울지도 몰라요. If we fucking lose from Otacon throw, I'm gonna cry.
I feel like you kind of have to.
I lost too many solo queue games there.
We'll see if they actually do
The
wanna
amount of
make
games
a
in
real
solo queue that's
commitment.
thrown at Otacon is
Look at
crazy.
Some summoners
Like
out
literally,
of
people just
T1
literally
doesn't
just
look like they
randomly
wanna
do
take the gamble.
Otacon for fun. It's like, what the
Perfect
hell?
also about to be taunted up. Has to be careful. They have so much damage here. Doran, of course, just reset the tower aggro, but he is locked down.
What's Doran doing?
Long time. Doran, untouchable for a brief moment, but they managed to kill him. T1 fumble the play in the mid lane, and perfect redemption as he survives the dive. Mom called, but she will not connect.
아니 탑에서 그렇게 많이 가졌는데 그렇게 죽으면은 진짜 안 된다고. What do you mean, Doran? We fucking invested so much time and effort in the top side. And Doran just dies like that. It's not worth the tower, by the way. 미드 타워가 그렇게 중요하지가 않아요. 카밀이 진짜 왜냐면 턴을 너무 많이 써줘가지고 잘 키운 건데 저렇게 죽으면은 너무 아쉬운데. Calm down, still 2K. I mean, I am calm. I'm just a bit annoyed. I'm acting emotionally because it's an emotional moment.
Doctor, no ulti available. Decent poke.
Oh my gosh.
Owner Faker here. The TP is used. T1 making the fast play happen. KT caught reeling too far behind on tempo. Doran might have fallen in the previous play, but he is still damn powerful.
Rushing.
Sejuani's
on the other side. 세존이 반대편인 거 알고 하는 건데.
It'll take a miracle for them to get this one out.
Okay. Great snipe from Owner. And good ult from Guma. Yo, Gumayushi ulti was actually good. Oh, it completely stopped their channel. Like it zoned them out completely. Okay, Duma got another kill. Okay, huge. Carrier goes down. 덕담! Yes! Double kill, triple kill, ace coming there for T1! 그래. Okay. I mean, the game isn't over yet. Guys, it's okay. The game isn't over, but it's very close for us to win the game. 와, 근데 이거는 방금 스몰더 플래시도 맞아가지고 이게 바론 타이밍이 이제 플래시가 없습니다. So during Baron timing, there's no flash now for Smolder. And Zig.
Ultimately, you look back
We all
at
know what's
this,
gonna happen at Baron
an
timing.
excellent window
We're
of
gonna
opportunity
force the Baron
recognized
at
by
spawn,
T1, a team
and then enemy
notorious
team's
for
gonna obviously
forcing
come
early
and walk
objectives.
up. Oh, look at the
And it
Gumayushi
all
ult
falls apart
completely.
for KT. The back
Ba, ba,
line
ba,
lives
ba,
for
ba,
far
ba, ba,
longer
ba,
than
ba.
expected.
Peter was walking up
but
and
T1
tanking the
are
whole
just
ult,
more
by the way.
powerful.
Oh, look at that flash engage from
They fight
Faker.
back so effectively and then
와,
call
이게
for the
진짜
re-engage
AP
after they
갈려.
already have the advantage. Owner ulting
세상이
behind to make sure
갈려.
there's no escape
Mr.
for
Faker
Dr.
갈려.
And there, it's the call
Faker,
from KT
Leon
is
is
to try
immediately
their best
flashing forward and then
force
Faker
a fight
follows
because
on.
the resistances for T1 are shredded. But Peter just
Smart
overextends,
flash
right? Just
response.
walks to
Honestly,
his death,
at that moment,
then
BDD should
tries
just
to
accept
hard
the death,
force,
but
and
it's,
that
I mean, even pros,
desperation now feels apt.
they try their best to live,
Because
obviously.
for KT, this is a almost 6k goal deficit, and you can hit the 225 on BDD, but that alone is not going to be enough anymore.
Oh, proto belting for the cannon. Plus one for
Nara
Fed.
game was not good, but the bounce back here in this game 5, the bounce back in the Callista game to really take over. This man, again, unfazed by the pressure placed upon him. 3,000 individual gold lead. He conceded his pick early.
T1 is so close, guys.
On the other side, and now the MF that he picked
Oh,
so late in the draft is doing so much work.
There's a bottom side play at the
스몰더가
moment.
이제 플래시가
Cuz was kind of
없어서
peeing and looking for a possible play
바론을
on the Faker,
무조건 T1
but
쪽에서
Faker
먼저
backs off.
치려는
He
그런
has the
무빙을
sense.
가져오고
He's not going to
like,
become
we can
a
try to bait
liability.
them at Baron,
And it's T1
and
who
while
start up the
Smolder Ziggs
Otacon
has no
to try and
flash, we
draw
can try to
KT
force
into that
Baron.
fight. They kite back
And then we
through
turn
the
it. We
tri
don't
bush
finish at
very
50-50 the
nicely.
Baron's mind, obviously. We turn
It's in
it,
these moments,
we
these
immediately
big moments,
Camille ult, Galio
Game
ult,
5,
MF
all
ult,
the pressure on,
onto the Ziggs
entire
Smolder.
world watching.
Preferably, I think
And
Smolder is
T1
more
playing a
important. Ziggs is
huge
not even
advantage
important.
in the game, but it's
직스는
not
별로 안 중요하고
over
무조건
yet.
Smolder.
No, it's certainly not. No
Kuma
flash
has
on
3
Kuma.
items right
Previous
now.
fight, no
구마유시
flash on
선수가
Faker.
지금 거의
Dorn has
2,800
action
골드
as well as a
차이를.
Hextech ultimatum.
Dude,
BDD
what is this
completing that
80
third item.
gap in the
4
finals,
stacks
guys?
away from that
Dokdam
crucial
is getting
25
absolutely
threshold.
gapped this
Behind
series.
schedule now
Even the games
from
he
the tournament's
won,
most
by the way.
impressive moments as he was delayed
Dokdam
by
is a great
T1.
player, but today is just not his
And
day. I
KT,
think he's having a bad
The
performance.
luxury is that they have dragons, so they don't need to be forced into
오늘
a
원딜
fight.
차이가 좀 많이
The
나네.
unfortunate
근데.
reality though is that in
KT가
20
이긴
seconds,
판들도 솔직히 이제 덕담
T1 is
선수가 좀
going to
아쉬운
start there.
부분들이 있었는데
We all know it is inevitable at this point. And Shadow Flame's done for Dokdam. Third item for BDD plus the breakpoint, but they're going to have to
Okay,
find a miracle
10 seconds
fight to
onto
stay
Baron.
in this game because if they lose, this
10
one's
seconds.
over.
And the reason you start that Baron is to draw
10
KT
seconds
out in the open, so they can actually find the engage onto BDD. The hope there.
Doran is
He has no
carrying as
flash
well.
on
Yeah, Doran
Smolder.
is a
He
bit of
may
an
be
like
the
he
one
has his
with the
moments
gold
where
lead.
I'm just like, what
He
is this
may
guy
be
even
the
doing? Like
one
he
with
TP's
3
1v4,
items on KT.
he gets dove and
But
dies.
T1 have so many weapons
Like, you know,
looking
and then like
to kill
even this
that
game he's trying to like he
Smolder.
trades his life for the mid tower.
Feels so difficult now for KT.
I'm like, bro,
Forced on the back
like we
foot.
could have got the mid tower like
T1
in the
don't
normal
overplay
way.
their
Like
hand.
I don't know.
KT always forced to
We lose our own
respond.
mid tower from that. Well, it's like
T1
it's okay.
In touching distance.
Because in the end he's carrying da섯
Once again,
buffers.
2015,
He's still
2016,
3.4k goal
2017
goal
they were denied
ahead.
from Faker.
Yorick is
But
not a
now
champion,
this
0-5
lineup,
by the way.
Dorn subbing in this year on the
요릭이
cusp
너무
of
맛없다,
making history.
Imagine that Yorick was like an Orin or some shit.
And it's Dorn again who is
어차피 라인전 질 거면은 오른 할거 이런 정말 후회를 할 수밖에 없는데. It's hindsight 2025. Who would have known Owner would have just camped your lane like that? I told you, T1 Baron is spawning. Hello, bingo time. T1 Russian Baron on spawn.
Brings it
There
back.
it is.
Wants to turn with the taunt.
Okay,
Initial
there it
lockup
is.
from Keria is good.
There it is. Dokdam no flash. Dokdam no flash. Oh, they're not. Oh, Dokdam is just getting run down. Oh my, what is going on? Okay, we're overdiving BDD. We are overdiving BDD.
KT hold! BDD, the heart of KT is alive! The
아니 왜
Smolder
그래
lives
얘들아
under the
진짜로
tower,
그러지
but
마세요.
T1
We are
are
against
still
Smolder. We
picking
can still
towards
lose
the
the game.
There's no way with
Please.
Smolder alive. I don't think you can get away with it.
아니
And
근데
yes, they get
아니
knocked down.
스몰더라고 정신 차려야
But all that
된다고.
KT wanna
스몰더
do is
stacking,
stall. Keria has
bro.
engaged, doesn't hit
Why
them
are we
off
underneath
immediately, and
second tier
Dokdam stalls for a
tower?
good amount of time.
아니 이거까지는 괜찮은데 저기에서 반대편에서 뭐 하는 거야? 카밀 갈리오 이거 뭐야? 카밀 갈리오 doing what?
They go under
아니
tower
스몰더
here.
플래시
Dorn
없는
can't-
타이밍에 이렇게 하면은 너무
barely
맛없는데?
cannot finish
Oh my
off
god, like
BDD.
Galio flash as well.
KT needed
Camille
a
and
miracle.
Galio flash for that.
T1 split their focus, split their attention,
Fucking
and it cost
insane,
them
bro.
dearly.
Now we
It's
don't have
again
flash.
all
And
eyes
Smolder
on
splashes back
BDD
up!
because who else could
스몰더
it be?
플래시는 돌았는데 우리가 플래시가 없다고 이러면은 우리 근데 진짜 플래시를 계속 얘기할 수밖에 없는 게 우리 조합이 플래시로 들어가서 한 번 누른 다음에 그냥 빡 다 죽여버려야 되는 거야. 궁 쓸 때. Like we have to win a fight. How? With like going in with ulti and just one-shotting. Like we cannot delay a kill. We have to immediately just kill them. So flash timing is very important.
Has watched throughout,
That's why I keep
and when
trying to
all
focus on the flash.
is on the line, it might have to be BDD that carries them over again. I'm looking at Doran, he doesn't have flash, but if he can get a node onto BDD, that could be enough to win the game. KT could choose not to fight here, but it looks like they're going to do so anyway.
T1.
Go,
they
please,
need to have
please.
focus this time around. Last fight,
Just
they went
calm
for
down,
2
guys.
angles at
Calm down.
and they paid the price.
Flanks coming
BDD is
in.
actually scary. BDD is fucking terrifying.
That crucial cooldown, but their ultis will be
Level
there.
15
3
smolder.
seconds on Doran. Gumayushi, the other player to keep your eye on as well. The ulti can do a lot of work. Doran going in, doesn't connect the hookshot wall dive, immediately CC'd. Exhaust coming in as well.
Oh my gosh, Guma! Double kill! Guma, you see? Guma, don't flash. Okay, Guma flash. Okay, it's great. I was gonna say he doesn't need a flash for that, but it's fine. It's fine. We win from that. We win from that, right? Okay. 와, 진짜 클레버한 거를. Oh my, Doran completely ended, but Guma pressed R and we just one-shot all of their team. 와, 진짜 구마유시. 구마유시 80가 holy bro. I don't even know what Doran's trying to look there. He was kind of trolling it. 아니 근데 오히려 원미씨가 돼버린 거야. 이 상대가 카메라 이거 트롤인데? 잡아 이러다가 와, 저 딜을 What the hell is that damage from Guma?
And then BDD gets found by Carrier.
4 items.
Locks him down.
4 item MF, level 16. 16렙이라서 궁이 지금 맥스. 3 points, by the way.
Baron. I'm sure they got Dragon with that.
3 points are.
They're not wasting any time
16렙이면은 궁극기 3개 찍는 거 아닌가?
See what they can do with the Red Bull Baron power.
So level
play.
6 you get level 1 ultimate.
KT.
Level 11 you get 2 and then level 16 you get 3. So that's level 3. Oh my gosh, 7,700
for a moment. Guma still demands that respect.
Gumayushi ulted. He ulted bad a couple times in the beginning to go easy.
What a
on
series
team.
it has been. And
He's
T1
like, okay,
will
the game's too easy. I know it's like game 5, Super Scrapes, World Finals.
Tasty snack.
Just making things interesting for us.
For KT, the item finishes few and far between. A couple of components
Guma
for
딜
Dom.
미쳤는데
To the
그냥.
point where I don't even know if they have the damage, even if they're able to absorb that initial engage. I think BDD might be able to get his IE.
방심하지 말라고.
T1
근데 이 정도
they're
되면은
looking to
솔직히
secure
9천 골드는
their
설마.
finals win in a row.
설마.
They don't want to give BDD the
부두술
time to get that
발동하는
infinity
건가요?
edge.
아니 근데
KT don't have the luxury of
진짜
defensive items
조합이
for their key
스몰도 직스가 살 수 있는 조합이
carries.
아닌데.
Really all they have to protect Dokdom.
And we have our
The
flashes up
BDD,
now.
Faker solo pushing in the mid lane. The tier
We
2 will
have our
fall.
flashes.
Bot lane inhibitor.
Don't
next.
dive them,
Doran
please.
really cannot be contested by anything more than the entire
dive
force
them
of
out.
KT.
And T1 just have so many
아까처럼 막
forms of engage.
다이브
Even
하는
with
그런 플레이가 안
Doran
해도
getting
될 것
stuffed in the
같은데.
last one, Carrier finding those KT carries and allowing
I mean,
T1 to take
the worst
them
case
down.
scenario is like,
There's just
okay,
too many weapons
okay,
and the map
I'm
is
never
too open
gonna
now.
talk
KT
again.
are boxed into their own territory.
ADC's 3 levels ahead. Mid is ahead level, jungle's 2 levels ahead. Top is 3 levels ahead.
Game 5 of World Finals would likely be the
Maybe
greatest
stop
we have
talking
ever
right
seen
now.
in the history of the sport. 10,000 gold advantage for T1. They are on Soul Point. They are so far ahead in every measurable metric. But the execution from KT, the potential, the tiniest glimmer of hope still lives on as long as their nexus stands.
And all's on the line. T1, they can smell the weakness. 11k gold now. The Baron Siege continues. And they will not be denied unless KT pull out an absolute miracle. I think we're seeing Owner looking for an ult angle, sitting in that jungle, but even with the wave clear of Ziggs and Smolder, it's tough to hold on.
오래 하니까 볼이 아파.
Oh
my god, Doran, I'm gonna lose it. I'm losing. I am oh my gosh. I'm falling. 아니 근데 진짜 왜 calm down, breathe. Okay.
It will give KT a bigger glimmer of hope.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
아니 근데 진짜 스몰더라서 진짜 이러면 안 된다고.
Will be
아니 I think the nerve is getting to him. I think the nerve is getting to him. 아 근데 스몰더가 지금 세계 300개가 넘는다고 정신 차려. That Smolder has over 300 stacks, bro. Calm down.
That's something.
Oh my gosh.
And Cloud Soul going over makes the game very hard to play out, but it could have been worse. You know, I'm really stretching it here, guys. I'm normally great at finding angles.
Doran's going on some fun journeys.
아니야. 근데 오히려 주눅 들면 안 되고 진짜 한 번 더 박아야 돼. 진짜 뭔지 알죠? 이렇게 된 이상 그냥 박아야 돼. I think Doran just has to go in again. Like I know it sounds crazy and like counterintuitive, but at this point he should just fucking go in and flash or do whatever it is like he's trying to do. Like keep doing it. At this point. 주눅 들어가지고 뒤에 서 있으면 오히려 게임 진다. 진짜 들어가야 돼. 시원하게 한 번 더.
4.5 items for Guma means it's
잘
still a
물어보고
terrifying
보는 게
threat.
베스트인 거.
And KT,
I hope he's not discouraged or like I know
need
it
to
must
make
be
a
very
stand.
tilting when you make
It's so
mistakes like
hard
this
to-
on
but
such a
who do you
big
actually
stage.
focus? There's Faker,
Final game for
West
life.
Stopwatch,
Millions and
Galio is just
millions of
naturally
people
tanking
watching
level 18
around the
as well.
whole world. Everyone
It is
watching.
just Guma, right? Like that's the only one that he has not been in a position for you to engage on.
You could engage on Doran, maybe.
He's looking for the bait.
Okay, in a scenario where Doran is with the rest of the team, I feel like you shouldn't be able to. Camille with hook shot and ult. I know what we've been witnessing.
100%
Okay, but I mean,
value.
in a theoretical world where that doesn't happen.
True.
So TP ward there.
Push mid lane, well highlighted by our observers. Potential.
Someone tell him to chill. Yo, let me call Doran. I
do
don't
have
know.
access to that TP, although I imagine only Perfect will be looking to make the flank.
And I do seem to recall.
Calm down, Mr. Doran.
I was in I
Mr.
cost a
Krogler.
6 game.
You got.
I think this was Hanwha, and that one did go to 60 minutes. I'm just saying, we might only be halfway there. You know, we don't know. Is it likely? No. But it could happen again. But no, 2 times in a row.
Soul
Let's start the
time.
countdown now.
Soul time.
Alright, 25
Baron's up
minutes
as
away,
well.
26 minutes away from the
바론이랑
60 minute
이게
game.
All they need is to
영혼이랑
get
같이 나오니까.
actually see the lines. So you steal with Docdom's ult, the Baron.
337
That gives you
stacks
the
on
stall,
BDD.
and then
하스
you slip out and you
소냐!
win.
존냐를 가고 있는데 이거 변수다.
Well, the good news for
잠시만.
KT is, aside from
He has
that,
a Seeker's Armor,
pipe
guys.
dream,
Hold up.
They do have Seekers on
Just
BDD.
optimistic.
Aside from
스몰더가
that,
지금 이거
blinding
팔목
optimism.
보호대를 들고 있는 게
But now they have
굉장한
to pay check into
변수네요,
the
저거.
darkness. They see Dorn in the mid lane at the very least. They see Faker. But again, if they overcommit to this play, double TPs are there. Owner's semi-global is there.
It's
They
okay,
could
we just
look
have to
end.
like
The
ult
perfect
like
has been called back as T1
in a
looks set
step.
to get the soul.
And
Instead of
T1 also
ulting all
the
at once,
luxury,
we
they
just
could
ult,
just look for the
ult,
fight
and
if they
oh my gosh,
wanted.
Owner!
Takes the
Good
soul.
smite coming through
Does
from
stuck around a
another
little bit too
owner,
long, and now
slightly
T1
coming
empowered.
through. We just run towards Baron
That
now.
much
바론
faster,
쪽으로
have
달리면
that much
되고.
more access to their ultimates. And I don't
Oh,
think there's
that's
any
such an
getting away
important
from
smite
Faker,
there.
Dorn, or
That might be
Owner
actually
now
a
that they have Cloud Soul
game-winning,
power them.
championship-winning smite.
We're
I don't want to
about
say it,
know
but
whether the series
that
will
is so
continue,
important
whether
to get
the
the soul.
60-minute dream stays alive
진짜
because
이
GA
영혼이
is there for Owner.
정말로 좋아요.
Guma is the sums
This is the
available.
best soul that
We're gonna
T1
need
could
to see a
actually get this
beautiful
game.
engage
Not gonna
as
lie.
Docdom just now hit us for an item. It's BDD
이번
with a
영혼
stopwatch
먹을
and a
만한 것
dream
중에서 제일 맛있는 영혼을 먹은
wanting
거.
to keep that goal of making the
바람용이 정말
world
좋습니다.
finals win a reality, but
Let me stop. I'm
I
saying
think you guys are justifiably
things
calling me out. It still doesn't really feel that likely.
that
And yet we
explains.
it didn't feel likely before when T1 split their attention.
That's true.
BDD was able to
Castle,
find the
yeah.
kill, so it's not over till it's over. But now with Baron spawning, relatively even setup, but again, it's the waves in favor of T1 that make this so hard. As immediately they're going to kick things off by going in on Cuz, taking away the Frost Armor passive. Lockdown from Keria is there.
Oh,
TP
Cuz
from
is getting
Dorn as
absolutely
well.
destroyed.
Ulti's going across the
Keria
board.
is 10 HP, but he's actually flashing in! Oh my gosh, BDD had to flash in! BDD is 10 HP! BDD does come out here! BDD Zunias, but it's not enough, not too late! And push mid, we have the game! 6 trophies! Final trophy! Oh my gosh, we went 3 in a row! Oh my... 끝났다. 와, GG. 와, 너무 시원하고 진짜로.
Legacy again and
Oh
again
man.
and again. There can be no doubting it. 4 players on the Rift today, making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker,
Doran's great.
Doran as well are world champions.
Doran, world champion Doran. World champion Doran. Faker 6-time champion. 대상형. 6-time champion. didn't. They didn't. I was just sharing in my room. But oh my. Keria, Guma, Yushi, 80 Gap, holy. Support Gap, 80 Gap was real this series. But Owner woke up. Owner was having a hard series, but he woke up. His smites were so good. His gang top, so crucial, I think.
Every single world
T1 did it, I did it.
Back to this trophy.
She thinks she's part of the team.
KT had an incredible
run. 진짜 KT 너무 무섭고 너무 잘했고. Oh my gosh.
It just feels impossible. A team that even in the face of bad games, even
Faker does it again. Faker won again. How? 아니 대성이 형 그만 잘하라고.
Hearts out now for the players on stage.
Huge respect. What a run.
We're running out of space, guys. We're running out of space.
And here now we check out the trophy
와
ceremony
진짜 너무 4세트가 너무 히트였다. Game 4, winning Game 4 was so important, guys. Bouldering coming out.
Right, there is no arena, there is no stadium where they do not feel at home.
Doran, you can see still, barely believes it. Faker keeps giving him the shoulder taps. As T1 shows us again.
Faker looks exhilarated.
Again, as you highlighted, Dracos.
Faker 선수 너무 좋아한다.
Why this is the greatest
He's trying hard not to
team in the
smile
world.
too much. Doran. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh, KT, don't.
T1 wait a moment.
I don't think he should feel that bad though.
Together as 5, Doran, the
Okay, he probably feels really bad. His performance wasn't the best.
The remaining 4, their third
trophy ceremony. Oh, there it is! 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 와, 와, 진짜. 어떻게 또 우승하냐? We changed top laner and everyone was like, "Oh, T1's over." Like, you know, you're getting carried, which is like
right at the beginning of the tournament was faced.
kind of shitting on Doran too.
Doran
like, what?
lifting that trophy.
Doran lifted trophy, guys.
Wow! Doran is Owner rather is flexing.
There's muscle. Pikachu. 와, 페이커. 이거 겁나 무거운 거 아니야 이거? It's actually really heavy. Oh, Guma. Bro, Guma's been working out though. Keria, are you okay? Okay.
T1.
This trophy is alive.
Seemingly making a science.
Trophy is like literally how tall Keria is.
Matters most. Regardless of the story of the
Keria
LCK,
the
regular seasons or playoffs.
아니 근데 서사의 완성은 도란이었다고.
Find their peak.
와,
Always find
BDD.
their form. And now are embraced by the staff that has supported them for the entire year.
Koma, Tom, Mata, all coming in, hugging their players. And Koma, he's been there for so many, but you can see they still
does
hit
it again.
real good. As he
Everyone
runs up
always
to his
questions our
team.
coaching staff. But I don't know, guys.
Wow, how long will this version last? How far can this
How
core
can
of
this
players
just
go?
win forever?
And I mean, again, the series, the context of being at match point of one of the most dominant Game 4s we've seen into the Game 5, where even when there were small fumbles, they got right back on course.
Oh.
T1 indomitable. And a reminder that this was the year.
3 in a row. 3 in a row.
Losses, a close best of 5 against AL.
뱀픽은 좀 아니, 뱀픽 얘기가 나올 수밖에 없긴 한데 결국 이겼잖아요. 어?
Let's send it down to the stage for an interview.
成功今夜我们共同见证2025全球总决赛冠军 T1。首先，我们请到的是教练高马来到我的身边。
在今天 T1 完成了英雄联盟历史上可以说是空前的壮举。
Yo, Anonymous gifted, thank you for gifting Boston's really patient. Anonymous season 5 too for tier 3, really patient. And Ola Matrix, thank you for the solo. 감사합니다. Thank you very 감사해요.
18年之后 T1 再度挑战成功。 作为带领队伍一路
디오페님 감사합니다.
他现在的心情应该也是感慨万千的。我们来问一下，此时此刻感受又是如何的呢？
Congratulations T1.
우승 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
아니 근데 이게 막 3대 0으로 그냥 일방적으로 그게 아니라 너무 진짜 와 마지막 판까지 너무 힘들었다 진짜 생각보다. When we were down to match point, I don't know. I was doubting a lot. 솔직히 1대 2로 지고 있을 때 솔직히 이번 연도는 진짜 여기까지인가라고 생각을 잠깐 했었거든요.
How are you feeling right now?
와 4세트 내내도 너무 불안했고.
된건 너무나 좋은 선수들과 스태프들 때문에 여기까지 왔다고 생각하고 있고요. 또 이런 인터뷰 자리까지 또 선수들과 코칭 스태프들이 만들어줘서 일단 선수들과 스태프들에게 너무 감사하고 고맙다는 마음이 가장 큰 것 같습니다. 그리고 정말 힘든 순간도 많았는데 마지막까지 선수들과 스태프들이 포기하지 않고 이렇게 최선을 다해줘서 너무 고맙습니다. 그리고 또 그렇게 될 수 있던 계기는 팬분들이 마지막까지 끝까지 저희 T1을 믿고 응원해 주셔서 이런 결과가 나왔다고 생각합니다. 다시 한번 저희 선수들, 스태프들, 팬분들에게 진심으로 감사드립니다.
好，首先是
I am
他觉得
very,
说
very
我们能够
grateful
走到
right
这里，
now.
站到这一方舞台，
It's
完完
all
全全是我
thanks
们有最
to
棒的
our
选手、最棒的
excellent
教练团队、
players,
最好的
our
工作人
coaching
员。
staff,
所以
the
在这里
staff
非常
member
的
that
感
works
谢他
for
们
the
能够
team.
让我站在这里，
I'm
作为
able
其
to
中
do
一
this
员
interview
来
with
接受
them
采访。
because of their
Owners
hard
carrying
work.
this
There are a lot
trophy
of hard
with
moments
one
throughout
hand,
the year, but
really.
we have never given up a single moment because we all tried our best until the very end. We were able to make it happen. Thank you so much for working so hard for this moment, and I want to add that it was
Finals
possible
MVP
because
who?
our fans believed in us until the very last moment.
Gumayoshi's
So
finals
for
MVP.
one more time,
That
I
AD gap
would
was
like to send my
massive, I gotta
gratitude
say.
over to the players, the staff members, and to the fans. Thank you very much.
以及所有的 T1 的粉丝们，再次表达衷心的谢意，谢谢。 当然，每年其实到了世界赛，好像大家都会开始讨论一个问题：为什么世界赛的 T1就是这么不一样？那在教练的眼中，是否真的存在这样的一个小小契机，让每年 T1的世界赛就是这么的强势呢？ 저희가 항상 이런 토론을 듣는 것 같습니다.
또라이 같은 픽에는 선수 기분 꽤 큰 거 보고 톰에 대한 분노를 즐긴다. 그러겠네. 근데 문도픽 보니까 그냥 선수들이 하자고 했는데요.
As a head coach, do
선수들이
you
그냥
also believe that
감사합니다.
T1 tends to change when they're at Worlds?
보면은 선수단 전체가 조금 더 집중력이 더
나는 감사합니다,
올라간다는 거를 좀 저도 느끼는 것
말
같긴 해요.
감사해요. 축제 오늘 장례식인 거 아닌 축제인데요.
When we're at Worlds, I can feel and tell that every player, their focus level goes even higher and up at Worlds. The concentration is even stronger.
站在了一起，来看看他有什么样的问题想跟大家一起来分享。好的，感谢新人。
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, 100 and another 100 time to buy yet. Retire forever. Thank you so much. I'm kidding. I really appreciate it. T1 Valetta skin. I think we could expect one. At this point, Carrier says no Renata game first year, second year no Renata. So if you pick Pike, you pick Pike and Barn. But maybe third time. 뭐 이러면 이제 스킨 같은 것도 생각을 할 수 있겠는걸? Like Dora? Camille skin? No, IG already picked Camille. Doran has to pick Gragas. 도란 선수 하면 근데 그라가스를 해야 되나? 도라가스? 도라가스가 좀 시그니처긴 한데. Doran Gragas, bomba.
You have been writing your own story.
Big belly. Sion.
And now
Oh, Sion's a good one.
you have added a precious star to the T1
Sion 괜찮은데? Sion 되게 멋있어.
logo. What does this victory mean to you? And how are you feeling right now?
우리 탑 도란. 우탑 도.
일단 네, 데뷔 6년 만에 이렇게 꿈을 이루게 돼서 너무 행복하고 또 되게 좋은 기회 잘 잡은 것 같아서 너무 행복하고요.
울지 마.
천천히.
울지 마. Don't cry. Don't cry.
이번 우승이 끝이 아닌 제 도란이란 드라마의 시작점이 되길 원하면서
그래. 더 우승하고 더 이겨야지. We have to win a lot of things. MSI, we have to win a lot of things. Doran has to win many things.
My debut. I finally made my dream come true.
Lord.
I am very happy that I managed to grab the opportunity that was given to me. But I want to say,
We have to
I
win
hope
LCK,
this
MSI,
championship,
all the things
this
to win with
title
Doran.
is not the end of my story. With this championship, I hope the story of Doran, the Doran's own drama, starts now. And with that
Guys,
thing in
did you guys
mind,
hear?
I
Zeus
hope I
posted.
can enjoy every moment
Zeus
of this
posted
victory.
congratulations on Instagram. 인스타에서 지금 제우스 선수가 포스팅한 거 올라왔다고 하네요. 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
谢谢珊。那现在来到我身边的是 T1 的中单选手 Faker。当然，打个招呼，对，우승 축하드립니다.
아니 얼마나 많은 사람들이 보고 있으면 방송이 터져.
네, 우승 축하드립니다.
What do you mean?
Congratulations on the win. How do you feel? Would you like to say hi to the fans?
大家好
欢迎
Faker.
其实，在决赛之前，很多人都在讨论本届
Faker
全
knows
球
like every
总决
language
赛
or
对于
what?
Faker 选手
Or
的价
20p?
值
Not
与意
anymore.
义。是连续
Dripped
4
out?
年进
Oh, I
军
love
到
this
全球
scarf.
总决赛的决赛，也是本人的第
Scarf
6座
도
冠军的挑战机会，同时也
Six
是队伍
stars!
可能完成全球总决赛
There's 6
3连冠的这样的一个契机。
아니 별이 6개라서 이게
眼里所看到的一些数据，那想问问，
제 별이 들어가지도 않는데요.
他本人对于这一次的
There's not enough
全球
space for
总
more
决赛
star.
决赛是怎样看待的呢？
Never
결승
put it on
전에
top.
사실 이번
Make a
결승은
pyramid.
여러 기록이 걸리고 있는 것 같습니다.
This finals had so
Make
many
a
records
triangle.
on the line.
별 더 이제
Four
위로
times
스택을 하는
back-to-back
거야.
Worlds finals for you, and sixth Summoner's Trophy for you, Faker, and three-peat for T1.
That's crazy that he's been part of every single win.
Well, this is
Every
only
single
based on
star.
our perspective. What was
Faker.
on the line for you?
경기가 너무 재밌어서
Faker.
그런 부분에서 만족하고요. 그리고 KT가 워낙 또 오늘 잘하는 모습을 많이 보여줘가지고 좋은 경기를 했다는 게 중요하고 뭐 우승을 저희가 하기는 했지만 같이 경기해준 KT한테 저는 더 좀 감사함을 보내고 싶습니다.
因为其实比起所有的这些成就或者说记录的话，
Numbers were not on the line for me. I am very happy and satisfied with the fact that I was able to have a blast in the games today. And today, KT was able to put up a great performance, and together we were able to make such a great game, and that's what matters to me. We did win the title in the end, but I want to send my gratitude over to KT roster for making such a great
9시 파임
game
각인가?
together.
이거는 원딜 파임이죠 무조건. MVP. Faker. She's crying. She's crying.
것 같습니다. 现在6冠加身，他也是依旧英雄联盟最高的山，他依旧屹立不倒，他也是英雄联盟最强的河，他依旧奔流不息。所以最后，我也想让他代替 T1 的所有选手们跟所有的粉丝们来说一句话吧。 다시 한번 우승 축하드리고요. 혹시 마지막으로
Congratulations one more time on the win, on the title. Before we go, anything would you like to say to the fans who has been supporting you?
오늘 또 이렇게 큰 무대에서 여러분들 앞에서 경기할 수 있어서 너무 좋았고요. 앞으로도 파이팅 하겠습니다.
非常感谢粉丝们一路以来的支持，能够在全世界
I
这么
thank
大的
every
一个
single
舞
one
台
of
去
you,
进行比
and
赛。
I was really happy and grateful that I was able to deliver this game on such a big stage in front of every one of you guys. I will keep working hard.
You can take away half his worlds and you'd still be the
是
greatest.
的，与此同时，我
Actually,
们真的
though.
觉得 T1 的
At
每
this
一位
point,
选
like,
手都在
oh,
今夜
man.
铸造了属于自己的传奇。现场的朋友们，再次的欢呼声好吗？当然了，在此刻，我们也要把所有的聚光灯聚焦于一位选手之上。因为他创
Some
造了
champions
整
don't have
个
as many
夺
skins
冠
as
之
Faker.
路
I
上
think
的
he has more
璀璨
skins
时
than
刻，
Bard.
而他也将荣获 OPPO 2025年全球总
Bard
决赛
Bard less skins than
MVP。
Faker? Hold up. Finals MVP! Finals MVP 구마유시!
Thank you very much.
与此同
Got
时，
spoiled.
也让我荣幸的为大家有请英雄联盟史
We
上
got
的
spoiled.
传奇选手，入选2025年英雄联盟名人堂的 UCI 选手来为 FMVP 颁奖。让我们欢迎 Uzi。
Oh, Uzi's gonna... Huh? I don't speak Chinese, never mind. Uzi! I was gonna say like Uzi's going to be handing over the MVP trophy. No way. Look at Uzi, man. He lost so much weight, by the way. He's been like doing marathons and like taking care of his health a lot more now. And his mental health and physical health too. 형이 왜 거기서 나와? Okay. Yo. Uzi with the drip though.
好的，欢迎 UCI。 那其实也确实是非常精彩，
LPL 레전드가
且
준다.
焦灼的
그러니까
一
이거
场
완전
比赛，
우리도
绝
영광인데
伦的
이러면.
决赛。而且 UCI 其实也在我们中文流的评论席也陪伴大家一同观赛了嘛。看完之后有什么想说的？
真的，今天真的打出了一场非常精彩的比赛，然后恭喜你们，恭喜T1夺冠。
是的，那接下来
looking good, yeah.
揭晓本届 OPPO
살 많이
MVP
땄다.
的归属。
그
而这位选手
마라톤도
也
하고
是
막
由
되게
全球的专家评审团
활동적으로
共
건강
同
관리를
投
잘
票
하시고
选出。
계셔가지고.
UCI 接下来把时间交给你，为我们大声的宣布本届2025年全球总决赛 OPPO FMVP 的人选。
OK， 구마유시。
구마유시
선수, 다시 한번 선수 축하드립니다. 축하드립니다.
Is Gumayushi the best ADC in the world? Chat?
Give it up for the OPPO Finals MVP,
Question mark?
구마유시.
那接下来我们也和我们
와,
的 FMVP
작년에 진짜 원딜로서 롤드컵 리핏을 해도 원딜로서 파이널 MVP를 받고 싶은 게 목표였는데 Guma actually said in an interview last year that he wanted to win Finals MVP. That was his goal. To be the best ADC in the world and to have no one question his skills. You can't really question Guma now. With this performance, not really. Finals MVP? Damn. His Kaisa? Redeemed. 카이사를 하면서 증명을 해가지고
Congratulations on
like, he
winning
didn't
the
just win
finals
worlds
MVP
playing
as well.
Zaya, right? He's playing Kaisa, one of his weak points that everybody
In the
always
previous
talks about.
interview,
So, something like
you
this
mentioned
is
that
like
instead of the victory, instead of the competition, you said you were just very grateful to be able to play on stage. How do you feel about the win today, and how do you feel about winning the finals MVP?
What this must mean for him is crazy. Guma.
일단은 너무 꿈만 같고요. 오늘 이렇게 파임 받을 수 있을 거라고 생각 못했는데 파임에 선정해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 사실 올해는 저에게 되게 힘든 해였습니다. 항상 이제 증명의 아이콘으로 매 해마다 증명을 했었는데 이번에 증명이 좀 다른 점이 있다면은 제 자신에게 저를 증명하는 한 해였다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래가지고 지금은 저에게 증명해냈고 제가 세계 최고 원딜이라고 생각합니다.
세계 최고 원딜. 이게 맞지. 결국 말이 많지만 결국 트로피와 퍼포먼스 거기에다가 이제 파이널
I did not expect this at all.
I mean, like
Thank
he
you
got the
so
finals
much for voting
MVP.
me for the OPPO Finals MVP. This year
People
was
speak
very
Korean, by the way.
difficult for me.
Wait for the translation.
Every year was full of challenges, and I always had to prove myself. You know, I have been the icon of being someone who always has to prove, but this year was a bit different because finally I feel like I have proven myself to myself, and I am really happy that I was able to prove who I am to myself, and I can say for sure that I am the best AD carry in the world.
当然
然了，现在这个瞬间，你的队友们也在你的身边一起见证着这个时刻，而所有的粉丝们，他们刚才也是高声呼喊着你的名字，为你应援。你有非常多的家人朋友都在一路见证着你的成长。在此时此刻，有没有什么话想要对一直支持你的所有人说的呢？ 사실 지금 함께 있는 팀원도 앞에 있어서 또 바로
In
이렇게
fact,
많은 팬분들이
you are surrounded by your teammates and fans who have supported you
From bench to best, the amount of effort that
Is there anything
Guma must have
you would
put
like
in
to say to those who have shown
must
you
be
so much love?
crazy.
To your family, to your friends, to your fans?
일단 아까 올해가 되게 힘든 한 해라 했었는데 팬분들의 응원이 없었으면은 좀 버티기 힘들었던 그런 한 해였던 것 같고
Shouting at the
저를
fans
끝까지
for,
응원해 주시는
for sticking up for
모든
him.
팬분들 그리고 지인들, 가족들
Hey,
그리고 함께해준 팀원들에게 너무
Yvonne.
감사한 마음 전하고 싶고 또 마지막으로는 하나님께 감사와 영광 돌리고 싶습니다.
Oh my gosh, he's 하나님께 감사와 영광. Oh my gosh, on a Sunday too. Isn't today Sunday? He's praising
I
God.
have mentioned that this year was very difficult
He's
to me,
praising
and
God in the
had I
end.
not had the support coming from my
So he's
fans,
a Christian and his dad is a
believe
pastor.
I would
You guys
not
all know
have
that.
been able to make it all the way to here. So I am very, very grateful for your
아버지가
support.
목사님이라서
Thank you
pastors
to all my friends who has been showing so
Giga
much
Chad.
love and
He doesn't
support
give a
to the
fuck.
very end. And also,
A lot of
my
people are
friends and
ashamed of their
family
religion or
and my
faith, but like
teammates.
he
I am
doesn't care.
very, very thankful.
He's shouting out
And,
God
lastly,
in front of everyone.
I would like to say I am very grateful to God for this opportunity.
이렇게 손 한사
Cinema.
다시 한번 네 트로피를 다시 한번 들어 올리세요.
God FK.
再次恭喜他们。
Wait, that's actually broken
也让我
though.
们再次感谢本次全球总决赛
It's
所有的
God
参赛战队，所有台前幕后的工作人员，当然也要感谢
Wait,
所
hold up,
有
hold up,
线上
hold
线下
up.
热爱英雄联盟的
Don't
每一
you
个
God?
你。
Wait, you can't be. Wait, you can't be
最后
God.
一
It's
次，让我们
over.
汇聚所有的能量与热情，让我们把所
GG
有的
can't
掌
win.
声和欢呼声送给
Nerf,
2025年全球
please.
总决赛冠军战队 T1。
There it is, T1 with another win. Six trophies. 너무 fucking 왜이다요.
It is absolutely incredible, but they have done it again. The three-peat has been completed, and Faker has lifted
I need that
his
scarf
6th
right now.
World Championship
스카프 저거.
trophy. The
And the
Summoners
t-shirt.
Cup, as we see it there, the
티셔츠
design
저거 스카프
returned to the one he
프리오더.
knows and
Okay,
loves
where
so
can
much.
I
And the
order
first
the
time he wanted to go for the three-peat, but now finally
그
getting that
모니터
honor
위에
for him,
이렇게
Emily, and the rest of
걸어놔야
T1.
되겠네.
Yeah, I think you can tell how much it means to all of these T1 members, right? We talked about their struggles domestically. We've talked about how impressive it is that Faker keeps reinventing himself to end up right here, lifting the Summoners
Look
Cup.
at
I don't
that.
think anything encapsulates this as much as Doran's emotion as he was lifting that trophy. Is
I wonder if
I mean,
Zeus
it's
is
just
running.
incredible to see,
Okay.
Doran
Get out
has
of
had
here.
this
We're
career
trying to
that
have
has
a
been
fun time, and
defined
you're
by some of
here
these missteps. I
saying
think
some
he had a
negative shit in the
fantastic
chat
series here
when
today
we're even
overall.
having a great
Really
time.
earned that world championship. And for everyone else, yeah, they were already world champions, but now they have done the three-peat. No one had done that in the history of League of Legends. To me, it is point blank period, the greatest roster we have seen in League's history.
Absolutely, and you could also tell how much that MVP trophy meant to Gumayusi, right? He cited his struggles this year in the first part of the year, substituted out for Smash, came back, wins like MVP of Worlds Finals and his 3rd Summoners Cup. Are you kidding me?
It's
That's
crazy.
amazing.
It's even crazier because I think we saw the arc within this series. He was struggling with himself just a little. Those moments where he's usually so on point, it didn't quite work out. But Game 5 is all that matters.
I mean, he showed up when it mattered most, and I loved what he said, that this is the year he finally proved himself to himself.
Yeah.
And to me, I think there's nothing better than that. And what a special moment. Not only does he win the Finals MVP, but to have a legendary AD carry being the one presenting that to you,
Look at Paul.
I think just makes it even cooler. Uzi, the one up there on stage to give it to him.
No, he's clapping. I have also a special note if you're still watching. We will, hopefully, we gotta ask, but get Faker to come to the desk to give a goodbye, and we'll give him a congratulations, of course, from the English feed as well, which should be absolutely amazing. But I mean, let's talk about him for just a second, because I'm not gonna do that exactly in the same way if he does come. But he is so inspirational. It really is unbelievable. A lot of careers fall flat when they hit the first hurdle. A lot of careers fall flat when they have even a percentage of the disappointment that he has lived in some of the points in his career. Notably, right here in China in 2017, where we saw him just being completely downtrodden about that. Again, in 2022, when he was trying to get back on the docket and win a world championship again.
Look at Carrie.
But he always gets back
Like
up.
the Ryaners are so happy.
Emily, and it's just, I'm in awe whenever
Ryan headquarters, all jumping
watch
up and
him
down.
play,
Game
and whenever
5,
I hear him
Silver Scrape.
speak, he's just.
Oh,
I'm
my
so
T1
happy
was
that
about to get
Faker is
eliminated
the one
as
that
well.
we
I
can
can't
hang all of
imagine
our
the
hopes and
viewership
dreams and
numbers must be through the
aspirations to
roof.
when it comes to
like,
League of
what the
Legends
hell?
esports.
Yeah, we're really fortunate. I don't know how many times I've said that, either in private to friends or publicly on this broadcast, how lucky we are to have Faker as the face of our sport. It means so much, and I'm so glad you brought out, because I feel like people really underestimate Faker's resiliency and overall this T1 team's resiliency, right? Because, oh, they just keep winning worlds. It must be so easy for them. But I think it's made so much greater by the fact that they've all struggled. Faker with so many, we covered the eras, so many ups and downs throughout his career, constantly reinventing himself, constantly having the resiliency to push forward just because he loves the game. That's amazing. It's inspiring. It's something I want to bring to like my presence on a broadcast, like just ultimately having fun with my friends. That's the game I love.
Faker silencing us once again. I mean, to
It's
me,
like you already do, Emily. That's he heard it.
the thing that has always blown me away about Faker, because of all my time as a pro gamer, I always respected consistency above all else, because I saw how much it took to ever even reach that peak one time, to have like a glimpse of what Faker has achieved. You know, to get there once takes your entire life for most of these pros. To be able to do it year after year after year after year for so long, to maintain that level of dominance in a game that is so competitive, that has so many people that are gunning for you year after year, I just think it's unreal to be able to just watch that greatness every single time.
It's crazy. He helped him get back up after that 2022 loss. Famously, he's looking at Keria saying, I'm not going to let this happen again. And Keria also talked so much about how that was a formative event for what we see now. And I just want to remind people of what we said back then. This is the best roster to never win Worlds. They might never after that. And they just said, nope, we're about to win 3 in a row, and I think that's crazy for the entire roster.
Yo, thank you for the 5
like no other roster in the world, the pressure that they are
Thanks
under
for the
is
watching all streams throughout Worlds. Bevy, it's been a lot of fun watching Worlds with you. Also, your models mega cute.
You know, GOAT conversations. Obviously, Faker is the undisputed GOAT of League of Legends.
Oh my gosh, you're right. It's gonna be my goodbye time.
It's about international accolades. And people talk about jungle, and there's people who are on the Canyon side for individual dominance. There's people who are on the Bengi side for all the trophies that he won. All of these players, even though to me, though they still feel new when you think of like Owner and Guma and Keria, you think, wow, they haven't been around for that long. Now they have 3 world championships, 4 world finals appearances.
In a row.
Even if you just want to talk about accolades, they have to be in the conversation for the greatest ever in their role.
It's insane, and to follow that journey, and every year for them to come in and to just peak at Worlds. We talked a lot about it, Emily, at the beginning of the show, but the fact that, yes, domestically, we hold them to signature pose. We hold them to an insane standard, right? Because like, oh, you're not going to win the LCK, you really should, but it was always Gen G. But somehow that is what makes them different from teams like Gen G. They have the clutch factor. They peak when it matters. The bright lights, they don't affect them as much as other teams, right, Owner
always put his hat backward, but it looks so nice on him when he
goes
goes
almost thrive under it, right? Like, they take that pressure and they use it, and that's why I really like that you pointed out, coming out of that 2022 loss to DRX, Keria saying, I wanted it too much, you know? Like, now I just want to have a good game. You heard Faker in his interview being like, thank you, KT. I think we put out a really great performance today, and ultimately, sometimes it's just about having fun with your friends playing League of Legends.
And I mean, obviously the players are deserving of so much credit, but you also have to look at T1 as an organization, right?
Yeah.
Because it has not just been, oh, you fluked into a great roster and you won a couple times. They have been at the top of League of Legends for so long, through so many different iterations,
How
through
does
so many
T1
different
continue to
rosters,
do it? I don't
even
know.
through times where Faker
Top
wasn't
lane gets
always playing and was
changed.
getting subbed out at times, right? They still are able to find that success. And to me, that really does speak to the foundation of T1 as an organization. We heard in the coach's interview giving so much credit to the support staff, to the coaching staff, to
was a
everyone that
legendary
is
final
there
regardless.
to help
Thanks for all the
enable that
co-streams
success.
this year.
Definitely so. Faker's still on stage, who's not joining us yet, as you may have
Got to
noticed.
enjoy
The only one
Oh,
we
the
haven't
finals
talked
was
about, and
absolute
it
cinema.
happens often, even though he's so important for the
I was a
team.
little
its
bit
owner,
worried
I
that
think,
we're gonna see like a 3-0
specifically
stomp
in this
either
series,
way,
right?
like
Where
KT stomp
Cuz
or
was kind of
2-1
getting the
stomp,
better,
I don't know.
not just of him, but of the series overall, I
And
feel like.
each
And
game
then
was
to come in,
crazy, too.
to have that
Everybody
game
was,
where
like,
together with
super
Guma, they
aggressive.
secure every objective. They're still in the
오늘
fight.
모든
They push
경기들이
it
다
to game
되게
5. I mean, the guy
모든
is
세트가
incredible.
Well, and
굉장히
also,
막
yeah, the game 5 Pantheon, I thought
많은
was
일들이
really
벌어졌죠.
great, right? Like he was getting
15분
these
동안 그냥
ult-off
파밍하고 이런
on-priority
느낌이 전혀
targets,
아니었어.
like
계속
Docdom
싸웠어,
pushing
진짜.
BDD back, so BDD was always
진짜
constant under pressure as this primary threat
서로
of the KT
한 끗 차이로
composition.
이긴 느낌?
And yeah,
T1이
Oner's
진짜 한 끗
another
차이로
one
이긴
of those
느낌이네.
players I feel really seems to
4세트만
thrive
KT가 어떻게
under
했으면은
the
진짜
pressure of
몰랐는데
World.
I mean, Oner just
5세트는
seems to
그냥
thrive
빅빅부터 살짝
under
우리가
every
유리하긴
circumstance.
했어.
This guy is just
How's the
always
bingo going,
so
Favi? Oh yeah, 이거 저는
reliable.
씨만
His
bingo.
recession proof. He was my finals MVP vote. You know, I thought he was incredible. Yes, you know, Cuz did get the better of him in some games, but that is not a slight against Oner because Cuz was playing an
We
incredible
have
series.
bingo
This was
here.
such a
Doran
back and
Oner
forth
fails a
battle.
dive. No,
The
they actually
Nocturne game,
almost
the
failed a
Pantheon
dive.
game, I felt like he was
다이브를
really
못할 뻔했는데
dominant,
결국은
so
했어.
critical
So this
in
is the
these
actual
high-pressure
final bingo.
moments, being able to get those smites secures in.
그래서 결국은
And I
동그라미
just
동그라미
think this
동그라미 동그라미
guy,
동그라미.
to me, is the greatest jungler of all time. The level of consistency that he has shown over these past years is
Are we
unmatched.
talking about Oner?
Yeah, we had it already. We couldn't count them out. It was very hard to predict against them in these situations at World, specifically in best of fives. As you know, when you're a team and you work so much together behind the 5 players that are on stage, it takes a lot out of you, I'm sure, right? Because you absorb everything that they get hit with because you need to help them work through it. And I just think emotionally, that's probably an incredible weight off their shoulders that they really want to celebrate with each other. As look at Carrier, that's amazing. I can't believe Oner one-handed that, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, we know he hits the gym, but holy, he really wants to show.
That's light work.
Yo.
That's crazy.
Oh my
Here
gosh,
we
look
see,
at that
of
map
course,
damage. Finals
in that game
MVP.
5, I believe, yeah. And also, Doran goes for the
I mean,
Camille, right?
oh,
He's done it before, and
jungle
it's
Oner,
important, but it's
absolutely
just, it's a vote of
damaged,
confidence
like,
from the team and from himself.
And that's what I really love about this T1 roster. Again, we're talking about their resiliency. We're talking about their trust in each other. It shows the trust they have in Doran. Like, obviously, yes, the Camille is a good pick into the Yorick, right? But it is still a risky pick despite fitting with their composition. And I really like that they had the confidence to tell Oner to first-time window. They're like, no, you got this, bro, in the lead up to here. They had the confidence to be behind Doran in some of these picks, right? I think it just really speaks well overall to the team atmosphere and their coaching staff to like facilitate such trust between each other.
Absolutely. I mean, you touched on it, the Mundo pick. I love seeing those comms. Yes, because A, they're funny and it's fun, but also because there's no hesitation for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
He's like, I haven't played it before. They're like, that's no problem. Here's what's good. Here's what's bad. You should lock it in. It's a good pick. And then they
아니
do it,
근데
right? And
진짜
it's like,
오늘
that kind of
커즈 선수
environment
문도 와.
fosters confidence in yourself, right? When everyone around you is constantly supporting you and
스크림에서
believing
도대체
in you,
무슨 일이
you're like,
일어났길래
hey,
What was
maybe I am
happening in
that good.
scrims
Maybe I
into
can pull it
G2
off,
that
right? Like,
T1
it starts
just
to kind of build
convinced
you up
Oner
in
to
a
pick
way
a
that I
game
think
5
you can
into
play so much more
AL.
confidently than you
You know
would be
what I
able to
mean?
otherwise.
Another thing we
What
want to
are you
emulate
doing,
as a team.
G2?
Yes.
Am I
I don't know.
right? Just all these
That's why I'm
examples.
here
문도
with
박사
you
때문에
guys.
진짜 오늘 큰일 날 뻔했어.
Let's go.
진짜로.
Okay, we see that
We're
they're
on the verge of getting
almost done on
wiped.
stage. I don't know, and we wouldn't want to cut it short. I think
No.
Faker,
Won
like in,
3
I believe
because
it
of
was the
Mundo.
semifinals
That
or
was
the
a fucking
quarterfinals. He went
crazy
to every
game.
corner of the stage
Mundo.
to personally say thank you to everyone that has supported him, and I think that's going to happen as well. As we fill, though, I think it's time to hit on the other side a little bit, right? I think we'll also hear from the camp of KT at some point. But Emily, as someone who has been here for the good and the
KT,
bad and the
that's the thing.
heartbreak,
It's like
how
not
do
every
you
like when there's
read
winners,
this-
there's gonna be
this-
losers.
Yeah, this defeat
Same
on
thing
this
with
World
rank.
Championship final day.
You're having
I
a
was
great
wondering when
time,
you
you're
would
winning,
come
you're
to me
getting
with
LP.
this
Guess what?
question.
Someone is losing LP.
I mean, obviously,
someone is
I'm
getting
sad
stomped.
as a
Someone
KT
is
fan,
getting
but
miserable
also
and
this
filthy.
roster achieved things that I
Same thing
really
happens
did not
on
think
the
was
world's
possible,
final stage.
Right? And even though obviously Perfect got a little bullied in that game 5 by Doran and T1, I think he really stepped up to get them here. Peter really stepped up to get them here.
They're throwing t-shirts into the ground.
And,
sorry.
and I love that for this KT lineup. I
We
never
are fourth
expected
seed,
them
y'all.
to be able to make it this far.
This was such a shaky,
This
it was such a shaky world. Oh my gosh, how is your Pickens, guys? My Pickens
this
is so
wasn't like
doomed, not gonna lie.
a KT team that I really expected to ever be in this position in the first place. So I'm honestly like really proud of this roster.
Yeah.
I'm crushed
다들
as a KT
승부의 신
fan,
어떻게
also
됐나요?
crushed specifically for like
망했네요.
BDD, someone who's been trying to get
저는
here for
승부의
so
신
long.
개망했거든요.
But I'm super proud of them.
And I mean,
못
they should be super
믿었어.
proud of
결국
themselves. I just
믿지를
think
못했다고.
as pro
I thought
gamers, it is
Genji was
so
gonna lose to
hard
K-
to
like,
not just
Genji
be
was gonna win
reliving
to
every
KT.
moment from this series
For sure.
over and over when you think about all the little things you would want to change.
And it was gonna
a
be T1
5-game
Genji
series. You were
finals.
one Nexus away from being world champions, from stopping T1 from getting
Let me
that
check Pickens,
three-peat.
actually.
And that is going to be hard for them. But I hope that, you know, in it, whether it's next year, next week, in a few years, 5 years, that they can look back and realize what they accomplished in getting here and taking T1 to 5 was incredible, and that they can really appreciate and be proud of that.
Absolutely.
I got it right.
I'm sorry, I was just looking behind me, seeing the t-shirts. I didn't mean
Come
to
on.
take your moment because
Guys, look.
it's true. You guys have worded it very,
I did
very
believe
well
in T1, but
we talk so much
Wait.
about those teams
I
who
thought
do
it
it
was
once, right? FPX, EDG,
아니,
Dom1 even, right? Because it is so difficult to do it again. And if I have one
I put
hope,
CFO in the
Emily, it is that
finals?
for
Oh,
this
I must have
roster
been
that
fucking
showed so
drunk.
much promise, and the fact that this was the first time Peter and
아니,
Perfect were
CFO가
even
젠지,
at a stage
CFO가
like
KT를
this.
꺾고
The
젠지를
fact and
꺾고
foster
결승에서
a telecom
T1이랑
rivalry for the ages, hopefully, but more chances
뭐,
for them in the
저
future.
술 안 마십니다,
Yeah, I
여러분.
mean, I think
참고로 저 술 안
one thing
마시는
that this
사람인데
T1
이건 좀
lineup has
아닌데.
also proven is that if you are
결국
able
맞췄죠,
to
근데.
stick with a
I did
roster
get T1
and
correct.
train together, obviously,
I
like,
did win-
not
I did get
everyone,
T1
this
correct.
roster is very special, but I do think a lot of times we see orgs pivot away from teams that have developed with each other. This KT roster does seem to have a lot of chemistry together. So I'm
Top
actually quite curious
25%?
to see what the org will do going forward.
I mean,
야,
I
top
absolutely
5천은
agree.
진짜 미쳤는데?
Rosters get
Top
so little
5,000 is
time
crazy.
together these days.
What the hell?
Before they are,
Perfect
you know,
zero.
really kind of just saying, all right, that's it.
퍼펙트는
That's all you get. We're
영,
going to have to change things up. We're going to have to move on.
Zero.
So I really do hope that they get that time to try to continue building together, working together
You're top
to try to
10%?
find
No
something
way.
special. I remember this
That's
was a couple
actually super
years ago, but looking into the average length of a career in LoL esports, and it was like under a year. And so it's like
저는
people have
우승만
so little
막좀
time,
됐어요.
often as a pro, to
스윙
really get results. This was an
Cosmo
incredible
got top
result from
5,000.
KT,
Let me
even
check
though
my
it's not going to
leaderboard.
feel like that today. So I hope they
do
get
have
that
a
time to keep
leaderboard.
building.
Yeah, some people get no chances. T1 makes chances for themselves over and over and over as they turn on the big house lights here. That's why we are even brighter than usual.
way.
I
No
saw you guys,
way.
sorry.
Guys, look.
But we are waiting for Faker,
245
as you
points
see
from
that they are kind of
Lugrios.
done with everything they've
Who's
done on
that?
stage, and then he has to make his way to us. And I really want to show him this, right? Because
I'm
it's
all the way
so-
down here. Where am I?
It's so
Here.
cool to have all of these eras and to have everything he's
승부의
been
신
through
이거
and
그룹이
the kind
있거든요.
of whole
우리 그룹이
journey. And I wonder
있는데
what he has to say about it because
180점
he
좀
said in
저조하긴
London,
하네.
this one's for you guys. I wonder what this one's for. And if there's going to be another
Cosmo
one.
actually gets so many lines.
Doran! Yeah, we absolutely have to ask him about Doran as well as we see the celebration.
I can tell, like, the lighting makes it look like they have tomato face.
Really, right? And all
Like
of
they're
these
super
moments.
like.
And it's beautiful to see. Anything to add?
No, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right, to think
Oh,
about.
that is
Again, I
crazy.
went back as a preparation, and also
160
because I was going to
points.
write an article that I actually
God
didn't
damn.
finish. I went back and watched BDD's
Lugrios
debut,
got the
and
script,
already we
yeah.
were
True
talking
one?
about how powerful Faker's debut was, right? Like, what a hotshot mid laner. He had grown into this really, like, well-rounded mid laner.
SKT Faker
But we
vs.
still,
T1 Faker.
that wasn't even halfway through the career he's had now almost, right? So that was back in
결국
2016.
고전파를 꺾는
So
거는
almost halfway
T1
through where we're at.
Faker라.
This is so cool.
And it's
SKT
just
Faker.
so cool because his greatest rival is himself. And he just beat himself because he got the 1-3 beat.
I mean, it is absolutely insane, right? They're such different eras that it's really hard to compare because I think the game has also changed
You
and
can't
evolved in a
defeat
way
me.
where it's almost
I
impossible
know,
to have the
but
level
he
of
can.
individual dominance that Faker had, you know, on his debut and in those initial years. But the fact that he has been
Can't
able
defeat
to
him? No.
equal the titles, equal the
Future
finals
Faker can.
is so insane after, you know, what was a
Thank you.
longish drought, right? Where he hadn't been able to win one for
Inori,
quite some
shout out
time.
Inori for
I really
making all
think
the
no
memes.
one
Thanks
would have
for all the
believed
meepos.
that
Helping
a
us
couple
making
years
the
later,
memes.
if you told them, you know, in 2021, that by 2025, Faker will make 4 finals in a row and win 3. People would be like, you are trolling.
You are crazy. Yeah. He's on the way as well. We're not just, I know you're all like, oh, they're talking about Faker still. Well, the man deserved it, okay? I think you can all agree with
You
that.
can't rush the goat.
Everyone permanently talking about Faker.
It's so cool.
That is just how it is,
Something I
though.
said when we went
When you're just the
into our
goat,
countdown
you gotta
for the
keep talking
beginning of
about
the
the
first
goat.
game was like, it's like a river.
like everyone
It
talking
permeates
about,
all the
you know,
stories. Because if you think
Lionel
about one of your
Messi,
favorite
you know,
players'
everyone
stories
talking
or
about Lionel
letdowns
Messi.
or whatever, he's probably played a role
다들
in it.
메시
Be it as
얘기만
a
하고 막
villain
그러는
or as a
것처럼
teammate
한
or
분야의
as
최정점을
I don't
계속
know
찍고
what,
있기
you know, and
때문에
it's so interesting.
페이커 선수 얘기를 계속 할 수밖에
As
없습니다.
opposed to a
오늘 또
villain. Yeah, sorry,
또 다른 기록을
I think
세워보려고요.
like a lot of mid laners look up to Faker, right? Like you have so many
Here's
players.
Messi.
BDD himself
Michael
included,
Jordan.
being like, I was inspired to play mid lane
You don't know who
because of
Messi is?
this
Get out of my
person,
chat.
and is now a veteran himself, right? And like
I used to be a
mid
Messi
laners
fan.
in Korea coming up now, all
Hold
over
on.
the world really, are still looking at Faker and being like, I want to be like that guy.
I mean, he's such an inspiration, and he does transcend the game, because I always love when Worlds time comes around. You see top pros from every esport that I love tweeting about, oh my God, it's Faker.
It's Faker time.
And I'll see people, you know, getting signed to T1 on like Valorant or other games or whatever, and they're like, I'm just hoping I can run into Faker. Like, that's the best part about signing on T1, is like I maybe bump into him in the training facility.
We feel the same way, don't we?
Yeah, of course. Every time I run into him in an elevator or something, I'm just like, ah!
Adele just being a fanboy, that's so funny though.
And whenever he sees me come with a
Adele's being a
photographer, he's like,
fanboy.
ah,
We're all
it's the time
fangirls
for
and
me.
fanboys.
I know what this is.
Oh, there, he brought the trophy. Oh my God. Let's go. Oh, this is so special, guys.
Oh, this is incredible.
도란의 선배가 17년도에 한 풀이라서 더 의미가
Just
있다고.
probably pass over the headset.
도란 선수 팬들은
You
얼마나.
guys can
Oh
go
my
right
gosh,
in the
Faker
middle.
himself is here!
Here, come on in.
Azale
Come
was
on
just
in the middle,
glazing
Jason.
Faker. I wonder if Faker was listening
They
to
can
him.
both be right here. Ah. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Congratulations.
Hello, congratulations. You can take, which headset is it?
Either one should be fine.
Okay.
The gold of
Here,
Sarah.
Jason. Come right here. Yep.
We're making it work.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. I absolutely love it.
잘생겼다. 혜성요.
Yeah.
Yo, Faker is actually so handsome.
아, 진짜 너무 감사해요.
No worries. Thank you.
Oh, so Faker, what was different about this journey, about
My
your
glorious
players that you
king,
played
Mr.
with and how
Faker,
they have
the
leveled
GOAT?
up? Because this was once again a very difficult
The
best of
trophy's huge.
5. But how would you say this
enormous.
title differs from the others you've gotten?
이번 우승도 사실 작년만큼 굉장히 어려운 경기였는데 그래서 그런지 좀 더 극적인 승리였던 것 같고 그리고 저는 뭐 우승한 우승한 것도 좋지만 좋은 경기를 했다는 게 굉장히 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, this match was as difficult as the last year's one, but that made this victory even more dramatic again. And I'm really happy with the fact that I managed to win the title one more time, but I'm more happy and grateful that I was able to have such a great game together.
I wanted to congratulate you on being the first ever to three-peat, 3 world championships in a row. Your previous roster with SKT1 was the closest to do it before, and you fell short in 2017. How would you compare these two different eras of T1, you know, the SKT1 dynasty versus the now T1 dynasty?
이제
저도 사인 한 번만
최초로
제발.
월 3피 달성하셨습니다. 이전에 가장 3피에 근접했던 팀도 SKT였지만 17년도 때 좌절되었거든요. 이번에 또 T1으로서 3피를 달성하셨습니다. 그 당시 SKT 왕조와 현재 T1 왕조를 비교하자면 어떻게 보시나요?
솔직히 예전에는 월드 우승하는 게 그렇게 어렵지 않다고 생각을 했었는데 요즘에는 좀 굉장히 좀 어려운 경기들 많이
예전에는 뭘
하기도
너무
했고
건방진 거 아니야?
워낙 강한 팀들도 많기 때문에 이번 우승이 더
SKT 페이커 시절은 근데 진짜 포스가
난이도가 높았던 것 같은데 저희가 이뤄냈기 때문에 더 성취감 있는 것 같습니다.
감사합니다.
In the previous
자신감이 장난
run,
아니었거든.
I kind of felt like winning Worlds wasn't that difficult for us, but now
Thank you for the follows.
recently,
Great Worlds
it
family.
wasn't
T1
like
for giving us
struggles
amazing
after
insights,
struggles.
and hopefully I get to see you
every
playing with the
team
T1
we faced,
boys.
every match we played was so difficult and tough. So I kind of felt like it was like a harder mode, but that also makes us feel even stronger achievements.
Does that feel more rewarding as a result because it felt harder to win?
말씀하신 것처럼 조금 더 우기기 어려웠던 과정이 많았기 때문에 더 성취감이 큰 것이죠.
아이지전부터 플레임부터 해가지고 너무 불안하긴
지금이
했어.
더 큰 것 같고 예전에는
월드컵 오는 과정도 너무
우승을 하는
힘들었고.
게 굉장히 또 즐겁고 그냥 내가 다 이겼다라는 그런 기분이 좋았다면 지금은 어려운 것을 좀 이렇게 성장해서 이뤄냈다는 그런 성취감은 더 큰 것 같습니다.
Yeah, of course, because in the past it was more like I was happy that I won. I was happy that I beat everyone. But nowadays, it's more like I'm happy and grateful that I was able to step up, evolve together, grow up together. So we were able to overcome all of the hardships. So it's a lot more rewarding.
Okay, two more things I'd like to ask you. First off is, could you say something about your top laner, Doran? Because we have talked a lot this year about, is he going to get his international title? Because he didn't have the best experiences in the past. What do you want to say about your top laner?
우선 가장 먼저 도란 선수에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 올해 드디어 도란 선수가 이렇게 국제 무대에서 증명하나 우승하나 많은 분들이 좀 관심을 갖고 지켜봤습니다. 좀 이전에는 국제 대회에서 어떻게 보면 조금 아쉬웠던 그런 순간들도 있었던 만큼 많은 분들이 좀 기대하면서 지켜보셨는데요. 올해 어떻게 생각하세요?
도란 선수가 사실 항상 잘하기만은 하진 않았다고 생각하지만 그래도 저희 팀이 중요할 때 본인의 역할을 잘 해줬다고 생각하고요. 오늘도 사실 5세트 때도 물론 던지긴 했지만 그래도 잘한 부분도 굉장히 많고 또 저희 팀이 이제 또
던지긴
도란 선수한테 좀 어려운 역할을 시켜도 잘 해내는 선수라고
던지긴
생각하고
했지만 아니 대놓고 던지긴 했지만라고 하는 건 진짜 웃기다.
Well, I can
The way
also
Faker
say
just said
that
that.
he was not always playing perfectly, There were maybe sometimes ups and downs, but when the team needed him to step up, he was always there to play the role that we wanted him to play. And even in Game 5, he was doing a great job. Well, there were some moments where he threw the game, but still he was doing amazing.
He literally
did a
said Doran
fantastic
threw
job.
the game.
So also sometimes
basically
T1
said
kind of
Doran threw
asked
the
him
game.
to
던지긴
execute
했지만.
some of the really difficult roles, and he always managed to pull it
Jason
off.
made it sound
Yeah,
like a
we've
lot
seen that. You've been
nicer.
incredibly
I feel like
flexible. Also,
Faker said it in a more slang
Owner
way,
played Mundo
so-
for the first time in
Not in a
very
bad, rude
important
way, but
match last week, and you seemed very calm
Jason made
about
it
it. Can you
sound a
tell me
little
about
bit
that
more
moment
rounded, I
and the
guess.
trust that you seem to have in
It's
everybody?
like funny. It's not rude or anything.
또 이제 오너
There's
선수가
like
저번
small
경기
initiation,
매우
like
중요한
small
순간에서
things
첫
like that can't really be
문도
translated that
경기를
well.
이제 하셨는데 너무 중요했는데 다들 선수분들이 너무 평정심이 있어 보이더라고요.
Oh my
그
God, the
당시에 좀
Mundo. The Mundo
어땠는지
question.
그리고
The
또
Mundo
어느
question.
정도 신뢰를 바탕으로 이런 또 픽을 꺼내들 수 있는 건가요?
사실 문도가 그렇게 어려운 역할을 하는 챔피언은 아니라고 생각을 했고 그때 이제 8강전 5세트에서
라고
저희가
하기에는 근데
문도가
오너
좀 필요한
선수가
조합이라고
문도가 좀-
생각을 했어가지고 팀적으로 승련도보다는 그래도 픽적으로 좀 중요한 픽을 해야겠다라고 다들 생각이 있었던 것 같고 또 오너 선수도 그 처음 하는 챔피언을 그래도 잘 막 엄청 던지진 않고 플레이 해줘서 고맙다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Honestly, when we thought
Shaky
of
cam, 뭔가.
Mundo, it was not a very difficult role to kind of execute in the game. And in game number 5 in the quarterfinals, if I remember correctly from Faker, our comp needed it. Our comp needed that champion, and so we didn't want to care
He
too
says
much
Mundo
about
is
the
easy,
mastery
guys.
and proficiency.
Write it down,
we rather
chat.
wanted to focus on
According
the
to
champion
Faker,
that
the
kind of
goat of
rounds
League
out
of
our comp in
Legends,
the end.
the Michael Jordan of League.
You've had a long history against BDD, and you've also, as much as you've
Gold
won, you've
FK,
also had
Giro
defeats in your
DFK.
career. Do you have any words for BDD, who made
Giga
his
Chad.
first World Finals, but you winning obviously means he is experiencing some of that heartbreak that you have at times as well?
BDD 선수와의 역사가 굉장히 깊으시잖아요. 그런 만큼 페이커 선수도 수없이 많이 BDD 선수를 이겨왔지만 또 동시에 BDD 선수로부터 많은 패배를 경험하시기도 했습니다. 그리고 오늘 이 자리에서는 페이커 선수가 이겼다는 것은 또 BDD 선수가 페이커 선수가 이전에 경험했던 그런 슬픈 패배를 지금 겪고 계신다는 말씀인데 혹시 BDD 선수께 또 이 자리를 빌어서 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실까요?
네, 오늘 BDD 선수가 굉장히 잘 플레이했다고 생각하고 그리고 이제 KT라는 팀이 올 한 해 동안 그렇게 좀 좋은 결과를 만들어내지 못했는데 이번에 저희가 KT를 만났을 때 느낀 거는 굉장히 팀적으로 좀 준비가 잘 되어 있고 좀 조직적이라는 생각을 많이 하게 됐고 그게 저는 좀 BDD 선수가 올 한 해 동안 만들었던 그런 플레이들로 인해서 팀원들의 신뢰가 쌓인 거라고 생각하고요. 그런 부분들이
Dude,
굉장히
he's
저는
praising and shouting
대단하다고
on KT and
생각했고
BDD.
그리고 BDD 선수 개인적인 퍼포먼스도 최근에 굉장히 좋다고 느꼈어가지고 오늘 되게 좋은 경기 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I think I can say KT this year, they were not always having the best result. They were having some struggles. But today in the match, what I was able to tell is that they're so well organized as a team and their movement as a team was so good. I could see that their preparation was already there and was so good.
I mean, from
think
draft
it was
even,
able to
KT's
happen
draft
because
was so
BDD, his
prepared,
performance
like,
has been
game 1, game
phenomenal
2, game
so
3,
far.
all of
So it
them.
was built based on the trust and faith they have in BDD. So I want to say, BDD, I have a mad respect for that, and also his individual performance has been amazing recently. So I want to say, I also have a huge respect to BDD.
Okay, lovely. Finally, Faker, we have huge respect for you, of course, on the English broadcast, and we had the idea to take a look at all the eras there have been for Faker, and there's a vinyl that fits with it. And here we have this one, which is when you started out. We also have this wonderful memory as well. Then we had the question of, is it going to happen once again? The heartbreak, of course, unfortunately, in 2017 and in 2022. And I was wondering if you wanted to have this one, because this is the 6 stars, the fact that you've made it, Faker's version, the three-peat, and if you want to say anything about this huge achievement and what is next.
Wait, what's inside though? What is inside the video?
페이커 선수의 어떤 일대기를 각 단계별로 담은 이런 LP판 같은 앨범을 여러 개 만들어 봤는데요. 신인 시절부터 해서
LP판 안에 뭐가
많이 했을 때, 그리고 좌절을 겪었을 때, 그리고 많은 사람들이 의심했을 때 우승할 수 있을까 해서 또 한 번 우승을 하기도 했었고, 이제 6번째 별을 달게 된 버전도 여기 있거든요. 이 업적에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지, 앞으로 또 어떤 좀 길을 나아가실 것 같나요?
Okay, they better make a good music video. Thankfully, like.
많은 분들이 이제 또 저를
6번째 우승은 뮤비를 위한 것입니다라고 나올 정도로
들으면서 잘 살아보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 또 이거 또 많이 팔릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for all the fans who has been supporting all along for this achievement. And when I get old, when I become a grandpa, I will cue this vinyl and have a great life, enjoy my life, and I'm pretty sure that this is gonna sell really well.
That is amazing. Interview
sell really well. Business
Congratulations
business
once again, Faker. Amazing job, Jisun, as always.
Killing it.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gonna send you off. I wonder how, because you have to take the trophy, of course. So do we just is someone gonna help with the trophy?
이제 보내드리려고 하는데요. 이거 가지고 가실 수 있겠어요?
No need.
He got it.
No
it's
need.
his trophy.
No need.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Other side, I think. There you go. Fighting, indeed.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Finally, T1 music video next year. Copium. Okay, no more
some
caps.
photos, yes, as we go.
Like we have caps. Like 80% of the music video was about caps.
Never gonna pass up an opportunity to take a
I
photo
love
with the
caps,
goat.
but like, can he stop being a music video for 80% of the time?
Yes, we're still live.
Yeah.
Please, can we actually focus on Faker, Gumaishi,
Yes, of course.
Keria, Uner, Duro?
Yay. Awesome. We are still live, so we're gonna keep going. I wanted to get some of the people in here, perhaps, maybe.
Thank you, Faker.
Thank you so much, Faker.
Thank you.
For the photo as well and for taking the
He's
time.
taking the sketch.
Jisun.
Faker's just taking the trophy out.
Oh, it's so messy. I
아니,
love it.
혼자서
That's
저거
what it's
들고
like.
있는 거
It's the
진짜.
end. We got to talk to Faker. Everybody should come in because
It's huge, by the way.
we
Get
might
over here, everybody.
we might see
트로피가
T1 again
개 커요,
in
근데.
2026. We definitely will, and maybe they make it for that run at Worlds again. But something we will not have in 2026
Kobe, Dracos.
is Chronicler, as
Get in
everybody
here.
can join.
Oh no.
I think you all have
Oh,
maybe
no.
seen already. You know that this is the last event for Mao, so let's take a look back at our favorite moments and memories.
I'm Atlas, and I'm joined for the first time by the Chronicler. Welcome to the LCK, finally. It only took you, like, what, a few weeks to get here? Extraordinary stuff.
I know, yeah. You know, I was like, LCK.
You can see the suitcase in the back.
You kind of looked like he was about to go to his Latin dance class, but then decided that he had to do like a drug deal beforehand.
07.
What happened?
He flashed over the wall! He did, they knew what the word was! Diablo's in a flash. He just flashed over the wall! He's crazy!
Oh god, oh god.
It's crazy
Oh, up without the God chance. They're gonna make it to playoffs. Gonna be rolled in. Whoa! Feel like DK has a great chance. Are you trying to choke me or what? No! Don't say no! I trust DK! DK! Show your ability! Show your skills! DK, you can do it!
Well, DK
I
will
trust
be able to
you!
do it.
What does it say? What does it say?
Let's go, Brio.
Bro.
Give me the microphone, peasant. I came here today to crown Wadid. I had the crown on I was ready to give it to him because he had done so well. But guess what? He's not good enough. Better luck next year.
I want to thank all the fans who've been living for the LCK for the last 5 years. It's been an incredible honor to be an LCK caster. It's been incredible, and I'm very grateful that I've been able to do this.
That's a chronicle.
Man, I just want to say, Mao, like you're an incredible caster, but you are such a better person and friend, and I'm really gonna miss you, man.
Yeah, we're gonna miss you so much.
Gonna miss you, buddy.
I'm gonna miss all of you too. Thank you.
You have the mic for a sec if you want.
Okay, well, I got nothing to say. I've said everything I want to. This was an amazing final. Thank you so much.
I seriously hope Chronicle goes on to have an amazing life.
I will never forget any of it, and I'm going
better
to miss
stay in
every
touch
single one
with
of you on the
us.
desk and
On
every
social
single one
media.
still watching from home. Thank you so
Give
much.
us updates.
Right back at you. We're gonna miss you so much. You don't even know it. Wow, it's gonna be very weird year without you. But
진짜 다들
it's our honor to
캐스터분들은
continue what
앞에
you have
나오기라도
started.
하는데
Be
뒤에서
it
얼마나 많은
very warm to
스태프분들이
everyone. Be
정말
it inviting everybody
끊임없이.
to board games to make sure that we hang out.
A brunch.
Yes.
And the brunch.
Yes.
Amazing cast. Like, thank you so much from all of us, of course.
Oh my
and
gosh.
that's it, I guess.
That's
Everybody.
All the staff,
Thank you
like
so much
everyone,
for joining me.
everyone
Another
behind the scenes as well, not
congratulations
just
to our
Chronicle
world
and the
champion.
casters,
On
everyone.
and off. It's on it
Amazing
again,
job.
guys.
Super well
T1,
production
and on behalf of
team and
everybody
everybody.
here that you see on screen, but
Security,
maybe more importantly, everyone
downloaders,
behind the
cooks,
screen that has made this
everybody.
happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to you, our viewer, for watching us for one more year. I hope you had an unbelievable Worlds, and we'll see you in 2026.
No way! Nothing until 2026. There's no fucking way. I'm gonna be bored out of my
for the
mind.
same thing. A series that goes the distance.
아니
and
또
the
이제 다음
talent
연도까지
more
아무것도
to rule them
없다고.
all.
It all comes down to one final
What am I gonna
game
do without
of
League of
League
Legends?
of Legends.
Esports?
It'll take a miracle for them to get this one out. Owner
Time
Peter
to go to
gets the
bed.
lock up, but Owner
Sleep
manages
for
to
2
get the
months.
objective of the fight
Hibernation
coming
time.
out. Fire rained over the wall by Gumayushi, and down goes Peter. BDD finally arrived. That's the ulti coming in. In the meantime, he needs a
The
little
flash
more space.
from
Knocked out
Carrier.
BDD untouched.
Carrier.
To the front line has fallen. BDD, CC, knocked into the sky, and right back
Baker
into
immediately
the
flashing as
fray.
well.
T1, get
I think it wasn't a flash, but it was a dash for a ball.
a triple
Wow,
kill
Curry
for
also
Gold
6
T1.
stars.
Do it.
They already have 6
Take
stars.
over. T1 earning their
Red Bull
legacy
League of its Own is coming
again,
now, but that's just one
and
day.
Again, and
At least it's better
again.
than nothing, I
There
guess.
can be no doubting it. 4 players on the Rift today, making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Carrier, and now Doran as well are world champions.
That's perfect. Doran win the World's 2025 champions. He won. Doran, Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, and Garia. And Gumayushi finals MVP. Doran also wins. Fevi, we did it. Fevi, yo, GG T1 Fevi. Turns out my ults are not powerful enough, guys. T1 did it. Holy, I was scared I was ulting them real time every single time, but turns out I'm not a witch, guys. What do you mean? Nintendo happy cheerful music. 감사합니다. Thank you very much. You know what time it is? It's time to end it, guys. It's time to end it. 딱 이거 엔딩 뮤직 나와주네요. 이거 완벽한데? Perfect ending music. I could come back for solo queue later, but honestly, I'm gonna probably take a break, guys. I'm losing my voice again. Thank you, Chronicler. Thank you, Chronicler. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Meepo. Thank you, chat. GG, that's gonna be it, I guess. Worlds co-streaming 2025 over for feviknight. Yup. 이렇게 저도 기나긴 한 달 동안 열심히 중계 방송을 해봤는데 이렇게 기회를 주신 라이엇 분들 정말 감사드려요. Thank you, Riot, for giving me opportunity to co-stream Worlds. I've been watching and cheering Worlds for 10 years. not just T1, but everybody. Like, I'm really invested into esports. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm very honored for this opportunity. I'm honored to have you guys here and hang out and cheer and scream fucking wrong. Holy moly. Yeah. And all the time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Bye bye. Yeah. Thank you everyone for watching. 다들 봐주셔서 감사하고 부족하지만 시청해주신 많은 분들 감사드립니다. DMC07. No, there's no DMC. I listen to Nintendo music all the time. Nintendo gaming music is the best. Keeps me calm. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it for me today. Goodbye, goodbye YouTube, goodbye Twitch. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys. We're gonna go back to solo queue, and my birthday's coming up, so birthday subathon for next week, like 17th, guys. So if you guys are interested in that, I might take a day off tomorrow though for family time. Bye. Bye bye. Happy day today. Sad day for KT and KT fans. It's okay though. KT has opportunity next year, and there's lots of good things that are happening for KT. KT is looking like more stronger than Genji. Like, what the hell is even going on? I don't even know. Crazy. Bye bye, yeah.